Ashes 91. Next. XXXXX. God damn it, I haven't seen this place in a long time, Roger said as his car slowly drifted to a halt in front of a two-story prefab building. It looked rather worn and torn, and was noticeably not very far from the edge of the dome that stretched overhead. It feels good to be home. So Roger, not to be rude, how come you brought these two with you? Alice said as the car's engine died and doors slid open. Are they part of that mission you said you were on but couldn't talk about? Technically yes, but that's not why they're here, Roger said, shutting the driver's seat door and locking the car as Nora and Cheryl also got out. I'd rather wait till we're talking to Mom and Dad to explain it, I'd really not have to repeat myself. It's kind of complicated. Oh, Alice said, glancing at Cheryl. Is he ass-fucking you? What? Cheryl shouted, her eyes bulging and her face flushing deeply. No, I don't even. Where did that come from? Whoa, easy, Alice said, holding her hands up in defense. I was just kidding. I mean yeesh, it wasn't that bad. I'm starting to think there might be a common trait in your family, Nora muttered, positioning her head right next to Roger's ear. He smirked. Well ally, I don't know about you but personally I'd rather get straight to the point, Roger said, heading towards the front door of the building. You coming? Yup, I'm coming, she said, falling into step with her brother as Nora and Cheryl followed close behind. She leaned in slightly covering one side of her mouth with her palm, a concerned look on her face. What was up with Cheryl freaking out? I didn't offend her, did I? I mean, I just like to be crude and dark, I don't want to upset her if she has a bad history or anything. Roger chuckled. Trust me ally, that's the exact opposite of what's going on. Like I said, I tell you when we're with Mom and Dad. He stopped at the door and reached to the side to press a holographic panel, intending to ring the doorbell. He was halfway there when the door flew open. A Hispanic man was standing on the other side, wearing grime-coated working clothes and with a short-cut head of black hair, but a massive smile on his face. I thought I might have been seeing things when that piece of shit of yours rolled up, he said, taking a step forward. But you're really here. Son of a bitch. Hey Dad, Roger said, smiling warmly before gesturing to Cheryl and Nora. Hope you don't mind but I brought a few friends of mine along, wanted to introduce you, Mom and Ally to them. Not a problem at all, his father replied, his eyes refocusing on the two behind Roger. A pleasure to meet the two of you. I'm Sergio Andrews, I trust my son has been treating the two of you well. Cheryl and Nora glanced at each other, the look that they gave each other very clearly wondering if they should give Sergio the full and honest truth. Roger noticed and saved them the trouble. Things between us got off to a rocky start, he said. In fact that's an understatement, Nora and I damn near got into a full-blown brawl over something really damn stupid. He craned his head to look behind him. What was that over again? Nora frowned for a moment, trying to bring up memories of her earlier days on the Normandy. I honestly can't remember, she said. Maybe that's for the best though, just let it stay in the past. Right, Roger said, turning back to his father. Like I said, that's Nora, the other one is Cheryl. Sergio nodded at both of the women. Well don't just stand out there, come in. Sorry that I look like such a mess, I just got off work in the mines and I didn't even have time to change. House is a bit of a wreck too, I would have cleaned up a bit if Roger had called ahead, but apparently he wanted to be an asshole about things, he said, a playful tone to his voice. Roger grinned. You know it. Well, I'll see if your mother is still awake, Sergio said, gesturing for everyone to follow him inside, which they did, someone all managing to squeeze through the front door. The inside of the house wasn't much different from the outside, standard prefab design. There were a few more personal touches here and there, a cheap vase holding flowers that looked like it had been bought from a garden supply store was on a table near the front door, and a framed picture of the Andrews family was hung by a doorway into another room. She should be here, Sergio said, heading through the front hall and making a right turn with the others behind him. They found themselves in a kitchen, with more than a few unwashed dishes in the sink emitting a faint but still noticeable foul smell, and several data pads scattered randomly across the table. A woman was sitting there, her face resting on the table as her body slowly rose up and down, snoring lightly. Martha, Sergio said, reaching down and gently shaking her. We have company. What do you mean I have an exam today? Everyone jumped back slightly as the woman's eyes snapped open and she snapped to a proper sitting position in her chair, her eyes darting from one end of the room to the other wildly. I didn't, she paused as she wildly looked around, her actions slowing and her eyes widening with understanding as she realized where she was. Oh thank God it was just a dream, she said, letting out a sigh of relief. Rubbing her eyes and letting out a yawn, Martha Andrews turned to look at her husband, opening her mouth to speak. She didn't even get a word out before she spotted Roger. Oh Roger, she said, weakly getting to her feet and crossing the room before enveloping her son in her arms. I didn't know you were coming back. Wanted it to be a surprise, he said, not hesitating to return the gesture of affection that his mother was showing him. Is school treating you all right? Martha smiled as she released her son and took a step back, her eyes filled with weariness but still sparkling with a life of their own. Things are going pretty well for me in school. I should get my degree in another year, after that I should be able to make more than enough money to keep this family going. You can retire, you don't need to keep putting your safety at risk. Thanks Mom, Roger said, his tone soft and thankful. Higher education hey? Nora said, looking at Martha. I hope it's a field where there's a stable job market. I've heard a lot of nasty things about people who burn all that money on school and then can't get a good one. Don't worry, I've been studying medicine, that's a pretty high demand area, Martha said. Though you do have a point. I had to quit my job in the mines to pull this off. If it works though, our family won't have to hang on by a thread anymore. Wait, exactly how bad are you doing Feeny Callie? Nora asked. Oh, it's nothing that bad, Martha said, her voice suddenly strained, as if she wanted to change the subject. Roger's military paychecks and my husband's mining checks are enough to keep us afloat. From the sounds of it, barely afloat, Nora said, folding her arms and staring directly at Martha. You need any help with money? What? Oh no dear, I couldn't take any from you, Martha said, sounding pleasantly surprised but also rather taken aback. You must work just as hard as my son to make what you do, I can't take all of that away from you. Look, I'm gonna be blunt with you, my father was the CEO of Hawkins Industry, the little bastard that got arrested not too long ago. Nora said. I got the hell away from him as soon as I could, but before I did he was really loose with spending money for me. Set up a separate account just for me, and I transferred all of it into a private one when I ran. I've been hanging on to it for a while now, and while I've had to spend a good chunk of it, I've still got some of it left. Wait a minute, your dad was a slave trader? Alice said, looking at Nora in surprise. Jesus. I'm sorry to hear that, she said lamely. Were you on good terms with him? No, Nora said simply, her voice having a slight edge to it. Oh sweetie, that's very kind of you, Martha said. But I still couldn't take that from someone I just met. I hope you don't offer massive amounts of money to everyone you meet, you'll bankrupt yourself. No, it's not a random person thing, I just want to help you because you're Roger's family, Nora said. Look, it sounds like you're in trouble with money and I just want to help you keep your head above water. Really it's just. Nora paused for a moment, taking a deep breath, and then continuing. Your son and I are kinda together and I want to help out his family. Whoa, really? Alice said, her eyes focusing on her brother. Bro, I didn't know you were back in the field again. It's good to see you're finally past Rachel. She stepped forward and gave him a teasing pat on the back. A lot of fish in the sea bro, you can't stay all worked up over one that got away or came out wrong. Glad you see that now. It's more complicated than that, Cheryl said, her face so red that it seemed to practically be glowing. I'm with your son too. And with her. We don't really know what we're doing, we're just doing it. A moment of silence filled the Andrews household, all three members of the family having their eyes fixed on the oldest child. Sergio was the one to break it with a deep booming laugh. And you didn't believe me when I said that you were so good looking that women would be ripping each other's throats out to get to you. Yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than that, Roger said, nervously rubbing the back of his head, a slight flush to his cheeks. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I got in this situation. Sometimes things just happen sweetie, Martha said, beaming at her son. Just treat these ladies respectfully and you've got no issues on my end. Okay then, you can't just drop a bombshell like that and just leave me hanging, Alice said, rubbing her temple as she pulled out a kitchen chair, sliding onto it and letting herself slouch. You. Two women. A little context. Not the way I would put it, Sergio said, but I agree, I would like to hear exactly how the three of you even got in this situation. Where to begin? Nora said, putting both of her hands back on the neck and looking up at the ceiling, letting out a sigh. Well, I was the last person to get on our ship. Thrum was where I joined up, that whole incident with the Eclipse mercenaries. There were Eclipse mercenaries on Thrum. Sergio said, I don't remember hearing anything about that. No, I don't suppose you would have, Roger said. Things came way too close to getting really ugly back there, not surprised that the coalition wouldn't want people to know about it. Especially right after Eden Prime. Keeping a Geth invasion under wraps is damn near impossible, but the Eclipse incursion was small enough to keep under wraps, or at the very least got stopped before it escalated. Maybe they didn't cover it happening up but at the very least they kept quiet about how bad things could have gotten. I wouldn't know, I don't keep up with the news very much. I don't think an Eclipse raid would have been very big news out here, Martha said. We're such a common target for raids that what seems like headline news for one planet is just run-of-the-mill news for us. Birds fly, fish swim, and another slaver band gets gunned down while attacking Moria. Martha shook her head, running her hand through her head wearily. Sorry about that. You were saying. Right, Nora joined up on Thurum. I got shipped off to Eden Prime to guard the protein beacon that got dug up there and met the rest of the crew when they came to pick it up, Roger said. Or rather, when they tried to come and pick it up and the Geth came and did their thing. I actually got into a firefight with Saren when he went after the beacon. Walked away with a couple of holes in my chest for my troubles. The other three Andrews all shifted uncomfortably as Roger spoke. He realized far too late what he had said. Exactly how badly hurt have you been? Alice asked, sounding as if she didn't want to know the answer. I'm fine, he said, trying to make his tone reassuring as he took a step forward and put a hand on his sister's shoulder. It was nothing, a bit of Medigel and a few days rest couldn't handle, it was practically a scratch. You're always getting hurt, Alice said, her tone a whisper as she looked down at the ground. Ally, I'm fine, Roger repeated, giving her a comforting squeeze. I'm still here, aren't I? Yeah, she said, looking up and giving a weak smile. You are. And, I met the rest of the crew on Elysium, Cheryl said awkwardly, sounding as if she was unsure if she wanted to interrupt the siblings. That was a few years back though, before we even got our ship. She rubbed the back of her neck uncomfortably. In a way, Nora and Roger were the new guys on our crew. Well, we had a lot of people added on after Eden Prime, Nora said. Though the two of us were the only official coalition soldiers added around then. So, exactly how did things turn out the way that they did? Martha said. I mean, my relationship with Sergio is a little vanilla compared to what you three have going on. I mean, how do you three even fit into the same bed? Roger said, his face flushing deeply. Cheryl's face did the same while Nora hastily grabbed her bandana and pulled it up over her nose, hiding everything below her eyes. We exactly haven't gotten to that. Really? Martha asked. Hey. Would have thought that at your age and with the army of Geth hiding around the corner you might have indulged in a bit of quick desperate fucking. Oh God, Cheryl said, burying her face in her hands. Ms. Andrews, you're a nice woman, but please stop talking. Martha blinked before giving a small smile. Sorry. I was never the type of person that got that upset when talking about rubbing reproductive organs together. Kind of wish she told me that a lot sooner when we were dating, Sergio joked. Would have made things a hell of a less awkward for me. Okay, standard rule of thumb, most people don't want to hear about the sexual exploits of their parents. Alice practically screeched. I mean, is this really something that I need to explain to you two? Good fuck, how did we get here? Roger said, pressing his fingers to his temple and looking like he was fighting back the urge to slouch into the nearest chair and bury his face in the table. Right, not to interrupt or anything, Nora said, sounding like she was not being very truthful in her comment, but the three of us. Right, where were we? Well, it was after we picked up an Asari VIP that the three of us all met. We didn't really get along that well, but we still had to work together. That's the funny thing about all of this, even though we wanted to go at it until we were all lying bleeding on the floor, we still had to watch each other's backs. Cheryl and Roger dragged me to safety when I was bleeding out and we had to hide out for half a day in enemy territory. And? Allison asked, looking rather wary about the potential answer. Well, we just talked, Cheryl said, almost matter-of-factly as she nervously raised her head. We got to know each other better, we watched each other's backs and, I don't know, things just fell into place. I don't know why. I don't know why I like to carve, I don't know why Nora likes to dress the way she does, I don't know why we all feel the way we do. It just is. Martha sighed, a slight dreamy look on her face. The wonders of being young, she said. You just follow your heart. Don't get too sappy on us, Mom, Alice said dryly. Alice, behave, Sergio said sternly, before turning his attention back to the three soldiers in front of him. Well son, if it works for you, it works for you. This earned him a small nod and a nervous grin from Roger. Now, could you do us a favor? It's been a while since we've had a really good home-cooked meal, I was hoping you could get that. Oh thank God, Roger's making dinner, Alice said, looking as if she had just been given a new car. I'll be able to eat properly again. Roger chuckled. Well, I'll see what I can do. No promises though, I'm a little out of practice on this one. I'll give you a hand, Nora said. After all, she was cut off as she stumbled slightly. She hadn't been the only one, a shockwave swept through the house, causing everyone to momentarily lose their balance and take a step back, the house itself rattling. For a moment, no one spoke. The hell was that? Roger asked, his voice tense. No one answered. XXXXX. So, what's it like being stationed at this fort? Cornelia asked. She and Adam were walking through Fort Cadia, the Morian shock troop that had met them at the entrance leading the way. Hundreds of soldiers were milling about, some of them firing shots down a training range, others loading supplies on and off of trucks, and there were even a few tables where weapons and armor were being issued to soldiers. There was no mistake, they were preparing for war. Pretty taxing at times, a little boring at others, the shock trooper said. It's unpredictable as it gets. We've gone 6 months without any action at one point, and at another we had 6 different operations in 1 week. Anything can happen and you need to stay on your toes. It can be really stressful at times, I won't lie to you, but it helps knowing that there are countless other soldiers around you that have your back. I can see how it would, Adam said. By the way, I don't think we ever caught your name. Oh, that's right, sorry about that, the man said, stopping mid-step to turn around and face the two. He lifted both hands up and firmly grasped his helmet, pulling it off and revealing his face. His skin was a deep dark color that almost looked like chocolate, while his hair was a barely there butch cut. He also had a small, neatly trimmed goatee that was surrounding a warm smile, just below a pair of friendly eyes. Name's Gabriel. Gabriel Morris. Nice to meet you, Gabriel, Cornelia said, reaching her hand out with her palm open. Gabriel glanced down before reaching forward and grasped her hand, shaking it firmly. I'm Cornelia, and my friend is Adam. Both of them released their grip, their hands falling back to their sides. So, what's your role around here? Frontline fighter, he said. I've been here for, hold on a minute, he said, gently scratching his goatee, a thoughtful look on his face. 3 years, I've been here for 3 years as of last month. Been on around 24 missions, didn't see combat on every last one, but I've seen my fair share of action. Took a couple of bullets that my barriers couldn't handle, but never really been seriously injured. Oh, and I suppose my combat role would be that I'm a CQC specialist. Gabriel ran his hand over a combat knife at his hip, before also pointing at the shotgun on his back. Hang on to both of these in addition to my rifle. Always be prepared, you know? You two look like you're CQC too with those swords of yours. I suppose I qualify, Cornelia said, fondly fingering the hilt to her short sword as she spoke. SMGs are weapons that require you to get a lot closer than rifles. They can get a good bit of range, they're a lot like shotguns in that respect, but they were definitely meant for much closer combat. So yes, I suppose Adam and I stick to CQC. Hard to do much else with blades. I've yet to use these in combat, Adam admitted, gripping the sheaths of his bayonets. I've never had a chance to. Also, I won't deny that I'm rather happy that I haven't. They're ugly things. Killing is ugly in general, but at least guns are quick. Fair enough, Gabriel said. I don't use my knife that much either. Guns are just a preferable alternative, there's a reason we traded swords in for them in the first place. Blades are just about always emergency weapons that you only use when the opportunity presents itself. Kind of frustrating considering all the knife training I have to do to make it so that I don't get rusty, but like I said, always be prepared. As he talked, a roar filled the air, causing all three present to turn instinctively to face it. Around a dozen shock troopers were clustering together in a circle, bellowing at the top of their lung at what appeared to be a fight in the center. "Aw shit," Gabriel said. "We can't afford to have someone doing anything stupid right now. Things are going to get ugly if we've got 2 people trying to knock each other's teeth out in there." He began to start towards the cluster, and as he did, a shout made its way to his ears. "Come on! How much does this son of a bitch weigh? Push! I've got money on this!" A voice cried out, sounding as if it was in a panic. Gabriel made it to the center of the throng, and was not prepared for what he had found. 2 shock troopers had their arms wrapped around Rex and were pushing with all of their might against them, their faces a crimson red with the effort. Rex on the other hand was merely standing still with his muscles stiff, a lazy smile on his face. 10 seconds left, Gurus said, he and Lyra standing right behind Rex as he looked down at his Omni tool. "Will you two get it in gear?" A shock troop standing behind the 2 pushing at Rex screeched. 200 credits are about to go flushing down the shitter. The 2 troopers doubled their efforts, veins in their necks straining to the point where they appeared to be on the verge of bursting. Rex's feet slowly slid back, but he remained standing strong, smirking down at the 2 pushing him. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time's up, Gurus said. "God damn it!" The shock trooper roared as Rex let out a booming laugh and took a step back. Exhausted, the 2 troopers fell to the ground, one landing on all fours while the other ended up on his rear. They were both gasping for air, scrambling for canteens of water that they had set aside. "Jesus," one of the troopers on the ground said. "The hell are they feeding you people on Touch Anka?" she asked, looking up at Rex. Rex said, scratching the side of his head. "Varen, Clixon, whatever crap we can grow, and Thresher Maw that one time after my right." He gave a fond chuckle. The thing was so big it fed all of not for half a year. Bit bitter, but it went down good with Ringcole. "Well then, please pay up," Gurus said, holding out his Omni tool to the shock trooper who had been shouting not a minute ago. Fuming, he reluctantly took a credit chit that he had been holding and held it over the Omni tool. A bright yellow light emanated from the Omni tool as a series of white lines passed over the chit, a loud beeping emerging from the Omni tool as it did. Don't spend it all in one place, split jaw, the trooper said grumpily as he turned and walked away. He paid in full, right? Lyra asked, approaching Gurus and leaning down to look at his Omni tool. He didn't just give you 5 and walk away, did he? No, it's all there, Gurus said, his eyes sweeping back and forth as he read his Omni tool before pressing a button and causing it to disappear. Nice one, Rex. The Krogan gave a chuckle. If that's all you need me to do, I'm starting to wonder if you don't really appreciate who I am. I take it these 3 are the aliens that have been serving on the Normandy? Gabriel asked, looking at Adam and Cornelia. The tone in his voice suggested that he already knew the answer. Yup. Cornelia said cheerfully, heading towards the 3 aliens. So guys, what's going on over here? You get into a bet or something? You could say that, Gurus said. That guy that just went off a few hundred credits poorer said that none of us could stand up to Morian-bred soldiers. An almost cocky tone slid into his voice. Came right up to us and said that one of his pals could take any of us in anything we could throw at him. Rex decided to educate them. We just so happened to make a little extra money out of it. Even let him get a friend to help out, didn't help much, Rex said, looking down at the 2 exhausted soldiers. Bite me, the woman said bitterly, taking another sip of water. Can't say I'm too surprised, Gabriel said. We don't get many aliens on Moria, and the ones we do get are normally trying to kill or enslave us. I'd be surprised if things weren't a little hostile. Look, maybe we should try and get somewhere a little less crowded before someone does something stupid. Us, do something stupid? Gurus said. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. It's Tuesday, it's our day off. Always the comedian, Lyra said, ironically looking like she was fighting back the urge to laugh. Yeah, ha, laughs all around, Gabriel said. Listen, I really think we should get someone a bit more private. Oh my, Gurus said. A drink would be nice first. And none of us come cheap. I think that we should listen to him, Lyra said. Fine, I promise not to let anyone else kill themselves trying to push me, Rex said. I'll be sure to remember you're all fragile. Now, Gabriel said gruffly, taking a sharp right turn and walking into a nearby building. He glanced behind him as he reached the door, and saw with relief that everyone was following him. Although Rex looked like he had stopped for a second to bark something at a soldier that earned him a middle finger as a response. Pushing the door open, Gabriel led the group into a wide, metal room, unremarkable with the exception of the massive amount of tables that filled it. The mess hall, he said, pulling out a chair at one of the nearest tables and flopping into it. Chow time was ages ago through, so it's empty. He intently studied the others as they all slid into chairs with the exception of Rex, who gave the small seats a questioning look before deciding to stand. Look, I know you 3 have been helping us out a lot, Gabriel continued, gesturing at Gurus, Lyra, and Rex, and I appreciate that. We need all of the help that we can get right now. But this is Moria, it might be in your best interests to lay low while you're here. We rarely get aliens out here, and when we do they're normally attacking us. This isn't exactly the most xenophilic place in the galaxy. We're not stupid, Rex said, his voice more than a little lazy. I saw the glares I've been getting ever since I got off the shuttle. They're nothing new to me, I have to deal with them every time I go to the Citadel, and I know what they mean. If we were a bunch of whelps with no guns, then you might be onto something. But people who go looking for fights are cowards, they only take a shot at you if they know that they can win. Reaching onto his back, Rex grabbed his claymore shotgun, laying the massive weapon on the table in front of him. And when was the last time a whelp picked a fight with someone who had one of these? He makes a good point, Gurus said. I saw it all the time in CSEC before I joined a Spectre. People with the mindset of a bully focus on establishing power over others, not risking their lives. We'll be fine so long as no one here is so dedicated to hating aliens that they're willing to put their life on the line. You know, if I had lost my entire family to slavers and seen my friends killed in action, I just might hate aliens that much, Gabriel said cautiously. Look, I'm just saying that war is right around the corner, tensions are high right now. I'm not saying that you are going to get shot in the back, I'm just saying it's in your best interest to be a little more careful than usual. Did you already know to do that? Probably, you've got a Morian on your ship and more than a little experience under your belt. Still, a reminder never hurt. He glanced around at the aliens, the slightest bit of worry noticeable in his face. Sorry if I'm being a bit bossy, I'm just a little paranoid. I've never worked with aliens before and I'm worried that someone might blow a fuse around you 3 and then we'd have an even bigger mess on our hands. And the mess we have already is big enough. It is perfectly understandable, Lyra said, smiling warmly at Gabriel. You have no need to apologize. You could have been a bit more diplomatic though, Gurus said. They do this and this and this because I said so. Approach works with an officer talking to his soldiers, but not so much when someone doesn't have official authority over someone. Well, if you're planning on getting a commission, it's a good skill to learn, so I'm glad we could help you practice. This one is also joking, isn't he? Gabriel asked. He's like that one Baron that never stops yapping at night when you're trying to go to sleep, Rex said. Eventually you just get used to it. So, who are you? Lyra said. I don't think we heard your name. Gabriel Morris, I'm with the 57th, he replied. One way or another we're gonna be getting to know each other. Guess now is as good a time as any to get to. He was cut off as a shockwave tore through the base, causing all of them to get to their feet in shock. The hell? Cornelia said, looking around in confusion. Oh Christ, Gabriel whispered. XXXXX. This is our stop, Decker said. He, Hill, Jane, and Ashley were all sitting in the back of a shuttle heading down to the surface of Moria, along with a few shock troops. The air in the shuttle was rather quiet and heavy, Jane staring at the ground the entire trip, ignoring how Hill's eyes were locked onto her like a vice grip. She said nothing as the door to the shuttle slid open and all of the passengers began to file out, Jane being the first one to leave. Ashley jumped out of the shuttle, which had landed on a pad directly outside of Fort Cadia. She spotted Jane silently walking towards the fort and made to follow her when she had a voice calling her. Chief Williams, I'd like a word with you. Ashley felt her jaw tighten as she stopped and turned on the spot. Sure enough, it was General Hill who was looking directly at her, as she had feared. Yes ma'am? She asked, her tone polite but forced, as she maintained direct eye contact with the general. Other soldiers passed them as she spoke, Decker even stopping to glance at the two of them before Hill shot him a glare, prompting him to look away and continue on his way to the fort. I saw the look that you gave me the entire time I was talking to your captain, Hill said, her voice neutral and her face suggesting that she was sizing Ashley up, her lone eye bouncing up and down as she looked at her. What do you think of me? Ma'am, we just met. I haven't had the time to get to truly know you, Ashley said stiffly. I don't. All right, I'll spell it out for you, Hill said, cutting Ashley off. I know when people are putting on a polite face, and personally I think it's a waste of time. What you think of me? Now. That's an order. Ma'am, you don't want to hear what I have to say, Ashley said, a dangerous edge in her voice. No, I really do, Hill replied. Also, no holding back, that's also an order. Oh, silly me. Permission to speak granted. That any better? Ashley's eyes narrowed, a gleam of hatred in them. You want me to be honest? Fine. I think you're full of shit. I think you're a cliché tough girl who tries to act like you don't care what anyone thinks of you. I think you spit on centuries of tradition and disgrace every last decent soldier in the coalition who ever wore a uniform and held a weapon with the disgusting practices you indulge in. You claim they're necessary? No, they aren't, but you don't care, you just take them because they're the path of least resistance, and because they probably give you an excuse to lash out at the Batarians, probably because of some irrational hatred you have towards them. Hill did not react at all, she merely calmly watched as Ashley continued to speak. And Shepard? Do I agree with what she did? Not really. Do I wish Admiral Marcus had told her no? A bit. But I kept my mouth shut because she's my superior, because in my family we have this little thing called respect. And I don't care what she did, after everything she did for the coalition, she deserves a hell of a lot better than having to put up with someone like you. She hesitated for a second before half-heartedly adding ma'am. Hill continued to look at Ashley, a small smirk spreading across her face. Tell me something, did you think that I was going to be mad? Infuriated? That I was going to lash out at you with a court-martial? You're not the first one to try and analyze me with that you learned in a freshman-level psychology textbook. I am a very popular target in the coalition, more than a few high-ranking officers have decided to tell me exactly what they think of me. As if a few impassioned remarks with a swear word thrown in here and there will really cause me to change my ways. Hill rolled her eyes and her hand reached into her armor and gently pulled out her lighter, flicking it open. Still, I do appreciate it when people have enough guts to be honest with me. Even your captain at least had the decency to try and stand her ground over her actions, she didn't just buckle when I criticized her. That's admirable. Oh, does she have your seal of approval now? Ashley asked dryly. Hardly, Hill said, pressing down on her lighter and causing a small flame to spark. She held it up for a second, staring directly at it. For a second, her lone pupil contracted suddenly upon looking at the flame and her entire body went stiff. Then the moment had passed, Hill flipping the lid back on her lighter. That's just one trait I appreciate, it doesn't snuff out every last stupid thing that she's done. And you respect her? Tell me, where is that respect going to get you? What has Shepard already done for you? Gotten people killed. She leaned forward a little. Her own brother as a matter of fact. And unless my sources were wrong, you and he were particularly close. Thank you for the reminder, I had forgotten, Ashley hissed, her voice filled with venom. Would you like to remind me that our ship's name is the Normandy too? Cute, Hill said. You seem to be deliberately avoiding the point though. Your orders were to destroy the cure, not capture it. Destroying it would have been as simply as destroying the shroud, something that could have been done with a tactical carpet bombing. Instead, you had to dig in and hold position around the shroud while she secured the cure. You would have been able to pull back from Saren's reinforcements if you hadn't been forcing yourself to defend it, but instead, you forced yourself into a meat grinder. So when you stop to think about it, not only did she get her brother killed, she's responsible for every fatality that machine of Saren's caused. Hill took a step forward, leaning her head in until she was mere inches away from Ashley. Ashley didn't budge, her stone-cold stare boring directly into Hill's one good eye, who was returning it. Do you have any idea how many people that thing killed? Because I don't. We're still counting the bodies. Its beam was so powerful that we're testing bits of bone for DNA to identify bodies. Bit of advice, Williams. Shepard is going to get you killed. I appreciate the help, ma'am, Ashley hissed. I'll be sure to let you know when I give a damn what you think. General. Hill maintained direct eye contact with Ashley for a few more seconds before she broke away, turning to see 3 shock troops approaching her. Sergeant Lewis Hartley. What is it? She asked briskly. General, you gave orders for the 57th to be deployed on the upcoming mission? The entire 57th? Lewis asked, his voice rather loud. My orders were very clear, Sergeant, Hill said, sounding a little bored. Do I really need to repeat myself? General, I don't think that Maria is ready to go back into the field, it's been too soon. Lewis said, glancing at the soldier next to him. Maria didn't say anything, her head tilted down and looking at the ground. Sergeant, it's been 6 months since the incident, Hill said, irritation heavy in her voice. What do you mean she isn't ready? If you think she's so incompetent that she still isn't ready, then maybe she's just better off finding another job. No. Lewis shouted. General, I know there's potential in her, I just need a little more time to make sure that she doesn't screw up again. She can be a good soldier, she just isn't ready for a mission this important yet. Maria said, raising her head and speaking in a soft squeak as a voice. Maria, please just be quiet and let me do the talking. Lewis snapped. I'm trying to save your career, can't you appreciate that? Maria stopped talking, quietly lowering her head again. We can't afford to play favorites out here, Sergeant, Hill said, she's going to be on the Normandy when it ships out tomorrow. Lewis glanced at the third soldier, who was standing firmly at attention. I've been talking it over with the LT. We can't afford to have everything literally blowing up in our faces again. What the hell are you people talking about? Ashley said, looking back and forth between the 4 Marines. None of your damn business. Lewis shouted, whipping around and glaring at Ashley. This is a private matter, so piss off. Hate to break it to you, but you're going to be hitching a ride on my ship, and if there's a problem with one of the people that is supposed to be helping us, then it kind of is my business, Ashley retorted, her voice icy. Fuck off, will you? This has nothing to. Specialist Maria Benson was responsible for the failure of a mission deep in Batarian hegemony, Hill said, interrupting Lewis. Her squad was to ambush a Batarian slaver convoy carrying supplies to a base that was a potential threat to us. She was the explosives expert on the mission, but she detonated the charges that were meant to cripple the convoy prematurely. The guards opened fire on her unit and nearly all of them died. It was the sergeant's quick thinking that got the few survivors out alive. I wanted to dismiss her at once, but the sergeant convinced me that he could salvage her. She stared at Maria with a disapproving eye. If she still isn't up to snuff after 6 months, I'm starting to think I was wasting my time. General, the lieutenant said, her voice stiff and neutral. I have worked with Lewis for years, he is not the type of person who improperly uses military resources and time. Hill paused for a second before answering. We'll discuss this later, Lieutenant Stone, she said. Feeling as if she had nothing to gain from staying and listening further, Ashley peeled away from the group, walking towards Fort Cadia. Looks like her own men are oh so disciplined, she muttered sarcastically. Letting out a breath teeming with frustration, Ashley spotted Jane standing near the entrance to the fort. To her great surprise, she saw Jenkins standing next to her. As she neared, she began to pick up what they were saying. Captain, what do you think is going to happen with the Normandy? Jenkins asked, a rather concerned tone in his voice. Are they going to take it away from you? I don't know, Jane answered honestly. Look, just don't worry about it, Jenkins, I'll take care of it. Actually, that brings up something that I've been meaning to talk to you about for some time now, Jenkins said. He paused for a moment, searching for the right words. I haven't been on a ground mission since Novaria. I've been spending months on the Normandy doing nothing. I saw my home get razed by Saren, why haven't I been doing anything to help take him down? Jenkins, I don't think that Jane began, but he cut her off. Captain, please. You can't just keep me in the dark about this. Jenkins' eyes bore directly into hers, a shimmering plea in them. Jane bit her lip. The truth, she said. He nodded. Jane gave him a look of hesitation, and when she finally began to speak she sounded as if she wanted to do nothing more than stop and run. I thought that you were too inexperienced. When I saw that we were dealing with the Rachni on Novaria I realized exactly how dangerous our mission was going to be. The Gith were one thing, I had to act fast there and needed every soldier that I could get, but after that, I realized that we weren't going to be fighting thugs that Saren hired. Around every corner, we were going to be looking at the very worst that the galaxy could throw at us, and you weren't ready for it. But, you let Folker onto the front lines, and I have more experience than him. Jenkins protested, his voice rising. Folker fought for 2 years in one of the bloodiest wars of human history, Jane said sadly. I'm sorry Jenkins, but there's no getting around that you're probably the greenest person on the ship. But what the hell am I supposed to do then? He asked. Just sit around and do nothing. Jane shook her head, rubbing her temple as she did. It's not that simple Jenkins. I would love nothing more than to give you something to do, but we've been thrown into situation after situation so fast, and I've needed the most skilled men I had on the job. Just give me a chance. Jenkins said, practically begging. Saren is waging war against the entire coalition. I need to do something to help stop him. Jane rubbed the side of her head, looking like she was under a great deal of duress as she continued to talk. She hesitated. I promise I'll think about it. That's all I can do. Is everything falling apart? Ashley whispered to herself. She looked at the two, wondering if she should say anything, when a loud bang filled the air and the ground shook. Ashley's head whipped up to see an explosion at the top of the dome, wreckage falling down the side of it. What the hell was that? Ashley whipped around to see Colonel Decker with his hand to his comm unit. Are you certain? Standard formation against them then. He lowered his hand and turned to yell at Hill in the distance. General. I heard. The one-eyed woman bellowed before raising her hand to her own comm unit. All forces. The Four Eyes decided that they didn't want to wait. They just jumped into the system and they're already picking off our fighter patrols. Get to your designated positions. Get the civilians to safe zones. We are going to defend this planet from those four-eyed fucks or we are going to die trying. Chapter 92. Breach. The domes that covered the cities on Moria were made out of a very sturdy see-through alloy, far thicker than any starship hull. Any weapon short of starship-mounted ones would take hours to breach the domes. However, the domes still required an entry point for the citizens within to enter and leave the city. As a result, the edges of the cities were outfitted with airlocks that contained multiple checkpoints and backup blast doors. In one of these airlocks in New Ottawa, dozens of Morian shock troops were hastily setting up battle positions. Get those damn MGS in place. One of the shock troops roared, a standard Morian shock troop helmet covering his face. He was standing in front of a makeshift barricade of metal crates, several soldiers practically throwing a few additional ones into the mix, as 2 machine guns were mounted on top. How the hell is this happening, Lieutenant? Another soldier asked as she finished positioning the light grey machine gun before producing a solid metal rectangle that she slapped into an open slot in the back before slamming it shut. MG is ready and loaded. I want those things firing non-stop if those doors open. The lieutenant said, not turning away from his soldiers but pointing behind him at the thick metal doorway. They were at the far end of the airlock. Anything that has 4 eyes that comes near that thing, you riddle it. LT. The woman said, now bending down behind the barricade and gripping the handles of the machine gun firmly, but peering over the sights with worry in her eyes. The Batarians never did anything like this before, they always stuck to hired muscle to do their dirty work for them. What's going on? In case you've been missing the news, Victoria, we're on the brink of war, the lieutenant said. Or rather, we were on the brink of war. The council didn't like what some of us did, and now the four-eyed freaks are jumping on us. They've always had a bone to pick, this shouldn't be a surprise to you. But to just attack us head-on like this? They may have hated us but they never seemed to be brave enough to throw everything that they had at us, Victoria said. She paused for a second, opening her mouth and attempting to continue before stuttering slightly and swallowing. What happened, Will? My 5 credits? We're all tied up everywhere else, Will said, an edge of bluntness to his voice. The Turians have the biggest military in the galaxy, the brass is probably going to designate them as the most pressing threat and dispatch the most forces to the front line there to deal with it. The Batarians may have wanted Moria enough to fund an underground war against it, but the threat of the entire coalition fleet bombing their homeworld until it wasn't anything more than a few rocks floating around in space kept them in line. Now that they know that we won't be able to reinforce this planet too much with everything else going on, they finally decided to take what they want. You mean we're not going to be getting any reinforcements? Victoria asked. She had yet to put on her helmet, revealing short brown hair and a pair of bright blue eyes, ones that were wide with fear. The coalition isn't going to be sending anyone to help us? She stumbled, her breath growing in pace and looking as if she was on the verge of bursting into tears. Are we going to die here? There was a heavy air in the room as Will looked at Victoria, many of the soldiers looking back and forth between each other, clearly wondering the same thoughts, even if they were trying hard not to show it. Not if I have anything to say about it, he said, his voice stern. There are a couple million people on the far end of this airlock, and the Batarians want to kill, enslave, and rape every last one of them, along with a couple of other things I don't even want to think of. He continued. We've been put on the front lines of this battle. It may not have been planned, odds are if Command had been expecting this they would have gotten someone more qualified for the job than us. But we're stuck here, and we're the ones who have to make sure that this airlock holds. We all knew when we enlisted on this planet that we were going to be getting our hands dirty, so I don't want to hear you all act surprised that you didn't expect the obvious. The size of the target is the only thing that's changed, our mission has not. Moria is being threatened, and it's our job to protect it. You even think about giving up the fight before it even starts and you'll die with me knee deep in your ass. So rifles in hand, teeth grit, and remember why you're here in the first damn place. Got it? Victoria swallowed, clearly forcing it down. Yes, sir. She shouted, her voice trembling but a shaky yet stable resolve very obvious within it. Good. Now I want those fortifications finished. We need to hold this area long enough for reinforcements to arrive so that we can make sure that Will was cut off as a heavy grinding noise filled the room. Looking behind him, he saw that the heavy circular metal door that marked the end of the airlock was beginning to turn. They managed to hack it already. He whispered. How is that even possible? LT. Another soldier crouching behind the barricade shouting, furiously typing away at his Omni tool. They're in the system. I can't shut them out or override their commands. This isn't like anything I've seen before. Will's voice had dropped for a moment, but quickly hardened again as he snapped to look back at his men. Victoria, get your helmet on now. This room is going to be depressurized any minute now, do you want your blood to boil? Sorry sir. Victoria blurted out, grabbing her helmet and sliding it over her face, the red eyes in the center of the painted-on white skull flaring to life as she did. I have no idea how the Batarians managed to crack that door so fast, Will said, but it doesn't really matter. Everyone form up and prepare to open fire. On his order, all of the soldiers concentrated behind the makeshift barricade that they had set up, rifles, SMGs and shotguns aimed by those that were peering over the cover. Will himself took aim over the metal crates, not with a kinetic weapon, but with a laser rifle. Where did you get that? Victoria whispered, her eyes widening behind her helmet, even as the hiss indicating that air was being pumped out of the airlock filled her ears. Not now, Private, Will hissed. I'll tell you after, right now I want your eyes on that door. Right. Victoria said hastily, eyes swiveling back to the rotating airlock, staring down the sight of her assault rifle. As the last of the air was pumped out of the room, the massive door began to slide open, splitting in half right down the middle as the two sides were pulled in opposite directions. Fire! Will roared over the comm lines. With no delay, the room was filled with gunfire. The airless vacuum that the soldiers were now fighting in swallowed up the noise of their sustained fire, creating an eerie silence as the bullets slipped out through the opening. Will's eyes narrowing as he pulled the trigger on his rifle, bright red flashes of light mixing in with the storm of bullets, but within mere seconds he realized that something was wrong. Wait a minute, hold fire. Slowly, the shooting ground to a halt, and Will lowered his rifle an inch, peeking outside. There was a loosely concentrated patch holes in the ground where the bullets had hit, dislocating the dirt and creating small loose piles around them, but there were no signs of any Batarians outside. Simply the barren dead soil of Moria. Hold your position. Will hissed over the comm lines. They may be trying to double-cross us. But they're going to have to go through this barricade if they want to get into the city. Make them come to us. The soldiers continued to aim their weapons at the open airlock, eyes darting down at the gauges on the side to check the decreasing temperatures on their guns. The seconds ticked by as they waited, the absent air thick with tension. It was then that Victoria noticed a small metal ball rolling into the airlock, around the size of a fist and with a bright green flashing light on the side. She barely had any time to register this when she saw movement at the edges of the now open door. Helmeted and armored soldiers came charging through, heading directly towards the barricade. There was no noise as they charged through the vacuum, holding not guns, but massive two-handed swords. Victoria wondered for a fraction of a second what they were planning to accomplish with such a suicidal tactic before she jammed down on the trigger to the machine gun again. Nothing happened. Panic flooded through Victoria as she realized that the machine gun wasn't firing. Looking down, she frantically pulled the trigger again, but there was still no result. A sense of dread filled her as she looked down and realized exactly why the weapon wasn't fired. On the side, a single bright word was being displayed. Overheated. Victoria knew that her machine gun overheating this quickly was impossible, she had not been firing it for nearly long enough, yet her eyes were not lying to her. Glancing to her side, she realized with horror that her squad mates were suffering the same problem, not a single shot was being fired by them and nearly all of them were looking down at their weapons in confusion and horror. And then the Batarians were upon them. The first one leapt onto the top of the barricade and swung his sword at the other gunner. He had no time to react before he fell to the floor, his head rolling away from the rest of his body. The person directly next to Victoria looked up just in time to see a Batarian bury his sword in his shoulder, his scream of agony swallowed up by nothingness. The airlock quickly became the scene of a slaughter. The Batarians smashed through the barricade, cutting down everyone that was standing in their path with no resistance at all. Victoria attempted to reach for her knife, only to have one of the Batarians' sword impale her in the stomach. She knife slipped through her fingers as she fell screaming to the floor. The Batarian looked down at her, sword in hand, but before he could do anything else, the butt of a rifle smacked into his head. Will pulled back his rifle and slammed it into the head of the Batarian again, the alien dropping his sword as the force of the blow caused him to back up into the crates. Will followed this up with one final blow, raising his rifle over his head and bringing it down. The Batarian's head jerked to the side, much farther than any neck was supposed to, and he became very still. Will turned around, ready to swing again, but no sooner had he done so than 3 different Batarians charged him. Within seconds, they had all thrust their blades forward, giving him no time to react. He died almost instantly as all 3 of their blades buried themselves in his chest, the Batarians withdrawing them and stabbing him 2 more times each just to be sure. Before many of the Morians could even comprehend what had happened, it was over. The Batarians stood ankle-deep in corpses, looking down at their blood-stained blades with satisfaction. That was a successful test run, one of them said over their comm units, cleaning the bright crimson blood off of his sword. Wouldn't you say so, Balak? It exceeded expectations, Balak said, walking to where the small metal ball was and picking it up. He pressed a small button on the side and the green light disappeared. Though there were a few minor setbacks. He glanced at the Batarian soldier who had been attacked by Will, who was lying in a crumpled heap at the base of the barricade. Make sure he's dead. One of the other Batarians nodded and activated his Omni tool, his eyes quickly darting back and forth over it. He is. His vitals aren't re-registering. No matter, Balak idly said, walking over to the dead Batarian and sitting down on top of Will's still bleeding corpse, these things happen. It's only to be expected. This was a test run and sometimes you need to take a few losses to get the data that you need. Balak smiled under his helmet as he reached down and grasped the laser rifle that Will was still loosely hanging onto even in death, bending the dead human's fingers back so he could pick it up. And we have gained very valuable data here. The weapon disables coalition firearms and our swords cut through their armor. It's a pity that the pulse it sends out makes our weapons think they're overheating too, but our swords are more than enough. It also seems that the coalition's energy weapons use the same computers that just about all standard firearms do. Good. There was some concern that our new weapon wouldn't work on them, he said, turning over the laser rifle in his hands, examining it closely. Does it work now though? Another one of the Batarians asked. I mean, our guns started working as soon as we turned it off, but their energy weapons might be different. Balak was about to reply when he spotted movement out of the corner of his eye. Victoria was slowly crawling on the ground, her wound still seeping bright red blood, as she stretched out her hand towards a dropped shotgun. She was clearly doing everything that she could to reach the weapon without being spotted. Balak let out a sigh as he flipped the laser rifle over in his hands and held it in a firing position, aiming down the sights and lining up a shot. Victoria was just about to grab the shotgun when a bright red laser tore through her chest. Her body slackened, her outreached hand falling to the ground as life left her. Hey, Balak said, looking down at the rifle he had just fired, a faint amount of smoke from the barrel being swallowed up by the vacuum they were in. I thought these things were supposed to disintegrate the target. I heard that's supposed to be a rather rare occurrence, one of the Batarians said, walking forward and pulling Victoria's helmet off. Looks like it did kill her though, so it does what it's supposed to do. The Batarian trailed off looking down at Victoria's lifeless face. Did you really have to kill her? I mean, she's actually kinda pretty. I have a few contacts in the markets that would have gotten us a good price for her, we could have split the profits. And if money isn't what you're looking for, we could have kept her for ourselves. Silence filled the Batarian comm lines as Balak stared blankly at the Batarian standing over Victoria, the laser rifle still in his hands. I want you to understand something, Balak said. His voice was not angry, but rather a mildly patronizing tone that one would say for a friend that had just made a rather idiotic remark. We are not here to capture slaves, we are here to capture these, he said, holding up the laser rifle. That's why we hired slavers, so they could fight, die, and capture a few humans all while just spending a bit of pocket change. We can worry about money and women after we get our hands on as many energy weapons as we can, kill General Hill and blow up a few mines while we're at it. Got it. Right, got it. Sorry about that, the Batarian said, his voice meek with embarrassment. Just use your head, that's all I want from you, Balak said idly, standing up from the body he had been sitting on. Ah, it looks like the second wave has finally arrived, he said, looking out of the airlock to see several dropships touching down on the rocky surface outside, dropping off dozens of soldiers as well as a few tanks. We really should make our way forward and secure the rest of the airlock while the rest of invasion force lands, he said. What about the little surprise for the humans once we finally retreat? Yet another Batarian asked him. Ah yes, I'm rather looking forward to that one, Balak said. I've gotten someone else to set it up. I just want all of you to focus on securing a foothold for the main attack. Just repeat what we just did. Breach, disable and slaughter. Grab any energy weapon that you can, he said as he slid the laser rifle onto his back. We are supposed to turn these over to the Turians and Solarians after we're done here, but get enough of them and I'll pull a few strings to make sure that you get to keep a personal one for the rest of this little war. Sound like a plan? As an answer, Balak received a chorus of nodding heads. He smiled under his helmet. Let's go make some friends then. And remember, bring the general's head back if you can. The Chancellor has plans for it. Sir, I have an update from the fleet, one of the Batarians said. Reports from the ship Saren gave us. Apparently it just launched a wave of dropships. Apparently the men we have stationed on board it didn't even know they were there. Balak frowned. It's possible that Saren left some Geth on board and they're automated to attack coalition targets. But that's for the Grand Admiral to deal with, we have our own mission. The frown on his face was slowly replaced by another smile. And we have much to do. XXXXX. This cannot be happening, Roger hissed as he glanced over his shoulder, his grip tightening on his rifle as he did so. He, Nora and Cheryl were all making their way through the streets of New Morelia, the rest of the Andrews family right in front of them. The city was in a state of pure chaos, hundreds upon hundreds of people were running through the streets in a state of utter panic. Pure instinct took control of them as they ran as fast as their legs could carry them, screams filling the air. Where are we going? Nora asked tensely, both of her pistols in hand. The massive crowd of people was heading away from the edge of the dome, heading towards the middle of the city. Trying to find a bunker, Roger replied, sidestepping a man who had been shoved to the side and continuing forward. They're built all over the city to shelter people in case of an attack like this. They house civilians until it's all over. We need to get my family in there, then the three of us will find the closest shock troop unit and fall in with them. How come there wasn't one closer to your house? Nora asked, sliding over the hood of a car as they found themselves approaching a massive traffic jam in the middle of a four-way intersection. Most of the cars were abandoned, the doors flung wide open as their occupants had fled for their lives. There are, but they're already full. Roger said. We all get updates to our Omni tools about the status of the bunkers when there's an attack. We're going to have to move deeper into the city, it's for the best that we don't go back towards the dome anyway. Once the Batarians breach the airlocks, they're gonna be swarming the city and we do not want to be running towards them. Oh God, Alice whispered as she continued to run, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked up just in time to see a distant explosion in the sky far above the dome, along with countless specks of light. There's so many of them. We're almost there, Eli, Roger said reassuringly. The group took a sharp right turn into a side street where a set of stairs leading underground was. There's not that many people here, Sergio said, glancing around. Indeed, only a few people were located in this small little pocket of the city, many of them running away from the entrance. No, Martha whispered, leaning over the railing and looking down at the tunnel that the stairs led to. Around a dozen people were standing in front of a thick metal door, banging on it desperately, screeching out pleads for help. All the while, a single word in bright red letters flashed on the door. Full. Fuck, she swore. Okay, new plan, double back and keep heading north, find another one, Roger said, leaning over the railing and looking down at the people clawing at the door. Hey! He shouted. They're not gonna open that door for you, the people inside probably can't even sit down as it is. You're gonna die if you keep banging on the thing, so move your asses. They're gonna be here any minute. A few of the civilians looked up at Roger, their eyes shimmering with fear. They took one last look at the sealed door before charging up the steps, charging as fast as they could deeper into the city. Some still remained, feverishly hammering on the door to the bunker. All of you! Nora shouted, aiming her rifle into the air and firing off several rounds. The loud crack of the gunshots caused the remaining civilians to finally turn away from the bunker. Run! She bellowed. Finally, they bolted after the ones that had already left, heading towards the alleyways in between buildings. Okay, Roger said, a noticeable amount of strain in his voice, the closest bunker besides this one shouldn't be more than a kilometer or two away. If we get moving we can. He was cut off as the sound of automatic weapon fire filled the air. They were followed by howls of pain as one of the civilians fell to the ground, blood spurting out of bullet wounds in his back. Roger, Nora, and Cheryl all spun to aim their weapons at the source of the fire, the rest of the Andrews family scrambling to take cover behind an overturned car. 5 Batarians wearing rather worn brown armor minus helmets were advancing on their position, weapons raised and opening fire. Over the sound of gunfire, a voice could faintly be heard. "I told you, don't shoot the civilians, we need to bring a haul in." Cheryl slid backwards into cover behind the same car that the Andrews family was crouching behind, aiming her sniper rifle over the edge. She peered through the scope, barely registering as Nora and Roger moved forward, spraying a few quick bursts before slipping into the start of an alleyway. Lining up a shot with the torso of the middle Batarian, Cheryl pulled the trigger and the rifle shuddered in her hands. However, as the bullet flew forward, it did not connect with the target, narrowly missing him and flying right past him, even as the slaver staggered to the side in shock. Feeling a horrible and cold sensation of dread spreading through her gut, Cheryl attempted to line up another shot with the same Batarian and tired again, but once more she failed to hit her target, the bullet going too far to the left. In her frustration, Cheryl fired off a third shot, one that found its mark, but instead of hitting the middle Batarian in the chest as she had intended, it instead tore through his left arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Before she could fire again, the other 4 Batarians had aimed her weapons at her and opened fire, forcing her to crouch back down behind the car. Cheryl grit her teeth in frustration when she saw something out of the corner of her eye. Allison was right next to her, clutching her head in fear and the shimmer of tears slowly being built up in her eyes. "What's wrong?" she whispered, her voice wavering. "It's this arm," Cheryl hissed, looking down at her bare cybernetic hand, smacking it against the car in frustration. "I'm not used to the thing yet." The wounded Batarian attempted to stagger into cover, still clutching his rifle, but before he could get far a shot rang out and a hole burst through his head, grey matter splattering on the curb below him as he fell to the ground. The remaining 4 Batarians turned away from Cheryl just in time to see Nora poking her head out of the alley, taking one hand off of her rifle and swinging it through the air to throw a bright purple orb of biotic energy at the centermost Batarian. The orb tore through his shields and caused the Batarian to keel over in pain, only to be finished when Nora grabbed her gun with both hands and fired 3 shots directly into his gut, life leaving the Batarian's body as crimson blood oozed out of his wounds. Nora slid back into cover just as a hailstorm of bullets rose up to meet her, chipping away at the metal building she was crouching behind, just missing her. "If I can't do accurate aiming," Cheryl said under her breath, holstering her sniper rifle and reaching for a grenade at her side, grabbing it and priming it, causing it to glow a bright red. Standing up, she let out a small grunt as she pulled her mechanical arm back behind her head and grunted as she threw the grenade as hard as she could. It bounced once before stopping a few feet away from one of the slavers and exploded into a ball of fire, and with a deafening bang, the Batarian's lifeless sent slamming into a nearby wall. "You see that?" Cheryl said, excitement leaking into her voice as she crouched back down, looking at her arm with wide excited eyes. "I need you to do that." 2 points for the arm, Allison said, bumping her fist into Cheryl's metal arm nervously. "Nora's still pinned through," Cheryl said, looking up to see that the surviving 2 Batarians were indeed keeping Nora in the alleyway with a stream of surprising fire. Although they had both moved behind a roadblock, putting it between them and Cheryl to avoid another grenade being flung their way. "Wait a minute, where is?" As if to answer her question, Roger emerged from the next alley away from Nora's on the street, his assault rifle bursting to life. Both Batarians heard the noise, but Roger focused fire on one of them before he could even doing anything, a dozen bullets shredding through the armor on his back, causing him to fall over and land directly on the rock block. Roger was just about to bring his weapon to bear on the last Batarian when something happened. "Wait!" the alien shouted, throwing his rifle to the side and raising his hands above his head. "Don't shoot. I surrender, okay? Just please don't kill me." Roger hesitated, pulling his finger off the trigger just before his rifle could be aimed at the slaver. He however remained tense, his rifle trained on the Batarian's chest. "On your knees," he demanded, "hands behind your head." The Batarian hastily complied as Roger watched with a wary eye and Nora stepped out of the alleyway, rifle still in hand. "Helmet off," Roger said. "Why?" the Batarian asked. "I already threw my gun away, why?" "I said helmet off," Roger shouted, tightening his grip on his rifle. All right," the Batarian said in a panicky voice, scrambling to undo the latches, keeping his helmet on and throwing it to the side. Nora glanced back at where the dead civilian was lying, blood still pooling around his body, before looking back at the Batarian. She slowly reached for her goggles and pulled them down till they hung loosely around her neck, a fire in her eyes. Her finger twitched and slowly reached for the trigger of her rifle before stopping. She paused before shaking her head, as if in confusion, and pulled her finger away from trigger. Roger had spotted all of this, and he knew very well what Nora had wanted to do to the Batarian but had fought against the urge to do. He let go of the trigger of his rifle for a split second to flash her a quick thumbs up, gripping the trigger again as soon as he was done. Nora blinked as she saw the thumbs up before pulling her bandana down as tell to show to Roger that there was a weak smile on her face. So, what's the plan for him? Nora asked, starting to where Roger was still holding the Batarian at gunpoint. Transporting him's going to be a nightmare and a half in the middle of this war zone. Don't suppose you have anything to restrain him with, do you? Roger asked, looking at Nora. I mean, you're a roughneck after all. I thought that unit acted as the police on the planets that they were stationed. Yeah, that's just it though, the planets that we're stationed on, Nora said. I did have a baton and some handcuffs, but I didn't exactly bring them along for the top secret mission. So unless your dad has a smelter and enough iron ore for a pair of handcuffs in his back pocket, we're out of luck on that angle. Well, I suppose that Roger was cut off as the Batarian lunged forward at him, a knife drawn from an unseen sheath. Roger's eyes widened under his helmet as he readjusted his rifle to fire on the now moving target, but before the alien could even get close to him, a strong hand reached out and grabbed the wrist of the hand holding the knife. The Batarian turned his head, quivering in fear to see Nora looking at him in pure fury, the fire in her eyes reignited. He was going to spare your pathetic excuse for a life, she growled, every word making it sound like she was on the verge of flying into a mindless rage. And you were going to kill him. With her free hand, she grabbed the Batarian by the back of the neck, turning him in the direction of one of the nearby buildings, before letting out something between a roar and a hiss and smashing the Batarian's face into a nearby window. The glass shattered as the Batarian's face made impact and Nora pulled back, before throwing him to the ground. He let out a cry of pure agony as he desperately clutched at his face, dozens of glass shards embedded in them, one of them even having causes his upper right eye to burst wide open. Nora watched as blood trickled out of his gashes, made only worse as he clawed at the shards in a futile attempt to pull them out, the shards digging deeper and deeper into his flesh as a result. She felt a pleasant warm tingling sensation in the pit of her stomach as she watched the slaver scream in agony. Raising up a booted foot, she brought it crashing down on the Batarian's face, a loud cracking noise emanating from the point of impact and even more blood leaking out as the Batarian's cries doubled in volume. However, in that moment she saw Roger looking at her out of the corner of her eye. His expression was hidden by his helmet, but merely seeing him causes Nora to feel like she had been thrust face first into a tub of ice-cold water. The warm feeling in her stomach faded as she grabbed one of her pistols, aimed it directly at the writing Batarian's face, and fired. The bullet tore directly between his eyes and killed him instantly, his cries fading away as his body went limp. Nora, Roger began, his voice very level even though it was quavering a little. I slipped okay. Nora said, pressing her hand to her forehead and shaking her head, as if trying to ward off a swarm of bees. I lost control for a minute. Nora, you can't just fly off the hook like that. Roger said, his voice rising. We need you here. We can't afford to have, but he was interrupted. I know. Nora shouted. For Christ's sake, I know. But it's not a switch I can just turn off. He murdered a defenseless civilian in cold blood, that was enough to get my blood boiling, and then he turned around and tried to stab you when you were going to take him as a prisoner. Nora threw her arms up into the air in frustration. I have my limits, Roger. One good talking to by you and Cheryl isn't going to make these little impulses of mine go away. Frankly, I'm not even supposed to be in action, you heard the captain on that one. Even when I shot him to put him out of his misery, I got a little tingle over how good it felt. That's how messed up in the head I am. What do you fucking want me to do? Nora, please, I'm begging you, Roger said, desperation seeping into his voice. My family is over there, I need to get them to safety, but I can't do it on my own and Cheryl isn't at 100%. I need your help, I need you to hold on for just a little bit and above all I need you to watch my back. Nora ground her teeth in frustration before glancing at the same car that the Andrews family was still crouching behind with Cheryl. While the Andrews family was still ducked behind the car, Cheryl was peeking out from behind the cover, looking directly at her. Even from his distance, Nora could easily make out her bright red eyes that were boring directly into her own. I'll try, she said, her voice heavy and sounding as if she doubted it would help much. But I've been trying ever since I got here, so I don't know how much good that'll do me. All I need is for you to stay with us, to keep your head on your shoulders, Roger said. Right, Nora said weakly. Listen, Roger, You too, I spotted some movement behind you. Cheryl shouted over the comm unit. Gah, never mind, Nora hissed, holstering her pistol and grabbing her rifle off of the ground and aiming it at the street behind them. A few projectiles flew through the air at them and narrowly missed Nora as she hastily dropped to one knee, aiming down her rifle. Charging directly at them was a lone figure that was so bloated that it seemed more like a massive wad of fat with legs and arms. It charged their position, expressing no life preservation whatsoever. Roger and Nora both aimed their rifles and opened fire, a few well-placed shots hitting the creature directly in the chest and causing a sickly yellow pus-like substance to burst out. The creature let out a roar that was almost mechanical in nature before it was shot one more time, and then fell to the ground on its face. That wasn't so bad, Roger said, slowly approaching the dead creature and pushing it into its back with his foot. It was a Batarian, or at the very least had been one at some point. What looked like a bright yellow growth was faintly pulsating on its back and its stomach bulging outward to a degree that it was a miracle that the monster could have moved. Instead of a left arm, the thing that lay before them had some sort of cannon for a limb that appeared rather beaten and worn, as if it was on the brink of falling apart. But the eyes and facial structure was unmistakably that of a Batarian. What the hell is this thing? Nora whispered. I don't know, Roger said. As he spoke, he heard a noise in the distance. An almost mechanical cry, the same as the one the monster they had just killed had made. There's more of them, he said, getting to his feet. We need to get going. Nora nodded as the two of them broke into a run back to where the others were crouching. Roger, what's ally began? No time to talk, we need to move. Roger said. Without another word, all 6 of them were off, heading deeper into the city. The cries identical to that of the strange organism that they had killed growing slightly louder. XXXXX. How is this possible? Colonel Decker said, disbelief heavy in his voice as he ran through the heavy defensive perimeter that was being set up around Fort Cadia, just behind General Hill. The sounds of soldiers shouting could be heard from every direction as they scrambled to their defensive positions, machine guns being whirled to face outwards, and metal panels in the ground sliding apart with a groan as heavy anti-tank cannons rose out of them as Jane, Ashley, and Jenkins weren't far behind him, Maria, Lewis and Lieutenant Stone having fallen in line with them. The Council's deadline wasn't supposed to end for another 24 hours. The hegemony is a bunch of backstabbing scumbags who never keep their word, Hill said, glancing at Decker with an incredulous look. You're actually surprised that they would stoop to this level. Now isn't the time. Decker shouted back, anger in his voice. Have you been able to re-establish contact with Airlock 32? Hill had had the faintest sneer on her face as she had looked at Decker, but it vanished as he asked his question. Not a word, I can't raise anyone on the comm lines. A few squads moved in to get a better look at the situation and they've gone dark too. The Four Eyes must have taken control of it, but I have no idea how they're taking out all the opposition that we've thrown at them with so little effort. Do you have any security cameras in the area? Jane asked, putting a little more stride into her step and catching up to both Decker and Hill. Anything that could help us get a visual on the situation. I would have done that already if it was so simple, Hill said, a strain of annoyance in her voice. Of course we have cameras there, but they're all being jammed, we're getting nothing but static. Jane bit her lip as she processes this bad bit of news. To hear that the Batarians already had a foothold in the city did nothing to calm her nerves. What's the plan then? Airlock 32 is rather unique in that it's the airlock that's closest to Fort Cadia. There's only one reason that they would make one of their main offensives there, they're planning on taking this base, Hill replied. You mean to tell me that they're not taking any other airlocks? Jane asked, sounding rather skeptical. Did I say that? Hill asked, a tone of annoyance in her voice as the group moved through an open set of guarded metal doors and up a set of stairs. No, we're getting contacts from around a dozen different airlocks, but the thing is none of them are reporting anything even close to the situation at 32. The other airlocks are reporting firefights with the Four Eyes and reinforcements on the way to assist. We're struggling in some and winning in others, but none of them have gone dead yet. They've got something up their sleeves at 32, and I think I may know what. We picked up a contact in the Batarian fleet. A ship the same design as Saren's and the same class as one that landed on Tuchanka. Another one? Decker asked in disbelief. How many of those things does Saren have? No idea, but what matters now is that the Batarians have access to its advanced technology and they're probably using whatever it's capable of to take 32, Hill continued. We've even spotted some dropships from that ship heading towards other cities along with slavers that the Four Eyes hired to bolster their forces. None of them are heading here though, just hegemony military, I'm guessing that they saved the best for us. So the plan is to dig in as much as we can and break their assault here? I mean, what else can we do? Jane asked. Hill nodded sourly. I see we're in agreement on that one. Sending more men to retake Airlock 32 has already ended in disaster and I never bought that, third time's the charm bullshit. Fort Cadia is the most heavily fortified base in the entire city, our best chance at turning back the Four Eyes advance is here. If we can't do that, then we may as well stick our asses in the air for the slave brands. Hill came to a rather abrupt halt with the group behind her imitating her as the staircase leveled out with 2 paths in front of her. 2 more sets of staircases, one leading back down towards ground level, while the other one continued upward. I'm going to head up to the control room, Decker. I want you to take everyone else to the forward perimeter and hold the line. You're in charge down there unless I directly override you, and most likely I'll be too busy directing troops elsewhere to do so. Decker gave a stiff nod. Yes ma'am, he said, his voice rather sour. Even when she was making tactically sound decisions, it was clear the colonel hated following orders from Hill. Oh, and if I were you I'd have the others pop a few Rad-X pills just in case you think going nuclear is the best option, she added, almost as if it was an afterthought. No point in killing our own men, is there? Not always, Decker said, glaring at Hill. Her good eye narrowed, the colonel's insult not lost on her, but she did not react. She instead faced the present members of the 57th platoon and the Normandy crew, with the exception of Shepard. You hear that? What he says goes, now get down there before the Four Eyes reach us. Everyone except Hill began to make their way down the stairs to the front of the base, their weapons drawn. Except you, Shepard, Hill said coldly. We can't afford to have you on the front lines. Shepard screeched to a halt before she had even reached the first step. Ashley stopped 6 steps below her, looking back at her captain, but a single stern headshake had sent her back to dashing down the steps. She managed to squeeze in a single glare at Hill before she did so. You'll be joining me in the command room, Hill said, putting her hand on the shoulder pad to Jane's power armor, gripping the edge a little too tightly to be comforting. Decker will command your men in person. And what role will I play, General? Jane asked, her voice oddly neutral and emotionless. That of an advisor, Hill replied. You will look over the combat data as we receive it and provide me with any suggestions you can think of, whereas I will consider them. Oh, I also need 2 more things from you. I need you to contact your ship and order the rest of your men to land on the planet and assist us here, and then I need the Normandy to engage the enemy fleet. What should the Normandy target? Jane asked. We can't afford to risk it being destroyed, we need it to launch our preemptive strike against the Batarians when we invade them. That we do, Hill said. Tell your crew that they are free to pick their own targets, preferably ships that are out of range of our own ships but have strayed off from the main group. Easy pickings that they'll never see coming. Jane nodded as she pressed her fingers to her comm unit. She and Hill began to climb the stairs that lead upward as she did. Commander, said EDI's familiar voice, which sounded almost panic-stricken. Are you all right? My scanners have detected Batarian forces. I know. Jane said abruptly, cutting EDI off. Listen, anyone who's left on the ship that's combat capable needs to be deployed to my position. Have them land near in an airlock that isn't under attack. They need to take a shuttlecraft though. You and Joker need to take the Normandy and do whatever damage you can to the Batarian fleet. Target any ship that gets too far away from the rest of the group and turn it to ash. Understand? Yes, Captain, but are you all right? EDI asked, sounding rather concerned. I have been looking at several Batarian-hosted extranet pages and it seems that the Batarians wish to capture you so that they... I'll contact you again if I have further orders, Jane said, her voice dead as she lowered her hand, which merely fell to her side as if all life had been sapped from it. At that point she realized that Hill had glanced back at her, an eyebrow every so slightly raised as if she was mildly interested. That the experimental artificial intelligence I've been reading so much about? She asked. Jane blinked in surprise. Yes. I thought that EDI was a secret project, how did you? I've been given clearance to everything about your ship, Hill said, her head drooping and eyes narrowing, looking as if she had felt this was a question that had an obvious answer. Right, Jane said silently. So has it been performing well? Meeting our expectations? Hill asked briskly. Yes, Jane said flatly. Good. Might be able to find a use for a piece of equipment like that, Hill said matter-of-factly. Jane felt an urge to object to the use of the word it as well as Hill's cold attitude towards EDI, but she could not feel the strength to raise her voice and the feeling quickly died. The two of them continued to climb in silence as Hill turned back to face the stairs in front of her. As they did so, there was a faint but noticeable rumbling noise. What was that? Jane asked, her voice fairly paranoid. It's not an attack, it's too soon for them to have reached us yet, Hill said dismissively. The command room is located above the garage for the base. The forward nature of it allows vehicles to drive in, refuel, and drive out. Odds are that was an APC or a tank coming in or leaving. Jane nodded. Before too long they reached a set of metal double doors that slid open as they approached. Dozens of personnel in black shock trooper armor were running around inside, delivering data pads to high-ranking officers, scanning holographic displays with fierce intensity, or barking orders into comm units. General. One officer said, spotting her and running to directly in front of her, stopping to glance at Jane for only a second before continue what she was saying. Batarian forces are starting to come out of airlock 32. Infantry and armor support, but they seem to just be standard forces. Nothing that should have caused our soldiers to go dark like they did. Keep me updated and order pre-planned counterattacks. I want constant monitoring on any and all Batarian activity. Keep them away from any significant facilities and civilian populations. Yes, ma'am. The officer said before turning back to the nearest terminal and speaking orders into it. I'd pay attention if I were you, Shepard, Hill said, walking into the center of the room. If the Four Eyes do too much damage here, it'll destroy any chances we have of launching an invasion of their territory. They'll force us onto the defensive. More civilians will get caught in the crossfire and sold into slavery, and our ability to wage war will be damaged even further. This battle could very well decide on which side of the border this war will be fought. Jane said nothing. Chapter 93. Screams. Author's note, the Battle of Moria has begun. And now, so will the carnage. XXXXX. Roger, what was that? Allison asked, her voice shaking like she was on the verge of crying. That thing, it was, she paused, taking a massive gulp of air, what was it? The Andrews family and their escort were moving deeper into the city. Despite moving away from the breach where the Batarians had invaded, the amount of destruction had not been reduced at all. They were just as many abandoned cars, many looking like they had crashed into each other with countless pitch-black skid marks on the ground. There were stray fires licking out of the windows of a few buildings, several smashed windows with the contents of stores spilled on the ground around them, and the occasional body. There were no signs of bullet or stab wounds, but the odd bumps in their back suggested that they had been trampled to death. As they ran down the street they were on, they caught glimpses of groups of civilians in the dozens ran into the city, looking for safety. Every once in a while a squad of Morian shock troopers would run past in the opposite direction, shouting directions at civilians before disappearing into the urban jungle around them, heading towards the breach. I have no idea, Ally, we've never seen anything like that before, Roger said, glancing nervously over his shoulder for the 10th time in the last 5 minutes. We've saw some pretty messed up shit when we were dealing with the Enclave too. They were nothing compared to that thing. Are we going to be okay? Allison asked. Roger began, but Nora interrupted him. Yes, we are, little lady. Nora should, pure glee in her voice, and she pointed forward. Approximately 10 shock troopers were manning a makeshift barricade of abandoned cars and scrap metal, a lone machine gun mounted in the center. A shuttlecraft was right behind the barricade, an uncountable number of civilians scrambling onto it. As they neared the barricade, the group heard a shock trooper shout, "It's full. No more room. Pilot, take off." The shuttle took off, soaring into the sky, even as the civilians left behind clawed at the door, desperately trying to get in. The next shuttle will be here in minutes. Just remain calm. The crowd did not listen, turning on the soldiers and swarming towards them, hands reaching forward and grabbing a few out of the closest ones. Fists hammered down on the soldiers as the civilians grabbed for their weapons. Get back! One of the shock troopers shouted, drawing his rifle. I said get back! Raising his rifle, he fired into the air. The thunderous crack caused the crowd to draw back, the shock troops dashing forward to pull their fallen comrades to their feet. Hey! Roger called out. The soldier that had fired his rifle into the air turned to see the approaching group. What unit are you with? He called out as the others approached the barricade, the Andrews family hastily slipping through the small gaps in the barricade, Cheryl, Nora, and Roger right behind them. SGT. Roger Andrews, no unit on this planet, Roger said, approaching the shock trooper and stopping just short of him. I spent the last few months on a ship, same with the two with me. We were on leave when the attack hit. Doesn't matter, do you have combat experience? The soldier asked. Yes, Cheryl said, we were on Tuchanka during the coalition's offensive. We were on the front lines during the offensive to take the spire. As she spoke, she spotted her metal arm out of the corner of her eye and felt a pang in her stomach. If you can go up against Krogan and come away alive, then we could use your help, the soldier said. Frankly, we need all the fighters we can get. We've got Batarians coming our way and these people are ready to tear us apart. We set up this choke point so that shuttles could land and take civilians to safe zones. We managed to get a lot of them out, but now the Batarians are getting closer, we keep hearing gunshots, and now they're on the verge of tearing us apart. When the hell did we get shuttles in this city? Roger asked, looking at the retreating shuttle with surprise on his face. Not long ago, some big purchase from a company that just started making them, the soldier said. We just need to hold out here long enough for the remaining civilians to evacuate. He noticed Cheryl. If your friend is a sniper, there's a good vantage point that she can get to from that building, he said, pointing to a 2-story building that was directly on the right side of the barricade. She's got a fresh cybernetic limb, she's having trouble aiming straight still, Roger said, worry in his voice. She is? Well, fuck, the soldier swore, spotting the glint of Cheryl's artificial arm. Like I said, we can't afford to be picky, our sniper is dead. I'd rather she get up there anyway. If she can just get a few kills, it'll help a lot. Cheryl, do you think you can? Nora began, but Cheryl interrupted her. I'm on it, she said, her voice stern as she stepped into the building without hesitation, disappearing upward. Roger and Nora glanced at each other, their smiles hidden by their uniforms. If you were on leave, I take it that these three are your family? The soldier said, looking at the Andrews family. Yeah, Roger said, his voice low and heavy. You think you can get them on the next shuttle out of here? I can't let them get on if the people who have already been waiting have to get left behind, the soldier replied. Not only would it not be fair, it'd piss a few people off and they'd try to lynch us. Roger said nothing, making direct eye contact with the soldier. The soldier could feel frustration radiating off Roger. Look, Andrews, I'll do everything I can to get your family to safety, but they're not the only civilians I'm keeping alive here. Incoming shuttles. Another soldier shouted. Everyone strained their necks upward to see not one but two shuttles approaching their position. If there's a god, he loves us right now, the soldier who had been giving orders said before putting his fingers to his comm unit. Incoming shuttles, we only have enough room for one of you to land at a time. One of you needs to stay in the air while the other one takes on passengers. Copy that, a voice crackled back other the comm lines as one of the shuttles descended until it was hovering just a few feet above the ground. The door on the side creaked open and the civilians began to pour inside. The soldier swept through the crowd with his eyes, mentally counting the civilians as they entered the ship and sizing up the crowd. He let out a soft chuckle. You're in luck, Andrews, looks like we're gonna be able to get everyone in the ship. After that's done, we're gonna pack up and move to other evacuation zones and assist the men there. Oh sweet Jesus, thank you, Roger said, sounding relieved. Allison nervously took a few steps forward, wringing her hands as she stopped in front of Roger. You're not coming with us, are you? She asked, looking up at her older brother. Her eyes were glistening. Roger slid his helmet off with one hand, bending down to look at his sister on even eye level. I have to ally. People are dying out there and I can't just sit by and watch it happen. It's my job to keep them safe, just like I'm making sure that you and our parents are safe. But, Allison said, sounding as if there was a lump the size of a golf ball in her throat, every time you go out to fight you get hurt. To emphasize her point, she reached out and gently closed her hand around Roger's cybernetic arm. You're gonna get hurt again, and one day it's gonna be worse than that. How many times can this happen to you before you die? Trust me, Eli, Nora said, walking forward and putting a hand on the teenage girl's shoulder. I'm not letting him die on my watch. I've grown fond of this jackass of a brother you have, and frankly I'd rather if he'd still be alive at the end of the day. And just in case I'm not enough, we've got a pretty little lady with a dead eye watching over us. We'll keep him alive. Roger chuckled. Thanks, Nora, he said. There was no sarcasm in his voice, only absolute sincerity. But Allison began. Don't worry, Ally, Sergio said. Your brother is like a bull elephant. If a deathclaw can't take him down, a few dumbass slavers working for chump change won't be able to do anything to him. I'll be expecting you at dinner tonight, Roger, Martha said. You're cooking after all. Yes ma'am, Roger said, getting to his feet and sliding his helmet back on. As he did, the door on the shuttle slid shut and it took off into the air, the engines blaring brightly as it acerbated off. Only around 20 civilians had yet to been evacuated. Second shuttle, you're clear to land, the last of civilians are all yours, the soldier in charge said. Upon his words, the last shuttle descended, stopping and hovering a few feet above the ground as the last of the civilians began to board. I think we want stew tonight, Roger, Sergio said. Hope you remember the spices we like, Martha said. The two of them joined the throng heading towards the shuttle. As they boarded, they turned and saw that Allison was still standing in front of Roger. Allison, we need to go. Martha shouted. Allison turned in her mother's direction before looking back at Roger. You need to go, he said sadly. Roger, she began. Missile. One of the soldiers shouted. Before Roger could say anything, a rocket flew through the air over the barricade and smashed into the front of the shuttle. The shuttle lurched, rising into the air as smoke began to fume out of it. A few of the civilians inside and near the door slid out to the ground as the shuttle rose. Along with the ones that had not boarded before the missile had hit, 7 civilians were left on the ground, including Allison. Take off. The commanding soldier's shouting into his comm unit. Get everyone you've got to safety. I'll radio you when the combat zone is clear. Not needed to be told twice, the shuttle flew off, following after the first one. Slavers were moving through the streets towards the barricade, an APC in the middle of the throng with a battalion poking out of a hole in the top, holding a rocket launcher. The APC swerved sideways, coming to a complete halt as the man on top reloaded his rocket launcher and half the slavers took cover behind the APC. The others ran to take cover behind debris and abandoned cars, a few of them not making it as the coalition machine gun roared to life. The stream of bullets tore through the slavers that had not been quick enough, holes punched through their armor and out through their back. Oh shit, Allison whispered, pure terror in his voice. She had ducked down by the far end of the barricade, curling up into a small. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Ally, stay down, Roger said, giving her a small pat on her back before unholstering his rifle and returning fire at the battalions. Everyone stay down. The soldier in charge yelled at the civilians, many of whom were screaming in terror, all of them pressed flat against the ground. One of them panicked and began to run in the opposite direction of the barricade. The commanding soldier threw his arm out and sent a ball of biotic energy his way. The orb hit him in the small of the back and enveloped him in the energy. The soldier pulled his arm back as if pulling a lasso and the man fell and was pulled back. The man had acted just in time, for a stream of bullets tore through the air where the man had been mere seconds ago. You all need to stay here. He shouted. It's not safe anywhere else. He turned to the rest of the soldiers as he raised his own rifle and fired a few shots before ducking down. We need to hold out, he said. Either take these guys out or whittle them down until they retreat. After that we can call another shuttle in to evac the rest of the civilians. We do it before then the shuttle might get shot down, and if we tell them to run they'll get gunned down or run into another hunting party. Looks like that APC is second-hand, you'd think something like that would have a machine gun mounted on top. Nora shouted over the gunfire. Instead they've got that rocket launcher. If we don't take it down it's gonna blow a hole in this barricade. I think we've got that one covered. Roger shouted. Nora peeked over the barricade at the Batarian in the APC who was now aiming his rocket launcher. Narrow projectiles were whizzing past his head, a few of them coming dangerously close. The Batarian paused, looking to the side as if wondering why he was hearing a small swish of wind. Just as he did, a small bolt impaled itself in his head, causing him to slump over, the rocket launcher falling to the ground. Cheryl, Nora said, smiling as she ducked back behind cover. Looks like she switched her crossbow to its automatic mode. Less accurate, but considering her arm is keeping her from doing pinpoint shooting, this way may be better for her, Roger said. Tell your friend I said thank you when you get the chance, the commanding soldier said, firing at a Batarian who had poked his head out from behind the APC, catching him in the head. Don't think I caught your name, Roger said. Alenko, the man said. Another burst of bullets forced Alenko down into cover and took the head off of a soldier next to him. Piss off! Roger shouted as he stood him, lining up a shot with a Batarian firing from behind a car and firing a stream of bullets into his chest. Keep up the fire, we need to push them back. Alenko shouted as the bullets continued to fly through the air. XXXXX. Everyone, take a pill. Colonel Decker was moving with all of his amassed men towards the front of Fort Cadia. He had the full force of the 57th Platoon, all of the Normandy crew that had been with Shepard inside the base, and a few more that had been with Gabriel. He was slowly falling back through the ranks of his platoon even as he continued to move forward, passing out small pale pills. What are these supposed to be? Rex asked, looking down as Decker pressed one of the pills into his outstretched hand. His brow narrowed in suspicion. I doubt I'll need medicine for any human diseases. My immune system can take just about anything you can throw at me. It's not for disease, that's Rad-X. It's for radiation, Decker hastily explained, handing out more Rad-X pills to other soldiers even as he continued to talk. My body naturally generates radiation. I can emit it in large doses in combat, enough to be lethal. But I need all friendly forces need me to take these pills or I'm going to kill them too. So please, just swallow the damn pill. Rex looked down at the pill, shrugged, then tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it instantly. Krogan can take a hell of a lot more radiation than humans can, he said. But then again I have no idea how hot you are going to run. So it can't hurt. Colonel, there might be a problem, Gurus said looking at the colonel with concern. Will his medicine work on someone with a dextro amino acid based body? I thought I might be working with you when I got the report about the Normandy, so I had a few local researchers cook up something special, Decker said, reaching into a different pouch and pulling out a pill that had a slight purple tint to it. Turns out it wasn't that hard. Rad-X mainly works by protecting cells from radiation by acting as a buffer. It needs to work with cells on some biological level in order to do it though, so they had to make some changes. It was relatively painless from what I hear though. Much appreciated, Gurus said, taking the pill and slipping it in between his mandibles, swallowing it. As he did, the front gates of the fort came into view. The defenses were easily the thickest there, with at least 4 anti-tank guns, a dozen machine gun emplacements, and who knew how many soldiers taking up defensive positions among deployable silver barricades. I hope you don't mind, but you have me at a disadvantage here. You've been doing quite a bit of reading on all of us, but I barely know anything about you. It'd be mutually beneficial if I knew more about this ability of yours before we went into action with you. We're low on time, so I'll give you the abridged version, Decker said. You two better listen to this as well, I doubt I'll have time to repeat myself, he said, glancing at Rex and Lyra, who both gave quick nods of approval. If I focus hard enough, I can send out a wave of radiation within a limited radius. I can channel it to such powerful degrees that I can boil water, but I can't exactly do it that hot around friendlies. Still, my ability may come in handy against the Batarians, so give me some space so I can let loose without fear of hurting an ally. I had no idea that this was possible, Lyra said, sounding fascinated. Leftovers from Earth, Decker said. As they spoke, they reached the front gates. Colonel, where are you going? A soldier manning one of the machine guns asked. We're here to reinforce your position, Decker said, the platoon coming to a stop and spreading out along the defenses that had been set up. He quickly scanned the ranks to see that they had evenly been distributed among the defenses and had their weapons at the ready. What's the status of the vanguard? Heavy casualties, the soldier reported. They got hit hard by the advancing forces. From what I could tell on the radio, they have tanks now. They'll be here in 10 minutes. Our guys managed to take out a few of them with our own armor, but they got overwhelmed by anti-tank troopers. Something happened to the infantry who were supposed to be watching them. The Batarians used some kind of weapon on them. I need you to be more specific than some kind of weapon, soldier, Decker said, his voice firm but not angry. What are we dealing with here? A few dozen of the troops in the vanguard ran into alleyways to get away from the Batarian forces. Apparently they let them go. They're probably more concerned with taking out this base than a few stragglers. From what I could tell from them, the Batarians apparently have some sort of commando unit. It must have been what took out our guys at the airlock. Apparently they're bypassing kinetic barriers with swords. Not an unheard of concept, but we use guns enough, though kinetic barriers stop them for a reason, Decker replied. How the hell did they clear the airlock with just swords? They would have been mowed down. I wish I could tell you, sir, the soldier replied. Half of what I got was panicked screams. A couple of them said that their guns stopped working when the commando unit got near. They cleared them out, sent the survivors running, then half a dozen rocket troopers all hit the tank they were covering at once. Shit, Decker swore. Pass the order down to your men. You see any Batarians wielding swords, prioritize them. Kill them before they get near you. If your guns stop working, run for it. I don't think General Hill will appreciate us abandoning the front lines without a scratch, the soldier said. The way he said appreciate said it all. You let me worry about the butcher, Decker said. My mission may be to hold this base, but having dozens of people die in a fight they can't win won't help that at all. Thank you, sir, the soldier said, gratefulness unmistakable in his voice. The same goes for all of you, he said, turning and looking at the nearby crew members of the Normandy. There's a difference between ordering someone to fight and ordering someone to die. I don't care what your captain did, I'm not doing that to you. I appreciate the gesture, Ashley said. 1 second, I need to relay this information to all the perimeter forces, Decker said, turning his back on the Normandy crew and putting his hand to his ear. So, just for the record, Gurus said, ever since I've gotten on this ship we've dealt with Geth invasions, packs of feral Rachni, cybernetic super soldiers, abominations of nature, corrupt billionaires, Krogan warlords, and now Batarian swordsmen. He let out a sigh. Makes me miss those long boring nights in CSEC where my biggest worries were drunken hobos. Ha, Rex chuckled. This is what happened to the race that pounded mine into the dirt, hey? Their best soldiers spending their time wagging their fingers at the naughty drinkers. Be careful, Gurus, we're ready for round 2 now, and I'm not sure you are. Best soldiers? Why, Rex, you're making me blush, Gurus said dryly. I honestly don't understand how those two can joke at a time like this, Lyra whispered, leaning in close to Ashley so that only they could hear them. Is it because of their culture? I know Krogan and Turian have a strong warrior culture. Do they simply not view war with the same concern as other races? I think you know that that isn't the case, Ashley said. It's not a Krogan and Turian thing. It's a Gurus and Rex thing. They're probably just doing it to calm their nerves. She smiled wryly under her helmet. You're honestly telling me you couldn't guess that? Well, I suspected, Lyra said, sounding a little embarrassed. I just didn't want to jump to conclusions or rule out traditions alien to Asari. Christ, Lyra, Ashley said. You shouldn't be here. I beg your pardon, Ashley, but I think I've proven myself, Lyra began, but she was interrupted. No, not like that, Ashley said. I mean you shouldn't even be fighting at all. I mean, aren't you like a child by Asari standards? I'm 106, considered a young adult, but still an adult, Lyra said. You shouldn't be out here fighting someone else's war, Ashley said. This whole thing is Saren's personal vendetta pulling everyone into a free-for-all. I doubt that it's that simple, Lyra said. A lot of old tensions are involved here. Between the Coalition and the Council, the Batarians old hated for you, there's more than just Saren here. I don't doubt that there's more to it than just him, but when you get down to it he's the spark that set this powder keg off. Frankly, the whole galaxy is going to be burning soon because of his hatred. Ashley let out a sigh and shook her head. She sounded very tired. I never trusted aliens very much. No offense to you or any of the non-humans on the Normandy, the Coalition had to stand out on its own to keep its independence, and that got hammered into my head at a young age. Frankly, it's involuntary at points. But I never wanted any of this. Ash, you're babbling, Lyra said. What are you trying to say? You shouldn't be risking your life for a race that you've barely spent any time with, Ashley said. You should still be where we found you. Digging up old protein artifacts, giving presentations on what you find, writing books and getting critical acclaim. Not crouching behind a barricade while an army marches at you. You're flattering me, Ash, Lyra said. I've only ever written 2 books. And neither of them have been published yet. It seems people aren't that interested in how old the medallions I dig up are. She let out a nervous laugh. Do you think a book about the front lines in a war would sell better? You see. Ashley said playfully, pointing her finger at Lyra. Now you're doing it too. I thought I'd give it a try, Lyra said. Not what I'd call a huge help, but it's something. What I'm trying to say is that you're an innocent. You're unsullied. You're pure. At least you were when we found you, Ashley said, lowering his head as if in shame. I think we've been ruining that. I'm sorry. With all due respect, Ash, that's a bit arrogant of you, Lyra said. Hey. Ashley said, raising her head. But I was targeted by assassins who wanted to things I don't even want to think about to me to keep my mother in line, Lyra said. You didn't drag me into this. I was pulled in by outside forces, and when I finally got control back, I decided to stay. My mother is one of the most powerful matriarchs in the Asari republics. I was never a fragile little bird, there were always people looking to get at my mother through me. Never in the ways Saren did, but they still had their ways. And when you operate out of the Terminus systems, your life is far from simply digging in the dirt until you discover the coordinates of the Protein home world. I've had to save artifacts from being sold on the black market before. She gave a small smile. So don't try and romanticize what's been going on here. You're hardly dragging a helpless maiden on an exciting adventure. Helpless maiden. Ashley chuckled. Hate to shatter any thrilling dreams that you might have had there, Lyra, but I'm only interested in people with a Y chromosome. There was a pause as Lyra stared blankly at Ashley. Don't know human biology? Ashley asked. Lyra shook her head. Men, Ashley said. They have a XY chromosome. Women have a XX. Well, Asari are technically genderless, I'm not a man or a woman, Lyra said. So that doesn't necessarily apply. Lyra, that's a load and here's why, Ashley said. Her tone gave away the slightest irritation at the concept Lyra had suggested, but overall she sounded more amused. You have a slender body, you have hips designed to give birth, you have breasts, you have a feminine voice, feminine appearance, and for all your technically not female crap, you look like a woman. If I was sexually attracted to you, it'd be because I was sexually attracted to women. My apologizes, Lyra said sincerely. I suppose I'm still a little biased towards the Asari view on gender. No offense taken, I'm pretty comfortable with the human take, Ashley. It's just that this is pretty much what I was talking about. You've got a lot ahead of you. So do you, Lyra said simply. Should I conduct a symphony to the tragedy of your life? Great, we're turning you into a smart ass, Ashley said. That's just what we need. Another joker. Maybe teach me how to fly the ship if you're so concerned about my well-being, Lyra said. That's a nice safe spot. Ashley laughed. Yeah, I'll be sure to get approval to let you fly the 100 billion credit starship. Everyone, look alive, enemy forces are 2 minutes out. One of the soldiers shouted. Colonel Decker is commanding this defense. You know the drill. Take your pills, give him space, and funnel the enemy towards him. And most importantly, stay away from ground zero unless you want your hair to start falling out. All right, Rex said, aiming his claymore shotgun over the barricade and down the street just outside the base. It was empty for the moment, but the faintest of noises could be heard in the distance. You hear all sorts of horror stories about the Moriines, I want to see if they hold up. There was a grinding noise behind them and a few heads turned to see that there was a garage door on the front of Fort Cadia sliding open. 5 Viper tanks rolled out in a spearhead formation, approaching the front lines and stopping a little short of the line of infantry, their cannons aiming out into the streets. Nice, Rex said. They're gonna be here any second now, Decker said, taking cover behind the barricade, along with all the other soldiers. There was a noticeable gap of at least a couple of yards between him and the other soldiers, even though an unmanned machine gun was hanging not too far from him. Everyone readied their weapons, with the exception of the colonel, who kept his head hidden behind the cover. A few seconds ticked by in which nothing happened, hundreds of guns aiming at the road. Without warning there was a loud bang and a tank shell smashed into the front of the gate, blowing a hole wide open. The defenses had been set up a safe distance from the gate, but even then rubble from the explosion flew far too close to the heads of several defending soldiers for comfort. Another tank shell flew through the air, hitting the front of one of the Viper tanks, leaving a massive dent in the front armor and an unhealthy level of smoke billowing out of the front. Several tanks were in the distance, advancing towards Fort Cadia at an uncomfortably quick pace, infantry with them. Open fire! A voice shouted. The air was filled with the roars of gunfire as every last defender took aim and fired at the advancing enemy forces. Ashley inhaled deeply before raising her rifle to her eye and firing at the infantry who were just poking their heads out from behind the lead tank. The chance she had of killing them at this range were somewhere between slim and none, but at the very least she could keep them pinned down. With a rifle and an advancing tank column, there wasn't much else she could do. The air was filled with deafening bangs as the Viper tanks fired a volley of shells towards the front of the Batarian tank column, assisted by the fire from the anti-tank cannons. The forwardmost tank took the brunt force of the volley and was reduced to a ball of fire and scrap metal within seconds as it exploded. Ashley allowed herself a slight smile as several Batarian infantrymen were thrown out from behind the tank as it was destroyed, an overwhelming spray of machine gun fire peppering them before they had any chance to recover. The small joy that she felt at the Batarians' losses was quickly snuffed out as their tanks returned fire. One shell smashed into the leftmost part of the barricade, half a dozen lifeless Marines sent flying. Another blew a hole in the far right side of the gate, leaving a massive hole at ground level. The rest of the shells impacted on the frontmost Viper. It didn't explode, but it was smoking heavily. The turret attempted to move to return fire, but a loud screeching noise came as it moved a single inch before getting stuck. It was clear that the tank was out of commission. Anti-tank cannons, rocket squads, everything you have, now. Decker commanded over the comm lines, still keeping his head down. The roar of the anti-tank cannons filled the air as they fired at the advancing tanks, several soldiers popping up from behind cover and firing rockets to support them. Ashley spotted one soldier not far from her aim his own rocket at the advancing column, but before he could pull the trigger a bullet whizzed through the air and tore through his right eye. His body fell to the ground, lifeless, the rocket launcher clattering to the ground. Shit, Ashley swore, dropping her rifle and scrambling to pick up the rocket launcher. There was a flash of an explosion out of the right corner of her eye as she grabbed the weapon and held it up, aiming it at the column. She lined up the shot with the forwardmost tank as a bullet narrowly missed her head, whizzing right by. Feeling like her heart had skipped a beat, she pulled the trigger and sent the missile flying, dropping down before she could see if it had hit. An explosion in the distance gave her a good feeling however. Fuck. Help. Someone help. A voice roared over the comm lines. Flanked. We're being flanked to the right. Ashley's head snapped towards the right and saw several Batarians clambering through the hole that had been made by the tank blast. They had descended upon the barricades and were hacking away at Morian soldiers with massive swords, already stained bright red, half a dozen bodies already on the ground. Grabbing her rifle, Ashley aimed it at the Batarians and jammed down on the trigger. Nothing happened. The hell? She swore, looking down at her weapon. Glancing around, she saw that several other soldiers were aiming their weapons, only to find that pulling the triggers were not yielding any results. Starting to feel panic course through her body, Ashley looked back at the right flank and saw a Batarian raising his sword to behead Louis Goodman, who was screaming in terror. Before the blade could connect however, a sword darted out and intercepted the blow. The Batarian looked up just in time to see Cornelia throw an orb of biotic energy directly into his chest, causing him to freeze in place, leaving him helpless as Cornelia pulled her sword back. She drove it into the small opening in his armor, burying the sword in his gut. Another Batarian noticed and ran at her while raising his sword, but before he could even close Adam charged at him from the side. Switching targets, the Batarian swung his sword at Adam, who parried the blow with one of his hilted bayonets and stabbing forward with the other one, piercing the Batarian's throat with a single stab. Ashley saw the rest of the sword-wielding Batarians advancing on the two, looking more wary now that their opponents had found a way to fight back. Jenkins fell in with Cornelia and Adam, swinging his sickle, and was shortly joined by Gabriel, who had drawn his knife. So that's what it's come to, Ashley said, getting to her feet and drawing her longsword. This is gonna be fun, Rex said, shooting a glance at Ashley and smiling widely. I'd like to see what those toothpicks can do to me. Then give me a hand, Ashley said, as she took her sword in both hands and charged at the swordsman. Rex let out a booming laugh as he tore off after her, Lyra not far behind him. Must be nice, having a way to fight back without a gun, Gurus grunted, looking down at his currently useless rifle. As he did, he noticed that Colonel Decker had worked his way over to him. So much for not engaging the swordsman, he said. Actually, Decker said. That order was for shock troops, not Normandy crew. In fact, I'd say you have a better chance at beating them than my men ever did. In fact, I think I have an idea. Gurus listened carefully as Decker began to speak into his comm unit. XXXXX. Shit, Joker swore as his fingers danced across the holographic control panel in the Normandy's cockpit. There were multicolored dots on a map in front of it. Small green ones represented coalition ships, small red ones Batarian ships, and a single large blue one the planet Moria. The coalition ships were tightly clustered in front of Moria, while the Batarian ships were in two packs, attacking them from opposite sides. There were approximately 25 ships in the coalition fleet, while there were 10 ships in each Batarian group. From the angle the fleets were firing on each other, the mass accelerator slugs would miss the planet by a wide berth. It appears that the Batarians are intentionally avoiding battle formations that could accidentally result in orbital bombardment, EDI said, her body in the co-pilot's seat as she typed into her own set of controls. Either they are attempting to avoid the coalition bombarding their own planets, or they wish to capture the planet and use its infrastructure for themselves. Yeah, great, the Batarians aren't using weapons of mass destruction, Joker said, his voice quavering slightly with panic. They just want to kill and enslave every last person on the planet. They're not gonna break the buildings though, how nice of them. The Normandy was speeding through space towards one of the groups of Batarian ships. Its stealth systems were online and its plasma cannon was charged, along with all other weapons. 6 minutes until we're in knife fight range. I could use some opinions on which ship we should target. Which one would do the most damage to the enemy fleet? Can you pin down which one is their flagship? EDI paused for a moment. I cannot. It appears that the Batarians were expecting us to be looking for it. All commands to the fleet are being duplicated. All ships seem to be giving them at once. I could decode the transmissions and find the origin, but that would take longer than we have. Damn it, Joker swore. I don't suppose we could just pick one at random and hope we get lucky? Fire our giant-ass plasma cannon and hope we didn't just waste it frying some fresh cadet. Our odds of success are an estimated 13%, EDI said. We will most likely not destroy the enemy flagship. Alright then, we just target the ship that looks most valuable to the Batarians and blow it to ashes. Got a preference? Joker asked. EDI looked at the map. Jeff, this ship here, EDI said, pointing to one of the dots in the Batarian fleet they were heading towards. It was a different shape from the rest of the dots, slightly larger and with a red exclamation point of it. Is this, she began, but trailed off as she looked at the dot. Yeah, it is. It's the one we got the report about. Same class as the one that landed on Tuchanka, Joker said. He glanced at the controls in front of him. It's... He trailed off. He realized what EDI was thinking. You're not seriously suggesting that we... How much damage has it dealt to the coalition fleet? EDI asked. Joker said, hastily pressing a button that brought up a record of comm logs. Never mind, I already know. This battle has only just begun, and already that ship has destroyed a cruiser and a frigate, EDI said. There was a certain edge to her voice. EDI, please tell me you aren't thinking what I think you're thinking, Joker said, glancing at EDI with a flash of worry in his eyes. It is the logical conclusion, EDI said. This ship posses the largest fleet to the security of both the fleet and the colony. The technology of that ship is highly advanced, but it was found, not built. It is a non-renewable resource. The hegemony could build another cruiser if we were to destroy one, as well as train new officers and a captain. They cannot replace that ship. Joker paused. As much as he didn't want to admit it, EDI had a point. Yeah, but the plan for us is to fry a ship without plasma cannon in one shot, break off, then get our stealth systems up again. That ship is sturdy enough to take a volley of Tesla blasts without even slowing down. It is not, EDI said sternly. The ship at Eden Prime that withstood that attack was of a different class than this ship. It was much more sturdy than the one that landed on Tuchanka, its weapons were stronger, as were its shields. This ship is not as strong, it is more vulnerable. As she spoke, he hands softly shook over the holographic controls, one even closing into a fist. EDI, we still don't know if we can even take that ship, Joker said. The one on Tuchanka took on 3 Liberty Primes, a wave of fighters and a column of tanks. Our plasma cannon might be more effective, it might not be enough, we don't know. He noticed EDI's shaking hands. Look, we can't just go after that ship because you're pissed off at it. You're angry right now, you're not thinking straight. Everyone gets like this every once in a while. He glanced at the controls. 2 minutes until we're in range. I am angry, EDI said, her voice low and cold. I want that ship destroyed. I want it to die like it made John died. Like it made every last person on Tuchanka died. There is nothing but a burning overwhelming desire to wipe it from existence. She paused before looking at Joker. But I am not letting those feelings rule me. I asked myself what good it would do the crew and the coalition if I were to get us needlessly killed. The only logical answer was nothing. Then I asked myself what good would come of destroying that ship. The benefits are countless. We may even be able to salvage some of its technology. Along with the parts science teams are retrieving from Tuchanka, we may be able to reserve engineer some of it. Okay EDI, I get it, destroying that ship would be a lot of help to everyone, Joker said. But that doesn't change the fact that we've got a what but not a how. How are you planning on destroying that thing? This ship has a nuclear warhead in its arsenal, correct? EDI asked. Yeah. Standard issue on every coalition ship. Not sure how much good it's going to do us right now. How are we even going to make sure it can reach the ship without it being shot down prematurely? The only way we can do that is to get even closer than knife fight range, and that's putting our lives at risk. I have no intention of dooming this ship, Jeff, EDI said. From what we were able to tell from the wreckage on Tuchanka, we have been able to identify where its main drive core is. If we can deal sufficient damage to it, we can disable, maybe even destroy the ship. Okay, that's a start, but it might take multiple shots to get through that thing's armor. And even if it doesn't destroy us, the Batarians are gonna blow the hell out of us when they realize there's a lone coalition ship in the middle of their ranks. EDI paused, her eyes flashing. I am not detecting any life signs aboard the ship. As Saren is controlling the heretic Geth, it most likely means that the ship is under the control of some sort of autopilot, possibly that of a 6. What is more, the ship on Tuchanka focused on the most obvious threat to it, ignoring less obvious threats. A smile spread across EDI's face. I have a plan, Jeff. What is it? He asked. And please tell me it's a good one. Listen and act fast, EDI said as she began to type commands into the controls. Target the ship and fire the plasma cannon. Afterwards, activate the FTL drive for 30 seconds. Chart course directly away from Moria. Hit and run? Okay, I'm starting to see how this could work, Joker said, typing the commands into the controls. If the thing really is by a 6, hopefully it'll take the supposedly smart option of focusing on whatever posse's the largest threat to it. And since we're about to actually do some damage to it, even if it turns out to be not that much, hopefully that'll be us. No other ship has been able to scratch it yet. We can at the very least draw it away from the main battle, EDI said. But I very much intend to destroy it if we can. EDI, I'd love nothing more than to reduce that thing to a bunch of smoldering scrap, but I'm slamming down on the FTL and getting the Normandy away from that thing if it looks like we'll be destroyed otherwise, Joker said. I will not attempt to stop you, EDI said. But I will make sure that it will not be required. Hope you do, Joker said, his eyes focusing on the controls, a hardened look in his eye. Entering knife fight range now. Out of the corner of his eye, Joker saw the Batarian fleet in formation, the flash of their mass accelerators being fired blaring brightly. Towards the rear of the formation was the massive ship, a glowing red light at its core. The joints in its legs are the mostly lightly armored points, EDI said, a small blue flash occurring behind her eyes. Targeting. Joker didn't say anything as he maneuvered the Normandy directly behind the ship, giving EDI a perfect shot. There was a blinding flash of into the green light and a massive ball of plasma flew forward from the Normandy's main cannon. Joker's eyes were filled with the flash of the explosion as the shot impacted on one of the 4 legs of the ship. A ball of fire expanded outward before being quickly swallowed up by the void of space. The leg slowly drifted away from the rest of the ship, the stump that had once connected it having melted away. Stealth systems offline, Joker reported, all enemy ships are maneuvering to target us. He quickly typed in a set of commanders, causing the Normandy to sharply turn, ending with its back to the planet and the ship. Activating FTL drive. Joker shouted. All the ships around the Normandy disappeared as the ship was flung to faster than light speeds, the stars in the distance a blur as the ship soared through space. The seconds ticked by as Joker's hands hovered over the command to stop. Before too long, he jammed down on the button and disengaged the FTL drive. We are out of effective weapon range of all ships orbiting Moria, EDI said as Joker made maneuvers to right the ship, turning it around to face the direction of the planet. Scanners have detected that the alien is moving to make the jump to FTL. Factoring in the delay at this distance, this most likely means it has already made the jump and will arrive momentarily. Her eyes narrowed. Plasma cannon charged. Prepare to make a flanking maneuver towards the right, Jeff. We are going to break it. Chapter 94. Blades. Author's note, well, summer is almost over and I've barely updated. I'm really sorry about that. My last semester of college was living hell, enough to get me on antidepressants, and I wanted to spend most of my summer relaxing. I still feel really bad about this though, this is supposed to be my passion and I've been neglecting it horribly. I'll try to get more chapters up during the school year. Until then, hope you enjoy this chapter. XXXXX. Will you all just fuck off already? Roger shouted, spraying a group of Batarians that had attempted to split off from the main group and flank the coalition forces from the right. The soldier manning the machine gun spun to aid him, along with a few other soldiers, and within seconds all of the Batarians that had run were lying on the ground, blood pooling out of the gaping holes in their armor. You aren't taking a single fucking person. Bit of a mouth on that one, Alenko muttered to Nora, before shouting suppressing fire. Both of them raising their rifles along with several other soldiers and the machine gunner as they let loose a massive tidal wave of bullets. The storm hit the front of the APC, sparks flying off the armor, as all the Batarians were forced behind it for their own safety. One slaver who had not been fast enough cried out in pain as a machine gun bullet tore through his leg, causing him to fall to the ground in agony before a burst from a rifle hit his torso and ended his misery. Yeah, it takes some getting used to, Nora replied, eyes narrowing as she fired a single shot that forced a head that had been peeking from behind the APC back into cover. You're a biotic, right? Alenko asked, glancing at her. Yup, Why, you need me to do something with my abilities? She asked. I have a plan. If it works, we just might win this here and now, Alenko said. You too. He said, pointing to two soldiers that were to Nora's right, helping keeping the surprising fire up. Go with her. Stay behind her so that she can use a biotic barrier to protect you. Flank the enemy from the right and flush them out of cover with grenades. They shouldn't be able to get that many shots off while we're suppressing them, but I don't want to take any chances. Understand? Yes sir. The two soldiers said. Can I trust you to do that? Alenko asked Nora. I should stay here and give orders, but if you've got an L3 implant I'd understand if you don't think your biotics are strong enough. I'm an L2, one of the stronger ones. So if... Don't sorry about it, Nora said, holstering her rifle and cracking her knuckles. Long story short, I have an independently funded implant. Off the books. Not sure how I compare to the L2s, but trust me. It's enough. All right, I need the three of you to get going. Alenko yelled. Nora holstered her rifle and hoisted herself up over the quaint barricade. Holding her arms up, a thick purple barrier appeared in front of her as the two soldiers jumped over the barricade and huddled together behind her and the barrier. Slowly, she began to walk forward, a few stray bullets impacting on the front of the barrier. It rippled ever so slightly, but held firm. Nora squinted through her goggles at the APC. A few rifles were being held out from behind it as the Batarians fired them at random, desperately hoping to hit something. It looks like they're not very well trained. One of the soldiers behind Nora called out over the sound of gunfire. They've devolved to spray and pray tactics. They're slavers, not soldiers, the other soldier said. They probably thought this'd just be an easy smash and grab mission. Thought the hegemony military would do all the heavy lifting for them. You holding up, sir? The first soldier said. Can you keep that barrier up? Yeah, I'm fine, Nora said. She had debated correcting the soldier on her gender, but decided that she didn't have the time for that. She let out a slight grunt as a Batarian threw himself out from behind the APC and let a burst of automatic fire fly from his weapon. He was so focused on firing at the barrier, that he didn't notice as several small objects whizzed past his head. He only noticed when one of them grazed his cheek, opening a wide gash on the side. Panicking, he quickly ducked back into cover. Thank you, Cheryl, Nora whispered under her breath. All right, get your grenades ready. She said as the back of the APC came into view. Around a dozen Batarians were crouching behind it, a couple of them shouting in surprise as they noticed Nora. Now! Grunting, the two soldiers grabbed grenades from their sides and tossed them directly into the center of the group of soldiers. Every last one of them screamed in terror and scrambled to get away from the grenades. Half of them were too slow and were caught in the explosion and were knocked onto their backs. Many of those were very limp, while one was screaming as he clutched at the stump where his leg used to be and another attempted to crawl away, weakly trying to pull the shrapnel out of his face. The other half, in their fear for their lives, had not realized that they had run out from behind the APC. They lasted mere seconds before they were consumed by the gunfire from the barricade. No sooner had the last one fallen, than the wheels on the APC squealed as the APC turned around and began to speed down the road. Yes. Yes. You better run, you four-eyed bastards. One of the soldiers shouted, high-fiving her companion. Thank you, sir, we couldn't have done that without you, she said, turning to Nora and holding up her hand. Smiling weakly under her bandana, Nora raised her own hand to return the woman's high five. Good work. Alenko said as the three of them began to make their way back to the barricade. Roger, is it over? Roger looked down to see Allison lying on the ground, looked up at him. Her eyes were wide and shimmering. I think so, ally, Roger said, getting down on one knee and offering his hand to his sister. Slowly, she took it and Roger pulled her to his feet. They're gone. Without saying another, Allison threw her arms around her older brother, burying her face in his shoulder. Gently placing his rifle down on the ground, Roger pulled his sister into a hug as she spoke. I thought we might not make it for a bit, she said, her voice quavering and sounding as if she might start crying at any second. It was so loud and there were so many of them. I know, ally, I know, Roger said, his voice soft. He glanced at Alenko over his sister's shoulder. The remaining civilians were starting to get to their feet, looking around nervously. Can you please get that shuttle back here? Of course, Alenko said. I'll just need to radio in and it should be back here in 5 minutes tops. We just need to hold this position until then and take the shuttles with the civilians back. We only took a few losses, but our unit is pretty thin at this point. We need to fall back and regroup in territory we have a tighter hold on before engaging the enemy again. Sounds like a plan, Nora said, jumping over the barricade. She was about to continue when she heard a loud screeching noise. Craning her neck, she said the APC speeding back towards their position. What the hell is it doing? She asked. It can't have any more than a few soldiers left on board. It's just oh shit. The APC was showing no signs of stopping, heading directly towards the front of the barricade. Everyone move! Alenko shouted as the APC bared down on the barricade. Civilians and soldiers alike attempted to move, but before they could fire, it was upon them. The two soldiers that had accompanied Nora disappeared under the wheels of the APC before it smashed into the front. The various chunks of the barricade were sent sailing through the air, hitting countless people as it did. The APC went directly over several people, most of them soldiers and a few civilians before it came to a halt. Roger barely had time to blink before one of the metal crates went flying directly at his head. His head swelled in pain as he was forced onto his back, the world spinning in front of him. Shit, he said weakly, attempting to sit up, but slipping and falling back down. Everything was swimming before him and he felt like there was a metal rod buried in his skull. Please not now, he muttered. Jesus Christ, please not now. Roger. Allison said, standing directly in front of her brother, grabbing his shoulders. She pulled as hard as she could, getting him a few inches off the ground before she slipped and he fell back down with a grunt. Come on bro, we need to get out of here. Her voice was low, but strained. As if she was about to lose her nerve. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the back of the APC open up. 6 Batarians stepping out, leaving the inside perfectly empty. I know, he said, his voice slightly higher. He grit his teeth as he attempted to focus. He spotted one of the Batarians draw a pistol and aim it at a wounded shock troop on the ground that had been attempting to raise a shotgun. One shot later, and the shotgun clattered to the ground. Another one pulled a screaming civilian to his feet before slapping a collar around his neck. He pressed a button on the side and the man was on the ground, writhing in pain. Roger heard a few gunshots, but couldn't see where they were coming from. Roger, come on, get up. Allison shouted. Roger positioned his hands to sit up but before he could, one of the slavers appeared directly behind Allison. A hand reached out and grabbed her by the hair, pulling her back and causing her to cry out in pain. With his other hand, he drew a pistol and positioned it in front of Roger's face. There was a smirk on the face of the Batarian as he glanced at Allison, who was now openly crying, frantically throwing kicks at the Batarian, who was just out of reach. Instinct taking over, Roger's cybernetic hand shot out, clasping shut around the Batarian's wrist. Jerking it, he forced the pistol up a few inches just as the Batarian fired. The bullet made a finger-sized hole in the ground just above Roger's head, but he hardly noticed. What? He hissed, fighting through the dizziness and pain as a bubbling rage filled the pit of his stomach. The fuck? Do you think you're doing? He jerked the wrist as hard as he could and there was a loud snapping noise as the wrist was bent much farther than it was meant to. The Batarian cried out in pain as he dropped the pistol and his grip on Allison slipped. Pulling down as hard as he could, Roger caused the Batarian to overbalance and fall to the ground. While he was focusing on the Batarian, he barely noticed Allison bent down and grab something before she ran. With a massive strain of effort, he rolled over and positioned himself directly on top of the slaver. The Batarian looked back up just in time for Roger's fist to slam into his face. Teeth grit, he pulled back his arm and slammed his metal elbow into the face of the Batarian, sending several teeth skidding across the road. The Batarian groaned in pain as he drew a knife from his side, stabbing up at Roger's chest. His head becoming more clear by the moment, Roger grabbed the knife mid-stab, his cybernetic arm clanging on the metal of the blade. The Batarian desperately pushed back against Roger as the two struggled over the knife. What the fuck? The Batarian said, looking down at Roger's cybernetic arm. However, with his free hand, Roger grabbed his cybernetic arm and fumbled until he found the button he was looking for. Slamming down on it, there was a green flash as the plasma cannon in his arm was fired. The blast of energy slammed directly into the fingers holding onto the knife, ripping them away from the Batarian's hand. Before the Batarian could do anything else but cry out in pain, Roger's cybernetic hand darted forward and locked around the Batarian's face. He slammed down on the button one more time, firing his plasma cannon at point-blank range. The Batarian's head exploded like a rotten tomato, blood and grey matter splattering all over the ground, and onto Roger's hand and armor. Panting, he got to his feet and turned around, only to have the butt of a shotgun shoved in his face. Another slaver was holding it, his face contorted in fury, his teeth bare. That was my brother, you bastard. Roger swung his armor forward as he attempted to aim it, but before he could a shot rang out. One not meant for him. The Batarian's head swung around as his shields flashed around him. Allison was standing to his side, holding a pistol in her hands. Her legs were shaking as she aimed it at the Batarian and fired again and again, pulling the trigger as fast as she could. The Batarian attempted to bring his weapon to bear at her, but before he could his shields collapsed and a bullet pierced his side. Staggering back, Allison fired the gun 3 more times, the Batarian jerking back further with each shot until he fell to the ground. Panting heavily, Allison took a step forward and aimed the gun down at the Batarian. She continued to fire into the corpse, holes riddling it as it jerked slightly from the force of the bullets. Ally. Roger said, gingerly getting to his feet. She didn't say anything, still firing the gun. Her hands were shaking. Ally, stop, Roger said. She still didn't respond, firing so erratically the bullets were missing the body by a couple feet. Ally, please. Roger said, his hand clamping down on the gun. Her face turned to look at him. Tears were streaming down her face and her entire body was shaking like a leaf. It's okay, he whispered, gently prying the gun out of her hand. It's over. She whispered. It's okay, Roger repeated, hugging his sister tightly. Allison weakly wrapped her arms around him as she sobbed softly. The last few Batarians had almost all been dealt with. Alenko and Nora were both holding up biotic barriers, the few surviving soldiers firing from behind it. Before long all of the Batarians were dead on the ground except one. The last survivor was running away from the main group, towards one of the buildings on the side of the road. Spotting a young man cowering on the ground, he grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and pulled him to his feet. Wrapped one arm around his throat and pointing his gun to the man's head with the other, the Batarian yelled. Get back! I'll kill him! Roger gently let go of Allison before bending down and picking up his rifle. All the still-breathing coalition soldiers were aiming their weapons at the Batarian. He had backed up to the building behind him and was standing directly in front of the door to it. I said get back! The Batarian shouted, a panicked look in his eye as he took the gun away from his hostage's head and aiming it at the crowd. But he was cut off as the door he was standing in front out swung open, hitting him square in the back. Falling over, losing his grip on his hostage, the Batarian had just enough time to register Cheryl standing in the doorway and aiming a shotgun at him before she fired it directly into his chest, repeating the process for good measure. Lowering her shotgun, she grabbed the hand of the man on the ground and pulled him to his feet. Are you okay? She asked, looking up at him. Yeah, I think so, the man said, swallowing as he looked the dead Batarian. Jesus, I thought he was actually gonna kill me. How did you know he wouldn't shoot me by accident when you knocked him over? I was worried about that. So I had the door open a crack to peek out, Cheryl explained. He didn't seem very well coordinated, so I just wanted for him to take his gun away from your head. Once he did, I took the opening. Oh, well that makes sense, the man said, sounding relieved. Thank you so much, miss. Cheryl blinked before smiling softly. You're welcome. We've only got around 6 soldiers left, counting the ones that just joined us recently, Alenko said, looking around at the few soldiers that were left. And with our fortifications gone, I don't like our odds of survival in another firefight. We can't afford to wait for another shuttle either. So what's the plan? Roger asked, putting an arm around his still crying sister. We take that, Alenko said, pointing to the APC. There should be enough room. All right, everyone onto the APC, we're getting the hell out of here. The last 2 surviving men of Alenko's unit nodded and began guide the surviving civilians to the APC, helping a few wounded ones onto their feet. Any survivors here? Nora asked, looking down at the pile of bodies that had been made when the APC had smashed through the barricades. Doesn't look like it, Alenko said, looking down at them as well, the faintest bit of weariness in his voice. It's bad. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, but we managed to save a lot more people than we lost here. We did a good job. You trying to convince me or yourself? Nora asked. There was no hostility in her voice. It was a simple question. Both, Alenko replied simply. Can't say I blame you. Nora said. As she spoke, she spotting Roger talking towards the APC, walking a little slowly, still comforting Allison. Hey Ally, she said, walking towards them. It's gonna be okay. What you did was very brave. No it wasn't, she blubbered, wiping her face with the back of her hand. I was scarred. The entire time I just wanted to drop the gun and run away. And then I just couldn't stop. It's just, he was going to kill Roger. I didn't know what I was doing. It's okay Ally, Roger said. It's normal. First time I went into combat I was just as scared. And I had been trained. It takes a special kind of person to act like that when bullets are flying. Allison sniveled as she looked back at the body of the Batarian she had killed. Can we please just get out of here? Of course, Roger said gently, leading her towards the APC. Oh geez, he said, stumbling and clutching his head. Roger, what's the matter? Nora asked. Got hit in the head, Roger grunted, leaning against the APC to keep himself upright. Feeling a little woozy. He might have a concussion, Alenko said. Might not be anything major, but he shouldn't be in active combat if we can help it. He glanced around at the civilians. Nearly all of them were on the APC now, with the exception of a few stragglers who were still making their way over. We'll get him to a place where someone can take a look at him. Thank you, Cheryl said, approaching Alenko from the direction of the building. For helping us. Just returning the favor, Alenko said, a joking tone in his voice. Cheryl chuckled, but as she started, a blood-curdling shriek filled the air. Everyone froze, looking in the direction of the shriek, which was where the APC had originally come from. What the hell was that? Alenko asked. Damn it, we forgot to tell you, Cheryl said. We fought something earlier. It was some kind of monster or mutant. No idea what it was. It might have something to do with that advanced technology Saren found. What? Alenko said. He's got some sort of biological weapon. A second screech filled the air, causing Alenko to look again. Floating out of one of the alleyways, not that far from them, was a tall skinny creature. It had long thin limbs with visible bones and sharp claws, a bloated belly that disturbingly clashed with the otherwise slender form, and a sunken face with black voids for eyes. Whatever it was, it floated a few inches off the ground, pulsating with biotic energy. Letting out another screech, it disappeared in a flash and then reappeared seconds later, a few feet closer to the APC. Everyone in now! Alenko shouted. The few civilians hastily climbed into the back of the APC, Roger, Nora, Cheryl, and Allison right behind them with Alenko bringing up the rear. The creature was getting closer and closer to the APC by the second, biotically propelling itself with faster pace each time. Seal the door, drive. Alenko ordered. One of the remaining shock troops clambered into the driver's seat as the civilians huddled at the far end of the APC, away from the door. Pressing command keys on a holographic screen at the front of the APC, the soldier looked over his shoulder as the door slid itself shut. All right, let's get out of here, he said. Pressing another button, the engine of the APC roared to life and he slammed down in the accelerator. Alenko let out a sigh of relief as the APC whirled into motion. At that moment, however, a massive pair of claws tore their way through the back door, bending the metal as if it was plywood. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Cheryl said, aiming her shotgun at the door. The claws spread out like an opening flower, preventing them from sliding out the holes they had made. It's anchoring itself in. Nora said in horror. Get it off before we lose anyone else. Gun it down. Alenko order. The sound of gunfire filled the APC. XXXXX. Adam, behind you. Cornelia shouted, blocking an incoming blade that had been meant for him, reaching over his shoulder to do so. Behind you. He replied, crossing his blades to intercept a massive sword that had only been a foot or two away from burying itself in the back of her head. Lowering one blade, he thrust forward, piercing the stomach of the Batarian that had been holding the sword. He groaned in pain as he doubled over, Adam swinging his other bayonet down onto the back of his opponent's exposed neck. He glanced over his shoulder as the now headless Batarian slumped to the ground, just in time to see Cornelia slice downward at the outstretched hand of the soldier she was fighting. He roared in pain as his hand was severed at the wrist, both it and the sword clattering to the ground. The two of them spared a moment to glance at each other, chuckling weakly. They only had a second to spare before they saw more Batarians with swords advancing on their positions. Back to back! Cornelia shouted. The two of them turned on the spot and pressed their backs to each other, their blades at the ready. A total of 6 Batarians were standing around them, swords out, slowly circling the two of them. They seemed to be hesitant, none of them making any moves to attack Adam or Cornelia. One of them swiftly stepped to the side as the wounded Batarian limped away, cradling the stump where his hand had once been. Doesn't look like they want to pick a fight with us, Cornelia whispered, keeping her sword out in front of her, biotic energy enveloping her free left hand. Think we've got them spooked? Maybe, Adam said, glancing down at the headless corpse at his feet. We've killed quite a few of them. I don't think they were expecting us to put up this much of a fight. These son of bitches were lucky they didn't get dropped off on Remus, Cornelia said. They would have been sliced and diced before they even managed to pull their swords out. We don't have the luxury of an army of experienced swordsmen though, Adam said. He glanced beyond the ring of Batarians that was surrounding them. Several shock troopers had grabbed swords from fallen Batarians and were attempting to fight back. They were getting mixed results. 3 shock troops had managed to gang up on one unlucky Batarian and had overwhelmed his guard, the stolen swords now sticking out of his torso. One of the shock troops ripped the sword out of his hand and tossed it to another shock troop who had been holding back up until now. Now that she had a weapon, she happily joined the fight, swinging wildly at any oncoming foes. On the other side of the battlefield, one that Adam had to glance over his shoulder to see, they were having less luck. One shock troop screamed at the top of his lungs as he swung a horizontal strike at the nearest Batarian. A swift parry from the Batarian sent the captured sword flying, and before the Morian could react, the Batarian's sword had been thrust through his throat. The soldier gagged on his own blood as the Batarian pulled his sword out, clutching at his throat as he collapsed. Fucker! Another shock trooper yelled, swinging wildly at the Batarian, who easily ducked the blade, it swinging wildly over his head. Charging forward, he slammed his shoulder into the stomach of the shock troop, causing her to fall onto her back with her sword skidding away. Grabbing his own blade in 2 hands, the Batarian slammed the point of his sword into the chest of the soldier on the ground, who cried out in pain as blood spurted out of the wound in her chest. Pulling his sword out, he slammed it back into the soldier again, causing her body to go limp. As the Batarian tightened his grip around the sword to pull it out, an armored black arm wrapped around his throat, pulling him back away from the sword. The Batarian struggled wildly, thrashing his entire body every way he could in an attempt to pull away from the grip of the shock troop holding him. "No you don't, you bastard," Gabriel hissed, reaching for his knife. The Batarian was only able to struggle for only a few seconds before the man holding him drew a knife and stabbed down at the Batarian's throat, stabbing down over and over again before letting the Batarian corpse fall to the ground. "They've got no discipline," Cornelia said, glancing at the dead shock troops. "Most of these people have never held a sword before in their lives. They're treating them like clubs. Attention all soldiers," came the voice of Colonel Decker over the comm lines. He sounded rather high-pitched and even a little nervous. "Keep the enemy forces distracted for just a few more minutes. And when I give the signal, pull back towards the fort." "Is he?" Cornelia began. "I think he is. And we can't afford to be around when he does," Adam said, glancing at the soldiers that were still surrounding them. "Got an exit plan?" Cornelia asked. "No, I don't," Adam admitted, a bit of shame in his tone. "I don't like the idea of charging them head-on. Too many of them to take on in close quarters." "I think I have an idea," Cornelia said, smiling slyly under her helmet. "But it's a little batshit insane." "I'll take it," Adam said. "You asked for it," Cornelia said. "Hey Rex. I could use a hand over here." The Batarians all glanced at each other, their heads tilting in confusion at Cornelia's outburst, when one of them heard heavy footfalls behind him. He turned around just in time to see Rex smash into him, grabbing him by the head and slamming him face first into the ground. Rex let out a small grunt of disappointment as he got to his feet, the Batarian at his feet unmoving. The two nearest Batarians charged at him and impaled him with their swords, burying their blades up to the hilt in his torso, to the point where they exited through his back. Rex merely smiled. Both of his hands shot out, each one closing around a Batarian throat. "You've never fought a Krogan before, have you?" he asked, as if he was making idle conversation. Both of his hands glowing with biotic energy, he swung the two Batarians towards each other, their heads colliding. There was a loud cracking noise as the necks of the two Batarians snapped. The remaining three Batarians stared in Rex in fear as he continued to fight, not even slightly slowed down by the weapon sticking out of his chest. Adam and Cornelia took advantage of the situation. Cornelia threw the ball of biotic energy that she had been gathering, which came to a halt in the air in the middle of the three. It flared brightly as it formed a singularity, air rushing around it and beginning to pull the Batarians in. Taken by surprise, the Batarians lost their balance as they were pulled towards the singularity. Adam and Cornelia charged in, swinging their blades. The Batarians were helpless as they were butchered by the two, lying on the ground with gaping wounds in their torsos within seconds. "Thanks for the help, Rex." Cornelia, approaching the Krogan along with Adam, both of them still holding their weapons. "Now what?" Adam said, looking back at the hole in the defensive wall. Batarians were still coming through, unsheathing their swords as they joined the mob of operatives already advancing towards the Morian lines. Small skirmishes between invaders and shock troops happening here and there. "I'd say we've taken out a fifth of their number at the very most. And they're not showing any signs of stopping or slowing down. All forces, pull back at once." Decker ordered over the comm line. "Let the Batarians advance and stand clear of the front lines." "This is gonna be interesting," Rex said, as the three of them turned and ran back towards the other side of the barricades. The infantry were still unable to use their firearms, leaving the fighting on the front lines to the outer defensive anti-tank emplacements and machine guns, along with the Viper tanks, who could not afford to divert their attention from the advancing Batarian column. "I could use a little help from the biotic we have, some singularities to slow them down," Decker said over the comm lines. "That's our cue," Cornelia said, glancing at Rex with a smile. "Let's not disappoint." "I won't if he doesn't," Rex said, biotic energy glowing around his fist. Cornelia mirrored him, gathering the energy as the two of them swung their hands back. "I'll aim at the right, you aim at the left," she shouted as they both pelted the singularities at the Batarian forces, narrowly missing their retreating allies. The singularities exploded into action and began to draw the nearest soldiers in. A third one landed in the center, Cornelia and Rex turning to the side just in time to see the bright glowing figure of Lyra before looking back at the Batarians. And just in time. Colonel Decker had been slowing moving along the far side of the barricade, keeping his head down as he did. Now parallel to the middle of the sword-wielding Batarians, he vaulted over the barricade and ran directly into the center of the throng. The Batarians were so surprised that the outer ones didn't notice him charging at them until he had shoved them out of the way as he made his way further in. Before any of them could react, he was at the center of their formation. Taking in a deep breath as the Batarians turned their blades on him, he extended his arms out in front of him. There was a blinding flash of green light from Decker's direction, the Batarians near him feebly attempting to block out the light with their hands as their eyes reflexively closed. Even a few people who watched him from a distance felt themselves squinting at the bright light. The light burnt itself out almost as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Decker standing with his arms out, panting heavily. Then, slowly, one of the Batarians near him fell to the ground, unmoving. It seemed to start a domino effect, Batarian after Batarian falling to the ground, until the ground was littered with them. Eventually only the ones farthest away from Decker, those at the very front and very back of the formation, were still standing. This left the enemy force at around a dozen in total. "I'm impressed," Rex said, looking at the mass of corpses around Decker. "Never seen someone kill people like that before." "Me either," Adam said. His tone was not filled with awe however, but rather a certain level of discomfort. Cornelia noticed. "Chin up there," she said kindly, gently prodding him with her elbow. "We only did what we had to. We weren't needlessly cruel or bloodthirsty. We were just responding to a brutal attack with equal force. No more." "It still makes me feel uneasy," Adam said. "Colonel, the enemy are retreating." The three of them heard Ashley's voice and looked to see her not far away, Lyra and Jenkins with her. "Do we pursue?" Sure enough, the surviving Batarians were abandoning their assault and dashing for the hole in the defenses, looking to retreat. A few remained, those who had been fighting shock troops when Decker had made his move and could not afford to run without risking a blade in the back. "Affirmative. We still don't know how exactly they're disabling our weapons, and we need as much data from their equipment as possible," Decker said on an open frequency to all the local soldiers. "All soldiers that are capable of combat with the enemy swordsmen, let as few escape as possible. Do not, however, pursue them beyond the perimeter. We cannot afford to abandon Fort Cadia, or engage them on land that is under their control." "Copy that," Ashley said, taking her sword in both hands and chasing after the Batarians, Jenkins and Lyra not far behind her. "Ready for one more," Cornelia said, looking at Rex. Rex grunted as he grabbed the hilts of the swords still sticking out of his chest, pulling them out with a single pull. He looked at the two-hand swords, one in each hand, sizing them up. "Mind if I experiment a little? I've never used two swords at once before. Now isn't the time." Cornelia blinked in surprise as Lieutenant Stone approached her position, Lewis and Maria not far behind her. "Lieutenant, when did you?" Cornelia began, but Stone cut her off. "You have proven you don't need those swords in combat against the Batarians." "We do," Stone said. "Give them to us." Rex shrugged. "Not sure how you get through life with only one heart," he said, idly handing the swords to them, barely even noticing the bright orange Krogan blood that stained the hilts. Stone took one of the blades and Maria reached out for the other. Before she could get very far though, Lewis grabbed her hand. "What do you think you're doing?" he snapped, sounding angry. She began weakly. "You're on probation and you want to run around swinging a sword, how do you think that's going to end?" He interrupted. "Do you ever think anything through? Why is it so hard to just listen to me? Hey? Why? Do I need to use smaller words?" Maria shrank away as Lewis grabbed the sword instead. "Always like this. It's like I'm talking to a child." Cornelia let out a groan. "Look, whatever lover's spat you two have going on here can wait until later, okay? We have a battle to fight, so let's get to it, all right?" Stone's head snapped in Cornelia's direction, as if she had just called her an incredibly foul name. "What did you just say?" "I said, let's get our asses in gear already," Cornelia said in frustration. Looking away, she tightened the grip on her sword and bolted forward to join the fight, the others not far behind her. Not far away, Ashley, Jenkins and Lyra had already rejoined the fight. A group of shock troopers were all advancing on a lone Batarian, swinging captured swords wildly. The Batarian, however, expertly and methodically, blocked and parried all of the incoming blows, switching from position to position without missing a beat. One of the shock troopers raised his sword over his head for a killing blow, only to have the Batarian dart forward, neatly slice at his leg, and then jump back as the soldier collapsed to the ground in pain, his leg limp. The other two soldiers attempted to charge him, but the Batarian ducked under the blade of the first one before driving his own sword point first into the gut of his opponent. Letting out a grunt, he charged forward, pushing the wounded soldier gasping for breath along with him, until he slammed into the remaining soldier, knocking him over. Pulling his sword out of the wounded soldier, the Batarian stepped over the survivor and gave a single clean swipe, the blade tearing through the throat of the unharmed soldier, severing his head. Jenkins hissed in anger as the Batarian looked up from his victim, noticing the three newcomers approaching him. He held out his sword in a fighting stance as Jenkins tossed the chain of his sickle at him. The Batarian looked down at his sword in surprise as the chain wrapped around it, acting as if he had never seen such a weapon before. With a quick yank, Jenkins pulled the sword out of his hands, sending it skidding across the ground. "Got you now!" Jenkins cried out, gripping the hilt of his sickle as he advanced on the now unarmed Battarian, moving ahead of Ashley and Lyra. Swinging his weapon, Jenkins aimed his blow at the alien's neck, only to have him throw himself to the side, combat rolling on the ground as he did. His hand shot out as he rolled, grabbing something small with a green glowing light off of the ground. Jenkins did not notice this as he moved forward to finish off the Battarian, who was now in a kneeling position. To his great surprise, the Battarian drew a rifle off of his back, aimed it, and pulled the trigger. A red beam shot out of the rifle and seared a hole in Jenkins' armor all the way to his flesh. Jenkins stopped in his tracks, dropping his sickle as he looked down at the opening in his chest, surprise etched onto his face. Half a dozen more blasts followed, peppering Jenkins with holes until he collapsed to his knees, weakly whispered "How?" and fell face forward onto the ground. Pure instinct mixed with rage taking over, Ashley dropped her sword and drew her rifle, aiming it at the Battarian. Pulling the trigger, the weapon roared to life as a hail of bullets came down on the Battarian, his barriers thinning under the assault. The Battarian adjusted his aim, lining up a shot with Ashley, but before he could get a shot off, a biotic aura surrounded Ashley and she found herself pulled to the side. Ashley's eyes widened as a laser beam ripped through the air. Her head had occupied a second before she landed on her knees next to Lyra, behind a deployed barricade near the garage entrance. The Battarian grabbed Jenkins' sickle before he turned and ran, firing off a few more laser bolts as he did. Before long he had climbed through the hole in the wall and disappeared along with the last of the swordsmen. Tearing her eyes away from the hole, she ran over to where Jenkins was lying on the ground, Lyra right behind her. "Is he?" Lyra said, stopping just short of Jenkins as Ashley knelt down next to Time, putting her fingers to his throat. "Yes," she said, her voice shaking. She blinked furiously as she looked down at Jenkins' body, her hands shaking. She glanced at the other soldiers lying nearby, one moaning as he clutched his leg while the other desperately pressed on the gaping gash in his chest, trying to keep the blood from flowing out. "They aren't though, we can still help them. Help me." She repositioned herself so that she was crouching over the soldier with the wound in his chest, Lyra right beside her. "Am I going to die?" he whispered, his voice shaking with fear. "No, you're not," Ashley said, her voice firm, even if it did shake slightly. "Lyra, I need you to press down on the wound. Keep any more blood from getting out until I can apply some Medigel." Lyra nodded before pressing both hands onto the wound, Ashley taking a canister of Medigel from her side and liberally applying it to the wound. As the two of them worked, Colonel Decker spoke over the comm lines. "All forces, the main Battarian column is retreating. Once all wounded soldiers are stabilized or left in the hand of proper medical personnel, our objective will be to pursue them. We will not let them escape." Ashley barely listened as she continued to apply Medigel. Nothing else seemed to exist in the world right now apart from the gasping soldier beneath her, and the blue hands who were keeping his blood within him. So many people had already died today, she wasn't going to let another one slip away if she had the power to stop it. XXXXX. "Shit," Joker whispered under his breath. "Shit, shit, shit, shit." He and EDI were sitting in the cockpit of the Normandy, the seconds ticking away. The enemy ship was due to arrive at any moment, leaving the two of them to do nothing but wait for it. "EDI, you're really good at doing calculations and stuff, right?" "That is correct, Jeff, why do you ask?" EDI said, her head turning to look at him. "Is there any chance that you can do the math to say what our chances of pulling this off are? I mean, if you're doing this and we have a 0.000001% chance of victory or something, no offense, I'm slamming on the accelerator and getting the ship the hell out of here." "Jeff, calculations for the exact odds of battle situations are highly untrustworthy as many of them rely on split-second decisions and the changing of battle plans. I cannot tell you that we have a 75% chance for success, or a 90% chance for failure," EDI said. "Not all events can be broken down to equations." "Well, at least this means we aren't statistically likely to be turned to bits of ash on charred metal," Joker said morbidly. "I guess that's comforting." As he spoke, a bright red light appeared on the controls in front of him. At the same time, there was movement through the glass of the cockpit and both Joker and EDI saw what they had been waiting for. The mechanical ship exiting out of FTL. It was a fair distance from the Normandy, but well within weapon range. "Flank it, strike it from the side, behind if you can," EDI shouted. "On it," Joker shouted, hands darting across the controls. The Normandy darted to the right, tearing through space as it kept its distance from the mechanical ship, circling around it. The second it had sped off, the ship had fired its main cannon, a bright red beam engulfing where the Normandy had just been. EDI's eyes flashed as it did. "I had the Normandy's scanners analyze the inner mechanisms of the ship as it fired its main weapon. If I continue to scan them now, I believe I may be able to anticipate the direction it will fire it. It will not allow us to dodge it perfectly, but it will allow me to make adjustments to make it harder for it to hit us. You make any adjustments to the flight course that you need to," Joker shouted as the Normandy rounded on the back of the ship. "Okay, we've got a shot. Opening fire. The Normandy's plasma cannon blared brightly, the green light visible even from the cockpit. A blob of bright green plasma impacting on the back of the ship, large chunks of the armor peeling away from the heat. The ship began to turn, attempting to bring its main cannon to bear on the Normandy. However, it was unable to keep up with the speed of the frigate as it continued to circle the larger ship. What the heck? Joker said as he looked out the cockpit, noticing that even though the mechanical ship was moving, its back was not disappearing from sight. It seems that the leg that we destroyed was part of the ship's maneuvering system, EDI said. Since we have destroyed it, we have reduced its ability to maneuver properly. Joker let out a nervous laugh, a bit of confidence appearing in his voice. And let me guess, you had that planned out from the very start. I estimated that it would reduce the ship's combat capacity, but I must admit that I was unaware that it would be this effective, EDI said. This is fortunate. I had been calculating more complex maneuvers that I believed that we may have had to take. This works for me, Joker said, eyes scanning the controls in front of him. Cannons charged again. He shouted before punching in the commands. Another orb of plasma shot out of the Normandy's main cannon, hitting the same spot that the first one had hit. Even more armor was shredded away, the internal systems of the ship being revealed and sparking brightly. Not so fun being the one who can't fight back, isn't it? Joker shouted. Keep firing on that breach. EDI shouted, the edge of her lips moving upward as she stood out of her seat by a few inches in excitement. A few more shots should cripple several vital systems. You got it. Joker replied. The plasma cannon is, but he was cut off as a look of horror spread across his face. The mechanical ship had stopped rotating after the Normandy, it had started rotating in the opposite direction with a sudden change in speed that had not appeared possible for a ship of its size. The Normandy, having been speeding in the direction that the ship was spinning towards, found itself within range of its main cannon within a second. Up! EDI shouted, but Joker was already acting. He had viciously slammed in a command to make the Normandy change direction on a dime, turning a 90-degree angle and heading directly up. At the very same time, the mechanical ship fired its main cannon. The fraction of a second it took for the beam to travel from its source to the Normandy was practically non-existent, but it was enough for the Normandy to avoid the main blast. However, it still nicked the belly of the Normandy, scrapping away at the plating and causing the treat of the ship to tremble as a result. What was that? Joker asked, hands still typing furiously in as the Normandy continued to blame, viciously jerking from side to side as more beams were fired, reaching desperately upward. Indirect hit, EDI reported. Hull breaches in the cargo bay. They were empty of personnel, so no causalities. Barriers are sealing off the breaches. We need a new plan of attack, EDI, Joker said. I don't think we're gonna be able to circle it like that again. And we can't afford to take another chance dodging it at the last second like that, EDI. I suggest we end this fight now, EDI replied. Either destroy that ship, or deal so much damage that it is forced to retreat. Charge the ship and fire the plasma cannon one last time before firing the nuclear warhead we have into the breach we have created. Hopefully the EMP from the warhead will cause internal damage. Didn't you see the footage from Eden Prime? Joker asked, looking as if it was taking all of his self-control to keep himself composed. These ships are EMP hardened. The one at Eden Prime took half a dozen Tesla cannons to the face and didn't even slow down. That was to its undamaged hull. I need you to detonate the warhead on the inside of it. It may very well be less armored against EMPs there, EDI replied. And if not, the explosion will still deal a massive amount of damage. Joker swallowed. Well, we've managed to make pretty good progress so far by doing the opposite of the logical thing, why stop now? If I want to get a good shot at its back it's gonna be tricky though, hold on. Typing in commands, the Normandy spun in space, performing a 180-degree turn before speeding directly back at the enemy ship. It is targeting us again. EDI shouted, adjusting course. The ship adjusted its dive, pulling up slightly and changing the angle of its plunge. A bright red beam tore through space where they had been a second ago, the Normandy unscathed as it bore down on the mechanical ship. Before the ship could fire again, the Normandy had passed it, the angle it had taken during the dive having caused it to end up behind the massive ship. Spinning on the spot, the Normandy fired its main cannon into the already damaged section of the ship. Flames erupted out of the now gaping hole as Joker pressed a button and a single missile flew from the Normandy, burying itself in the depth of the ship as the Normandy sped past the ship, not stopping. A massive explosion engulfed the enemy ship, flames sprouting out of the back and engulfing the rest of the ship from all sides. They only lasted a moment in the cold vacuum of space before being swallowed up, leaving the ship floating in the abyss of space. Sparking and unmoving. Did we get it? Joker asked, the Normandy coming to a halt and turning to face the other ship directly. I am not sure, EDI replied, I cannot get a solid scan of its inner mechanisms. She glanced at Joker. I suggest we shoot it one more time. To be safe. No argument here, Joker said, as he reached forward to type one last command in. Before he could, however, there was movement beyond the cockpit. The mechanical ship spluttered forward, slowly and awkwardly, before there was a bright flash of red light and it became a blur that quickly vanished from sight. Did it just activate its FTL drive? Joker asked. EDI's eyes flashed brightly. It did. It appears to be abandoning the battle. Its course would not take it back towards Moria. I assume that after the amount of damage we dealt to it, the 6 on board realizes that the ship would have been destroyed if it had remained. It seems that Saren wants these vessels preserved. The corners of her mouth spread into a satisfied smile. I do hope that we damaged that one beyond repair. Let's hope, Joker said as his fingers darted across the controls. All right, give me a burst of FTL. Let's get back to Moria, the fight isn't over yet. Chapter 95. Fresh Wounds. Author's note, God, I am so sorry about the wait. Please enjoy. XXXXX. Fire. Alenko shouted. Bullets tore through the door to the back of the APC as Roger, Cheryl, Nora, and Alenko continued to fire at the claws that were poking through. Holes peppered the metal, light flooding in through as one set of claws withdrew before tearing its way through again. This time, it was several feet higher than the last location. Alenko's eyes widened as the exact same process happened with the other claw, which was now directly above them, not very far from the gunner's hole in the ceiling. It's trying to get in through the opening. He shouted as weapons were turned skywards, now pumping bullets into the roof of the APC. It didn't do much to help, however. Within seconds, the warped creature's head slid into view, its mouth lacking lips and revealing a row of rotting brown teeth, stained with blood. Its mouth opened wide, wider than it should have been able to without breaking its jaw, and let out a horrible blood-curdling noise that was somewhere between a cry of pain and a roar of anger. As the noise filled the APC, one of the creature's claws dove in, aiming at the sole remaining member of Alenko's unit with the exception of the driver. The soldier's armor might as well have not been there, the creature's claws tore directly through it, burying them up to the wrist in his chest. Curving its hand, the creature pulled out, causing its claws to snag on several of the soldier's vital organs as it did. The soldier's eyes widened in horror as the claw left his chest, his guts slid out of his chest and settled onto the ground with a wet squish before everything went dark. What is that thing? One of the civilians cowering in the corner screamed in horror, but none of the soldiers answered. They were too preoccupied with keeping their weapons firing directly at the screeching monster above them. Although, with the exception of Cheryl, most of their bullets found their mark, a bright purple barrier merely rippled with each shot, leaving the monster unharmed. Its claw dived down again, this time aiming directly at Nora's throat. The roughneck attempted to throw herself out of the way while also extending her hand to blast the incoming attacker with biotic energy, but it backfired. Pain tore through her as the claw instead buried itself in her right wrist and slammed her into the side of the APC. Nora grit her teeth as the pistol in her now wounded hand slipped out. Tightening her grip on her other one, she pressed the barrel at point-blank range and fired at the wrist connecting the claw inside of her. Not feeling the gunshots, the creature instead snarled, as if it was impatient. With a massive jerk, Nora found herself pulled forward and, to her horror, out of the gunner's hatch. The claw slipped out of her wrist as she passed through the hatch, causing her to land on her unceremoniously back on the top of the APC, her wrist bleeding violently and the breath knocked out of her. She thought of diving back towards the hatch, but quickly noticed it had been slammed shut as she had been pulled out, and the creature was standing between her and it. Forcing herself to her knees, Nora aimed her last pistol at the monster, squeezing off 5 shots, 3 of which hit, before it let out another screech and charged at her, swinging its claw down. Nora instinctively threw herself forward as the claw came down, the pointed tips piercing the top of the APC as if they were made out of tin foil. The creature looked down at its hand before shifting its gaze to see Nora lying between its legs, her pistol flashing. Growing in frustration at having missed its target, it made to pull its claw out. As it did, there was a loud clanging noise from within the APC and the creature let out a small cry of pain and its claw came to a sudden stop. Looking down at its hand, it gave another tug, only to have it remain firmly within the APC. It let out a small, almost pathetic whine as it gave another tug, the sickening sound of metal being scratched originating from it, but not yielding any results. Before it could do anything else, there was another clang and the abomination let out another cry. This time, a voice seething with anger originated from the APC, muffled by the ceiling. Oh, did I ruin your manicure? Real sorry about that. Let me fix it. Another clang and a cry from the monster. Not wanting to waste her chance, Nora fired off another shot, but this backfired. The shot impacted the barriers in front of the creature's face, which caused its head to snap in Nora's direction, bringing its remaining claw down at Nora's face. Eyes widening in terror and in no position to maneuver out of the way, she dropped her pistol and grabbed the wrist of the claw. She did it just in time, the claw stopped mere inches away from her face, pitch-black thin needles completely consuming her field of vision. Panting with the effort, Nora attempted to push the arm back, but the monster responded with an even greater amount of force, pushing back against her and causing the claw to slowly move forward. Nora felt a pang of panic in her stomach. Glancing at her wounded hand, which was lying to her side, she tried to move it but felt panic course through her body as the fingers barely even twitched. She turned her attention back to the claw just in time to see it arch back and swipe at her face. Blinding pain tore through Nora as she felt the claws digging through her right cheek. She heard a wet slap to her side and knew that a good chunk of her own flesh had probably been ripped off. Feeling desperate, Nora raised her right arm, wounded hand still hanging limply, and dark purple energy began to gather around it. Letting out a loud grunt, Nora pulled her arm back before swinging it at the claw, elbow first. There was a loud crunching noise as the two impacted, the claw jerking lightly before starting to pull back. The creature let out a cry of anger as it did, Nora so surprised by the monster pulling back that her grip loosened and almost slipped. The claw had only risen a few feet before it came crashing down into her stomach. Nora's mouth opened wide in a silent gasp as the tips of the claws pierced her gut, tightening her grip on the hand as she viciously pulled. There was a squelching noise as she managed to pull the hand a few inches up, just out of her stomach. Wet, hot blood began seeping out of the wound, trickling down Nora's sides as she struggled to keep the monster from striking down again. The twisted creature let out another one of its shrieks and flexed its claw, the movement slicing open narrow cuts along Nora's already existing one. Hissing in pain, Nora looked around wildly, trying to think of a way to push the odds back in her favor. Her eyes darting back and forth, she spotted the creature's long and eerily thick legs on either side of her, and inspiration struck. Locking both of her legs together, she focused her biotic energy around them, causing them to flare with a dark purple aura as she swung them at the creature's left leg. It moaned in pain as Nora's legs impacted, its own leg giving out and causing the creature to fall forward, its free hand going slack. As it fell, Nora rolled to the side, her stomach lurching as she came too close to the edge of the APC for comfort, her full landing where she had been seconds before. Focusing biotic energy into her right hand, Nora threw herself onto the creature's back and wrapped her good hand around its spindly neck. The creature let out one last shriek as it attempted to free itself from its predicament, its free arm jerking wildly to the side, but before it could do anything, Nora tightened her grip and then flailing her hand to the side as hard as she could. There was a loud snapping noise as the creature's neck bent under the force, sticking out at an unnatural angle. The creature let out one last silent shriek, twitching weakly as it did, before going silent. Nora panted heavily as she shoved the creature to the side. It slid off the top of the APC, but came to a sudden halt halfway towards the ground. Its other claw was still stuck in the side, causing the corpse to dangle limply as the APC drove on. At this point, Nora let herself fall flat on her stomach, panting heavily and letting out a small yelp, the pang of pain as her wound smacked into hard metal. She felt exhausted. Not only did her entire body feel sore as the wounds on her face, in her wrist and in her stomach pulsated, but her limbs felt like they had been filled with lead. Weakly looking up, she saw that she was lying on top of the gunner's hatch, and had most likely been on top of it for most of the fight. Weakly, she pulled herself off of it and knocked lightly. "Hey!" she called out, her voice low and hoarse. "It's dead. Could you open the hatch?" She heard a clink as the hatch began to open. Glancing to her side, she saw one of her pistols not far away. Grabbing it, she slid it back into its holster before turning back to the hatch, just in time to see Roger's head pop out. His eyes were wide with terror as he came out, but upon seeing Nora still alive, they softened slightly. "How's it going?" Nora asked weakly, trying to force a smile. "We were worried sick about you," Roger said, sounding as if he was weak in the knees. "You were on top of the hatch the entire time, we couldn't open it without pushing you off, we wouldn't do anything, and all you have to say is how's it going?" "Really?" Roger sounded incredulous. Nora let out a weak chuckle. "Would you prefer if I said it's nice to see you?" "Get inside, jackass," Roger said, climbing out of the hatch before gently grabbing Nora and lowering her into the APC. She gingerly placed her feet on the floor before slowly moving to the side and sliding into a sitting position, her back to the wall. Within seconds, Cheryl was on top of her with a canister of Medigel in one hand. "Where?" she asked, hastily unscrewing the cap, not even caring as it fell to the ground. "Stomach, wrist, face," Nora grunted out, her good hand clutching the aforementioned wound in her gut. "Stomach is the worst, wrist is second." Cheryl nodded as she began to apply the Medigel in generous amounts, Roger jumping back into the APC as she did. Nora looked up and spotted the creature's claws sticking through the roof, all of them bent to the side. "So whose handiwork is that?" she asked, pointing up with her uninjured hand. "It sounded like you, Roger." Roger chuckled weakly. "Truth be told, it was a group effort. Alenko, Cheryl and I all took a couple of whacks at it." "Did it help?" Nora smiled. "A lot. Thanks." "Okay, I stopped the bleeding in your stomach," Cheryl said, applying one last dose of Medigel to the wound. "Give me your hand now." "Got it," Nora said, tenderly raising her wounded hand up as Cheryl gently took it and began to apply Medigel to the wrist. Can you move your fingers? Cheryl asked. Nora shook her head. At best I can jerk them a bit, but that's all. Think that the damn thing ripped the tendons apart. Alice said nervously, walking towards Roger and looking up at him with fear in her eyes. Is she going to be okay? Roger smiled and put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. She's gonna be just fine, ally. Cheryl's already stopped the bleeding. Besides, Nora's built like a bull, it's gonna take more than that to take her down. Oh good, Allison said, sighing in relief. Listen. I wanted to thank you, Nora, you've been looking out for, she said as she turned to face Nora, but as she did she stopped mid-sentence and let out an ear-piercing scream. What? Nora asked, looking confused. Oh my god. Alice screamed. How is she going to? Ally, don't worry about it, Roger said, putting a reassuring hand on his sister's shoulder. We have a doctor that can patch that up, no problem. What are you two talking about? Nora said. What, my stomach? Yeah, it hurts like hell, but it's not the first time it's been stabbed. Your stomach? Roger said. Nora, are you telling me you can't feel that? Nora let out a sigh of exasperation. Roger, half of my body feels like it's been through a meat grinder. Can you stop it with the guessing games and tell me what the problem is? Oh boy, how do I put this lightly, Roger said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. Ally, do you have a mirror? Allison nodded and pulled a small collapsible mirror out of her pocket, still looking at Nora in horror. Walking over to Nora, Roger unfolded the mirror and held it in front of Nora's face, reflecting it for her to see. Nora's eyes widened. The majority of her right cheek had been torn off, allowing her a clear view of her teeth and a few tendons that allowed her jaw to open and close. Dumbly, she felt where her cheek should be, only to feel hard rock-like teeth. Oh, she said, looking at her reflection. She paused. Oh. You honestly didn't feel that? Roger asked, folding the mirror up again. Well, I did, but I had no idea that it was this bad, Nora said. Jesus, I thought I just had a gash. Done with your wrist, Cheryl said, gently lowering Nora's now Medigel-soaked hand. Looking towards Nora's face, she hesitated. How am I supposed to apply Medigel to this? I'm not sure it will stick all along the thin interior of her cheek. Look, I'm not in any danger of bleeding out, so don't worry about it, Nora said, reaching into her coat and pulling out her pack of cigarettes, popping one out of the case. I think that might be a little difficult right now, Cheryl said. Well, you know. I'll work around it, she said, wedging the cigarette in between her teeth before rummaging around in her pockets for her lighter. Still, I don't think you should, Roger began, but Nora interrupted. Look, you two. The last thing I want you to do is spend all of your time worrying about me. I'm fine. Honest. I'll walk this off, just like when I got stabbed on Cor Molly. She paused for a second. Speaking of which, can you tell someone else on the Normandy to get brutally maimed? It seems like it always happens to us, it's someone else's turn. Roger and Cheryl's expressions softened as they began to laugh. No offense, Nora, you don't exactly get to compare to us, Cheryl said, grinning widely. No kidding. Oh, woe is me, I have been stabbed, Roger said, his voice high-pitched and mocking. Get something ripped off and replaced with metal, then you can join the big leagues with Cheryl and I. Aw, come on, Nora said, pointing to her face. This is gonna leave a sexy scar and you know it. I have scars too, you know, Roger said, pointing to the thin white lines that appeared near the bottom of his cybernetic eye. Yeah, but the implants cover half of them, Nora said. This. She pointed again. Gonna be front and center for everyone to see. Well, I'm glad to see that you're still alive, Alenko said, putting on a half-hearted smile. We're heading into the center of the territory we still control. We've got reports to stop at a hospital to drop off any wounded, I'm sure you can get proper treatments there. All right, Nora, that sounds like a Roger began, but before he could finish he stopped and staggered on the spot, his hand clutching over his mouth. Roger? What's wrong? Nora asked, heavy concern in her voice. Took a bit of a conk on the noggin, Roger said. Been feeling dizzy ever since. Thought I was going to puke for a second. Sounds like a concussion, Alenko said. Somehow I very much doubt that we'll all be going back into combat. There's only 5 of us here who can fight, and out of those 2 are injured. If the brass can't find a unit to fold us into, he was cut off as his comm unit began to beep. Alenko, he said, putting his hand to his ear. What is it? What? This better not be a joke. Oh, thank God. Lowering his hand, a wide smile spread across his face. The Batarians are retreating. Oh sweet Jesus, thank you, Nora said, giving her lighter a few more clicks. For some reason it wouldn't light. Now if I could just get this damn thing to work, she said in frustration, things would be fine. She got 2 more clicks in before she noticed Roger's cybernetic hand slide under her cigarette, palm open. Sliding a dial on his arm, he pressed a button and faint green sparks shot out of his palm, igniting Nora's cigarette. She took a long puff, smoke leaking out between her exposed teeth, before exhaling, taking great care to make sure the smoke did not hit Roger or Cheryl. Thanks, she said. You ever need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask, Roger said. Same goes for you, Cheryl. Cheryl looked up, an odd expression in her eyes. You've been acting a little weird recently, she said. Always acting a little nervous around us and constantly asking us if we need anything. Is something wrong? It doesn't seem like you. Roger gave a weak smile as he put a hand on Cheryl's shoulder. Nothing's wrong. In fact, for the first time in a long time, I feel whole. Cheryl blinked before smiling. You don't have to baby Nora and I, she said. We can take care of ourselves. I know, Roger said. It's just, you know, I was kind of a dick when we first met. Wanted to make it up to you too. Cheryl, can you stuff one of these in his mouth so that he'll shut up for a few seconds? Nora asked, holding out one of her cigarettes, a playful grin on her face. All right, I'll ease up, Roger said, taking the cigarette and wedging it in between his lips. I just wanted you two to know I was there for you. Cheryl blinked. You honestly thought that we didn't know that? She asked, her voice hesitant. Roger looked down at Cheryl, his face a little dumbstruck. Then, silently, he took a step forward and pulled Cheryl into a hug. Cheryl was confused by this action, but didn't hesitate to return the favor. XXXXX. Christ, they're in a hurry, Ashley said. She was moving through the streets of New Ottawa, Adam, Cornelia, Colonel Decker and the members of the 57th with her. They were part of a larger convoy that was moving through the city, having mobilized and set out mere minutes after the Batarian assault on Fort Cadia had been abandoned. Everyone not taking part in the assault had remained at the fort. We haven't seen anything yet, and we've been chasing after them for the last 5 minutes. The only reason I can think of for that is that they're not just tactically falling back, they're in a full-out retreat. Why? We didn't hit them that hard, Cornelia asked, glancing at Ashley. I mean, yeah, we gave them one heck of a bloody nose with that special forces unit and their tanks, but they should still have enough men and resources to put up a fight. I have received word from orbit, Decker answered. The Normandy engaged the starship that Saren had given to the Batarians and badly damaged it, forcing it to retreat. It could be that without it the Batarians feel that they cannot maintain orbital superiority, and if they fleet were to fall when they still had ground forces on the planet, they'd be trapped here. Oh hell yes, Joker, Cornelia said. Hit these sons of bitches as hard as you can. Anything that will end the fighting faster with minimal causalities, Adam said. Colonel Decker spoke a few words into his comm unit before speaking to the rest of the unit again. I've just received word that dozens of Batarian squads were moving through the city while their main force was attacking Fort Cadia. Half of them attacked minor outposts and security checkpoints while the others attacked the nearby mine and several military warehouses. The majority of them are retreating, but the Batarians near the mine are still pressing their attack. Not all of the workers were able to evacuate, so Lieutenant Stone, I want you to take half of the 57th and go deal with them. I'll keep you updated on the way. Understood, Stone said. Gesturing to the platoon, around 24 of them split off from the main group, heading down a side street and disappearing into the urban jungle around them. Maria said, her voice low and hesitant. Are they going to be okay? Why would the Batarians be holding their position at the mines if the rest of their forces are retreating? My reports say that they're deep inside the mine, apparently they chased some workers down there, Decker replied. It's possible that their short-range comms can't reach them underground. They may not even know that the main force is pulling back. Or the Batarian commanders decided to not notify them. It's not unheard of for soldiers to be left behind in planetary assaults that have gone bad, it just isn't worth the resources. Cowards, Cornelia hissed. Leaving their own men to die. Decker nodded. It's an abhorrent practice. Still, we can't rule out the fact that they may be planning some kind of ambush. I'll advise Lieutenant Stone to act with caution. He put his hand to his comm unit again. Don't worry, Lewis said, reassuring, patting Maria on the back. The lieutenant doesn't let anything get past her. She'll be fine. Maria flinched as Lewis touched her, looking around to face him, shuddering slightly. A second later, she stopped, muttering a quiet sorry. Lewis chuckled. Damn, you're really jumpy today. Can't say I blame you, what with everything that's been going on. We're closing in on airlock 32. A soldier from the front of the convoy shouted. Everyone get battle ready. Let's do this, Cornelia said, drawing her sword from its sheath as she gripped her SMG with her other gun. 2 tanks that were at the front of the convoy ground to a halt, bringing their main cannons to bear. They were at the very edge of the dome that stretched over the city, a massive metal standing in front of them. On the other side of the see-through dome was a long metal tube that stretched out over the barren surface of Moria. The rest of the airlock. Let me see if I can get it open with my access codes, if not we may need to breach it, Decker said. Tank units, I'm going to attempt to open the airlock. If you see anything on the far side when I do, open fire, he ordered into his comm unit. Moving with speed and precision, he typed a series of commands into his Omni tool, his eyes darting back and forth between it and the door. Slowly, there was a loud hiss as metal bars extended out of the end of the door and it began to slide open. There was no one on the other side, simply a long stretch of hallway down to the next heavy metal door. Shit, Cornelia said. It looks like they're already gone. They could be further down the airlocks, Lewis suggested. It's a possibility, Decker said. But if they are, if maybe that they're just hiding, hoping we don't notice them. There aren't any transports on the far side of the airlock, he said, looking through the dome. I was thinking that they were holding up for a surprise attack, that's why I had the tanks out in front. If this is the case then we should. Decker was cut off, however, as a deafening noise tore through the air. An explosion erupted from the front of the airlock, rubble from the roof collapsing down and piling up in the front, until the exit was completely blocked. What the Gabriel began, but before he could finish, more bangs echoes through their air. Heads whirled just in time to see more explosions flare throughout the city, debris flying through the air as cries of pain were heard. Oh God, he whispered, another volley of explosions rocking the city, this one farther away from them. The entire time we were fighting them at the fort. Colonel. Lieutenant Stone's voice roared over the comm unit. The Batarians just detonated explosives inside the mine. They caused a cave-in. We couldn't get any of the workers out. There must be hundreds trapped down there. Before Decker could reply, a final explosion, this one the loudest so far, cracked through the air. He turned around to see the fireball arc upward into the air before fading into nothingness. It had come directly from the direction of Fort Cadia. New orders. He said into his comm unit, his voice going so fast he sounded like he could trip over his own words at any second. The Batarians have abandoned their assault on the city. They have laid bombs all over the city and detonated them. All forces near a point of explosion respond to it at once. All forces near undamaged major structures assist bomb disposal units in searching for additional bombs. Preventing civilian fatalities is our top priority. He lowered his hand. What's left of the 57th, you're with me. We're heading to the mine to help Lieutenant Stone, he said, looking at the gathered members of the platoon. Everyone else, head back to Fort Cadia on the double and do everything you can to help. Forget about staying formation, if you can get there faster by breaking it, do it. Move. The majority of the soldiers immediately began scurrying about to follow orders. The majority of the 57th charged down nearby alleyways as they head to the mine, while the rest began clambering onto nearby rhinos that were wheeling around to face Fort Cadia. As Cornelia and Adam stepped up into the back of the nearest APC, so Phil they had no place to sit down, they spotted Lewis approaching Decker, Maria following meekly behind him. Colonel, you know what happened with Maria, he said, his voice gentle and pleading. She shouldn't go into that mine, she's supposed to be an expert with explosives but... Sergeant, this is not up for discussion, Decker said, his voice almost a growl. People are dead and dying and I need every set of hands I can get, even if it's just to claw at rocks. I will decide what use the specialist will be. Now move. But Colonel, I don't think, Lewis began, but Decker cut him off. People lives are at risk and I will have you court-martialed for insubordination if you waste another second of my time arguing with me when the discussion never existed in the first place. His voice suddenly raising to a shout, anger pulsating through his voice. Both Lewis and Maria flinched before glancing at each other and reluctantly turning and disappearing into the gap between buildings. Decker stood still long enough to give a quick look around the area for any more members of the 57th before following after them. What was that? Adam asked, leaning in and whispering into Cornelia's ear, so that only she could hear him. Might be that whole lovers thing they've got going on, Cornelia said, her voice a little heavy. Gabriel asked us to keep it under wraps, but I'm starting to wonder if that's a good idea. The whole point behind anti-frat regs is that commanders shouldn't be in a relationship with their subordinates because it'll compromise their ability to make tough decisions. She let out a sigh. They do feel pretty cruel, but after what I just saw there I got reminded that they exist for a reason. Not wanting to send your girlfriend into a danger zone because she might get hurt? The hell? Adam nodded. It sounds like you don't think that Lewis is telling the truth when he says he's just trying to make sure that Maria doesn't lose her job, Adam said. It was not an accusatory statement, but rather it was designed to simply clarify Cornelia's viewpoint. I'm starting to doubt it. The way he reacted when she picked up that sword back at the base. This guy is a real piece of work, Cornelia said. It's a shame really, because he almost seems like an okay guy from a distance. When you get up close though, the way he hangs on every little thing she does, yelling at her for mistakes even in the middle of a battle, I mean really. She shook her head in exasperation. He's almost obsessed with her. I mean, you need to be more professional than that if you're a NCO and the XO of a platoon. While I do appreciate that he is merely looking out for the one he loves, I do share your viewpoint, Adam replied, his voice thoughtful. Trying to argue with the colonel about her being ordered to save civilians and the clock may very well be ticking on their lives? It's reckless if not downright harmful. Colonel looked like he was about ready to pistol whip him. Can't say I would have blamed him if he did, Cornelia did. Well, I'm rather glad it didn't come to that, Adam said. We have enough problems with the explosion at the fort. As he spoke, Cornelia tensed. Swallowing nervously, she turned to look directly at Adam. Do you think the others are okay? I mean, Rex could probably have been standing right next to the bomb when it went off and be fine, and Lyra could have protected herself with her biotics, but what about the others? What about Garrus and Ashley? What about Shepard? I can't say, Adam said honestly. I'd like to think that on a planet as militarized as this, the main military HQ would have been fortified to handle sabotage like this. On the other hand, would have the Batarians have prepared for that? I can't say for certain. He paused for a second before continuing. I'm sorry. I know that's not what you want to hear right now, but I don't want to lie to you. Trust me, I understand, Cornelia said. It's a lot to take in, no good is going to come from deluding myself about it. It's not just the fort, those bombs were set up all over the city. The Batarians must have spent the entire battle planting all of those charges. Her hands balled into fists. Deliberately attacking civilian targets. Heartless bastards. There's not even a practical edge to that, at least I could understand where their atrocities were coming from if it benefited them in the war somehow. But what do they get out of killing civilians other than sick kicks? I don't believe that people are evil, there is always some good in them, even if it never sees the light of day, Adam said. Organizations, however, are a different matter. They have no sense of morality and their entire purpose can be to serve a horrible purpose. As he continued, his voice became stony. The Batarian government is an ugly thing. It oppresses its own people and enslaves Batarians and aliens both. It's a militaristic, expansionist dictatorship. I would not shed a tear if it was removed from existence. Somehow I get the feeling that's the meanest I'm ever going to get you to say, Cornelia remarked. Frankly, that government deserves 100,000 times more than what you just said, but I'll take it. We're closing in. The driver of the Rhino shouted. There was a loud grinding noise and all of the passengers clung to the walls as the APC made a sharp turn. Within seconds, the Rhino ground to a halt. Move it. The driver shouted. There's emergency med packs on the sides of the walls. Empty them. Cornelia saw soldiers ripping canisters of Medigel and other medical equipment off of the walls before she jumped out of the Rhino, Adam right behind her. The front of Fort Cadia had been blown away. The barricades that had been set up had been scattered into tiny pieces that now dotted the front yard, several more gaping holes that joined the ones made during the initial assault, and the forward sections of the main building had been blown away, exposing the inner hallways and rooms of the fort. The garage was completely decimated, the door having been blown off and the inside completely scorched, no survivors or salvageable equipment noticeable. Cornelia and Adam sprinted forward. Hundreds of people were already moving rubble away in a search for survivors, a handful of wounded soldiers being treated at a makeshift first aid station while a much larger group of body bags was being formed near the perimeter. To Cornelia's great relief, she saw Rex, Lyra, Garrus, Ashley, and Shepard all alive and well, the two biopics using their abilities to move massive clumps of wreckage while the others manually searched. We need someone to check the inside of the lower levels. Cornelia craned her head and saw that it was none other than General Hill, standing near the body bags. The structural damage there was heavier than the other sections. I'll be in with paramedics in a few minutes. You and me, Cornelia said, looking at Adam. He nodded, darting forward along with her as they reached an opening in the building made by the blasts, finding themselves in a hallway with flickering lights and a cracked ceiling. Be careful, it looks like the roof could come down at any second, Adam said. Glancing around, he saw that the hallway split off into two directions, one directly in front, the other to the right. I'll check the rooms on the right for the survivors, you do the side. If you find anyone, carry them outside if you can move them and radio for help if you can't. Got it, Cornelia said as the two split up, each heading in their own direction. Cornelia blasted the first door she found open with a blast of biotic energy, revealing an office that was empty with the exception of a man whose neck was twisted too far in one direction. She fared no better with the next two rooms. The second was mercifully empty while the third was splattered with blood, body parts Cornelia couldn't even recognize on the ground. As she neared the fourth room, the sound of crying reached her ears. Accompanying it was a desperate voice, who sounded like it was on the verge of hysteria. It wasn't supposed to happen like this, it wasn't supposed to happen like this. Please don't let me die. It's okay. Cornelia said, grabbing the door and meeting resistance as she tried to open it. Help's here. There's medical aid waiting outside. Gathering up another blob of biotic energy, Cornelia blasted the door and caused it to swing open. She stepped inside, smiling at the thought that she would be able to save at least one person. The smile faded away as she saw who was inside the room, cowering in the corner. A Batarian. Upon seeing her, the Batarian scrambled for a rifle that was lying on the ground in front of him, aiming it at her. At the same time, Cornelia's hand instinctively flew to her SMG, drawing it and pointing it directly at his head. For a second, neither of them spoke. Then the Batarian croaked out, "I'll shoot. I swear I will." "Okay, you need to take a deep breath and think this through," Cornelia said, her voice calm even as her grip tightened on her SMG. "Your fleet is pulling back. The hegemony is withdrawing from this invasion. There's at most a few hundred hegemony soldiers left in this city, and hundreds of thousands of coalition ones. Lord knows how many of them are right outside. Even if you manage to kill me, you won't be able to get past them. My advice? Put down your gun and surrender." The Batarian let out a laugh so loud that his voice cracked. "Surrender? To Moriines? I know what they do to their prisoners. They show the pictures to everyone who gets stationed near the planet. Fingernails pulled out, eyes gouged, acid on bare flesh, third-degree burns and tongues cut out. I'd rather die." His rifle began to shake as he continued to talk, looking down at the floor for a second. "Fucking Balak. He said that this would be easy. Just run in and plant the charges while he was a decoy. I never should have trusted that bastard." "Listen, I'm not Morian," Cornelia said softly. "You see my armor?" she asked, gesturing to her grey metallic-colored armor. "I'm Reman. We don't torture our prisoners. You surrender and I promise I won't let anyone hurt you." "Why the hell should I trust you?" the Batarian asked, his rifle shaking even more violently. "How do I know that you won't put a hole in my brain the second I put my gun down?" "Well," Cornelia began. As she did, she gently bent down, placed her SMG on the ground, before standing up again. Putting her foot on it, she slid it across the room, the weapon stopping just in front of the Batarian. "I need a gun of my own to do that, don't I?" The Batarian blinked. I am not buying it." He tightened his grip on his gun, aiming it directly at Cornelia's head. "Now back off. Buddy, you need to think this through." She was cut off as she saw something out of the corner of her eye. There was a deafening bang and the Batarian's head exploded, skull and brain fragments painting the wall behind him as his now headless body fell to the ground. Grabbing her now ringing ears, Cornelia staggered back and looked at the origin of the noise. General Hill was standing in the doorway, a smoking shotgun in her hand. A small smile on her face. "Try not to let your conscience get you killed," she said, lowering her shotgun and exiting the room without another word. Cornelia looked at the dead Batarian, disbelief coursing through her as she numbly bent down and picked up her SMG. For a few seconds, she stared at the corpse in front of her, her thoughts a mile a minute before she heard footsteps approaching her. "Cornelia!" Adam said in a panic, turning the corner sharply and sprinting into the room. "I heard a gunshot, are you okay?" he asked. No sooner had he done so than he spotted the Batarian. "Did he try to shoot you?" "No," Cornelia croaked out. "I mean he was aiming his gun at me, but he wasn't shooting. I was trying to get him to stand down. I mean there's no way he would have shot me unless he was panicking. Or maybe he did. After all, Moriines horribly misreact their prisoners of war, why surrender to someone who does that?" "You okay?" Adam asked, looking at her. "I don't know," Cornelia said. "He was part of the invading army, but I just can't help but wonder. Did he deserve to die? Was he a cackling fanatic that hated all humans, or was he just a stupid like Volker was who got tricked or conscripted? That," Adam said sadly, "is a question that rarely ever gets answered." XXXXX. High Admiral Danux paced back and forth in his private quarters on board his own personal dreadnought, the Steel Vision. It and the rest of the Batarian fleet was currently at FTL, heading back to hegemony territory after the ground assault had pulled back. His thumbs were viciously twiddling as he nervously glanced at the door before looking down and taking another lap around his quarters. "Where is he?" Danux muttered before taking a quick look around his quarters. It was an extremely luxurious room, bright blue tapestries adorning all of the walls, a finely carved wooden table adorned with bright golden trinkets from wine bottles to medals, and a massive bed with half a dozen soft pillows at the head. "Benefits of being the High Admiral, I suppose," Danux muttered, crossing to the table and grabbing one of the wine bottles, a dark amber liquid inside. Pulling the cork out, he poured a small amount into a nearby glass. Despite the glass being rather on the large side, the wine had barely covered the bottom before he had stopped pouring. Corking the bottle, Danux picked up the wine and began to swirl it, looking down at the bottom with a blank stare. "How much does this cost, I wonder?" he said out loud. 50,000 credits per bottle, sir." Danux jumped wildly, looking around for the source of the voice. His personal slave was standing in the corner of the room, a nasty bruise visible on his face. He flinched as Danux whirled to look at him. I'm sorry sir, I should have held my tongue. You're clearly deep in thought. It's just that you ask a question and part of my duties is to know as much as possible about your personal belongings. The Batarian trailed off. No, I just forgot that you were there is all. You didn't do anything wrong, Danux said, looking back down at the glass, shaking it slightly. He felt a pang of guilt as he saw the amber liquid crash against the walls of the glass. Tell me, do you know how much the average Batarian makes in a year? I think that was included in my education, the slave said, his eyes narrowing in concentration. I think it was 27,500 credits. I see, Danux said, the faintest hint of guilt in his voice. These drinks are given to me whenever I go on a mission, Danux thought, I don't know what it's called or if I'll even like it. And the average Batarian can't even dream of affording it. His nose wrinkled as he slowly lifted the glass to his lips. He tidaled it back gently, the stream of liquid slipping down as gravity took effect, and a few drops made their way into his mouth. Danux lowered the glass as he swallowed, a warm sweet feeling in his throat. It's delicious, he mumbled. One of the most delicious things I've ever tasted. As he spoke, a horrible empty feeling clawed at the inside of his stomach. At that moment, the door to his room slid open and Balak walked in, pulling off his helmet. Well, things could have gone a little better down there, he said idly, roughly dropping his helmet on the table, sending two of the medals flying off before grabbing the bottle of wine Danux had just poured himself a drink with. Going to have to replace a lot of the men in my platoon, ran into a few complications with the experimental weapon testing, and heavier casualties that we were expecting on the ground, but overall it performed well. It helped me get a few trophies as well. He grinned as he looked down at a sickle and chain that was at his side, as well as touching a laser rifle he had holstered over his back. Balak, we need to Danux begin. We can get to whatever it is later, Balak said dismissively, idly flicking the cork out of the bottle with his thumb. Bring it in. Two soldiers in armor identical to Balak's came into the room, the two of them heaving a heavy crate in between them. Grunting, they set it down in front of Balak. Any chance that we're going to be able to use these soon? One of the Batarians asked, looking at Balak. I've heard good things about them. It'd be fitting if we turned them against the people who were so proud of them. A wide smile spread across Balak's face. Well, we need to be careful. We need to give some of them to our new allies for research purposes. The Chancellor wants to keep a few hundred of them in a safe place so that we can take a look at them ourselves. However, I agree with you entirely on how appropriate it would be to use them against the coalition. I will make sure a few of them find their way onto the front lines. Both of the soldiers chuckled. Thank you very much, sir, one of them said, both of them exiting the room, the door sliding shut behind them. For years the coalition wanted to keep this technology all to themselves, Balak said, undoing the latches that kept the crate sealing, before pushing the lid off. It landed on the ground with a soft thunk as Balak peered in with a glint in his eyes. Dozens of laser rifles were stacked within the crate, a small pocket in the corner also containing the microfusion cells needed to load them. But while they were too busy defending their main base of operations, I had my men scattered to attack all military storage facilities. We now have thousands, maybe even tens of thousands, of their energy weapons on this fleet. Balak raised the bottle and took a long drink, letting out a content sigh as he lowered it. All in all, I'd call it a very satisfying day. Balak, Danux said again. We have a problem. He had to fight back the urge to shake as Balak stared at him, silently asking him to continue. The ship that Saren gave us? The advanced one that we were hoping to reverse engineer? It's been heavily damaged. Its weapon systems are fried beyond repair. Balak blinked as he registered what he had just heard before letting out a sigh of pure irritation. How exactly did that happen? Danux shook his head. I don't know. It got hit by one stray shot from a frigate that jumped away right after. For some reason the 6 on board decided to chase after it, and somehow the frigate managed to outmaneuver it and cripple it. Ugh, we should have known that there would have been some kind of catch to that thing, Balak said in annoyance, taking another sip of wine. Saren is the one who stole the Leviathan of Dis from us. He'd give it back to us if he truly trusted us. It seems fitting that he'd give us faulty equipment. He took another drink of wine, this one lasting much longer than the first one. So, we've got a bit of good news and bit of bad news of the Chancellor. Or can we still reverse engineer any of its technology? It can still fly, so a good chunk of the systems are still intact, Danux said. So we may still be able to make some technological progress. In fact, it might be in our best interest to tell Saren that it's been completely destroyed, so he doesn't suspect us. Balak chuckled. Not a bad idea there. After all, this is an alliance based off of lies and knives hidden behind backs. No one is unaware of that, and if they are, they deserve to be manipulated. There's a bigger problem though. The ship sent out dropships that we weren't aware of. They attacked the cities without my orders, Danux said, sounding rather panicky. Balak frowned. I can see how that would be a problem. It's one thing if we're launching an all-out attack, where extra soldiers shooting guns indiscriminately at the enemy helps us. In a situation that requires more grace though, it could be disastrous. We should send a team to investigate that ship in depth when we get back to friendly territory. See if there are any Morgoth hiding on board and deactivate them. With bullets if need be. He gave a shrug. Or swords. Or lasers. It'd be a good chance to test our new acquisitions and our experimental weapon on Geth technology. That's the problem though, it's not just Geth, Danux said. He looked from one side of the room to the other frantically, spotting his slave as he did. You should leave. This information will most likely become classified soon. The slave nodded, keeping his eyes to the ground, silently walking out of the room. Look at this, Danux said, picking up a data pad that was lying on the table and handing it to Balak, who lazily took it with his free hand. What am I supposed to be looking at? He asked, staring at the data pad. The image being shown was of a bloated reddish figure lying on the ground, a dim blue light in its eyes and mouth. The dropships were filled with creatures like that. Some of them looking just like the one there, others completely different, Danux said. Extensive cybernetic implants and nanobots in the bloodstream, more advanced than anything I've ever seen before. What's more, I had a few people take a look at their DNA. This thing is a Batarian. Specifically one of the soldiers that went missing at the Leviathan of Dis research station. They're still running tests on all of the other corpses we managed to recover, but it looks like most of them came from the same station. A cold dead silence filled the room as Balak continued to stare at the data pad. What? He said simply, his grip on the wine bottle tightening. Saren has been turning hegemony soldiers into his little experiments? His cannon fodder. Oh, so it's horrible that Saren uses cannon fodder, but it's perfectly fine when we do it, is it? Danux roared internally. He kept these concerns to himself, however. Yes, it seems that is the case, he said in a shaky voice. We haven't gotten a chance to look at the other bodies, but there's a chance that he might have done this to other races as well. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room as Balak's grip tightened on the wine bottle to the point where it exploded in his hand. I thought we knew exactly how few standards Saren had when we allied ourselves with him, he growled. It seems that we did not truly appreciate how much of a despicable being he was. He turned on the spot, a soft crunching noise coming from the shards of broken glass his boots stepped on, and walked towards the door. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Admiral. I will make sure that the Chancellor knows. Danux said nothing as Balak left the room, a horrible empty feeling in his stomach. Chapter 96. Licking Wounds. Author's note, Christ am I bad at updating on a regular basis. I'm putting together a rogue trader game with me as the GM, finals are coming up, and I'm just really sorry. I find it hard to get motivated about this story the way I used to. That happens when you work on something for nearly 3 years, I guess. Part of me really wants to pursue other passions that I have. But I'm determined to see it through to the end before I start any other major works. So let's get to it. XXXXX. Ow, ow, ow. Everything hurts, Nora grumbled, gingerly taking another step forward. She and Roger were stepping off of the Rhino, which had been parked in front of a hospital in the center of the city, Roger supporting Nora. Thousands of civilians were flooding towards it, a line of soldiers with riot shields outside the front entrance. The crowd almost felt like a wave of panic as the people surged towards the entrance, the soldiers standing their ground and doing what they could to keep the ground contained. The military had set up the hospital as a rally point for civilians, with hundreds of soldiers forming a several-block-wide perimeter, crouching behind sandbags and on rooftops, weapons aimed at streets and alleys that an attacker might come from. Please calm down. An officer at the front shouted. I have just received word that the Batarians have abandoned their attack. There are still stragglers throughout the city, but they are being hunted down. You are in no danger here. Which is why I must ask that only those that are wounded to come forward. The director has informed me that his staff will be pushed to the breaking point merely tending to them. All those who wish to remain here until all stragglers have been dealt with may do so, but you must remain outside of the hospital. If you have a friend or a relative who is inside, you need to wait. Rest assured that they are incapable. The officer stopped mid-sentence as a rock flew through the air and struck him firmly in the side of his head. He was still wearing his helmet, so he merely staggered, looking up just in time to see one of his men, a heavy infantryman in power armor, reach into the crowd and pull a woman out. The woman kicked and screamed seriously, spouting off cuss words as the heavy trooper turned to face her commander. It was her, sir, she said, her voice cold and hard. Very well. Try and find a place to hold her temporarily, the officer said, sounding a little shaken. When this has all calmed down, I'll see if it'll be fitting to charge her with assault. You're leaving us out here to die, aren't you? The woman shouted. You fucking pigs. Wounded can't fight back, can they? My sister is in there, and if you lay a finger on her... Oh, just shut up, You're embarrassing yourself, the heavy trooper growled, viciously tugging on the woman's arm as she began to pull her away. She dug her heels in, viciously kicking at the shins and chest of the heavy trooper, but within a minute all she had to show for her efforts was a very sore foot. This is one thing I don't think I'll ever get used to, Nora said grimly, watching as the woman was dragged away. The way people act when their city gets turned into a war zone. Some of them just lose it. I mean, it makes sense why their entire world gets turned upside down, but that doesn't make it any easier to watch. You want to know the thing that really bothers me when I stop and think about it? I know we won't panic. I know that we'll manage to keep our heads on straight unless things are so fucked up that there's no hope whatsoever. He glanced at Nora, a heavy look on his face. Have we become desensitized to fighting? To killing? Have we gotten used to it? In a way, Nora said, sounding as if she didn't want to admit it. It's part of being a soldier, isn't it? You saw the way your sister broke down after she shot that slaver. Even if it's someone who has it coming, the average person just can't handle the emotional stress of killing. You and me though? She paused for a second, searching for what to say. Well, there's no other word for it. We're tougher. We're hardened. Really, all of the ground operatives we work with are. The bookworm Lyra? The cheerful Cornelia? The peace-loving Adam? All of them have been conditioned to kill without hesitation. Isn't that an unpleasant thought? Roger said. Even Volker, the guy who has PTSD and broke down on the battlefield, lacks the hesitation a normal civilian would. It's necessary in a way, in fact it's almost survival. If we were all stricken with grief over every last person we ever killed, we'd all be emotional disasters. We wouldn't even be able to get through a field of lilies on a bright summer day with birds in the air without breaking down crying. And you can't really fight a war with soldiers that cry at the drop of a hat, can you? Nora asked. It's a burden that some people just have to carry. And for the moment those someones are us. Are you two okay? Both of them turned to the side to see Cheryl standing next to them, worry in her eyes. How much of that did you just hear? Roger asked. A fair bit, she replied. Are you all right? You both sounded pretty miserable just now. We're just getting a little philosophical, probably reaching out into stuff we know less about than we like to think, Roger said jokingly. Don't mind us, we're just giving our own asses a healthy sniff. Nora let out a soft chuckle and even Cheryl allowed herself a small smile. I think I've made it clear I'm not a fan of your foul mouth, but I'll admit that was a little funny. Still, my question stands. Are you two okay? We're fine, Roger said, his joking tone slipping away. We've just got a lot on our minds is all. Talking about it helps, even if it's only a little, Nora added. Cheryl nodded. All right. Just don't leave me out of it next time. Okay. Nora smiled. You got it. All right, Alenko said, jumping out of the back of the Rhino. The men at the hospital are swamped, so try to make their lives any more miserable than they already are. Duly noted, Roger said. Cheryl and Alenko made their way into the crowd, Roger and Nora doing the best that they could to follow behind them in the narrow gap that was made behind them. Nora grunted in pain as they forced their way through the crowd, a stray fist hitting her in the gut as she did. Oi! Hands to yourself! Roger growled as the fist disappeared back into the crowd. After a few more shoves, pushes and ducks they found themselves at the head of the crowd. Hey! My friend here needs help! Roger called out. The officer at the front of the hospital spotted him, his eyes scanning Nora. I see. Nurse. He turned and barked. A man slid out through the front door, pushing a wheelchair in front of him, stopping just in front of Nora. Oh come on, I can walk, Nora said, looking down with disapproval at the wheelchair. Just show me the way to a bed, give me a bottle of painkillers and I'll take care of myself. No playing it tough, Cheryl said, folding her arms and looking at Nora sternly. Chair. Sit down. Now. Yeah, get your ass in the chair, Roger said playfully, giving Nora a gentle slap on the shoulder, taking care to avoid her injuries. You two are the worst, she sighed, giving a weak smile as she slowly and reluctantly slid into the chair, the nurse wheeling her around and pushing her back inside. Roger and Cheryl took steps to follow, but the arm of the officer rose to block them. I'm sorry, but it's a living hell in there, he said, sounding genuinely remorseful. There's too much going on to let in people who don't need to be there. We won't be dead weight, Cheryl said, the tiniest hint of desperation in her voice. Consider Roger and I honorary nurses. Anything you need us to do, we'll do it. Besides, neither of us are in a condition to fight anyway. Roger's got a concussion and my aim is off, she waved her cybernetic arm to prove her point. This way we're actually doing something useful. Ugh, I don't know, the officer said, taking a hasty look at the crowd. You can't actually act as nurses considering that they need medical training. I do have a few of my men inside acting as orderlies though. They might need a few more of those. Look, I'm gonna have to think about it. Wait here and I'll get you some medicine for your concussion, but you have to stay outside for now. I'll ask the director. Roger bit back a groan of frustration. All right. Whatever it is, make it a double dosage. I feel like I could use it. As if right on cue, a wave of nausea built up in the pit of his stomach. Clenching his mouth shut, he willed himself not to vomit again, stiffening his back as he desperately fought to keep the contents of his stomach down. The officer noticed. I think we can afford to spare a little extra for you, he said, putting his hand to his comm unit. Roger put his hand to his forehead, the cool metal of his cybernetic hand feeling rather refreshing after the bout of nausea. Before he could think of what to do next, he felt someone tug his free arm. Turning, he saw Allison standing behind him. Hey ally, he said, putting on a weak smile and getting down on one leg. Feeling better? A little, she said, giving a small sniff. Her eyes wandered slightly, looking at the mob of people who were still violently throwing themselves against the line of officers. She swallowed. Is it always like this? Roger hesitated for a moment, thinking his reply over carefully before he finally answered. It's not a fixed thing. Sometimes it's a cakewalk. Sometimes it's as bad as this. A couple of times it's been worse. Allison stopped, hiccuping as she did, is it going to be over soon? I think it should be, Roger replied. The Batarians are pulling back. Things should calm down once there aren't any more soldiers. Allison. Before she could even blink, Allison found herself in a vice grip-like hug, given by her mother, who had appeared out of nowhere. Oh my baby! My baby is safe. I thought I was never going to see you again. Roger blinked in surprise at the sudden appearance of Martha, only to find himself even more surprised when he noticed that Sergio was right next to her. You okay, son? He asked, his voice noticeably trembling. Roger nodded weakly. Dad, can you and Mom watch after Allison? There are some things I need to do. I kind of volunteered to help in the hospital. Of course, son, Sergio said, putting a reassuring hand on his daughter's shoulder. You do what you need to do. Roger nodded again and turned around just in time to see the officer emerging from the front door of the hospital. Okay, the director says that he could use the extra help. You do whatever you are told to do without complaint. If a nurse or a doctor give you conflicting instructions, you default to the one with the most seniority. He gave a quick glance around before leaning in to whisper, it'll take a few more minutes us to get your pills. Until then you can talk to your friend. Take a right after the front doors, third door on the left. Someone will bring you your pills and you'll start after that. Thank you, Roger said, as he and Cheryl began inching their way through the last bit of the crowd, being elbowed in the back a few times as they went. Eventually they reached the front doors of the hospital and walked in. The inside of the hospital was brightly lit with shiny white surfaces everywhere, state-of-the-art computers clearly visible at desks. It was, however, just as chaotic as outside. Nurses ran from one hallway to another, groaning men and women were pushed on stretchers, orderlies desperately trying to staunch bleeding wounds as they did, and doctors hurried by, frantically muttering to themselves as they read from data pads. This way, Cheryl whispered, pointing to the right, before we get in anyone's way. Silently, they moved down the hallway, dodging a man who ran by, a dozen bottles in his hand, before sliding through an open door. What are you two doing here? Nora was lying in a bed on the other side, which was in the middle of a rather cramped room. Her dust coat and combat vest were lying idly at the side of the bed, leaving her with nothing but a tank top for the waist up. I thought that you couldn't get in? Unless I'm being discharged, and considering I just got under the covers I kinda doubt it. Long story short, we volunteered to help out and we have a few minutes to kill before our shift starts, so to speak, Roger said. As he spoke, he noticed Nora's injuries even more clearly than before now that her armor and uniform had been removed. The front of her tank top was stained a bright crimson, with gaping holes in it over the wound in her stomach. The bright lights of the hospital shone on her face, giving Roger a clear look of the brutal marks on her face. Now that he could look at it properly, he saw that one cut looked like it was only a hair's width away from her right eye. God damn it, he said without thinking. You look, he paused. I wish that I could just. It's not as bad as it looks, Nora said, holding up her good hand while Cheryl and Roger both approached her, stopping on opposite sides of her bed. Doc says I got really lucky. My hand is fried until it heals, no getting around that, but with the Medigel I've got in me I'm stable. Heck, he even said that he'd have to let me sit until the patients in more serious conditions were dealt with. She flashed a grin. So no worries. Still, your face, Cheryl said, gently tracing just outside of the cut marks with her finger. You came so close to so much worse. They didn't though, Nora said. While she sounded cheerful, it was almost a little too cheerful. Her smile was just a bit too wide and her voice higher than it should have been. These things are just paper cuts compared to what could have happened. Besides, I'll get some pretty kick-ass scars from this. I'd just rather that you didn't get hurt at all, Roger said, sounding concerned. Compared to the stuff you two have had to go through, I just got slapped on the wrist. I'm glad that it was me instead of you for a change. As she spoke, she slapped her good hand over her mouth. Her head lowered, as if in guilt. Roger and Cheryl exchanged a quick look of confusion before looking back at her. Wait, what? What's that supposed to mean? Cheryl asked. Nora slowly lowered her hand, not looking up. Can I admit something to you two? Something personal. Do you really need to ask? Roger replied, his voice dry. Nora chuckled weakly. Fair point. What I meant by that is, frankly, I haven't changed at all. Roger blinked. I don't. You know why I used to like hurting people so much, right? She asked. I thought about it long and hard, and it's obvious now. I was hurting after what happened to my brother, and I wanted control of my life back. I didn't want to feel weak like when I did when he died. I didn't want to hurt like that again. So I made other people hurt instead. You put that behind you though, Cheryl said, her tone smooth and comforting. Sort of. I found a new outlet for it, Nora said sadly. That Batarian I made eat a face full of glass? Same thing as what I just said. Reaching out, Nora gently took Cheryl's cybernetic arm, pulling it towards her. I am tired of seeing you two get hurt. It's happened too many times and I just can't help but feel like I couldn't prevented it. If I could have just killed that bastard Reeve, put a bullet right between his eyes, Cheryl wouldn't have lost her arm. Nora, Roger said, sounding a little taken aback. You can't be everywhere at once, you can't stop every bad thing that's going to happen to. I know, Nora hissed in frustration. I know. It isn't logical, I know that. I can't stop feeling that way though. I felt so damn helpless when he ripped your arm off, just like when my brother died. Her hand shook slightly. I just can't stand feeling that way. I can't stand feeling disempowered like that. I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but I'm just glad that it happened to me instead of you. I'm a tough bitch, I can take it. Roger felt a tingle of warmth trickle through his body as he looked down at Nora. He thought carefully before replying. Nora. It means the world to me that you want to be there to me. There's nothing wrong with you watching out for us. But you don't have to do all of the work, Cheryl added, opening her hand and gently closing it around Nora's. If you want to watch our backs, that's fine. Just let us watch your back too. Nora smiled, and a warmth seemed to fill the room. I suppose I can come to a compromise. Hey. Roger and Nora turned to see a ragged-looking young man in a white coat pushing the door open, a small orange bottle of pills in his hand. These are for you, he said, handing the bottle to Roger. Take one now and another in 3 hours if your symptoms don't go away. After you take them, follow me. We've got a lot of work to do. XXXXX. How did this even happen? Lewis asked. He was standing near a holographic display of Moria that was being generated from a small disc that had been placed on the ground just outside of the heavily damaged Fort Cadia. The rest of the 57th, the crew members of the Normandy that had taken part in the defense of Fort Cadia, and General Hill were there with him. Have we even figured out how they got the bombs in? General Hill looked away from the holographic display to glance around her. Nearly all of the wounded had been evacuated by this point, doctors tending to a few on the ground that could not be moved. Rubble from the explosion still littered the ground around the fort, and there was a heavy weight in the air as the various soldiers carrying out salvage operations and patrols around the fort seemed to sag a little. While we were getting hit with tanks from the front and those commandos from the side, a few operatives must have snuck in and planted the charges. Considering how quickly they ran after they had been planted, it may have been the entire purpose of the attack. I'm assuming that the purpose of the charges were to kill either you or me. Jane asked. She looked directly at Hill as she asked the question, her face stony and her eyes hard. I doubt it was meant for you, Hill replied coolly. You only arrived on planet recently, they wouldn't have had time to plan where you might be. That, and I'm sure that you've been told this by now, but the Batarians seem more interested in taking you alive. To make an example out of you. A few nearby Morian soldiers glanced at Jane and shifted uncomfortably. Jane was even certain that she heard one swallow. No, I imagine that it was meant for me. Maybe it was payback, maybe it was to make sure that I didn't take a part in the upcoming battles. Hill's hand reached into a pouch on her side, pulling out her lighter. Giving it a flick, she looked down at the dim orange light as it burst to life. Either way, they're going to regret not making sure that they did the job right. That wasn't the entire purpose of the attack if the bombs around the city are anything to go by though, Jane said, looking at Hill yet not directly making eye contact, her gaze drifting. No, it wasn't, Hill said, her hand tightening on the lighter as she glared at the flame, shaking slightly as she did. It seems that they were trying to cause as much damage as they could before they were forced to retreat. Pile up as many dead soldiers as they could and then put a hole in our infrastructure. They did a hell of a number on us too. With the damage to the mines and refineries that they did, the production of the entire planet is gonna take a noticeable hit. And with war around the corner, that means ore that we really could have used isn't going to get mined, refined, and shipped. That's without even getting into the civilian death count. Did the Batarians take any slaves? Lewis asked. Hill's wrist snapped back, closing the lighter before pocketing it in with disturbing speed. A flustered hand combed through her hair before she replied. We can't say just yet, too many conflicting reports are still coming in. Things are a real mess right now, we're still cleaning up rubble all over the city, seeing if any missing civilians are trapped, dead, or really missing. I don't think it'll be too much of a problem with this city, considering that it was the hegemony military and they have very little precedence of taking slaves. The other cities didn't get off so lucky though. It looks like they were hit by hired slavers instead of soldiers. They didn't show as much restraint. So just to make things even better, out of all the people that died attacking us today, only a fraction of them were actually part of the hegemony military. Ashley asked, anger in her voice. Yup. Exactly the type of strategy I'd expect from the Four Eyes, Hill said with disgust. Stay as far away from the fighting as possible and get someone else to do all the dirty work. Someone we won't miss if they die. They've been pulling the same tricks for years over the border. Guess even when we're shifting to full-on frontal warfare their tactics don't change too much. She let out a small groan. Speaking of things never changing, they finally managed to get their hands on something they've been after for a long time. I'd ask, but I'm not sure I want to hear the answer, Ashley said, her voice grim. You don't, but you're gonna have to, Hill said. Thousands of laser and plasma rifles were stolen by Batarians during the attack. The very second her sentence ended, a ripple passed through the crowd around her. There was a silent numbering of disbelief from some of the soldiers, while shrieks swear words accompanied them. Yet, it looks like it's very possible that we're going to be losing that little monopoly a lot sooner than we all would have liked. Is there any chance that we can launch a lighting raid with the Normandy to get them back or destroy them? Ashley asked. I wish I could say otherwise, but most likely not, Hill said. There were multiple storage facilities that were attacked. I doubt that all the raiders just happened to end up on the exact same ship when they were hauling ass out. Besides, the Batarians will know about the Normandy's stealth capabilities after it attacked that dreadnought or whatever it was in orbit. They'll spread out the weapons in multiple caches, that way if we get one, they'll have a dozen more safe. If they don't ship them out to the Solarians or Turians for research and mass production before we get there, that is. The lighter quivered in Hill's hand, grinding her teeth for a few seconds before continuing. Truth be told, they didn't come here to destroy or conquer the colony. This was a raid designed to damage, steal, and demoralize. 3 objectives: damage infrastructure, loot advanced weapons and cripple command staff. All of them got accomplished to some degree. She flipped her lighter shut. Our attack on the Batarians is going to be delayed. I've been in contact with High Command and they're sending what reinforcements they can spare our way. Our ground losses weren't anything we can't handle, but our fleet took heavier damage. Either we send out a light fleet that will shatter upon attacking or leave Moria defenseless with our current numbers. So until they get here, we're sitting tight. She looking around at the gathered men, a look of discomfort stretching her lips. I will hold a funeral before we depart for all those who died defending Moria. I need to make arrangements. Shepard. Jane's head jerked as she looked at Hill, as if she hadn't been expecting it. Come with me. I have a couple of matters I wish to discuss with you. One is an idea that I have been thinking about. It's a little unorthodox, but I believe it might be useful. She paused for a moment, shifting from one foot to the other in extreme discomfort. There is also the matter of your crew member, Jenkins I think his name was. We need to make arrangements for him. Jane nodded numbly. As for the rest of you, you fought long and hard. Get some sleep, you've earned it. And sadly your job is far from done. With that, Hill turned and began to walk towards the ruins of Fort Cadia, Jane following behind her, looking as if she was barely paying attention to where she was going. An uncomfortable feeling filled the air as the many gathered soldiers looked at each other, as if waiting to be given instructions. After what felt like hours, people began to break off from the group and walk off. Come on, Cornelia said, taking Adam by the arm and gently pulling him away from the crowd. There's nothing else we can do here. Adam nodded solemnly as the two of them turned and walked off. Where are we going? He asked, noticing that Cornelia didn't seem to be heading anywhere in particular, but had just picked a random direction and had begun to walk. I don't know, Cornelia said. General 1, I said sleep, but that isn't gonna happen right now. She shook her head. There's too many things running around in my head right now. I've got too much pent-up energy and frustration. I can't stand still right now, much less fall asleep. I just need to do something, anything. She glanced back at Adam, smiling weakly. I don't want to be alone though. Adam chuckled. Understandable. I prefer the company of someone right now too, and who better than you. A moment passed as the two of them walked through the streets of the city, the occasional car with bright lights blaring at the top speeding down, but apart from that they were empty. Looks like things are calming down now, he remarked, looking around. Everyone seems to be staying inside. Yet, Cornelia said. She rubbed the back of her head in discomfort as she looked over at Adam. You know, most of the crew doesn't know about Jenkins yet. A heavy silence followed this words, Adam looking directly into her eyes and Cornelia fighting back the urge to look away. We'll have to tell them about it, you mean, he said. Cornelia nodded. Adam attempted to speak, but stopped as he opened his mouth. There was a small lump in the center of his throat. He swallowed audible, took a deep breath and opened his mouth again. I've done this before. Told friends and family someone that they knew died. It's a trying experience, I won't lie. When you see someone die firsthand, you already have to deal with the trauma that comes with that. Telling someone who cared about the person that dies though? It feels like you have to deal with watching them die all over again. Yet, she said, running her hands through her hair, cobble that together with the feelings of losing a battle, and we have a real fun time ahead of us, she said sourly. You know the feelings I mean. When you lose a battle and you want to make things better but you have to sit on your hands for the chance. It's agonizing. Sadly I am, he said, before putting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. That's the thing though. We can't do anything to make what happened here right now, and we can't do anything about Jenkins until the others get back from where they are. This is going to sound inappropriate but, he paused, his brow furrowing as he wondered if he should finish his sentence before continuing, really we should just try and make ourselves feel better. Well, it means getting this hollow feeling out of my stomach, I'd be up for it, Cornelia said. Any suggestions? Let me see, a voice said. Cornelia and Adam's head snapped to see a dark-skinned man in business wear standing in front of a two-story building, examining the front of it. A couple of windows broken, a few dented signs, he muttered to himself. And the lock to the front door looks a bit bent. He let out a small sigh. Thank goodness, it could have been so much worse. Everything okay there? Cornelia asked, both her and Adam coming to a stop and looking at the man. Thankfully, it looks like it is, the man said, smiling weakly as he turned to face the two of them. I panicked and barricaded myself in the basement with my employees when the attack started. I was afraid that my restaurant would be destroyed in the attack. It was my wife's dream after all. I would have been grateful to just walk away from that away with my life, but it would have torn me apart to see everything she wanted destroyed. Where are your employees? Adam asked, peeking through the windows of the restaurant and spotting no one inside. Are they all right? Thankfully yes, the man said. They've all gone home now, to make sure that their families are safe. From what I've heard so far, most of them are. His smile faltered. A couple of others weren't so lucky though. They didn't say anything but they called in to say that they couldn't come into work for some time. I could tell from the tone in their voices that they had lost someone. I told them to take as much time as they needed. He let out a tired sigh. Moria was never a peaceful planet, but we never had to deal with tragedies of this magnitude before. I'm sorry we couldn't do more, Cornelia said, lowering her head slightly in shame. We were fighting the Batarians at Fort Cadia. When they ran we pursued them, but we didn't even realize that. Wait, the man said, holding up a hand and sounding shocked. Are you telling me that you actually fought against the Batarians? I thought you were reinforcements that had just gotten here. You fought the people that attacked us. Yes, Cornelia said. And we're sorry we couldn't. Please, come in. He said jovially, pushing the front door wide open. My wife died doing the very same thing that you just did. Fighting off Batarian raiders and protecting people. You must be starving after that fight. My cooks are gone but I think that I can manage for two on my own. Do you have any other friends in the area? I could make something for them too. I suppose I could get on the comms and see if they're in the mood to eat, Adam said, sounding a little taken aback, Cornelia blinking in surprise while he spoke. Sure, this isn't necessary. We have standard issue rations waiting for us at base, and even if we didn't I'm not sure if we have any money on us right now. I was married to a military woman for 6 years, and she never let me hear the end of it of how you don't eat military rations, you force them down, the man said. It's why she wanted to create a place where soldiers could eat proper food. That's our policy, soldiers don't pay to eat here. His eyes widened imploringly. Please, this is the very least I can do after everything that you've done today. Cornelia shot a sideways glance at Adam. I suppose I could go for a hot plate of food right now, she said slowly. Well, I suppose I don't see the harm. Very well, we'll take you up on your offer Mr. Adam said. Badia. Samish Badia, the man said as the three of them entered the restaurant. It was a decent-sized establishment, with a few dozen tables and a dark maple decor that gave off a friendly air. Please, sit anywhere you want. I'll grab a few menus for you to look at, he said, ducking down behind a desk near the entrance. Cornelia and Adam continued forward, eyes moving from one table to another, when Cornelia caught something out of the corner of her eye. A picture hanging on the wall of a dark-skinned woman in a dress uniform, sitting with her hands folded and smiling at the camera. "Is this your wife?" Cornelia asked as Samish stood up from behind the desk, two small metal squares with bright yellow buttons at the top in his hands. "Yes, that's my Nirali," Samish said fondly, walking to where they stood and smiling admiringly at the picture. "Forgive me if I sound corny, but she always was a beacon of light in my life. Even just staring at her smile here can make me feel stronger sometimes." "Don't worry about it," Cornelia said, giving Samish a pat on the back. "We all have things that we do to make ourselves feel better that sound really stupid when we say them out loud." "Indeed," Samish said. "I won't lie, I still miss her from time to time, but I can't help but feel like she was content with the way that she died. She boarded a slaver ship that had landed on a moon for makeshift repairs and was about to take off with a cargo hold full of slaves. She went in without backup because if she had waited the ship would have taken off by then." He sighed. "I wish I could be a tenth of the person she was." "Sounds like a great woman." "Wish I could have met her," Cornelia said. "Yes," Samish said somberly. "Well then, you need to place your order." "Can't well cook everything in the store," he said, putting the squares down on the nearest table and pushing the top button. A yellow hologram of a list of food appeared above both of them, prices flashing in the corner. "Right now I just want something juicy and greasy," Cornelia said. "Thank you again, Samish." "The pleasure is all mine," Samish said. "You do the memory of my wife proud." XXXXX. Danux looked down as he stood in front of one of the airlocks in his dreadnought, the Steel Vision. Through the tiny porthole in the side, he could see a rather small garden world below him, ADEK. It was the forwardmost Batarian colony towards the Coalition/Hegemony border, and if the Coalition wanted to get to the rest of the Hegemony, they would have to take that planet. A fleet of around 15 warships were orbiting the planet, Danux's fleet slowing moving to fall into formation with them, as the Steel Vision slowly drifted to a large space station orbiting ADEK. Danux frowned. He had never particularly liked ADEK. The planet itself was a miserable place to live, hot all year round, but it represented everything he feared about the hegemony. Well over a third of the planet's population were slaves, all owned by a ruling elite. They had managed to gain control of the planet during the initial colonization, when a series of viruses that Batarians were vulnerable to had plagued the planet, moving forward with setting up claims when no one else was interested. After the coalition had colonized Moria, the hegemony military had moved in and secured a position of power on the planet, but for the most part the planet was still a playground for the businessmen, politicians, and rich who dominated it. "Everything that's wrong with the hegemony in a neat little package," he said quietly. "Have we still not docked yet?" Danux's mouth clamped shut as he heard Balak approach from behind, stopping at his side. He sounded annoyed. "Almost," Danux said. Indeed, the space station was now clearly visible through the porthole, getting closer and closer with every second. "Well, I suppose I shouldn't be too impatient," Balak said, cracking a grin. "The second we dock we have to deal with Usuro. Frankly, I have better things to do than listen to her complain. Honestly, it's all she ever does. Makes me wonder how she got command of the garrison on this planet." Danux's brain scrambled as he tried to come up with a reply that Balak would be happy with. He had never felt much ill will towards Usuro, but the last thing he needed was Balak starting to distrust him. Nepotism was a little too predictable, as was having money. Just then, one that he knew Balak would like flew into his mind. Simply thinking about it made him feel sick to his stomach, but nonetheless he opened his mouth and reacted, "Must have fucked the right person." Balak let out a roar of laughter. "I would not be surprised at all if that was what happened," he said, giving Danux a slap on the back, causing the unexpected admiral to double over slightly, wincing in pain. "Would not surprise me at all. Some people just get things handed to them. Like me," Danux thought to himself, feeling utterly miserable. He was shaken out of his thoughts by a loud clang. The Steel Vision had successfully docked. "Well, let's get this over with," Balak said, a dull tone to his voice as the airlock slid open with a loud groan. He and Danux stepped forward into the brightly lit station, a pair of soldiers in combat gear saluting them as they passed. The two of them walked in silence for a few minutes until eventually they found themselves outside of a thick blast door with the label "Commanding Officer" holographically projected in front of it. A man was audibly shouting from the inside. "Maybe we should," Danux began, but before he could get another word out Balak shoved him out of the way and pushed the door open. Several Batarians wearing flowing multicolored robes surrounded by men with similarly colored armor were all standing in front of a Batarian woman in a metal-coated officer's uniform, sitting at the head of a conference table. The woman had her head in her hands and a heavily smoked cigarette wedged in her mouth, to the point where barely anything was left of it. "I refuse, General Usuro, we all refuse," one of the men in robes said, sounding outraged. "We are of the upper class of the hegemony. Employing private forces is one of our rights given to us by birth, and the hegemony has no right to tell us what to do with them. Which is why I'm not telling you, I'm asking, Yusuro replied, not looking up at the man. She looked and sounded exhausted, her voice was barely above a low drawl and there were heavy shadows under her eyes. It looked like it was taking her a heavy effort to keep her head up. We received word from the Chancellor weeks ago that we should prepare for an attack from the coalition. Your personal soldiers would be a much-needed buffer in the planetary garrison. For most of us, the majority of our investments are in this colony, a woman in robes said angrily. We poured everything into this planet. We're the reason the hegemony has a presence on this planet in the first place, and why it's still running. Tell me, General, can you pay for all the food that keeps this planet running? Because I can. And do. You misunderstand my intent, Yusuro said, discarding what was left of her cigarette into an ashtray before grasping for an almost empty pack on the table and taking out another one. The coalition will destroy everything that you ever built if they take this planet. We need your men on the front lines to make sure that. And if they're on the front lines, who will keep the slaves in line? Another man demanded. They could very well revolt without our soldiers keeping them in order. I acknowledge that this is a problem, Yusuro said, an undertone of anger to her voice as she grasped a lighter on the table and after taking a couple of tries to get the lighter to ignite, lifted it to her cigarette. I suggested that you arm the slaves as an alternative, and... Arm the slaves? One of the women toward the back shrieked. Are you out of your mind? Do you want them to rebel? A limited amount of the slaves, Yusuro said in anger, her hands shaking as she pressed her cigarette to her mouth and took a puff, which reduced the shaking, if only slightly. A limited amount, making sure that they are outnumbered by our soldiers, with limited equipment, well entrenched within our soldiers, far away from each other so that they can't plot. One slave to a squad. The second the battle is over, their weapons are taken away from them and they are sent back to their jobs. Unacceptable, one of the men said. Are you saying that you don't want to defend the hegemony? All heads turned to face Balak. That's what that sounds like. The coalition will be here within 2 weeks at the very most, and you are telling me that you aren't going to be doing anything to defend the hegemony. That's not what the man started, his voice shaking as he looked at Balak, but he was interrupted. I know that you are used to a life of luxury. Sitting on your ass and clapping your hands for a slave every time you need to get up, Balak continued snidely. But, and I understand this might be a shock for you, solutions don't magically fall from the sky just because you stamp your foot and make childish demands. The man shook in front of Balak and Balak paused for a second, a self-satisfied smile on his face as he enjoyed the man's suffering. Danux swallowed in fear and Yusuro looked on, her face half consumed by interest and the other by caution. So please tell me what you posses that can be put above the security of the entire hegemony, Balak said. What operations do you command that are so important that they demand resources be taken away from our frontline defenses against the greatest threat we've ever known? I imagine they must be something magnificent. The man stuttered. I didn't. I do believe I asked you a question, and it is common courtesy to answer a question when you are asked one, Balak said, his voice lowering dangerously. What operations do you command? The man swallowed, now visibly sweating. I command the plantations on this planet, he whispered. Of course, Balak said, his voice suddenly cheerful, causing more than a few people to jump back in surprise. I take it you are indeed one of the top producers of food in the entire hegemony to be making such demands. Aren't you? And no, the businessman stammered, looking as if he was on the urge of breaking down and crying. 2 armored Batarians took a step closer to him, positioning themselves between him and Balak, although they kept their weapons lowered. Most of my produce doesn't leave the planet. Well then, I assume it's the most well-run in the hegemony then, if not the biggest then the most effective, Balak said. You must have done everything to maximize your output, and secure the future of your plantation. Tell me, have you selected for an heir? My son, the businessman whimpered. He just turned 19. Old enough then, Balak said idly, talking more to himself than anyone else. Danux felt a horrible sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach as he heard those words. He wasn't sure what it was about them, but something felt wrong as he heard them. He wasn't the only one. Old enough to do what? The man asked. As he did, his 2 soldiers raised their rifles, aiming them at Balak. Replace you, Balak said matter-of-factly, one of his hands drifting down to his side, his thumb pressing on a small metal sphere he had clipped to his belt. The moment he spoke, both of the businessman's guards pulled the triggers on their rifles, but instead of firing, they blared with an alarm, indicating that they were overheating. Both of them looked down at their weapons in confusion, but they barely had time to process what was going on when Balak was upon them. He drew his sword with a single fluid movement and swung it. It tore into the side of the first guard, who fell to the ground, gasping for breath as blood leaking out of the gaping wound Balak left there before he turned onto the second guard. The guard had just enough time to scream before Balak raised his sword over his head, and buried the edge of it directly in the middle of the guard's face. The look of terror remained in the guard's face, even as his body went limp. No, no. Please don't, I can, the businessman begged, but Balak simply smiled as he pulled his sword out of the dead guard, turned on the spot, and swung his blade. It connected viciously with the businessman's neck, tearing through and severing his head from the rest of his body. It fell ungracefully to the ground, landing with a dull thud as his body collapsed in a heap behind it. Nearly all of the Batarians in robes screamed in terror as their guards nervously looked back and forth between them and Balak, unsure of what to do and eyes flicking down at their guns. Balak, on the other hand, simply smiled as he walked towards the nearest one, the blood on the end of his blade gushing to the ground in heavy thick splashes. As he neared the nearest Batarian in robes, he idly flicked his wrist and sent blood spattering over the faces of his guards. The guards panicked and dropped to their knees, their hands fumbling as they lowered their rifles and gently placed them on the ground, placing their hands on the back of their heads immediately after. You too, he said, pausing and looking down at the guards. I like you too. Looking back at the man in robes, he took one hand off of his blade and reached forward, grasping a handful of the robes. He pulled back and with a loud tearing noise, he tore off the front of the robes, leaving yellow flabby flesh exposed. The man did nothing to cover himself up, only looking on with petrified fear as Balak wrapped the tattered robe fragments around the base of his blade before gently sliding it upward, wiping the blood off. You see, the future of the Batarian is at risk, he said idly, repeating the process to clean his blade. Enemies besiege us from all sides. Those of the upper class have a duty to lead the hegemony in times like this. Those who fail to do so are little better than those who are trying to tear it down from the outside. They're traitors. He dropped the rags, his hands raising above his head, still tightly gripping his sword. Well, it's a good thing that I cleared this planet of its traitor problem, didn't I? He asked, his voice suddenly cheerful. Because all of you are going to do exactly what General Yusuro needs you to do, isn't that right? Almost at once, a flurry of nods and yes sirs rose up from the crowd to meet him. Wonderful, Balak said, sliding his now clean sword back into his sheath with a clank. Yusuro, be sure to send me a message with any updates on the defenses. The general nodded dumbly, her cigarette sliding out of mouth as she did. Wonderful, well, I have business to take care of, Balak said, bending down and picking up the severed head of the businessman. You too, he said, pointing to the two guards who were still kneeling on the ground. I said I liked you and I meant it. Consider yourselves promoted, you work for me now. Now come along. He casually tossed the severed head up into the air and caught it. We have to tell an heir about his new responsibilities. Danux felt as if a haze was falling in front of his eyes as everyone in the room began to move. He vaguely saw Balak leaving the room, the two guards scrambling after him, while the rest hastily filed in front of Yusuro's desk. He lost track of time as people's bodies became hazy outlines, unable for him to tell the difference between any of them. Before he even realized what was going on, everyone had left the room with the exception of one person. He blinked, and the room came back into focus. General Yusuro was in front of him, looking at him in confusion. Are you okay? She asked. Danux said, looking around in confusion. I've been working with Balak a long time. But I just never. He stopped, looking around hopelessly. He just couldn't find the words to properly convey how he felt. Even he couldn't figure out what the maelstrom of emotions in his stomach were supposed to be. He wanted to turn and run, he wanted to sink to the floor and cry, and he wanted to bend over and vomit. I imagine that Balak is someone that you can never get used to, Yusuro said, glancing down at the three corpses that were still lying on the ground. I swear, everyone in the upper ranks of the hegemony is a first-class piece of shit. If it's not a glorified killer like Balak, it's self-righteous politicians and businessmen who won't do anything if it doesn't benefit them, she growled. Her hands curled into fists as she spoke. Oh, but the very second they stand to gain a profit or save their own miserable lives, they're oh so happy to do whatever they want, because they always had the hegemony's best interests at heart. Because of course. Suddenly shouting, she turned on the spot, grabbing her desk with both hands, and heaving as hard as she could. Danux winced as the desk flipped over, data pads sent scattering, official documents drifting through the air, and a picture or two cracked loudly as they smacked against the wall. Yusuro looked at the overturned desk and the sprawling office materials, panting heavily as her jaw clenched. As the seconds ticked by though, her breathing slowed and her muscles relaxed. She paused, staring at the destruction that she had caused. Turning around, she gently grasped her left arm with her right hand, a look of shame creeping across her face. It's been a long day, she said weakly. I've spent all day banging my head against a wall, trying to get results. I understand, Danux said, doing his best to smile comfortingly. Just be careful what you say about Balak. He won't take kindly to you saying things like that about him. He swallowed. You don't want to end up like that man. To be honest, I think I'm at the point where I'd rather be stabbed in the front than be stonewalled by self-righteous businessmen, Yusaryo said dryly. At least Balak would be honest with me. She bent down, grabbing her desk and pulling it back up into an upright position. Balak will probably be looking for you after he's done with whatever he has planned. You should go find him. Right, Danux said, a horrible sinking feeling taking over all other emotions he had been feeling. Being around Balak was the last thing he wanted to do right now, but it looked like he would have little choice in the matter. I will probably see you again soon. Until then, Danux said, turning and walking towards the door. Admiral. Danux stopped, turning to look at Yusaro in confusion. Stay safe around Balak. The hegemony doesn't have many high-ranking officials who have a shred of decency. We can't afford to lose what little we have. Danux blinked as he looked at Yusaro. Before he could even properly think of a reply, he instinctively smiled, and a small thank you escaped his lips. Chapter 97. A Galaxy Torn Apart. Author's note, well, I sort of actually have a good reason for this chapter taking longer. My computer was in the shop for a fair bit. The rest was me being a lazy ass again. Sorry. XXXXX. General Hill sighed, wiping her forehead with one hand as she looked down at a data pad in her free hand, eyes furrowed. She was sitting inside a rhino, which was empty aside from her, Decker and Shepard. They're waiting for us, Decker said softly, clasping his hands and looking at Hill. The family's just finished saying their words. Well then, let's get this over with, Hill said grimly, deactivating the data pad and letting it fall from her hand, which clattered onto the ground, flipping once and landing upside down. The hatch to the rhino slid open and all three of them got to their feet, jumping out and landing on the ground with a thud. The rhino was parked outside of a massive graveyard on the edge of New Ottawa, near the edge of the dome. Thousands of freshly dug graves had coffins positioned over them, some of them open casket but the majority of them closed. A crowd numbering in the hundreds of thousands was scattered throughout the cemetery, small groups directly in front of the coffins while the majority of it was scattered throughout the cemetery and around the edge. A few reporters with news drones were hovering here and there, some interviewing people while others were facing and talking directly to their drones. The buzz of noise from the crowd was absolutely deafening, to the point where it was nearly impossible to hear anything else as the three of them made their way to a stage and podium that had been set up at the very front of the cemetery, a thin row of shock troopers around it. While they were all armed, the majority of them had their weapons holstered or lowered. Some of them were even removing their helmets, wiping their eyes and sniffing silently. General, everything is set up, a shock trooper said softly, stepping aside along with three other soldiers, clearing a path that Decker, Hill and Shepard walked through. Climbing up a few steps, Hill stopped in front of the podium, Decker and Shepard flanking her on either side, hands clasped behind their back. Taking a deep breath, Hill reached out and gave the microphone in front of her a few taps before speaking. Attention please. The wave of noise from the crowd vanished in an instant as all heads turned to face Hill. As she began to speak, she spotted the ground operatives from the Normandy standing in a group not far from the podium. They were gathered around an open casket coffin that had Jenkins lying in it. Unlike the other coffins, his had no grave dug underneath it. His body was due to be shipped back to Eden Prime. Cheryl stepped forward, reaching forward and gently depositing something in the coffin, grasping Jenkins' hands around it. They were close enough that Hill could get a glimpse of what it was. It was a wooden death claw. 5 days ago, Moria was attacked by the Batarian hegemony, Hill said, turning her eyes back to the crowd. While war between the coalition and hegemony was about to be declared, the attack was well before the deadline that we had been given. Sadly, we are no strangers to being attacked by the Batarians. Time and time again I have stood here to commemorate the brave men and women who gave their lives in defense of this planet. Slavers, pirates, mercenaries, terrorists. All of whom attacked our planet, our ships, and our citizens. Soldiers who swore to defend Moria and civilians trying to do nothing more than live their lives were killed by these invaders, or worse, enslaved. However, while there is evidence to support that the hegemony has funded these attacks, this is the first time that they have attacked us directly. And, I am very sad to say, this attack is the most brutal in the history of Moria. Thousands are dead as a result of this cowardly sneak attack. Yet again we bury our dead because yet again we have been attacked by a greedy expansionist empire. The Batarians claim to be fighting because we have overstepped our boundary and pose a threat to the Council. She let out a small snort of laughter. Nothing more than a lie to allow them to continue what they have always done. Expand their territory and claim the ground that they have always wanted for themselves. We were the ones that found this planet when it was nothing but a barren rock. We struggled to make it habitable, worked in its mines to make it have value, and we have worked for decades to give it life. The Batarians want to take all of the hard work we have put into this planet and claim it all for themselves. She let out a sigh, putting her hands down on the podium. Too cowardly to attack us head-on, preferring to use proxies and hide behind the Council. Even now they only have enough courage to attack us because they have the military might of 2 galactic powers backing them up. And I think I speak for everyone when I say that enough is enough. We will not be bled dry like pigs for the slaughter, anymore. Enough bodies are in this graveyard. We have lived in fear long enough. A few shouts of approval rose up from the crowd. We are not going to stand for this anymore. The hegemony has crimes that they need to answer for. Their soldiers, their officers, their generals, their politicians, the businessmen that make money off of the labors of coalition citizens. For years they have sat just on the other side of the border, mockingly crossing it to attack us whenever they pleased, confident that we would never retaliate. It is time to shatter that illusion of safety. More cries of approval, along with a few citizens punching their fists into the air, in response. They think that we can't touch them. That they could just steamroll over all of us, toss our corpses to the side and claim their new prize for themselves. It's time to show them exactly who they've been picking a fight with. No more soldiers dying in sneak attacks, no more people going to bed afraid that there will be an attack while they sleep, no more workers who have their minds turned into tombs. The roar of the crowd grew even louder, rage and pent-up frustration heavy in the air. I say never again. Moria has been attacked for the last time. We will push the fight to their side of the border. It's time for the people who have long since spilled our blood, made us leave in fear, to know our pain. To see their homes come crumbling down around them, to see our ships blacken their skies, to have their blood spilled on their soil, to be afraid for their very lives and their way of life. The screams of the crowd as they roared nearly drowned out Hill's voice, but she still somehow made herself heard over it. To the families of those who have lost loved ones, we owe you a debt that can never fully be repaid. But I will make it my mission in the coming days to make sure that your brothers and sisters, your sons and daughters, mother and fathers, did not die for nothing. And I will make sure that the hegemony regrets taking them from us. Hill pushed herself away from the podium, the tingling feeling of an adrenaline rush coursing through her body and a smile sliding across her face as she saw the crowd surge in front of her, fists punching the air and people roaring in fury. Certainly was an inspiring speech, Decker said dryly, shooting Hill a scathing look as the two of them stepped away from the podium and walking down the stairs, heading back towards the Rhino. A few reporters made their way towards Hill, only to have a few soldiers shoo them away. I detect a bit of a tone, Colonel, Hill said, glancing at him with an unamused frown on her face. They're angry. They have every right to be. And they deserve to know. Well, my apologizes, General, Decker remarked coldly. I was merely under the impression that we were above doing something like turning our own citizens into an angry mob. I guess I just imagined that we have a tendency to frown upon people in history who made speeches like yours. You know, speeches about how a certain race or species was absolute scum. Colonel, our duty as soldiers is to protect the coalition from outside threats, Hill said, sighing in exasperation. The Batarian government has threatened the security we are supposed to be providing. Are you saying that we shouldn't be responding to their attacks? That we should just be giving them flowers and chocolate to kiss and make up? Because we can't hate anything because of some moral code of yours, that states that everyone in reality is just misunderstood? No matter how many deaths they cause. I'm saying we're professionals and we should act like it, Decker hissed back. We should be doing our jobs without letting emotions getting in the way. When your speech is hard to tell apart from the terra firma representative's speech, a glorified hate group, you've made things personal. And when you make things personal, you get sloppy. Hill let out a bark of laughter. Did I say something funny? Shepard glanced back and forth between Hill and Decker. Despite her laughter, Hill was glaring at Decker, a hardened look in her remaining eye, a look Decker returned. You did. How many years does it take to reach the rank of colonel? All that time you spent as an officer and you never learned the importance of morale? Hill asked scathingly. When a planet is attacked and thousands killed, the people of that planet need a morale boost. Or should I have made the speech more politically correct and mentioned that not all Batarians were evil every 5 seconds, would that have satisfied you? I didn't realize it was a choice between talking about how we should be best friends with the Batarians and how we need to make them afraid, and I quote, for their very lives and their way of life. Frankly, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if a xenophobic Batarian general gave a similar speech to their own troops. You know, those people who you hate and fear so much. It's perfectly okay when you do it though, because they did it first, I suppose. Playground logic never loses its value, it seems. Hill let out a bark of laughter, but before she could reply, several Necrohumans officers approached him, climbing out of the back of a rhino as they did. General Hill, Colonel Decker. One of them asked. Hill and Decker glared at each other one last time before both of them turned to address the officers. Yes, that would be us, Hill said. Shepard fought back the urge to shudder. Hill's tone was professional in a sense, but she could feel brutally icy undertones. How can we assist you? We're representatives of the relief fleet, the second Necrohuman said. We arrived a few hours ago. I don't know if you were notified, it seems like you two were rather busy with other affairs. Don't worry, we did, Decker said, his voice almost as rigid and cold as Hill's was, not lessened by him leering at her out of the corner of his eye. 15 ships, correct? One of them a dreadnought. 35 actually, the first necro-human said. It seems our new allies managed to divert some men and ships from their newly acquired contacts in the Terminus systems. We have 5 blood pack ships and 15 army ships that fell into formation with us. The leaders of the army, the general, the colonel, and the major, are present among these ships. Blood pack? Army Decker asked, concern heavy in his voice. Are freelance mercenaries capable of taking orders from a military in a prolonged operation? I agree with Colonel Decker, Hill said, these sound like they could very easily be an unstable element. Particularly if they take part in ground operations, especially the blood pack. Other high-ranking officers have displayed similar concerns, and we have discussed the matter with Erdnot Rex. The blood pack ships have some of the most disciplined crewmen within the entire mercenary group, and the mercenaries will refrain from ground battle unless specifically ordered otherwise, the second necro-human said. We believe that with 25 ships, including a dreadnought, pooled with your current force, we should have little trouble launching an attack on Batarian space while holding our defenses here. Hill cracked a grin, a bit of the iciness in her voice melting away. Well then, I suppose I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. After all, our orbital defenses took fairly significant causalities in the attack, we need as many vessels as we can get. There is more though, the first necro-human said. You and your forces have been authorized to make use of a limited supply of prototype theta energy weapons. The weapons made by Exulans? Decker asked, blinking in surprise. We're finally producing them. In limited quantities, the second necro-human said. We only have a few thousand theta energy being fielded at the moment, they're being distributed throughout the entire coalition. We were tasked with bringing a crate to this front in the war, specifically to arm the forces that you plan on using as a strike force using the Normandy, General Hill. So, there's enough weapons to arm the Normandy crew and the 57th. Hill asked, her lone eye glinting with excitement. Only just enough for each person to get one weapon each, the second necro-human said. Not enough to completely phase out their current arsenal. The majority of them are rifles, a few of them are pistols, and we even managed to get one anti-tank cannon. Where they don't get the job done though, you'll have to make do with more traditional weaponry. I imagine that we'll be able to make do, Decker said. We were prepared to go in without these weapons. Having them shouldn't be anything other than a boom. Where are they now, if I may ask? They should have already been shipped to the Normandy, the first necro-human said. Sir, if you don't mind, there are a good deal of logistics that we need to study in detail, and perhaps it would be more convenient if we did so in a place we could sit down. Colonel, take them on ahead to our makeshift HQ, it's not that far away from here, Hill said, glancing idly at Decker. Don't you think you should come too? He asked, his tone level and barely keeping his distaste towards Hill hidden. I imagine there might be something that the commanding officer of a planet's entire garrison might want to know. I want to have a word with Captain Shepard before I get swept up with preparing for our counterattack, Hill said. Decker, please relay any important information to me. Decker said gruffly, gesturing to the officers to follow him down a street, which they did after giving Hill a short confused look before following. Any guesses as to what we're going to be talking about? Hill asked, looking at Shepard, tilting her head in the direction of an empty rhino and heading towards it. Jane let out a small grunt. Possibly something to do with my evaluation. The two of them reached the APC, Hill closing the hatch behind them. In part, she said, sitting down in one of the many seats that lined the interior of the rhino, Jane sitting down opposite her. Good news first. I'm letting you keep your command of the Normandy. You seem to be okay in the head. Not flawless, but you seem to be capable of following orders when someone who knows what they're doing is giving them. Bad news, for you at least. I need to know which bunk is going to be mine. Heavy silence filled the inside of the vehicle as Jane stared dumbly at Hill. Her brain seemed to be slowing down as she silently turned over what Hill had just said, double-checking and triple-checking to make sure she hadn't misinterpreted her words. When she could think of no alternate meaning, she spoke. Excuse me. Those bombs were meant for me, Hill said grimly, producing her lighter from a pouch on her armor and flicking it open, lighting it as she did. The hegemony has classified me as a high-level target. They're hoping that if they can take me out, they'll hurt the coalition's ability to wage war against them. Considering that's something that we can't afford, I need to be in a place where I can coordinate our forces, yet at the same time not be in danger of being killed. And the thought occurred to me, your ship would be perfect for that. You just said that you're a target, and after that you want to put yourself on my ship, with my crew. Jane asked, her tone neutral. Worried about your crew being in danger? Don't worry, me being on board won't bring any more harm than just having you on would be, Hill said scathingly. If anything, they're liable to have a quick and painless death with me around. The hegemony would just destroy the ship to make sure that I died and couldn't contribute to the war effort, they'd go out of their way to take you and who knows how many members of your crew alive. And I think we don't want to talk about all the nasty repercussions that would come from that. So if there are no more complaints, I'd like to talk specifics. Shepard nodded stiffly. XXXXX. Another war, hundreds of years later, and it's the same old, Karen remarked gloomily. He and Fox were standing in the cargo bay of the Normandy, inspecting the crates of prototype Theta energy weapons that had been left by the reinforcements, hours after the funeral on the surface had ended. Territory dispute, political conflict, and just plain old bitterness. Call me naive, but I was hoping that half a millennia down the line, we'd at the very least stop having wars over stupid reasons. We can't even do that, can we? Sadly not, friend, Fox said, pressing a button on one of the larger crates that caused the lock to slide open with a click. Some would argue that the savagery that we saw in the capital wasteland was always a part of the nature of intelligent beings. It was always there, from the Stone Age, to today. The wasteland just gave a place where it wasn't restricted. Much like a war does. Some would argue that we don't outgrow our savage nature, we simply become better at hiding it. And that's where we come in. To do the dirty work and send a few hundred more people to their graves, Karen said as Fox pulled out a massive chrome cannon, around the size of his Gatling laser, but much smoother, with a circular power cell noticeably jutting out of the edge and a single barrel at the end. Well, at least we get the best toys for the job. That a Gatling Theta energy, he paused, searching for the right word, before simply stating Thingy. Fox chuckled. It appears not, he said, tacking one hand off the weapon and reaching back into the crate, pulling out a data pad that had been tucked into the side. It appears to be an anti-tank weapon, he continued, reading off of the data pad. It fires single concentrated orb of Theta energy, which explodes on impact. The radius is quite large, so distance is highly required. He raised an eyebrow in interest. It appears to have been designed after the plasma cannon that Colonel White used back on Cor Mali. So I take it that thing has your name on it? Karen asked. I have not yet had the time to make an inscription on it, but I will do so if you feel that that is logical, Fox said, his permanent grimace widening slightly, making the closest thing to a smile he could manage. Freaking smart-ass Frankenstein, Karen said playfully. Indeed I am, Fox said, placing the cannon back in its crate and sliding the lid shut, holding onto the data pad with his free hand, idly reading it. It is rather disheartening though. This will be the largest scale war that you or I have ever fought in, he said gloomily. Yeah, the first contact war is already a picnic compared to this, he said. Couple thousand people dead in that entire war. The civilian death count on Moria is already past that. And things like that don't really turn around or get better. Tell me something, friend, Fox said, looking up from his data pad. Do you think what happened here will affect the way that the rest of the war is fought? That both sides will be more open to atrocities? Christ, I hope not, Karen said. It's a possibility, that's for certain, but if we're lucky it'll just stay on this front. The Morians never had the best reputation in the coalition, the higher-ups just like to pretend they don't exist when they can get away with it. If the Turians and Solarians are smart, they'll be doing the same thing to the Batarians, not talking about their atrocities. But you do believe that General Hill will respond with the same brutality that she was shown when the hegemony attacked, correct? Fox asked. From what I've seen of the woman, I don't see how it could go any other way, Karen said. In the meantime, all we can do is hold the line against the Batarians here, keep our civilians safe, and do everything we can to keep atrocities to a minimum. When millions of soldiers are fighting, them not occurring at all is just a statistical impossibility, he grimaced for a moment, the morbid implications of the thought not lost on Fox before he continued, but unless they directly help us in the war effort some way, you and I should do everything we can to stop them. And even if they help we have to ask if it's worth it. Okay, I can't do it. My heart is officially not in it anymore, a soft feminine voice said, coming from the direction of one of the crates. Both Karen and Fox had jerked to look at the direction of the crate, eyes sweeping the cargo bay for whoever had spoken. While a few soldiers were inspecting the insides of the various metal containers that had all been brought on board, none of them were near close enough to have been the one that spoke. Who said that? Fox asked. I don't know, Karen began, but stopped mid-sentence as a look of realization dawned on his face. He let out a small chuckle, the melancholy tone slipping out of his voice. How long have you been there, Kazumi? Couple of minutes, the neo-ninja said, her cloak deactivating, revealing her to be sitting cross-legged on top of the crate that her voice had come in the direction of. There any reason you happened to sneak up on us cloaked while we were examining our latest acquisition? Karen asked playfully. Hoping to sneak a few out and sell them on the black market to the highest bidder? Play both sides while keeping up the facade of the happy-go-lucky ex-thief. Oh, Kazumi said in a melodramatic tone, stretching her arm out before slowly pulling it back and pressing the palm of her hand over her heart. You wound me, good sir. Besides, I'd like to find the black market contact that would be able to take a state-of-the-art, prototype Theta energy weapon and find someone that would be able to pay the price it's worth. Plus not being killed by someone else who wants it, that'd be a rarity too. And you kind of need to find a dealer with both qualities in order to sell something. Otherwise it kind of defeats the purpose. Karen and Fox chuckled. So, what was the purpose of the cloak then? Fox asked. Keep this under your hood, but I wanted to borrow. Kazumi began. Borrow hey? Karen asked, his dry and sarcastic tone not reaching his wide grin. You are aware that borrowing something requires it to be returned, right? I was going to. Kazumi protested, pouting her lips. I was going to sneak it out, shoot a few targets back on the shooting range, then sneak back in here and get it back. 3 benefits. We test the weapons, we test the security systems on them, and manage to get some practice in so I don't go rusty. So, what made you stop? Karen asked. Your oh so cheerful conversation about war crimes and atrocities, Kazumi said, sighing and propping her head on her hand. I'm not gonna pretend that I'm some kind of hero. I spent a good portion of my life as a thief and I frankly can't bring myself to feel sorry for it. But whenever stuff like this crops up, slavery, torture, rape, she shuddered, it just makes me feel sick to my stomach. I'll admit that sometimes I'd rather just save my own skin when things go bad, but if it meant letting something like this happen? I don't think I could live with myself. She groaned. Having a conscience can really suck sometimes. That it can. While I don't regret any of the things that I've done in my life, if I had kept my nose out of things, Karen chuckled. But then a lot of people would have died if Fox and I hadn't done anything. Real catch, isn't it? Do nothing, you have to live with the knowledge you could have made a difference and did nothing for the rest of your life. Do something and there's a chance that won't be for very long. Yet you don't seem to have a problem making the decision, Kazumi said dryly, idly pointing a finger at Karen. Both outcomes are pretty miserable, but I never said that the decision was a hard one, Karen said, grinning widely. He glanced behind himself at Fox as he did, playfully jabbing him with his elbow. The Frankenstein and I would both love to stop playing how do we get this shrapnel out and guess which part of your body is now lying on the ground, but we just don't have it in us to hang up our weapons. Fox nodded in approval. There was a warm feeling in the air as Fox and Karen made eye contact, a sensation of familiarity accompanying it. We have fought for over half a millennium, he said pridefully. We have done more than nearly anyone else in the coalition. Yet we keep fighting. Because someone must carry this burden, and we have become quite skilled at it. Kazumi gave a weak smile. You two sure are something special, I'll give you that. Look, I'm telling you, this is the 3rd time that this has happened this week. A rather annoyed voice said, coming from the edge of the cargo bay. Karen, Fox, and Kazumi all turned to look in the direction of the voice. You don't need to remind me, I'm the one that fixed it every time it did, another, equally irritated voice said, sounding marginally closer than the first. I know, and I'm sorry that I keep having to come to you on this, the first voice apologized. I'd fix it myself if I could, but not only can I not write it properly, even if I could I wouldn't have the faintest clue of what I was doing. You don't need to apologize, I'm more than happy to fix it for you. I'm just worried about it malfunctioning at the wrong time, the second voice said. At that moment, Taylai and Folker rounded the corner, Folker with his hand over his synthetic eye and Taylai operating her Omni tool as she walked. Everything okay? Kazumi asked. Folker and Taylai both jumped as they noticed the 3 standing and sitting among the Theta energy weapon crates. Oh, I wasn't expecting anyone else to be down here, Folker said honestly, taking his hand away from his eye. When did we get those crates? Just now, Karen said, giving one of the crates a reassuring pat. They came in with the reinforcements. Theta energy weapons. You're not gonna be the only one in the crew with one anymore, Folker. Oh, good, Folker said happily, his hand reaching down and fondly stroking the pistol he had taken from the dead Xelan captain on Mothership Zeta. They're dead useful, everyone would be better off if they could have one of their own. So what's the problem? Kazumi asked, sounding slightly irritated that her question had not been answered the 5th time. The lenses in Volker's eye aren't lining up properly, Taylai said, looking back down at her Omni tool and punching in a few more commands, only to have it beep loudly and glow red. She let out a groan of frustration. There is something wrong with this design, I swear. 3rd time it's happened this week, every time I fix it, and then it finds a way to mess itself up again. Does Roger have this problem with his eye? Folker asked, holding his hand up in front of his synthetic eye and closing his organic one. Even with his hand only a foot away from the eye, he tilted his head to one side and then the other. I can barely see anything, I can hardly make out my hand. I don't think so. Roger's implants have been running fine ever since they got onto the Normandy, Karen said. He did say that his were more sturdy, Folker remarked. I guess mine wasn't exactly designed with military-grade hardiness in mind. I've tried realigning the lenses, but they just keep slipping out, Taylai said, making her way past the others and stopping in front of another pile of crates, all of which had been strapped down. Undoing the strap, she reached into the pile and pulled out a small hard box that she could fit in the palm of her hand before reapplying the strap. So I'm just going to replace it with the spare parts that they gave Volker just in case something happened. Sorry Volker, this is probably gonna take a while, we should go somewhere more comfort. As she suddenly stopped speaking, her face flushing as she realized exactly what she had been saying. Please go on, Kazumi said, her grin stretching to both sides of her face. What was that? I just, Tailai stuttered. You know exactly what I meant, she said, folding her arms and glaring at Kazumi. I do. Kazumi asked, her voice thick with slyness. Well then. I had no idea that. Shut up, Tailai said, which caused Kazumi to burst out laughing. In all seriousness, is there any major malfunction with Volker's eye? Karen asked. No, everything is working just fine, the lenses just don't want to stay where they're supposed to, Tailai said, shooting a glare at the still giggling Kazumi as she walked back to where Volker was standing. One of them might have accidentally been chipped, so if we replace them it should be fine, Tailai said. It's just a slow and delicate process. I have to deactivate his eye and then open it up, and that's without how Volker needs to be lying still while I take the majority of his eye apart so I can safely get to the inner parts. It's not a very fun experience, Volker said, shuddering while he did. I feel trapped in my own skin. Still, at least I've got the best engineer I know doing it. So, what's the state of the Quarian people? Karen asked, looking at Tailai, who was flushing slightly at Volker's comment. They adapting to Rannoch all right? And is the cure that Woods made working all right? They just recently started distributing it to the general population, mass production was only recently finished, Tailai said. Everyone who is a part of the Enclave Geth fleet already got it though. They got priority, considering we couldn't afford to have too many of them die from stray bullets. As for Rannoch, apparently a lot of people are having some difficulty adjusting to not living on a starship anymore. They just don't know what to do with all the open space that they have now. We also don't have much experience with building and maintaining infrastructure outside of starships now. As much as the admirals would rather to admit it, we've been relying a lot on the Geth to help rebuild out infrastructure. Apparently volunteer Enclave workers have been allowed onto Rannoch too. Still, even with all the help it's been a slow process. I take it the Geth didn't exactly maintain your infrastructure for 3 centuries, Karen asked dryly. No, they didn't, Tailai replied, though she sounded rather cheerful. She was quick to reveal why. The good news is that they did do a very good job at preserving the ecosystem of the planet. They didn't even establish that many bases on the surface of the planet, preferring to just stick to space stations or installations on barren moons. Any plans to set up colonies? Karen asked. I mean, if the Quarian people want to be taken seriously as a galactic power again they need to lay claim to some land so to speak. Tailai nodded, her brow furrowed thoughtfully. There are, but I think it might be some time before we can actually put them into effect. We have so much to do in terms of getting Rannoch up and running that it just wouldn't be practical to colonize other worlds just yet. Though we do have territory and potential planets that's sanctioned as our territory. I got word from Father that there's territory for the Quarians, Geth and the Enclave, with a buffer zone that no one is allowed to colonize. Speaking of your father, Fox asked, his tone solemn. Is he aware? The room felt like it had just dropped 10 degrees as Tailai's eyes widened before she looked down at her hands, fidgeting slightly. No, she admitted quietly. An uncomfortable silence followed these words, a look of guilt crossing Fox's face. Karen silently watched while the smile slid off of Kazumi's face as she gently reached towards Tailai and gave her a pat on the back. You're his little girl, Kazumi said, her voice soft and comforting. He may not understand or accept it right away, but he'll come around. I take it not many Quarians date humans? Standard or otherwise. That honestly rarely comes up in Quarian society, Tailai said, her nervously wringing her hands as she spoke. It might be a problem, it might not be. I honestly have no idea. No non-Quarians ever lived on the migrant fleet, so any Quarian who was with an alien would have left the fleet, voluntary or otherwise. There wasn't exactly a demand to breed on the migrant fleet, the opposite really, there were limitations, so we don't exactly have a be with Aquarian at all cost mindset. Still, I'm not sure how people would react. There's that whole, I used to be a Nazi thing too, Volker said glumly, lowering his head in shame. People like Darozen are still in power among the Quarian people, and there are people who actually support her, Tailai said sharply and suddenly, causing Volker's head to snap up in surprise. On Cor Mali the majority of my species was perfectly fine with walking down the same path you once did, and you actively stood against them. You stood up to my father and told him what he was doing was wrong. You didn't just reinforce the views his entire species had been willing to support or at least look the other way on. She frowned. In fact that's what I'm worried that he's going to hold against you. Even after everything that's happened with the Geth and the cure. Karen asked, thoughtfully scratching his chin. You'd think he'd be a bit more understanding after that. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't had much time to tell him with everything that's going on, Taylai said. When we weren't recovering from Cor Mali, we were hunting down Nora's parents. When we weren't doing that, we were preparing for war. When we weren't doing that, we were recovering from the Batarians launching a sneak attack on us. Yet, we've had our plates full for a bit, and it doesn't look like that'll be changing anytime soon, Karen said. Speaking of which, I think I heard that we're due to ship out later today. Folker let out a small sigh. He looked very tired. How many people are going to die tomorrow that don't deserve it? Too many, Fox replied, lowering his head as he spoke. Taylai's hand reached out, closing tightly around Volker's, the finger intertwining. We'll get through this, she said comfortingly. Honestly, I'm looking forward to the day where worrying about relationship problems is the worst we have to deal with. Folker gave a weak smile. XXXXX. Primarch Fedorian groaned as he pressed the palms of his hands against his face. He had had a long couple of days, not having gotten much sleep and spending nearly every waking hour working, be it writing messages to generals, giving press conferences or dealing with angry representatives from colonies or other galactic powers. Even now he found the concept of collapsing face first onto the desk he was sitting at and falling asleep to be a very appealing one. He knew, however, that he could not afford to do that right now. He had an appointment to keep. He sighed as he got to his feet. He was standing in his personal office, a very small and Spartan room, with only his desk, a holoscreen and a light hanging from the ceiling above. The only other objects of interest were the holographic projectors on the far side of the room, one of which a Turian technician was currently crouched over. Is the recalibration finished? He asked groggily, looking at the technician. Yes, sir. The other Turian said, smiling as he got to his feet and slapping his hands together. You should be able to contact them whenever they're ready. Assuming that the timing is correct and they're active on the other end. They should be, Fedorian said. Could you please leave the room, however? The matters I will be discussing are of a very sensitive nature. But of course, sir, the technician said cheerfully, turning on the spot before walking in the direction of the door, crossing the threshold in a few seconds, the thick metal door sliding shut behind him. Fedwaran typed in a few commands to his Omni tool and there was a loud click as the door locked. He looked down at the Omni tool, wishing he could delay for an hour or two to rest, before pressing a button that caused 3 of the projectors to flicker to life. Within seconds, Rejnam, Linran, and Balak were all being projected in his office. Dalatras, he said gruffly. Chancellor. I noticed that Saren isn't here, Rejnam said weakly, turning her head from left to right. Are we having another customary talk behind his back? Chancellor, you'll have to forgive me, I am not in a joking mood right now, Fedorian growled. I have had to push back the hierarchy's official declaration of war on the coalition because of your permeative strike on them. I have been forced over the last few days convincing the Valis ambassador, the heads of the more prominent Solarian families and the general public that our cause is still just. Some of them were considering using their influence to break the fragile alliance that we have here, because your little game at Moria made them question if our cause was truly just. I have 20 minutes of spare time before I have to publicly announce the declaration of war now that I know that the Turian public won't riot as a response, so you have that much time to explain your actions. I don't always see with the Primarch on everything, but even I must agree with him, Linran said snidely. Solarians as a whole may see official declarations of was as stupid and far from pragmatic, a viewpoint I share, but our leaders are wise enough to take the reactions of other species into account when fearing with other galactic powers. The attack on Moria was well before our deadline, so not only do you increase the risk of brutal retaliation against everyone in our alliance, you make us question whether you can be trusted. 9 Asari matriarchs who had been against supporting the coalition changed their minds when they saw what happened there, Fedorian said angrily. I had to practically beg with them to keep the republics neutral. The very last thing we need is the Asari as our enemy chancellor. May I ask what exactly you were thinking? Tell me something, Rejnam said, holding her arms apart, palms open, with a notable lack of urgency to her voice. Have there been any counterattacks by the coalition on Turian, Solarian, or Valis territories? Have any civilians been killed by angry mobs? Has the coalition threatened the usage of weapons of mass destruction? There was a public broadcast from Moria. General Hill Fedorian began, but Rejnam cut him out with a snort. I am well familiar with General Hill Primarch. She didn't say anything that she wasn't already going to say. She has been clashing with slavers and pirates of my kind for years. Any atrocities that she will commit are the result of inevitability and not my recent attack. In fact, my attack will encourage her to be reckless. But my strategy regarding my front of the war don't matter. Aside from General Hill, has there been any coalition announcements regarding the attack? Any vows of vengeance? No, Fedorian said through gritted mandibles. All of them have been focusing on mourning the dead. Well then, I fail to see what the issue is, Rejnam said, a small smirk working its way onto her face, which Balak happily mimicked. Hill has been committing war crimes against the Batarian people for as long as she has been in a position of power. I was simply taking actions in order to make sure the battle with Moria will be fought on my terms. Their fleet has taken significant damage from the attack, which will prove to be very useful in the future. The rest of the coalition, it seems, doesn't want the war to escalate elsewhere. So we have nothing to worry about. That isn't the point, Fedorian said hotly. This could have very well have resulted in massive and brutal counterattacks against all of us. The fact that it didn't is irrelevant, the risk was too much. You had no right to do any of that. You are proving to be an unstable element of our little organization here, Linren said coolly. We have enough problems keeping Saren in check. We don't need two unstable allies. Regnam yawned loudly, causing a pang of anger to shoot through Fedorian. It appeared that reasons wasn't going to work on her. I have had the coalition as my next-door neighbor ever since they emerged onto the galactic stage. I know how to deal with them, so I suggest you simply allow me to handle this problem. In fact, it's not even a problem, so if you'll pardon me I'll be going. Fine, Fedorian said. You forced my hand. I didn't want to have to do this, but I have no choice now. His Omni tool blaring to life, he typed in a single command before sending a single message out. Execute. A sick feeling bubbled up at the bottom of his stomach, but he ignored it. He was out of options. Forced your hand in what exactly? Regnam asked, sounding amused. I just sent a message to some undercover operatives of mine. They were stationed on board a military space station outpost on the rim of your territory, on the opposite end of Coalition space. They just detonated the charges that they had planted at its core before retreating. I imagine that, as of the moment, no less than 5,000 Batarians are dead. A heavy silence filled the room, Fedorian staring directly at Regnam's pitch-black eyes, all four of them wide as she stared at him. He willed himself not to blink and attempted to remain calm. He needed to stay in control here. Finally, she spoke. Forgive me Primarch, but that joke was in very poor taste, she said slowly. Precarious our relationship may be, we are still allies, and allies shouldn't idly make jokes about attacking each other. I agree, that's why I have not, he said sternly. Deep Space Refueling Outpost X-24. It doesn't exist anymore. All hands lost, or close enough. Killed by men of the Turian hierarchy's military. What? Balak said, his voice a growl and barely understandable. His hands were balled into fist and he was glaring daggers at Fedorian. You spilled the blood of thousands of Batarians. Don't act self-righteous when you lead a surprise attack on a civilian target under a week ago, Fedorian snapped. You have no right to claim the moral high ground. Even in this attack I can still claim to have a stronger moral code than you. X-24 was a classified military installation, no civilians on it whatsoever. Even when launching sneak attacks that could qualify as war crimes I seem to have more self-control and morality than you. Then again that implies you have any. This is inexcusable. Regnam shouted. You'll do what? Fedorian countered, suddenly shouting at the top of his lungs. Anger coursed through his veins as all of his frustration came tumbling out. End our alliance? I would like to point out that you are the one who has attacked the coalition while we have not. I imagine they would be all too happy to accept peace terms with us so they can refocus all their assets on you. You don't have the resources to fight them one-on-one, you need our help, because without us the coalition would wipe the hegemony out. Frankly that's an appealing thought right now, considering I only ever accepted join forces with you to destroy the lesser of two evils, but now you've forced me to question if you are really the lesser evil. Attack us? Ha! Fedorian laughed. Even if you somehow managed to make all the coalition's hatred toward you disappear, what would happen if you attacked the hierarchy? I'll tell you what. We would crush you. I would be very surprised if more than 6 months went by before your fleet was little more than rebelled and your people would be begging you to surrender. For you see Chancellor, you need us more than we need you. Regnam said nothing, glaring at Fedorian with absolute murder in her eyes. Now let me explain how things are going to work in this alliance from now on, Fedorian growled. You will not receive any direct military aid on your front of the war. We will not expose our soldiers to the atrocities that will now occur there because of your actions. You will not commit war crimes on any other front of the war. This front is lost due to the floodgates you've opened, but I will not tolerate you doing the same anywhere else, directly or otherwise. Finally, and most importantly, when a decree is made by this alliance, you will follow it to the letter. If you break any of these conditions, 10 times as many Batarians will die the next time. And 10 times as many after that. Fedorian paused for a second, taking in how Regnam and Balak were glaring at him. Everything had felt so out of control for him ever since Saren had come to him with proof of the coalition's crimes. It felt good to be the one giving demands for once, even for just a moment. Understand? Regnam nodded stiffly. Good. Also, I heard that you managed to get your hands on a cache of coalition energy weapons. You will deliver half of them to us so that we can research and mass produce them. After what you just did. Rejnam hissed. No. Especially after what I just did, Fedorian retorted. I will be expecting them within the next few days. He straightened his back. You've been isolated from the rest of the galaxy ever since your little scrap with the coalition all those years ago. I imagine you've rarely had anyone tell you that you can't have your way. Frankly, you've needed someone to smash those illusions of importance and invincibility you have. Rejnam didn't say anything as she pressed something the projection didn't show on his end, before both she and Balak disappeared. Well, Linren said, turning to face Fedorian. I must admit you handled that very well. If they become too wild, we may have to call on your STG agents, Fedorian said, before hastily adding, as a last resort only. Yes, I know. I have no desire to start a multi-fronted war if I can help it, Linren said. I'm just rather surprised that you didn't inform me of this before you did it. She would have expected a retaliation from your end. I thought it would be more shocking and get the point across better if I did it. Truth be told, I also had to do this on short notice. I apologize for not informing you, Fedorian said. Linren shrugged. Don't apologize. I wouldn't have told you if I did it, she said before her own hologram disappeared. Fedorian stared blankly at where she had been seconds before as her last words echoed in his mind. I wouldn't have told you if I did it. Where does this path end? He muttered to himself. He shook his head. He still had much to do today, he couldn't afford to be idle. Chapter 98. Protector. Cheryl's face narrowed in concentration as she looked down at her cybernetic hand. She was gripping her knife by the hilt, the blade laying horizontally as she gently flexed her wrist. Steady, she whispered, a tense feeling in her gut, you can do this. With a snap of her wrist, she tossed her knife up into the air, the blade flipping as it rose up a few feet before descending. Her palm opened wide as the knife came back down, trying to close around the hilt, but her fingers hit the very edge of it. It shot out of her grip and clattered to the floor, leaving Cheryl looking down at it with dismay. 5th time in a row, she said under her breath, feeling miserable. You know, just because your arm can't get stabbed by that thing that doesn't mean that the rest of your body is invulnerable. She looked up from the knife. Roger was looking at her with concern in his remaining eye as he stood over a simmering pot of soup. Both of them were standing in the galley of the Normandy, the mess hall as a whole being empty with the exception of a few people idly sitting at the tables. The Normandy would arrive at its destination soon and most of the people there were either not on the mission or were catching one last bite. You should be careful. I know, she said, bending down and picking up the knife with her organic hand. I just want this thing to feel like my old arm again. She glowered at the knife. Did I tell you the news? News about what? Roger asked, looking confused as he idly stirred the pot with a spoon. Guess not then, Cheryl said. I got a message from the general. I won't be on the active combat roster for the next mission. She read the report of what happened on Moria and she says I'm still not up to snuff. My aim is still off and she says that a sniper who misses at a vital moment could be disastrous. She let out a long sigh. There's nothing more frustrating than when someone despicable is completely right. Well then, it looks like you'll have someone to keep your company, Roger said, picking up a pepper shaker and lightly trapping it, causing a few black flakes to fall into the pot. Shakwas took a look at me. Know that concussion I got? Turns out it was worse than I thought. I've got a fracture in my skull. What? Cheryl shouted, causing a few heads to turn in her direction. A skull fracture? When did you find out? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Roger gently placed the pepper shaker back on the table, looking slightly guilty. Found out a couple of days ago. Shakwas says it's nothing life-threatening right now, but that a blow with enough strength behind it could make it worse. She's got me on 6 different kinds of meds right now and Hill also said that I'm off the combat roster. As for why I didn't tell you, well, he rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment, you seemed like you had enough on your plate. Nora's still in bandages, your arm, what happened to Jenkins, with all that, I didn't want you worrying over a non-lethal injury. Cheryl paused for a moment, Roger's words reverberating inside her head. She felt a rather warm sensation in her stomach, one that started out small but spread quickly. Idly placing her knife on the counter, she took a step forward and wrapped her arms around Roger, burying her face in his chest. You don't need to hide things like this from me, she said softly. But I'm glad you care. I wasn't trying to hide it, I just didn't think you needed more problems to deal with, Roger said, sounding slightly taken aback by Cheryl's sudden move, but mirrored her moves and hugged her tightly. You don't need to do that, you know, she said. I know, Roger said, gently breaking away from Cheryl, much to her disappointment. The soup should be ready soon. Could you do me a favor and grab us a table? Also, have you heard from Nora? She said that she would be down in a few minutes, she just had to take care of a few things first, Cheryl replied. I hope she hurries up, I just wanted to make this soup for the two of you before Gardner starts cooking for lunch, he said, giving the pot another stir. Anyway, the table before the lunch rush starts please. Right, she said, flashing a quick smile at him before grabbing her knife and stepping out of the galley. There couldn't be more than half a dozen people sitting at the various tables in the mess hall, half of them standard Normandy crew members, while the other half were members of the 57th that had been taken on board at Moria. She had to admit it was rather weird to see so many other people wearing the pitch-black armor with glowing red eyes and a skull that she had come to associate with Roger and Roger alone. Still, they're not like people have made them out to be, she said, pulling out a chair and sliding down into it, drawing her knife from her sheath and producing a wooden block from within her uniform. She had little doubt that if she tried to make a carving her cybernetic arm would mess her up in some way, but she'd much rather fail and get used to it again than do nothing. This seat taken. A slightly slurred voice said. Cheryl barely had any time to look up before a shock trooper slumped down into the seat next to her. Lewis, Hartley right. Cheryl said slowly, recognizing the second in command of the 57th. Yup, he said slowly. Cheryl sniffed and caught a strong stench of alcohol emanating from him. She fought back the urge to sigh. She wasn't in the mood to put up with drunken antics right now. There anything you need from me? She asked, cutting off a few wood shavings, not paying attention to where she was putting her knife. I'm waiting for someone right now. She paused for a second and then decided to give her point a bit of an edge. Someone special. And he's making you wait. Lewis said, grinning sloppily. Sounds like he's a dick. He isn't, Cheryl said coldly, deciding not to bother to correct him on the gender of the pronoun that he had used. Look, if you don't mind. I know the feeling, Lewis said, not listening to a word that Cheryl has saying. I got a girl. I do nothing but give. Give and give and give, he said, a bitter tone developing in his voice. And the ungratefully little bitch never seems to realize how much I do for her. How much I give to her just so that her life doesn't come crashing down around her. She'd be nothing without me. You know that? Nothing. I'm the only reason that she's anything, and she can't even look at me when I'm shaft deep inside of her. Cheryl groaned in disgust. I don't care about your relationship problems or your sex life, she said. Look, I don't want to be rude, but I got my arm ripped off a few weeks ago and I'm still recovering from it, she said, jerking her cybernetic arm off to emphasize her point. My best friend's teenage, civilian sister was forced to kill to protect him, my other best friend was nearly killed on Moria and I'm dealing with all of that right now. So could you please not bother with unimportant garbage like this? Lewis chuckled. Man, you're a feisty one. Better than anything she ever did. She's just got those dead eyes, the ones with no light to them. No soul, he said, slurring his words slightly. She's pretty much dead inside. That's the only reason I ever went after her in the first place, because those are the only ones that are any fun. I shouldn't be surprised though. After all they get burned out when you're in situations like this. Cheryl sighed, looking back to her block. She had resigned herself to having to deal with Lewis until he finally got bored and left. However, the second she made to shred off another chunk of wood, she felt an arm slide around her shoulder and smelled stale alcohol stronger than ever. She froze. A pang of fear tore through her body as she felt Lewis' arm tighten around her. It was short-lived though, replaced by anger in seconds. Get off, she hissed. Oh come on. Your douchebag boyfriend stood you up and I'm tired of the cunt. Why not? He said. She felt his other hand creeping up her back and over her shoulder, heading down in the direction of her chest. She twisted around, slapping his arm away. I'm warning you, she growled, her hand tightening on her knife. Lewis merely chuckled. Fiery. I love em that way, he said, leaning forward, a hungry look in his eyes. Cheryl felt ready to pounce and start hitting every bit of him that she could reach when she saw a purple blur out of the corner of her eye. A fist cloaked in biotic energy smashed into his face, the force of it throwing him out of his seat and onto his back. He looked up, his nose bent in the middle and blood pouring out of it, his face screwed up in pain. Nora was standing over him, her arm in a sling and bandages covering her face. Her good fist was clenched at her side, biotic energy still swirling around it. You have got a lot of nerve, she said, her voice trembling with anger. She knelt down, glaring at him and grabbing him by the hair. She gave a sharp pull, bringing his face a few inches closer to hers as he winced in pain. You ever pull anything like that again I won't stop with just one punch. Get the fuck off of me. Lewis spluttered through the blood pouring down his face and flowing into his mouth. Apologize, Nora growled. What? Nora got to her feet, pulling on Lewis' hair and forcing him up with her. With a grunt, she smashed his head onto the table, right in front of Cheryl. Apologize to her. I am sorry. I'm sorry okay. Lewis blurted out. Cheryl allowed herself a small smile. She was enjoying this a little more than she knew she should. Nearly everyone in the mess hall was looking at them, Ian and Normandy crew alike watching with dumbstruck looks. Nora pulled Louis up and shoved him back, gently enough so that he simply stumbled back a few steps before recovering. Good. Now get lost. You go anywhere near her and I start again. And next time, I don't stop until something cracks, Nora growled. Louis glared at her, only stopping when he heard footsteps behind him. Craning his neck, he saw Roger right behind him, a neutral expression on his face. These fucking people, am I right? He asked, looking at Roger like he was an old friend. They didn't serve on a place like Moria. They don't know the crap we have to go through and what we need to do to cope. I didn't see what happened, I was making soup, Roger said, his voice neutral. What's going on? I was trying to establish a friendly relationship, this prudish bitch overacted, Louis said. That's a lie, Cheryl said viciously. More like he tried to force himself on me. You believe this shit? Louis asked. Yup, Roger said. I'm kind of in a relationship with her. Wait, Louis began, but before he could get any further than that, a cybernetic fist slammed into his gut. He doubled over in pain as Roger pulled his hand back, glaring at him. Remember when I said I was waiting for someone? Cheryl said. Well, I'm done waiting now. I am going to, Louis began, but he was cut off. That's enough. All the heads turned. Lieutenant Stone was walking towards the center of the room. She looked furious. What the hell were you thinking? She said, stopping in front of Louis, jabbing him in the chest with her finger. I saw every second of that little display. Are you? She stopped, sniffing loudly. Oh Christ, you are drunk. Are you insane? Are you trying to make the perfect storm of screw-ups? Your career, my career, everything the two of us ever worked together to build could fall apart in seconds because of what you just did. The anger faded from Louis' face as he looked at the ground. I'm sorry, he muttered. It's just been so frustrating. Everything that happened. It's coming so close to all falling apart. You don't think I know that? I'm the one pulling double duty to keep it all together. She grabbed him by the shoulders. Think of Maria. You need to think of Maria and you need to keep it together. You are gonna lose her if you do something like this again. I know, Louis mumbled. Lieutenant Stone looked at the others. I'm sorry about this. He's been under a lot of stress, we all have been. His behavior is unacceptable however, and I will be dealing with it, she said, her voice suddenly changing from angry to crisp and professional. Her eyes found Roger. You're more Ian too, you have to understand what kind of hell we have to go through. What it does to us. Roger simply stared at her for a few seconds before letting out a reluctant sigh. Yeah, I do. Christ, I've done things I'm not proud of. Don't you dare compare yourself to him, Nora growled, who still had her gaze locked on Louis. Lieutenant Stone. We've all been through hard times. The rest of us have enough self-control to not act like wild dogs in heat. Keep yours on a tight leash. Noted, Stone said, an edge of coldness to her voice as she led the still bleeding Louis away, producing a handkerchief to dab at his bleeding nose. A moment passed as heads in the mess hall slowly started turning back to their meals. Please don't tell me I shouldn't have done that, because that's one thing I would never take back, Nora said stiffly. Roger chuckled softly. Wasn't planning on. Nora let out a sigh of relief. Oh thank Christ. She glanced at Cheryl. I meant what I said. He goes anywhere near you and I'm turning his head into a smear on the wall. I think that might qualify as overkill, to put it mildly, Roger said. He was acting like a grade A prick, and that he did deserve that beatdown we gave him, no getting around that, but Stone has a point. When you're constantly fighting pirates it can make you snap, make you do things you regret later. I'm not saying we should snuggle up to him but we should probably consider that wasn't him at his best. Or maybe it was. What I'm saying is that we should wait and see. I'll be waiting and seeing all right, Nora said. And if by some miracle he impresses me I'll admit it. Until then, I'm keeping an eye on him. He does anything like that again, he gets another beating, this one twice as hard. No argument from me, hell I'll help you if he does. Roger said. His expression softened as he turned to Cheryl. You're okay right? He didn't do anything. Cheryl smiled. Didn't even get the chance. And yes, I'm fine. Thank you. Both of you. I think I could get used to you two beating people up for me. Roger and Nora let out barks of laughter. Well don't, I'd rather not make a hobby out of it, Roger said. Nora grinned. I'd be up for it though, once I'm all healed up. In the meantime, Roger, I was promised soup. XXXXX. On the surface of Adex, towards the outskirts of one of the few cities that dotted its surface, a small shabby bar had just opened for the day. The bartender had just begun to pull out the dusty glasses from underneath the counter when he noticed a Batarian in a full military uniform sitting in front of him. Her face was old and wrinkled, her upper two eyes foggy, and countless brutal scars that looked like they were from shrapnel covered her face. Her chest was coated with medals and several other commendations. That being said, despite the high prestige as indicated by her uniform, her expression was blank, borderline dead. "Little early today, aren't we?" the bartender asked. "Usual," the woman rasped. "Put it on my tab." Giving an exasperated sigh, the bartender slid a shot glass onto the counter before producing a glimmering silver bottle of brandy from the shelf behind him. Most of the bottles were worn, dusty, and a few of them even cracked. The shining bottle in his hand couldn't have been more out of place compared to them. The woman felt a faint warm sensation as she saw it get placed on the table in front of her. "Now I'm running low on this stuff. It's damn hard to get expensive liquor like this to the front lines when a war is about to happen. I'm gonna have to charge you 250 a shot. If you really want to skimp 100 off, I'm okay with half shots. Honestly, I'm prepared to start selling this stuff in milliliters." If he trailed off as the woman grabbed the bottle, ripped the cork out with a tug, and took a long swig of it. "That's gonna come out to," the bartender paused, "a lot." "Name a price, I'll pay it," the woman said. "Absolutely nothing important goes on around here, might as well get a good buzz on with high-quality liquor." "Nothing important, are you kidding?" the bartender shouted. "Have you heard the news?" Activating his Omni tool, he pressed a few choice buttons, causing a screen of a military officer standing in front of a set of microphones to appear. "Yes, I am disappointed to say that our peaceful expedition fleet was attacked unprovoked by coalition forward scouts," he said calmly and coolly. The woman felt a burning sensation in the pit of her stomach, her eyes narrowing in contempt as she looked at the man. They were quickly reinforced by heavy coalition warships, including cruisers and even a dreadnought. They apparently had had the intention of destroying the expedition fleet entirely. The man smiled. There was something off about it, however, the woman noticed. It had all the textbook definitions of a smile, but there was no warmth or happiness behind it. It was play put on for the public to see. The woman had grown to recognize smiles like that. It made the hatred in her stomach grow. Many of our lighter ships were destroyed in this cowardly surprise attack, which was launched well before the conflict between the coalition and the council officially began. The council had mercifully granted the coalition time to surrender after their heinous war crimes, in an attempt to avoid a pointless conflict, something that the chancellor personally supported. The bottle began to shake in the woman's hands. She wished that the soldier on the screen was in this room right now so that she could break it over his head. Pounce on him while he clutched his bleeding head and choked the life out of him. The bartender didn't notice, however. "Our lighter vessels bravely sacrificed themselves," the soldier continued, flying themselves into the more numerous ranks of the coalition and setting their mass drives to overload. Doing crippled the coalition advance, allowing the rest of our ships to retreat to Adex to regroup. After which, we were able to successfully launch a devastating counterattack on the coalition military installations on Moria. We devastated their mining infrastructure, killed thousands of the war criminals that they employ as soldiers, and even, I am told, managed to critical wound the butcher. A chorus of applause rose up from the crowd that the soldier was speaking to, but the woman couldn't see. "We now suspect that the coalition will attempt to launch a counterattack on Adex, deliberately aiming to destroy civilian targets and facilities that are considered culturally and historically important to the hegemony. I urge all citizens of the hegemony to be at ease, however. With the damage that was inflicted on the coalition fleet at Moria, and the actions of our brave allies advancing on the coalition at all other fronts, their assault will be a desperate suicide attack that will shatter upon meeting out defense, much as. Will you turn that garbage off?" the woman hissed, suddenly lurching partway over the counter and slamming down on the bartender's Omni tool, shutting it off. "It's bad enough that I have to listen to whatever they decide to broadcast non-stop in public squares, but I don't want to have to deal with their lies when I'm trying to have a drink." The bartender's eyes widened. "Keep your voice down," he hissed. The woman, however, didn't listen. Rage was now pounding through her. Coalition surprise attack. What I joke? Back when I was serving with them, they sold that same line every time I got sent in. I go in to burn out a bunch of rebels that hadn't done anything yet, and we were retaliating for a terrorist's attack. I take out Blue Sun's mercs that had been using one of our colonies to launder money, and they were planning on taking the colony over. They're lying to us. Pure and simple. And I don't care if they'll try and kill me for saying it, because I'm tired of listening to everything they spin and taking it with a smile. Fuck the hegemony. A loud crashing noise came from the far side of the bar. Both Batarians whipped around to see a group of soldiers standing near the entrance, one of them on the ground and scrambling to his feet. He cast a single embarrassed look at an overturned chair while the rest of the Batarians looked at the woman silently, neutral expressions on their faces. A minute passed. One of the soldiers swallowed loudly. The woman sighed. "All right then. I've lived long enough." Grabbing the shot glass she had ignored, she smashed the end of it against the edge of the counter, breaking it off and leaving nothing but the base and jagged points. The woman held it up and bent her knees, looking ready to pounce, when one of them threw up his hands. Wait, wait, wait! He shouted, his voice panic-stricken. We don't want to fight. Yet. The woman asked coldly, her hand still gripping the glass. How am I supposed to know that? Because we know you're right. One of the other soldiers blurted out. Moria wasn't a counterattack, it was preemptive. We were there. The hegemony hired slavers to hit civilian populations while we were focusing on the military installations. The woman slackened, blinking in surprise. They told you this? The second soldier rubbed the back of her head. No. They told us the same thing that the news is saying, we were retaliating for an attack, but our commander pointed out that things just didn't add up for that. We mobilized way too quickly, and he couldn't remember an expedition fleet being sent out. Heck, he said he couldn't even remember the last time there was an expedition fleet. But according to the hegemony there was one now. Joy, the woman grunted, sliding back into her chair, dropping the makeshift shiv onto the counter. She felt herself flush slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Sorry about that. You've got to be a little careful when what you say and think doesn't match up with the hegemony's narrative. You know how much they hate that. The first soldier lowered his head. Our commander, he didn't defy the hegemony, but he did always ask questions. Questions that always made his superiors look at him funny. I think that's why when we were deployed, our tank got put onto the front lines. They got their wish. He swallowed. Our tank took a glancing shot. Part of the front got blown off. Most of us were okay, but the shrapnel from the blast, the soldier stumbled in his speech. It wasn't pretty. The woman felt a twinge of sympathy for the group of soldiers, all of whom looked rather shaken. Most of them had their heads lowered, looking directly at the ground, and a few of them were staring off into space with wide-open dead eyes. Reaching over the edge of the bar, she pulled out a couple of shot glasses from underneath the counter. You're not going to break these too, are you? The bartender asked dryly. Sit down, have a drink, it's on me, the woman said, pouring the brandy into each of the shot glasses. It's on me. All of the soldiers blinked in surprise, glancing at each other nervously before slowly walking forward and sitting down. They stared hesitantly at the brandy, none of them making any movements. The woman chuckled. I haven't poisoned it, you know, she said, taking a swig from the bottle to prove her point. Slowly, a few of them picked up their glasses and gently sipped them. That's better. So, you boys and girls just got back from battle, hey? She scanned them. All of them were incredibly young, with soft skin unmarked by scars. Your first one? All of them nodded. It didn't make any sense at first. We were the only green tank crew in the invasion force, all of the other ones were older and had been in a few brush wars, we were straight out of training, the first soldier said. We pieced it together after. They were giving our commander a green crew. He never admitted it to us though. Just kept a big smile on his face the whole time. He swallowed before putting his glass to his lips again. The woman nodded sympathetically. It wasn't the first time she had heard of the hegemony ordering someone off to a battle where they were certain to die. Executing someone was one thing, but it tended to be better if that person was hated, or at the very least a nobody in the eyes of the public. If it was someone who was actually liked, it benefited the hegemony to talk, tears in eyes, about how they had tragically died in the line of duty or suffered a tragic accident. I know the feeling, she said. I've seen it happen before. A lot of times. Hell, they've done it to me. They dropped me into a situation where I was supposed to die. Then I plow my way through what they set up. They smile, I smile, we both pretend we don't want to kill each other, they slap another medal on my chest and it starts all over again. Wait, how many times have you? The second soldier started to say before her gaze locked on the woman. She stared for a second before her eyes widened in realization. Holy shit! You're the Hammer of Karshan. You put down that rebellion on the homeworld 10 years ago. I remember seeing you on the news when I was a kid. The woman groaned as she heard the name. 11 years ago actually, she grumbled, turning the bottle of brandy upside down as she drained it. She felt weary as she thought about the name that had been forced upon her by the hegemony's propaganda. And I hate that name, call me Philo, she added, slamming the bottle down. That wasn't a rebellion that I fought, she continued. There were tanks there, all of the so-called rebels had military-grade equipment because they were soldiers. The thing is, they were soldiers loyal to a nobleman who hadn't been paying his taxes to the chancellor. We were sent in to collect, and he had a bit of an ego. He ordered his men to fire on us, thinking that we would lose our nerve and run off. Instead we got a 3-month conflict that ended with hundreds of thousands of people dead, more than half civilians who got caught in the crossfire. All because of a dispute between nobles about money. Still, the first soldier said, you charged straight through the enemy lines and took out their main command center. The conflict ended 3 days after that. After everything those people must have done, That's got to be something to be proud of. Flo held back a sigh. The boy looked like he had only legally become a man a year ago, she reminded herself. There was no way that he had time to learn exactly what depths the hegemony would sink to. Even if he had recently gotten a taste of it, he still couldn't even imagine how far they would go to. I imagine the current narrative is that I took an all-volunteer force and tore down the street and smashed right through the barricades the rebels had set up. That isn't what happened at all. Our column got hit by a flanking maneuver and half of it got blown to hell. I'm pretty sure the enemy commander was expecting us to buckle under the strain and try to retreat. If we did, we would have been target practice for their dug-in forces. I panicked and I did the only thing I could think of. I forced our remaining tanks forward, max speed. Their tanks couldn't maneuver into position and they broke formation. That's the secret behind the hammer of Karshan. Dumb luck. I didn't know, the second soldier said. That's the scary thing about the hegemony, Flo said grimly. Even if you learn that they lie about things, that you need to keep an eye out, you don't know what to trust. Sometimes they tell the truth in the news broadcast, sometimes they don't. With things like what happened with Moria it's easy, but with the smaller stuff it's harder, and the smaller stuff can add up. They can lie to us about so many little things, and sometimes we don't even realize that they're lies. And just to rub salt in the wound, even if we know something is a lie, it doesn't do us much good if we don't know what the truth is. I think you've had enough, the bartender said dryly. You get loose lips when you're tipsy. You already took a huge gamble letting these kids hear about your little opinions. Say it to the wrong person and the reputation that's keeping the hegemony from putting a bullet in your head on live news is gone. Flo scowled at him, but knew that she was right. She felt rather warm in the face and things seemed to be a little fuzzy. Fine, she said, stuffing the cork back into the brandy bottle and handing it back to the bartender. You kids are going to be okay, right? She asked, looking at the tank crew. I don't know, the first soldier said. I just don't really feel much of anything right now. The first few nights after the battle I just cried myself to sleep. I feel like I'm too tired to cry now though. It feels weird, but at least I don't have to worry about the other soldiers in the army smirking behind my back. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, every battle has the potential to squeeze a few more out of you, Flo said. Whenever you think you've been pushed down as far as you can go, there are still new depths to be plunged. Now you may never have to deal with it, and I pray that you don't, but no good comes from being ignorant of it. You know, you're not exactly the kind motherly stop, the second soldier said. Look, it may seem harsh, Flo said, but these are the kinds of things that might very well keep you alive someday. So I'm sorry, but you need to hear this. I think I need another shot, the first soldier said. We all do, Flo said sadly. To your commander. Wherever he is, I hope it's better than this place. XXXXX. We're not far out, right? Cornelia asked, glancing at Adam as the two of them walked through the hallways of the Normandy. Should be there within the hour, Adam replied. Both of them were in full combat gear, weapons slung over their back. General Hill said that she'll be giving us a briefing in just a few minutes. Cornelia frowned. Little last second, isn't it? Adam nodded, eyes narrowing slightly as he thought. Little weird now that I think about it. I guess she doesn't want word getting out beforehand. Why? Couldn't tell you. Oh, don't you know, the Batarian sympathizers in the coalition military are everywhere, Cornelia said sarcastically. Just last month I saw a massive mob of them outside the Capitol building. They had signs that said we are inferior, Four Eyes are better and freedom is overrated. Adam chuckled. Yes, I forgot, we must make sure that that spy ring doesn't get their hands on top secret information. Truth be told, if I had to guess, I'd just say that she doesn't really trust anyone. Not mistrust, but just generally a lack of trust. What would explain a lot, Cornelia said. Despite having been on the Normandy for the entire trip to Apex, very few crewmen had actually seen General Hill. She had generally kept to herself in her private quarters, preferring to summon people to there when she wanted to talk to them and only leaving to get food, which even then she took back into her room. Doesn't seem like she's the social type. Sorta kinda, Adam said. She's not against making public speeches. I just don't think she would want to waste her time with conversation that she might consider pointless. Then again, we are just guessing, so we probably shouldn't. Son of a bitch boss. What the hell happened to you? Adam and Cornelia both came to a stop as the shout echoed through the hallway. Cornelia craned her neck and looked at the origin of the sound, the door to the room directly to her left. Keep your damn voice down. It's bad enough that I made an ass of myself in the mess hall, I don't want the entire ship to get a play-by-play, a second voice snapped. Sorry, the first voice said, this time much quieter. Isn't that Lewis Hartley? Adam asked in confusion. SHH, Cornelia said softly, pressing her ear against the door. The hell did he do to make an ass of himself in the mess hall? But seriously, boss, what happened? The other voice asked. Some guy built like a goddamn bear punched me in the face, Louis replied sourly. The roughneck. Then a shock troop own followed it up with a gut punch. Well then, sounds like an easy problem to fix. The first voice said, sounding cheerful. We go to the LT, tell her that right before an important mission one of our guys was assaulting his superior officer. You know what Hill is like when it comes to people screwing up fragile missions, you saw the way she exploded with Maria. And that wasn't half as important as this mission was. No one would be able to get that guy a second chance. He'd be court-martialed, kicked out of the military, heck maybe even do some jail time. The roughneck will be a little bit tougher though. He'd technically be a part of Shepard's crew, but I'm sure if we play our cards right we can at the very least get him booted off the ship. I don't think that's gonna happen, Louis said, followed up by a couple of very wet coughs. The shock troop wasn't with the 57th. I don't know how but Shepard managed to get one in her crew. And the LT already knows. She isn't gonna be doing anything about this. Well at the very least we can give them the eye for an eye treatment, the first voice insisted. We'll find out where the roughneck sleeps, slip a bag over his head while his back is turned and break his nose while he's confused. We'll make a run for it after that and he'll know not to mess with you again. Cornelia frowned deeply, glancing at Adam whose eyes were widening in shock. Cornelia weighed her options. Part of her wanted to burst into the room and tell Louis' lackeys to back off, while the other part considered bringing this to Lieutenant Stone, who was clearly being kept out of the loop of this. No sooner had this thought occurred to her, that Louis spoke. No. I slipped. I lost control and I made an ass out of myself. Really I should have been more careful, thought about what it was I was doing and really considered what's at stake. I mean we've all been working so hard to keep this whole mess from falling apart, and I nearly threw it all away. I got shit-faced and I said things I really shouldn't have. Done things I shouldn't have. The LT had to chew me out in front of everyone there to keep me from pissing off the entire Normandy crew. And probably a few of our own too. I wish I could take back what I said, it would have made my life a lot less miserable. So while I appreciate it, I'd rather you just let this die. Okay boss, whatever you say, the other voice said, sounding slightly dejected. Get us if anyone attacks you like that, we'll make sure he realizes exactly who he's screwing with. Come on, let's go, Adam whispered into Cornelia's ear. Cornelia fought back the urge to jump, she had been so absorbed in listening in on the conversation that she had barely registered that Adam was behind her. Nodding, the two of them scrambled away from the door, trying to move quickly while also not making much noise. What was that about? Something about an incident in the mess hall, Hartley getting his ass handed to him by Roger and Nora, Lieutenant Stone having to chew him out and his friends wanting to know if he wants payback. Thankfully he doesn't, Cornelia said. Honestly I'm completely lost. Why is it I get the feeling a bomb just went off in the mess hall and we missed it? Adam asked. An uncomfortable silence filled the void between the two of them, thankfully broken by a voice crackling over their comm units. The following Normandy crew members report to the CIC. Ashley Williams, Karen, Adam Anderson, Cornelia Lepidus, the neutral voice of Jane said. You have been selected for an important mission. Adam and Cornelia exchanged a quick look before changing course for the elevator. So we're the ground team? Cornelia asked as she pushed the up button to summon the elevator. I'm not sure, Adam replied. 4 people sounds a little small for a ground team. Even with a ranger like Karen involved, we'd be a little outgunned on an enemy planet. Cornelia scratched her head. Nothing about this made any sense, it didn't match up with any of the previous maneuvers that they had pulled with the Normandy. So what's the deal? Hell if I know, Adam said as the elevator door opened. Karen and Ashley were already inside. On your way to deck 2? Ashley asked as Adam and Cornelia entered. She received a pair of nods for an answer. Well I'm looking forward to this, Karen said, putting his hands behind his head. Haven't probably gotten a chance to shine with the way you youngsters keep stealing the spotlight. Maybe I'll finally get a chance to show you how we survived in the capital wasteland. Ashley gave a weak smile. I'd love nothing more than to see that, Karen. What does that consist of exactly? Cornelia asked, smiling mischievously. You gonna show us the proper method of hunting and eating raidroaches? Or the proper way to treat your own urine before you drink it? Oh hardy har, that's very funny Cornelia, Karen said, chuckling lightly. But android or not I've still got hundreds of years on you. Hundreds of years on me in the piss-drinking department, maybe, Cornelia said. Adam shook his head, although he still smiled. I swear, people are like this all the time, he whispered to Ashley, it's oddly endearing, thankfully. Sometimes, Ashley replied as the elevator ground to a halt and then slid open. So, who do you think called for us? Hill or Shepard? Cornelia asked, stepping out of the elevator along with the rest and taking the turn that would take them to the CIC. Money's on Hill, Shepard's never used us in this particular combination before, Karen replied. On the other hand, that's because whatever it is we're doing, it's not like any of the missions we've pulled off before, if the size is anything to go by, that is, Cornelia pointed out. Adam and I just realized that earlier. Well, let's find out, Adam said as they neared the door to the CIC. Inside, both General Hill and Jane were standing at a holographic display, Lieutenant Stone standing to the side along with 3 members of the 57th. Cornelia looked at them and realized with a pang of surprise that one of them was Maria. There was a rather cold atmosphere in the room as all eyes turned to face the hologram, which was showing a planet with dozens of Batarian warships in front of it. You'll have to forgive me for being vague over the comms, Hill said. I'd rather as few people know this as possible. We'll be arriving at Adex before too long. We suspect that the hegemony was going to be relying on the advanced alien ship that was destroyed by the Normandy back at Moria. We're hoping that this hole in their defenses will give us a golden opportunity to counterattack and take this planet with them, denying them its resources and removing their jump pad to Moria. Cornelia glanced at Shepard, who was staring at the display. She didn't make eye contact with anyone in the room, focusing only on the ships orbiting the planet. Something about this felt off to Cornelia, like a fundamental building block having been changed. The Admiral's dreadnought wasn't destroyed though, Jane said. Yes. There was a dreadnought at the Battle of Moria, Hill said, not looking at Jane. We have a dreadnought of our own now, but fights with dreadnoughts on both sides tend to go to whichever side can destroy their enemy's dreadnought first. To which side? Oh, we're not, Cornelia said in disbelief. You can't be serious. It seemed to be a common sentiment. Ashley's eyes had widened. Adam looked like he had just been slapped in the face, and the members of the 57th began muttering among themselves. I am very serious, Ms. Lepidus, Hill said. If we engage the dreadnought in a straight-up brawl, there's a possibility our own could be destroyed. Even with superior numbers, the chances of that happening are very real, especially when the Batarians have a defensive advantage. What about battlecruisers? Adam suggested. In the first contact war they were able to take out a Turian dreadnought. Get a few of them and they'll be able to take out the dreadnought. It seems a bit much for an 8-man team. We don't have any battlecruisers, they're all tied up on different fronts of the war. Hell, half of the ships in our fleet aren't even coalition, and we're the only ones that know how to make them, Hill replied. And even if we did have them, battlecruisers are fragile. Unless the Four Eyes completely ignored the historical accounts of the First Contact War, and I doubt even they are that stupid, they'll know about it. Them having frigate packs away from the planet waiting to move in and attack is very likely. We need a team on this dreadnought. The Normandy's plasma cannon won't be enough to burn through the hell of a dreadnought in one shot. Even if it could, this ship wouldn't be able to cloak fast enough to escape being fried by the fleet that will surround the dreadnought, and this vessel is too valuable to trade for just one other. Well, I guess she at least doesn't consider us expendable, that's something. I suppose, Cornelia muttered so that only Adam could hear her. Once we arrive in the system with the stealth systems online, we will locate the dreadnought and close in on it, Hill continued. We will move as close as we can before this team deploys out of the airlock, making the jump through space and onto the dreadnought. Tech specialists on board the Normandy will get the airlock open without triggering any alarms. We'll get you the closest one to the engine room. After that, you get to the engines, plant charges set with a 10-minute timer, then get the hell out. Avoid contact if you can. Any questions? Maria timidly raised her hand. Will I be the one handling the charges? Hill looked long and hard at her before sternly replying, yes, you will. After your trick in the mine back on Moria, I'm willing to give you another chance. General, Stone began. I do not want to hear it, Lieutenant, Hill growled. Sergeant Hartley made an absolute disgrace of himself. His standing in my book just took a massive nosedive. No more delays on his part, the specialist is on the mission and that is that. Maria blinked and, slowly and uncertainly, a massive smile spread over her face. She looked around nervously, as if unsure what to do next, and caught Cornelia's eye. The android flashed her a quick grin back. A few more things, Hill said. You will be the first official coalition operation to all use theta energy weapons. It should prove superior to both current kinetic and energy-based firearms. Most importantly though, we have reason to suspect that the jamming technology we witnesses back on Moria will not affect them. These weapons do not possess the same computers that our standard-issue weapons do. We have also received scattered reports that High Admiral Danux is the commander of the dreadnought we are targeting. While hopefully the blast will kill him, our top priority is the destruction of the dreadnought. Consider him a target of opportunity. Hill gazed around the room. Dismissed. I want you all in zero atmosphere and gravity combat gear and by the airlock when we get there. Everyone saluted the general and slowly began to walk out. Cornelia looked back as she did. Shepard was still staring at the hologram of the planets. There was a strange steeliness in her eyes. She opened her mouth to call out to her captain, but the words died in her mouth. Chapter 99. Gunpowder. Author's note, figure I'd put up something before the end of summer. XXXXX. Rules of engagement are simple, Lieutenant Stone said to Maria and the other 2 members of the 57th. You do not engage the enemy unless it is absolutely necessary. They have no idea that we're here and I'd very much like to keep it that way. Knife them in the back without making noise or setting off any alarms if you absolutely have to kill them. She was standing in the airlock of the Normandy along with the Normandy half of the infiltration unit. Every soldier present was wearing pressurized armor, which for most of them was their standard issue armor, and mag boots. All of them were clutching the new Theta energy weapons, most of them holding rifles while Adam had a thick silvery weapon that was designed to fire large orbs that detonated on impact. In addition to them, all of them had their regular weapons holstered, and one of the Morians even had one of the Batarian swords that had been captured on Moria. To cap off, Maria had several explosive charges strapped to her back. There was tension in the air. The Normandy had just dropped out of light speed and was now moving towards apex with the stealth drives on. They had spotted the dreadnought in orbit with around 40 other ships around it. They were currently 10 minutes out. Ashley heard one of the Morian soldiers swallow. She didn't blame him, she had butterflies in her stomach as well. She had been on several infiltration missions before, yet somehow even Cor Molly felt less threatening than this. At least there had been places to hide and lay low. She doubted they would find very many of them on a ship with thousands of enemies. These things don't make as much noise as regular guns do, but they're far from quiet and can easily attract unwanted attention, Stone continued. Don't hesitate to kill a crewman if they get in their way. There's always a possibility that they're armed. Besides, they'll be dead anyway if our mission succeeds and they just took part in war crimes when they attacked Moria. Any questions? She glanced at the Normandy crew. That goes for you too. We got any layouts of the ship? Karen asked, looking at both her and Ashley. Any specific corridors or are we just gonna be heading in the general direction of the engine? General direction, Stone replied. The hegemony keeps layouts of its starships highly classified, especially from other species. Which means that this mission is gonna be on the tricky side, Ashley added. Hopefully the Batarians didn't overcomplicate their designs and went the same Spartan route as most races. After all, when it comes to starships, even in the modern day, space is valuable and they wouldn't be able to afford passages that twist and turn. They would have made things nice and simple. She grimaced. Then again, this is still a dreadnought, something as big as it might be able to cram some facilities and that might throw us off. I believe I may be of some assistance there. All heads turned as EDI's holographic display appeared on a small projector to the right of them. The members of the 57th shifted uncomfortably as they looked, none of them used to artificial intelligence as advanced as her. General Hill and Captain Shepard have already asked me to assist on this mission. I will be opening the airlocks while also suppressing any signals alerting the crew to said action. With care, I should be able to sneak into their system and guide you along the ship to the core. With any luck I might be able to misdirect a few of their crew as well. How would you do that? Stone asked skeptically. Rerouting power to a circuit and cause it to overload at the right time, EDI replied. Causing a blast door to come down because of an error. Making a door get stuck at just the right time. When boiled down to its most basic elements, the purpose of a stealth mission is to make it so that you are where the enemy is not looking. Simply put, I will make them look somewhere else or make them unable to look at you. Cornelia snorted. Wording was a little wonky there, EDI, she said. A few chuckles filled the airlock. I am fully aware that I am a poor poet, EDI replied, but my point stands. Christ, you can do that. One of the Morians said. I could see a hacker pulling that off, but it'd require a bit of prep work, and I'm not sure if they'd even be able to get us inside in the first place. You're gonna do all of this on the fly. I am, EDI replied. I possess enough processing power to easily outperform any hacker's attempts at compromising the hegemony's security systems. Ashley blinked. Was it her imagination or had there been a little bit of pride in EDI's voice as she had said that? Well, I think we had all heard rumors about the advanced AI that the Normandy had, Stone said stiffly, but it's reassuring to hear that they were more than just that. I look forward to seeing your talents in action. Likewise, Lieutenant, EDI said warmly. Anything else? Ashley asked. We've got 5 more minutes, so don't hesitate. Even if it sounds obvious, it might be important. There any chance of objectives of opportunity besides killing the High Admiral? Cornelia asked. Like Batarian communication logs or fleet movements. EDI will be scrubbing the ship's computers for whatever she can find, Ashley replied. Aside from that, it's unlikely that we'll get the chance to acquire any enemy data. We just won't have the time, not even to search for OSDs on officers. On the 1,000,000 to 1 chance you see something lying out in the open on a desk, grab it, but aside from that, odds are we won't find anything. There are no other objectives of opportunity, at least none that we foresaw. We are in position, EDI announced. All right, Ashley said, everyone double check that your suits are pressurized, it'd be real embarrassing if there was a dreadnought to be boarded and you died of asphyxiation. Weak chuckles answered Ashley's joke. The airlock behind them slid shut. Venting atmosphere, EDI said as a loud hissing noise filled the room, all of the air slowly being sucked out. Airlock, opening. Sure enough, the door in front of them was sliding open into the void of space. The dreadnought was only a few dozen meters away, an airlock directly across from the boarding team. It feels insane to be this close, one of the shock troops muttered. They really can't see us. Not unless they look out a window, and starships don't really have an abundance of those, Ashley replied. All right. Mag boots on. Let's go. Stepping out of the Normandy, she jumped forward into the vacuum of space. She felt a small lurch in her stomach as she left the artificial gravity of the Normandy and began to float towards the hull of the dreadnought. Angling her body so that she landed feet first, she impacted the hull with a small grunt, her magnetic boots keeping her secured. Craning her neck, she looked back at the Normandy, which was now directly above her from her new perspective. The others were floating towards the dreadnought, a couple of them awkwardly falling their arms as they drew close. Before too long, all of them had landed and had crowed around the airlock. EDI, Ashley said into her comm unit. We're in position. There has been a malfunction with the fire control system near the airlock, EDI replied. All Batarian crewmen will move away in order to avoid getting wet. You shouldn't have to worry about any encounters when you first board them. Opening airlock now. The door slid open in front of them and Ashley glanced at Lieutenant Stone, who was standing next to her. The lieutenant gave her a small nod, which Ashley returned, before the two of them stepped through. Their bodies shifted 90 degrees as they effectively stepped down into the airlock. Ashley's stomach lurched again as artificial gravity took hold of her once again. She felt a small pang of nausea. The sensation of shifting from zero gravity and back again was something she had never really gotten used to. She and Lieutenant Stone moved forward as the rest of the team clambered in through the hole. We're in, Ashley said. Sealing door, pressurizing airlock. EDI said. The blast door silently slid shut behind them before a hissing noise filled the room. Before too long, the room had been filled with air and the door in front of them slid open. The corridors in front of them were only slightly wider than the ones on the Normandy, stretching forward into both sides. Sprinklers were also currently going off, leaving small puddles on the floor as they continued to spray at non-existent fires. The right corridor heads in the direction of the heat signature the core is giving off. Move fast. A downpour might have gotten people out of here for now, but eventually someone's going to come to investigate. My team up front, Williams, watch our back. Stone said. No one needed to be told twice. The group began to move down the right hallway, the Marines in front with the Normandy crewmen in the back, their heads constantly over their shoulders. The minutes ticked by as they moved through the ship, taking turn after turn. At some points they would hit a wall and be forced to move away from the direction of the core until they could find another passage that would get them back on track. Ashley felt her heart stop as she heard voices coming from a fork up ahead, but fortunately Stone heard it too. With a silent hand gesture, the soldiers ducked into a passage that took them away from the voices, and thankfully still in the direction of the core. Eventually, they found themselves in front of a large sealed steel door. EDI, we need this door open, Ashley whispered into her comm unit. Is this the core? Yes, and I am already infiltrating the security measures around the locking mechanism, EDI responded. I suggest that you prepare yourself. Weapons ready, Stone said as all of them crowed around the door. There was a loud clanking noise and the door slowly began to turn before sliding open. Inside was a giant core drive that made the Normandies look puny by comparison, humming loudly as several Batarian crewmen typed on consoles around it. A few of them had looked up at the sound of the doors opening and let out cries of panic, drawing pistols that had been holstered at their sides. The Marines moved forward, their new rifles spitting bright white jets of energy before half of the Batarians even had time to react. Half of the surprised aliens took bolts of energy to the chest, the powerful blasts throwing them off of their feet, even disintegrating one of them. The rest scrambled for cover, but at that point Ashley's team moved forward. She gestured towards Adam, silently ordering him to flush them out. Aiming, he fired a blob of theta energy that arced over the console that they were hiding behind and exploded. A single body soared through the air before landing limply on the ground. There was a cry of panic as the last of the Batarians abandoned cover, trying to move away from the source of the explosion. Before they could realize their error, the Marines had unleashed another volley. Not a single one survived. Maria, charges now, Stone ordered. The demolitions expert nodded as she approached the core, sliding her explosives off of her back. No sooner had she started to do so, than alarms started blaring deafeningly. Intruders! A voice roared over them. Intruders in engineering! How? Cornelia shouted. Look around the room in desperate confusion. We didn't do anything to trip it. One of the crewmen must have triggered it before we finished them off, Ashley hissed, frustration pulsating through her. The way back to the airlock was going to be choked with hegemony soldiers now, something that she wasn't sure they were prepared for. Even with their Theta energy weapons, the Batarians could easily overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Everyone, get into defensive positions, Stone ordered coolly. If they launch a counter-offensive we need to damn it. No sooner had she started to give her orders than a storm of rifle fire filled the room. The 2 shock troops that Stone had brought with her were overwhelmed by the torrent of fire, their bullet-riddled corpses hitting the ground before they had even realized what had happened. Ashley's head snapped to face the door to engineering. Around a dozen Batarian soldiers were aiming rifles inside, already turning their attention to the still living soldiers. EDI. Ashley roared. Doors. Instantly, the doors began to slide shut as the surviving soldiers moved towards cover. They slammed shut within seconds, but not before Karen fired a single well-placed shot, slipping through the door and catching a Batarian in the face. That is not going to hold for long, Stone said. They'll get through it, and in the time it'll take reinforcements will arrive. As if on cue, sparks began to erupt from the bottom of the door, telltale signs of a fusion torch being used. We need another way out. I don't exactly feel like becoming a martyr, Karen said dryly. I might have managed to live 8 centuries but I'd like to make it to 10. Call me greedy. EDI. Ashley said into her comm unit, trying to fight back a twinge of panic. There are several escape pods located throughout the room, EDI said, her voice faster than usual. I will activate them. Please, you need to get into them now. The wall slid up all along the room, hatches into escape pods being revealed. All right, let's move. Ashley said, holstering her own rifle and grabbing the 2 that the dead Marines had been carrying before breaking into a full-on run, practically throwing herself into the pod. Karen and Stone were right behind her. There's gonna be one hell of a shockwave when the core blows, Ashley said. We might get blown into the atmosphere. Have EDI relay our movement to the Normandy, Karen said, they should be able to fish us out of whatever mess we get into. Wait a minute, Stone said, looking out of the pod. Maria was still kneeling by the core, fiddling with her now planted charges, Adam and Cornelia standing on either side of her. We had them set for a timer so we could get back to the ship, she said to herself, loudly enough to be heard. They'll defuse them now. If I just make a few minor adjustments I can set them to be triggered. If I just connect it to my Omni tool, yes, that should work. Her voice was very different from what Ashley had heard from her so far. She had been rather quiet and withdrawn, but now she sounded positively excited. Specialist. She shouted, we need to go. She says she shouldn't take long, Cornelia shouted back. She's almost done. We just need a few more seconds. We don't have a few more seconds. Stone roared. Look. Stone pointed at the entrance to engineering and Ashley saw what she was talking about. The fusion torch had made frightening speed and was now 3/4 of the way up. This goes here, that goes there, Maria said, sounding as if she was having the time of her life. Oh, this is gonna make a real big boom. She pulled away. Done. Let's get out of here and watch the fireworks. Ashley saw the fusion torch rip through the last of the door as it began to slide open. A rifle poked through the crack and fired off a few shots at the 3 still outside the pods. Whoa! Cornelia shouted, throwing her hands up, a bright purple barrier appearing between her and the rifleman, positioning herself to act as a shield for the others. Nearest pod. She barked out. As more rifles began to ease their way through the door, the 3 of them dove for the nearest pod, which happened to be on the opposite side of engineering from the one Ashley was in. What are they doing? Stone hissed. I went to this one because it was near where the fallen rifles were, Ashley said, must have been farther away than that one. She kept her eyes fixed on the 3 of them, making sure that all of them had safely gotten into the pod before shouting EDI, launch us. The hatch to the pod slammed shut and Ashley felt her whole body jerk as the pod was ejected from the ship. Peering out of the window, she saw the dreadnought rapidly growing smaller in a blink of light that she was certain was the other pod being launched. Come on, she whispered to herself, staring at the dreadnought. Come on. The seconds ticked by. For a horrible second, Ashley thought that the charges had been defused. These thoughts were swept away as an explosion tore its way out from the engineering section of the ship. Adam, Cornelia, are you okay? She asked into her comm unit. Only static answered her. Respond. Again, static. Shit, she swore. The radiation from that dreadnought blowing is probably messing with our communications, Karen said comfortingly. Ashley peered out of the window of the pod at the speck. Her stomach dropped. It was being pulled into the planet's atmosphere. XXXXX. So, General Yusuro said. We currently have 100,000 troops in the planetary garrison, which is currently being bolstered by the private forces of nobles and businessmen. Exact numbers are still coming up. She fought back the urge to yawn. She was sitting in her office in the orbital station above ADEK, reading from a datapad that was lying in front of her. Balak was sitting across from her leaning back in his chair with his legs crossed, smiling lazily. Danux was standing next to him, his body rigid. Yusuro didn't blame him. All of our soldiers have set up defensive positions along all of the main ways into the colony, planting mines where they can't easily maintain choke points. Though they're trying not to lay down the fields too heavily, the last thing we need is those coming back to bite us if we go overboard and then can't find them all when the war is over. She paused, glancing up at Balak to see how he would react. His expression hadn't changed at all. Pompous prick, she thought to herself. A third of our forces have been stationed alongside the city walls, she continued. The rest are either setting up choke points within the city to stall enemy advances, or in a position where they can reinforce different sections of the perimeter within minutes. She paused. I do have a concern though. What would that be? Balak asked lazily. You took a few thousand troops for your raid on Moria. Apart from those, the majority of this garrison is unbloodied. They've never seen a real battle in their life. They're drilled and trained, but if the coalition hits hard, they might panic and buckle. No drill sergeant can get them prepared for when the heads of their best friends explode from a well-placed sniper round. Even if the coalition attacks with a smaller force, they could make the garrison panic with one well-placed and vicious charge. That's why we got the private forces included, they're professionals. Balak replies, taking the metal sphere off of his belt and tossing it up into the air, catching it as it came down. Yusuro watched closely as he began to repeat this. Whatever that thing was, it was an experimental device that could effectively disable firearms. She had no idea where Balak had gotten his hands on it, and for that matter she had no idea where it had come from. It made her feel uneasy. How many other ways did Balak have to kill someone that she didn't know about? Professionals that work for a paycheck and do what the person who signs it says, Yusuro said. If the people who give them orders give them the order, they'll abandon their positions to protect their investments. Balak let out a roar of laughter. Were you not here for the whole me cutting the guy's head off thing? He asked. Should I have let the blood dry as a reminder? Yusuro's eyes narrowed, but even as she glared at Balak, she saw Danux stiffen. If any of them defy the will of the hegemony, the will of the Chancellor, then they know what's in store for them, he said. And they're too scared of the Morians to try defecting. They like money, but they like being alive more, and that's the payment they know they'll get if they do what I tell them to. Yusuro really hated it when Balak was right. Still, I am worried about coordination between the private forces and the garrison. The two are from separate worlds and their preferred operating procedures might cause clashes when they attempt to cooperate. Can't be helped, Balak said, tossing the sphere up into the air again. We had to make do with what we have. Just tell them to dig in and fight hard, that's something both of them should be able to understand. Use small words to be safe though. Like fuck you. Yusuro thought. Best case scenario is that the fight never goes to the ground, or if it does, in limited amounts. With the number of raids they've fought off over the years, the Morians are far more experienced than our average soldier. She grimaced. What's more, rumors have been spreading about how we were the ones who threw the first punch in this fight and how the coalition will be out for revenge. Combined with the Morians' reputation, well. Like I said, we'd be much better off coalition ships never touch the ground. Really? I had a picnic planned out for them, got a fine vintage and everything, Balak said jeeringly. You're saying we can't let them reach the ground? It'll ruin all my plans. Yusuro's hands started to shake. She quickly grabbed the pack of cigarettes lying in front of her to mask it, sliding one into her mouth. Is this all a joke to him? She wondered as she grabbed her lighter and lit the cigarette. Taking a long puff, she felt the shaking lessen, even if it was just a little. If we're done playing semantics, you should know that the energy weapons we stole from the coalition have all been moved off planet, Balak said. Not all, Yusuro said, pointing at Balak. Along with his sword, a coalition laser rifle was slung onto his back. Well, the purpose of moving them was to make sure that they didn't get captured back by the coalition, Balak said without interest. Tossing and catching his sphere one more time, he slid it back into his belt. Afterwards, he unholstered an odd-looking weapon he had at his side. A curved blade on a hilt attached to a chain. Yusuro blinked. It looked like it would be easier to kill yourself with that thing than anyone else. Considering that I'm the head of a rather effective Black Ops team, Balak said, beginning to spin the weapon in his hand with a few inches of chain, the odds of that happening with me are rather low. Yusuro nodded, watching the spinning weapon and silently praying that Balak would slip and embed it in his skull. What's the status of the slavers that you hired for the attack on Moria? She asked. Gone, Balak replied. Our contract was just for the raid on Moria. Even then, they were more bloodied than they were expecting. 40% of their ships were destroyed in orbit and they took heavy casualties on the ground. Balak grinned. Apparently the Morians were in a take-no-prisoners mood. Didn't help that they weren't official soldiers. Ah well, they probably took down more than a few Morians with them. War is about more than just killing as many enemy soldiers as you can, Yusuro thought furiously. She wanted nothing more than to blast Balak's face with a shotgun. Well, is there anything else? Not that I can think of, Balak said smugly. So if we're done here, the Admiral and I have quite a few important things to see to. Stop here and there before I meet up with my team. So before he could finish his sentence, the floor bucked underneath him. Not prepared, he fell out of his chair, landing squarely on his back, while Yusuro and Danux stumbled and barely managed to stay on their feet. What was that? Yusuro said, pressing her hand against the wall, cautiously watching Balak. My ship! Danux shouted in horror. Yusuro snapped her head in Danux's direction. He was staring out of a porthole in the side of the station. She could just barely see massive ball of flame in the distance through the hole, pieces of rubble already drifting away. The iron vision. It's gone. Your dreadnought. Yusuro's breath caught in her throat. Sabotage. It was the only way a ship as carefully guarded as a dreadnought would explode out of nowhere. How many other dreadnoughts are in your fleet? Danux looked at her. His eyes were wide with fear. Just that one, he whispered. All of the others are in the core worlds. Half of them are protecting the home world. The words felt like a gut punch. Their only dreadnought gone? The best weapon that they had had? Their planetary defense would have to fall back on their cruisers and frigates? Before she had time to fully formulate a response, a voice crackled over her comm. General. This is Commodore I, the flagship's core just overloaded. It's gone, all hands lost, and... I saw, Yusuro rasped. A fleet just jumped into the system. The Commodore continued, not responding to Yusuro. Around 50 ships strong. Coalition, blood pack, and army. They've got a dreadnought. What do we do, General? We can't take that thing down with what we have now. The Commodore was cut off by a sudden burst of static. Considering that another shockwave hit the station a few seconds after, Yusuro had a rather good idea what had happened to him. By this point, Balak had gotten back to his feet, a blank expression on his face. Admiral, a ship. We need a ship to dock with this station right now. We need to let the Chancellor know what's happening here. Order the rest of your fleet to make FTL jumps out of the system as soon as possible. Wait, Yusuro said in disbelief. We're going to abandon the planet. She had never had a particularly high opinion of Balak, but this was a new low. She had never taken him for a coward. No, he said coldly, glaring at Yusuro. You're staying here. If you leave there will be no one left to speak with the Chancellor's authority. The nobles will fracture and feud among themselves, the military will abandon their posts and the slaves will rebel. In short, there would be no unified resistance against the coalition. Take a shuttle down to the surface and organize the defense from there. You said it yourself, you have 100,000 men down there. More than enough to hold out against any force that they've managed to scrounge up. Yusuro's head was spinning. The coalition had somehow gotten the drop on them and crippled their orbital defense before the battle had even begun. They had bolstered their ranks with mercenaries. They would be out for blood after what Balak had done to Moria. A good number of her defenders would be privately employed by nobles and businessmen that only cared for themselves, and Balak would soon be gone without his threats to keep them in line. She looked at Balak, feeling dazed. He was staring intently at her, and she knew he was waiting for her to argue. His hand was gently resting on the hilt of his sword, and she knew what would happen if she opened her mouth. He didn't have to say what they were both thinking. He was leaving her here to die. A sacrifice to slow the coalition down and cost them more men. Danux looked utterly terrified. Whether it was at the coalition invasion going on around him or Balak he was afraid of, Yusuro couldn't say. Very well, Yusuro said softly. She felt sluggish, for some reason she couldn't think straight, she could barely register what was happening in front of her. Balak glanced at Danux and gestured at the door. Slowly, the two of them made their way out, Danux activating her comm unit and whispering into it. Yusuro slumped into her chair. Ideas began to pop into her head, but they came in a slow trickle. They won't bombard us from orbit, she whispered to herself. Balak didn't do that, and they won't risk the conflict escalating to the point where orbital bombardment becomes commonplace. The fight will come down to urban combat. She bit her tongue. ADEK had a decent-sized garrison, but it was a colony where there was well over a dozen civilians for every soldier she had. A war taking place within the city could last for weeks if the coalition was dedicated enough, and assuming her defenses could hold up that long. The civilian death toll would be in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands, even if the coalition didn't target them on purpose. Maybe I could force the battle into the surrounding swamplands, she muttered. She mulled that thought over for a second before shaking her head. She had no way to feed 100,000 men who were hiding in the jungle, and even if she did, there were still two major flaws with that approach. Not only would it allow the coalition to just land directly in the city and claim it as their own while fortifying it, they would have no reason to leave it. The other problem was that this planet was swarming with bacteria that were harmful to Batarians. The wealthy elite that dominated the planet did so because no one else had wanted to settle the planet except them. Fighting outside the city was suicide in more ways than one. If her men didn't starve out there, disease would kill them. She sat there, feeling numb as the shockwave from what was possibly another ship exploding rocked the station. What about trying to starve the coalition out? She wondered. They had a steady supply of food from the colony's farms, and the coalition couldn't grow food on their spaceships. No, she groaned, they would just raid the farms. If they didn't burn them. She buried her face in her hands. She had no idea what to do. A planet under siege by 50 warships and only a moderately sized garrison with which to defend it with. The question wasn't if she would lose, the question was when would she lose and how painful would it be. The best she could do was order her men to dig in and hold out. However, after the stunt Balak had pulled, there was no reason the coalition would just deploy bombers and smash the colony to atoms block by block. Even if they didn't, she doubted that her men would be able to hold out against this sudden surprise attack. She snorted. Well, to her men it was a surprise attack. She had known that it was coming, but she doubted that the hegemony's propaganda machine had let the populace in on the secret. No doubt it had fed them lies about how the hegemony was waging a righteous war against the coalition, and how Moria would fall any day. Those soldiers who thought that they would win the war before it even started would soon find their home under attack. Morale would be at rock bottom. A sound echoed through the station. Yusuro raised her head. Either she had gone insane or that had been gunfire. The door to her office slid open and a Batarian soldier fell through, blood flowing freely from half a dozen holes in his armor. Right behind him half a dozen soldiers stormed the room, all of their rifles aimed at her. She stared blankly at them. Pitch black, glowing red eyes on their helmets with skulls painted around them. Morian shock troops. Their heads turned to search the room, one of them always having their eyes locked on her. One of them checked an Omni tool, most likely scanning for any kind of booby traps. Eventually, that soldier lowered his arm and called out. It's clear. A woman in shock troop armor, minus the helmet, walked into the room. One eye and a face covered with burn scars. The sight of her snapped Yusuro out of her daze and caused her to bare her teeth in anger. Do you know who I am? She asked. The butcher, Yusuro hissed. The woman chuckled. Some people call me that. General Hill will do though. There was a smug smirk on Hill's face as she looked at Yusuro. No doubt she enjoyed the power she held. What are you doing with Blood Pack and army forces? Yusuro asked through grit teeth. I thought you would never work with them with all the times you clashed with them. Initially, I was very against the idea, Hill replied. But after what you did to my planet, well, she flashed a rather nasty smile, let's just say I got over it. Necessity was a factor as well, you put quite a few holes in the fleet I had on Moria, so we needed reinforcements. Turns out that the army and Blood Pack were able to provide. I really have no love for them, but considering that they're on your planet and not mine, well, I think we can cooperate enough to act as an effective unit. What do you want from me? Yusuro asked, cautiously watching all 6 of the guns that were currently aimed at her head. Your unconditional surrender, Hill said bluntly. Contact your men down on the surface and tell them to lay down their arms. I'll order my own men not to harm them. With one exception. The commander who launched the attack on Moria. I want him. I'd give you to him if he was here, I've got no love for him, Yusuro said grimly. It was Balak, the Chancellor's right-hand man. She paused, wondering if she should mention High Admiral Danux's involvement. She cast those thoughts aside within seconds. Not only was she certain that Balak had really been the one in charge, the last thing Danux needed was to feel the butcher's wrath. Sadly he ran away. As for your other demand. Really? You won't harm them? You? The butcher. She fought back the urge to laugh. Contrary to popular belief, I'm only a bitch sometimes, Hill remarked, still flashing a sinister smile. And I have a tendency to operate with my men's well-being in mind. If you surrender now, I avoid them dying. If I were to abuse your populace and soldiers, I would risk them lashing back at me, which would make it likely for my men to die. Therefore, I have no motivation to do so. Yusuro wasn't convinced. I'm supposed to just trust you? She asked. No, Hill said smugly. You're supposed to pick the more preferable of 2 options. I've got 2 mercenary groups with me, one of them very well known for how savage they can be. Do you really want them running around on the surface killing your soldiers? I won't lose sleep over either group dying, but I think you're of a slightly different mindset. Pure rage flowed through Yusuro as she looked at Hill. She wished that there was a way she could murder the woman without dying herself 2 seconds later. However, as the seconds ticked by, her rage slowly gave way to a sagging heaviness. There was no winning option here. Well? Hill asked, her self-satisfied smile still there. XXXXX. Flo frowned in disappointment as she looked at the bottle in her hand, which was now empty. It would have lasted her a good long while if it had been just her drinking it, but a group had managed to go through it much faster. Still, She didn't regret it. There hadn't been enough left to even get them really tipsy, but it did seem to have loosened their lips, and now all of the young tankers were happily chatting to her. And let me tell you, this one over here can't tell a lie, no matter how mundane or trivial, one of them said happily. You ask her, oh, you find the Chancellor to be the most beautiful woman who ever lived like every claims she is right? And when she tries to reply, her eyes get all squinty and she tries to look somewhere else, stuttering all the while. It's priceless. You shut your mouth. The tanker in question shouted, but she was laughing. Not to be too rude, but is there any chance any of you would be interested in a drink? The bartender said with a soft smile on his face. That bottle there looks a little empty. Oh, don't be a buzzkill, Flo said cheerfully, a little louder than she had meant to. She felt a little lightheaded, the drink was taking its toll. Not that she minded, this was the perfect level of intoxication as far as she was concerned. Just enough to feel out of it, but not enough that it was an unpleasant experience. I'm trying to sell my wares, I wasn't aware that the hegemony had made that a crime on top of everything else, the bartender said dryly. Look at you, Flo said, grinning from ear to ear, making jokes about the establishment. You're a bad influence, that's what it is, the bartender said. Corrupting me and this youths. Oh yes, next I will take them down the horrific path of jaywalking and saying unflattering things about that stupid street light that the Chancellor always wears on her head, thinking it makes her look important, when in reality it's the most gaudy thing I've ever seen in my life. Remind me again why you're a fashion critic all of a sudden. The bartender said dryly. Flo was about to reply, when the bar shook. It was a very small shake, barely enough to rattle the bottles, but it caused everyone to fall silent. One of the tankers looked at the bartender. You get earthquakes on this planet every once in a while, right? The bartender went pale as he answered. I've been here since the colony was founded, and if we get earthquakes no one told me. A heavy silence filled the room, everyone glancing at each other, hoping for an explanation. Then a horrible tearing noise filled the room as the roof exploded, thousands of tiny splinters shooting in every direction as a giant metal sphere forced its way through. A second later it was through and had smashed into the ground, the floor cracking around it as half of the tankers and the bartender were knocked off of their feet. Flo herself only staying upright by sheer luck of having the bar support her as she stumbled backwards. Blinking as she squinted through the dust cloud the sphere had kicked up, she stared at the object and recognized it immediately as one of their escape pods. What? Fuck. The bartender bellowed. My bar. It's a miracle no one is dead. No kidding, Flo said, coughing as the foul taste of dust filled her mouth. Everyone all right? Think so. One of the tankers said, helping one of his comrades to her feet. But what's happening that we're ejecting escape pods? He paused, then a look of horror crossed his face. Is the coalition? Flo swallowed. As much as she didn't want to say it out loud, it sounded like the tanker had a very good point. The hegemony could be incompetent and downright abusive at some points, but even they wouldn't drop an escape pod into a civilian area for a laugh. There weren't many reasons to jettison an escape pod aside from an attack where you were losing. She didn't want to tell the tankers that though, they had been through enough, though part of her knew that she just didn't want to admit the possibility to herself. But just to prove her wrong, the hatch to the pod slid open, and out staggered a humanoid figure in armor. It wasn't like any armor Flo had ever seen before. It was bright white and gold, with an odd-looking symbol of two lines crossing each other on the faceplate. The figure seemed rather disoriented, looking around slowly, taking in its surroundings, before reaching up and gently taking its helmet off. And with it, Flo's worst fears were confirmed. The figure wasn't a Batarian, it was a human. The coalition was here. As the human scanned the room, he spotted Flo and her companions. Startled, he dropped his helmet and drew his shotgun from his back. Oh dear, he muttered. Cornelia? We landed in the middle of a pub. Flo's eyes darted to the tankers. None of them appeared to have any guns on them. She weighed her options. They outnumbered the coalition soldiers 2 to 1. If they could just most fast enough before their shields went down, they would have a chance. I suppose we should just be thankful we didn't land in the ocean. I don't think the hegemony designed these things to float. 2 more humans climbed out of the pod. The speaker, who wore silver and red armor, and a Morian shock troop. Ah, shit, Cornelia said, spotting Flo. Sorry about the building. We didn't really have a choice in the matter, the man in white sighed. The navigation was damaged. He bowed his head slightly. Our fight is with your government, not you. That might just make them angry, Cornelia muttered. What if they're patriots? Before she could stop herself, Flo snorted. Don't insult me like that. She swooned on the spot slightly, having spoken a bit louder than she had meant to. See, this is why you and booze don't mix, the bartender groaned from behind her. Oh, Cornelia said. Well then. I guess we'll just be on our way then. You might want to keep your heads down. We might sorta kinda be invading the planet. With any luck it'll be a quick and painless invasion and you'll be able to get on with your lives. You're going to leave just like that? One of the tankers asked. Well, this pub isn't exactly what I would call strategically vital, Cornelia said. That and we're kinda outnumbered 1,000,000 to 1 until the main force gets here. So we're just going to haul ass out of her before some soldiers show up and put rounds in the back of our heads. You mean you aren't going to kill us? The tanker asked again. Quiet. Flo hissed. She had no idea what was going on with these soldiers. She had no idea why they were acting so nonchalantly. She wasn't racist enough to think that all humans were vicious murderers, but Morians, the ones whose planet they had just attacked certainly were. Whatever these people were doing here with them, she didn't want to risk provoking them. Why would we? Cornelia started, but realization dawned on her face. Right. The whole Morians and war crimes thing. Sorry, the shock troop said softly. Not like you cut a Batarian's fingers off, Cornelia said, before turning back to face the tanker. Look, don't worry. Statements about the Morian shock troops' brutality have been greatly exaggerated. I've spent plenty of time with them and I was surprised too. Flo said, feeling skeptical. And what's to say that your friend there won't butcher all of us the second your backs are turned, or that the rest of the Morians won't just kill us for fun? To Flo's surprise, the shock troop lowered her head and clasped her hands, looking rather ashamed. Her head felt like it was spinning, and for once she didn't think it was the alcohol. Nothing about this situation made any sense. Look, she isn't like that, the man in white said. But if it'll make you feel more comfortable, we'll all stay here. We'll make sure no one pulls anything. He smiled weakly. Well, if you can promise us you can keep the military from murdering us when they track that escape pod. The tankers looked at each other in surprise. You're kidding, Flo said. Well, you do look military, rather well respected too, Cornelia said. Do you really trust me to do that? Flo asked. All of you. Not gonna lie, I'd rather get out of here as fast as I possibly can. It was Adam who said that, not me, Cornelia said. It's too dangerous to stay here, the shock troop said, in a voice much softer than Flo had been expecting. But she's got a point, Adam said. You saw what the general did to that soldier that got left behind after planting those bombs at Fort Cadia. We left people behind. One of the tankers shouted in horror. They told us that we had gotten everyone. More hegemony lies, Flo said bitterly. Like I said, even when you figure out they're lying to you, you can never notice all of them. Listen, Cornelia said. It sounds like you're not really big fans of the hegemony. Well, we don't like the hegemony either. Take my advice and ditch the uniforms and blend into the civilian crowd. This planet is going to become a hell of a lot more hectic in the next few minutes and people might get jumpy. Flo glared at Cornelia. Keep our heads down and don't get shot. Thanks for the advice. Look, I'm just a grunt, okay? Cornelia said defensively. I don't want to see any innocents get caught in the crossfire. I'm not the one that ordered this invasion or committed the war crimes that you've heard about, I'm just trying to help you stay alive. Flo smiled grimly. The funny thing is, this could really be taken the wrong way. Yet it's still more sincere than anything the hegemony ever did for me. Flo. The bartender said nervously. I hate to interrupt, but General Yusuro's making a pretty big announcement on the news. A friend messaged me, apparently it's been going on for the last 10 minutes. He glanced over the bar. I think they're gonna want to hear it too. Pressing a button, a thin holographic screen appeared, facing away from the bar. Without reason or attempting to put up anything resembling a fight, the hegemony fleet has abandoned this planet. I have spoken with the commanding officer of the invasion force, and she has promised that no harm shall come to any of us so long as we surrender. I attempted to order the local elite to stand down, but they refused. They are fortifying themselves within their corporate headquarters and their private estates. A look of disgust crossed the face of General Yusuro. She looked as if she was in extreme discomfort. I have no love for the coalition, but one thing is clear. The hegemony promised to protect its citizens, it's why I put on this uniform. They have disgraced everything that I ever stood for by abandoning this planet without a fight. The Chancellor wants us to be cannon fodder, throw our lives down to kill a few coalition soldiers and slow their advance. That is the woman these nobles and businessmen fight for. I spit on all of them. On the Chancellor, on the ones who ran, and on those who want us to all burn with them. Yusuro's voice was heavy with hate. While Flo had the sneaking suspicion that she was giving this speech at gunpoint, her anger towards the Chancellor and her supporters felt genuine. So, I ask the populace of this planet. Put your trust not in the Chancellor, but in me. I'm the one who stayed here even though I knew this invasion was coming. The coalition will be landing ground forces to eliminate those who still bear arms against them. This will go against everything you have ever been taught, but I ask all military forces stand with the coalition against these brainwashed elite. The hegemony has fed you lies all your life, it was the hegemony who started this war, not the coalition. We have been raiding Moria for decades, we were the ones who pushed Morians to such extremes. Yusuro scowled. All because of the Chancellor's selfish want for power. We never asked to be part of this war. We never wanted any stake in it, but our hands were forced. So if we must bear weapons against someone, I say we bear it against the people who brought all of this misery upon us. The bartender turned off his Omni tool. He looked like he had just been hit in the face. Cornelia said. Well, I understand if you don't want to fight your government, but she was cut off. Flo grabbed another bottle from behind the bar, earning a glare from the bartender. Ripping the cork off with her teeth, she took a great big swallow. As the bitter liquid slid down her throat, she gave a wide smile. She hadn't felt this alive in a long time. Kids, she said, looking at the other Batarians. Where'd you leave your tank? Chapter 100. Under the Influence. Author's note, for those of you not in the know, I'm working on another story, a Dark Souls Fire Emblem crossover. My original thought was that it would be my main story while I put From the Ashes on the back burner, but writing another story really got my creative juices unclogged. I feel more motivated to write From the Ashes now. So hopefully I'll be updating both semi-regularly. There might be times without updates, but I have a good reason this time. This semester has me juggling full-time courses, work, and a sorta kinda internship. Granted, the sorta kinda internship doesn't take up that much time, so hopefully my work will find a way. Here's hoping you enjoy both of my works. XXXXX. Flo grinned as she sat in the command chair of a frontline hegemony tank. She still remembered the look on the face of the commanding officer of the military base where it had been stored. Dumbfounded shock as the news of the planet's surrender and orders to hunt down loyalist forces, and then an ancient war hero would be taking the place of a recently killed commander. Flo gave credit where credit was due, though. He had managed to keep his composure, the occasional stammer and bit of gibberish aside. Orders, ma'am. Crackled a voice over the radio. While she hadn't been surprised that her reputation had proven to be enough to get her command over a tank filled with green soldiers, she had been surprised when the base commander put her in charge of a strike force. She swallowed. She had had a command over other tanks before back in her military days, and thanks to the hegemony not seeing the preservation of lives as a high priority, had constantly sent them on reckless charges. Many times she had seen the tanks under her command crumpled and burning. Ma'am. Maintain formation, she said. Keep heading for the destination, but be on guard. Intel suggests that the Loyalists are fortifying an office building as their HQ. Chokeholds and roadblocks will most likely be present. Load anti-tank round and have all armor focus on enemy vehicles and have all infantry keep an eye on the sides. Infantry with rocket launchers will most likely try to flank us. When we get there, I've no interest in losing men in a bloody floor-by-floor, room-by-room battle. Shell the building until they surrender or they're all dead. Understood, the voice said over the radio. Flo was about to lean back in her chair when a head slid down through the open hatch. "Yeah," Cornelia said, smiling as her hair flowed down around her. "Heard those orders over the radio, that apply to us too." Flo looked at Cornelia for a moment. It felt odd to be giving orders to a human, let alone working directly with one. "Right. We're attacking a heavily fortified position. A direct infantry charge would result in you being torn to shreds. Just stick behind us and let us take the majority of the punishment, just keep flankers off of our backs." Flo reached for a pistol that she had holstered at her side, but fumbled it clumsily and dropped it. "You okay?" Cornelia asked, frowning. Flo said. Her head was swimming and her brain and her hands didn't seem to be lined up. "Aw crap. I think I had a few too many back at the bar," she muttered. "You did what now?" Cornelia asked. "Hey, I like a good pre-battle pint as much as the next person, but I usually don't end up tipsy on the battlefield. It's okay, I can handle my drink, it's just my physical reactions that are off. I can still think straight, and as a commander that's all I need to do," Flo said. "Besides, we're short on commanders. A lot of them sided with the businessmen and nobles. We've got more soldiers than them, but numbers don't mean much if you can't coordinate them properly. Just for the record, I'm a biotic. It'll probably put a lot of strain on me, but I might be able to block a couple of shots," Cornelia said. "Also, the Morian we have with us is a demolitions expert. She has a few charges with her, so just let us know if you need us to do anything." Flo grinned. "Oh, I think we'll have no trouble finding something for her to blow up," Flo said. "Now, we're going to be going into an active combat zone soon, I'm going to be needing you out there." Cornelia gave an exaggerated salute. Aye, Captain," she said, withdrawing her head through the hatch. "But I'm not a captain," Flo shouted in protest as the hatch slammed shut. "Maybe humans use the word differently. One of the other tankers suggested. Maybe it's just a general term for a person in a superior position to them. Maybe, Flo said, feeling a slight pang of nausea and a sensation of dizziness. Oh, if I make it through this I am so cutting down on the liquor, she whispered to herself. She willed herself through the sensation, she had to stay focused. Kneeling down, she picked up her pistol and slid it back into her holster before tapping a button on her armrest. A holographic map of the colony appeared before her, which she studied intently. This battle wasn't a typical battle, due to the nature by which it had started. There was no concentrated force moving in unison to take control of the city, or several prongs of a movement taking the city from multiple sides. Dozens of friendly strike forces were moving all over the city, each heading to a different objective. The forces that had refused to surrender had only had short notice that they would have to make a stand on their own without the majority of the planet's forces. As such, they had not had any time to pool their resources and had been forced to simply fortify the strongest structures that they could find and dig in. The office building that Flo's force was heading towards was hypothesized to be the main HQ for the Loyalist forces, judging by the sheer amount of communications that seemed to be going in and out of it. There was the chance that it wasn't the actual HQ, just a communications waypoint, but either way it had been deemed an important enemy location and Flo had been sent to destroy or capture it. Her eyes narrowed as she focused on the blue arrows that represented her forces on the map. They didn't know exactly where the enemy is, but a red circle surrounded the building they were heading towards. They had just entered it. All forces, be advised, we are officially in hostile territory, she said over the radio. Enemy forces could be anywhere between here and our destination. Exercise extreme caution. Taking her hand off of the radio, she looked around. There were 3 machine guns on this tank, one each for the left, right and center. A tanker was manning each one, controlling them through computer panels on their respective part of the tank. Flo wasn't particularly sure she liked this. Back when she had been in the military, their machine guns had to be aimed manually while aiming out of a narrow slit in the armor, something she personally thought was much more effective. She did have to admit though, controlling the machine guns via a terminal was certainly much safer for the gunner, so she kept her mouth shut. In addition to the gunner in the front, one last tanker was sitting in front of a computer that controlled the navigation for the tank, as well as the main cannon. Pressing another button, Flo brought up a second holographic display, this one showing her the same visual feed that the driver used to steer. The street in front of them was deserted, apart from a few abandoned vehicles. It seemed like the majority of civilians had taken shelter to avoid the fighting. Flo grimaced. She had learned a long time that just because you couldn't see civilians didn't make it certain that they weren't there. It was always possible for a stray shell or bullet to go into a building where they were taking shelter. All forces, check your fire, civilians may be in the area, she said. Only fire if you are certain you are targeting enemy forces. She paused as her convoy took a right turn, one that would put them on a street that ended with their objective. Contact! The driver cried out. A 6-wheeled vehicle had been heading in their direction when they turned the corner. Upon seeing them, it screeched to a halt and began to reverse, firing a shell at the convoy as it did. It impacted the front of Flo's tank, but it did little, only causing the tank to shake slightly. Fire! Flo shouted, but that proved to be unneeded. Her tank and 4 others had already fired their main guns at the vehicle, a couple of them went wide but 3 of them found their mark, reducing it to a smoldering wreck. That was easy, Cornelia said, speaking not over the tank radio but Flo's personal comms. You'd think they'd have something heavier. That wasn't a frontline tank, it was a scout APC, Flo replied. It was probably just patrolling the area looking for incoming forces. I just hope we managed to kill it before it radioed back home. The convoy continued to move forward, the occasional report coming in over the radio as Flo kept an eye on both holograms in front of her. The enemy would reveal themselves any second now. As if on cue, an explosion rocked the side of the tank, causing all within to grip their seats. We've got rockets at 9 o'clock. One of the gunners shouted. Skyscrapers, upper floors. Spraying the windows. He pressed a handful of buttons on his terminal and Flo could hear the dull noise of his machine gun firing through the tank's armor. There's another one at R3. The other gunner shouted. Enemy roadblock dead ahead. The driver shouted. Flo's eyes fixed on the driver's video feed. Sure enough, a blockade of a dozen tanks was waiting for them, main cannons all trained on them. No sooner had they come into sight, than they let loose a volley of shells. All tanks, weapons free. Flo commanded, trying to ignore the sight of the tank directly to the right of hers going up in flames on the video feed. Take them out. A volley flew from her force to match the one that had just been fired, but only half of the shells had found their mark. Flo realized, with horror, that the majority of the tanks were behind cover. The burned-out wrecks of smaller APCs and cars had been dragged in front of the tanks, protecting their lower halves. Only the much smaller tops of the tanks were visible, their turrets safely poking out from behind the cover. Flo ground her teeth in anger. With the enemy tanks the way they were, any low-aimed shots would simply hit the barricade and leave the enemy tanks unharmed. They would have to target the much harder to hit tops while the enemy had much larger targets to aim at. Flo strained herself to think of a counter-strategy, only to have her train of thought interrupted when another missile hit the side of her tank. "Take him out!" she snapped, glaring at her right gunner. "I'm trying." The gunner said, "They're high up in skyscrapers, these machine guns aren't meant to shoot that far." "Damn it," Flo hissed. "If we stay here and try to pick off those tanks, those rocket troops can whittle us down. If we try and charge the tanks to get out of range of the rockets, we just get closer and easier to shoot while they're still behind cover. The only other place to go is back." An idea sprang up into her mind. It was desperate, but right now it was all she had. "Maria," she said into her calm, forcing herself to the human specialist. "You're a demolitions expert, right? I want you to take any Batarian soldiers that have any experience with explosives as well as every last scrap of hardware that you can find that blows up. Head back to the corner that we turned from and set a trap, rig everything you can to blow. I'm going to try and lure the enemy tanks out of cover and down that road, you stand by and blow the trap when I give the signal." "What?" the human said. Okay, I'll see what I can do. You're not giving me a lot of notice through, this is going to be very crude. I just need a trap of some kind, any kind," Flo said. "Also, do me a favor. Don't make an organized retreat back. I want you and anyone with you to make it look like you're panicking and rooting. I want those tanks up ahead to think our strike force is starting to crumble." Hastily, she tapped a few buttons and relayed the same orders to her soldiers. A few seconds later, a voice crackled over the radio. "Ma'am, they're falling back as you ordered. In small groups, screaming as they run." "Hope it's convincing," Flo said through gritted teeth. "All soldiers, take out those rocket troopers, all tanks, keep firing. Our goal now is to survive. Hold position here until I give the order to retreat." Another volley of shells from the enemy formation were upon them. Another one of her tanks went up in smoke and a squad of soldiers were sent flying through the air. Flo felt a pang of remorse as she saw that all of them were missing at least one limb. "Another volley!" she shouted, and shells flew forward, aiming for the blockade. A few managed to hit the barely exposed tanks, one even took the main gun off of one, but all of them remained operational. "We've got hostiles coming out of the alleyways," one of her gunners shouted. "They got it weapons. All infantry, keep those flankers off of us." Flo barked into her radio. She grit her teeth. Maria and the others needed to get that trap set up fast. Typing into her armrest, she brought up 2 more holographic displays, these ones showing the feeds of her gunners. Her eyes struggled to view all 4 screens at once, but somehow she managed. There were indeed soldiers sliding out from in between the buildings on either end of the street, firing at weaponry. A third tank was destroyed when it took 3 rockets at the same time, and at least half a dozen soldiers were gunned down by riflemen supporting the IT troops. She spotted Cornelia darting toward, taking the arm off of one of the IT troops with a single swing of her sword before sliding away. The machine guns had come to bear then, and her gunners opened fire from both ends, along with the turrets of several other tanks. The enemy tried to slip back into the alleyways, but many of them were too slow. Flo felt a small sense of satisfaction as at least a dozen of the enemy soldiers were mowed down, but they were a victory that was barely worth mentioning with the unbroken strongpoint that was right next to them. "It's as good as it's going to get," Maria's voice suddenly said over her comm unit. "We had to rig some rockets to blow when we ran out of charges. It's not as heavy as we wanted it to be though. My advice, hit them with a volley at the same time it goes off." "Was going to do that anyway," Flo said. "All forces, pull back. Make it look like our assault is faltering and we're breaking. But don't stray too far from the formation. As soon as our trap is sprung, fall back in and charge them while they're disorganized." "I hope this works," the driver said, pressing a few buttons and causing the treads of the tank to spin in reverse, taking them back the way that they had came. "Same," Flo said, thought making sure that she couldn't be heard. The retreat seemed to last ages to Flo, even though realistically it couldn't take more than a minute or 2. Another wave of tank shells came to meet them, taking out a fourth of her tanks, and another rocket impacted the side of her personal one. "Come on," she hissed, looking at the blockade. "The filthy traitors are dissolving. Come on out and get the easy kills." Time seemed to stand still as the convoy neared the corner, the dug-in tanks not moving. Then, just when Flo was thinking that she might have to abandon the attack altogether, the hostile tanks moved forward. They shoved the crudely constructed barricades apart with their sheer force and size. Flo grinned. "That's right, we're just easy prey. Just a bunch of marks on your guns waiting to happen." Her convoy was around the corner, out of immediate danger. "We planted it right on top of the turn to get them while they were adjusting," Maria said over the radio. Glancing at the myriad of screens before her, Flo spotted Maria and a handful of Batarians taking cover behind the ruins of the scout APC that had been destroyed earlier. Wait until they're in the very middle of turning the corner, Flo said, then detonate. She watched patiently, her convoy still moving backwards. The loyalist tanks began to round the corner, some of them firing their weapons so eagerly that they went completely wide. They were rounding it at a frightening rate, many of them were through already. Do it, Flo said. A single second later, an eruption of explosions tore through the center of the enemy tank line. Half of the tanks were ripped apart by the force of the explosion, while a handful of the survivors were smoldering and heavily damaged. Forward! Flo roared into her radio. All weapons fire! This time, when the volley of shells rocketed forward, all of them found their mark. After the chorus of explosions had subsided, the only thing left were the smoldering husks of the tanks. The convoy tore through the tank graveyard and back onto the street where the barricade had been. Without any tanks taking cover behind it, Flo gave a simple order. Don't slow down. Smash right through it. And they did just that, the tanks barreling directly into the crude defenses and easily pushing them to the side. The dozens of loyalist soldiers that had been taking cover behind it attempted to fire on the tanks in vain, but within half a minute they had all been mowed down by machine gun fire. Flo winced as she saw a desperate soldier try to turn and run, only to be sucked under the treads of her tank. As they came to a halt on the far side of the barricade, she saw the towering office building that the enemy had turned into their stronghold. All infantry, Flo ordered, glancing at the side cameras and spotting her soldiers catching up to the convoy. Form a rear guard to keep any attacks. All tanks, target the bottom floors and work your way up. Time your shots that at least one tank is firing at all time. I'll be broadcasting terms of surrender, keep firing until the enemy commander meets them. Flo leaned back in her chair and watches as the shells began to detonate on the lower floors of the building. She had little doubt that every last floor and room of that building had been fortified. Storming it would cost hundreds of lives. She had no intention of throwing her men away like that. She was content to sit and watch the shells chip away at the building bit by bit. It would stop as soon as the enemy commander surrendered. She wasn't going to broadcast that term just yet through. She had a feeling that they'd be more agreeable after a few floors had been destroyed. Thanks for the firework display, Maria, Flo said into her personal comm unit. Thank you, the human woman stuttered. Still, I think I'm going to top you, Flo said, grinning as she watched explosions slowly envelope the building. XXXXX. General Yusuro grit her teeth as she typed into the computer in front of her, typing a little harder than was necessary. General Hill's arrival had resulted in a pile of paperwork for her to deal with, along with a bit left over. She was used to paperwork, but the thing that made her want to smash her computer was that pretty much every last bit of it was to make things easier for the coalition. Oh, we've got to give the Morians food, so I've got to order the local farmers to take it out of their surplus, if that'll cut it, she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. And then we gotta put fuel in those starships so that they can maintain that nice blockade they've got going on in orbit. Oh, and after that we've got to make sure that all their guns have plenty of ammo so that they can keep shooting everyone that they don't like. A pair of Morian guards that were standing on either side of the exit to her office glanced at her. What? She snapped. I'm giving you what you want. What, you want access to the governor's wine cellar too? Sorry, that's still under hostile control, you're going to have to wait on that one. She glared at them, but she couldn't make out any expressions when they had their helmets on. Their bright red eyes with painted-on white skulls staring straight at her. She grumbled before moving back to her paperwork. What she had said was mostly true. Large parts of the city had refused to surrender to the coalition and their allies, but they were losing ground at a steady pace. It wasn't without losses though, reports were coming in fast of thousands of dead and wounded. Yusuro couldn't help but notice with a twinge of hatred that the majority of them were Batarians. The coalition wanted the populace pacified but didn't seem to want to chip in to help. The majority of their forces were on standby, with the strike force that had attacked the main loyalist HQ had a grand total of 3 coalition soldiers among it. Of course they did, Yusuro hissed. When planets change management you don't want to change the way things are run too much. There was a beeping noise and one of the guards put his hand to his head. General Hill would like to see you, he said. On cue, the door slid open and the one-eyed human walked in, wearing the same smug smile that she had had since she had arrived. It made Yusuro's blood boil every time that she saw it, it reminded her a little too much of the smiles Balak sported. How can I help you, Yusuro said, looking up from her terminal and not bothering to hide her anger. Hill seemed a little too drunk on her victory to notice or care. As important as getting resupplied is, you and I need to have a little bit of a long-term chat about the long-term plan for this planet. Ah yes, Yusuro said. I agree. When we're cooking your food and wiping your asses, should we refer to ourselves as hired help or your bitches? Hill's grin widened. Oh, don't get pissy with me, she said. You launched an unprovoked attack on us. The sheer number of dead civilians would give me every right to sack that colony down there. You should be on your knees thanking me for how merciful I've been. Yusoro wanted nothing more than to vault over her desk and wrap her hands around this woman's throat. Sadly, she had little doubt that if she did do something to that effect, Hill would take it out on the general populace. She had to play nice. What do you want? She asked bitterly. I've a war to wage against the rest of the hegemony, she said, producing a lighter and flicking it open and shut. I can't have too many of my soldiers here on garrison duty, nor can I afford to have too many of my high-ranking officials staying behind to play governor. I need a provisional government set up. I'm thinking enough junior lieutenants would be able to run the planet so long as the pre-existing administration system isn't too heavily damaged by this takeover. That's a terrible idea, Yusoro said bluntly. The people of this planet have been fed propaganda from the hegemony their entire life. They've been taught what a horribly barbaric people you are, and they've never had anyone to give them an alternate viewpoint. You may have a gun to my head and can force me to order the military at whole to stand down, but what happens when the civilians start rising in revolt to the provisional government that you handed off to your assistants? That's assuming soldiers don't start deserting one platoon at a time because they were fed the same propaganda their entire life. Hill flicked the lighter open and closed again, making a clicking noise that was nothing short of unbearable. What's your suggestion then? She said. They need a Batarian-led government, Yusoro said. That's what they know. That's the only kind of government that they'll accept. She allowed herself a small smile. Good luck finding a toady for the job though. Either you get someone severely underqualified or someone who isn't in your pocket. Good luck finding someone on this planet that's fit for rule that won't use the position for personal ambition. Oh, I've already done that, Hill said confidently. You. The smile slid off of Yusoro's face. She couldn't have heard that right. Pardon. She said. You're a general, you've got experience as a leader, but that's only your second best qualification. She snapped her lighter shut and gripped it tightly. The most important one is that I've got you right in the palm of my hand. You already proved that you'll do what I tell you to in order to protect the people of this planet. And you're going to keep doing that. You can't be serious, Yusoro said weakly. She did have some experience with civil administration, but she would never admit it to this woman. How was this possible? How had this woman cornered her so easily? And if I refuse? She asked desperately, trying to sound aloof. Then I give it to one of the nobles, she said. And don't bother trying to bluff me again, I saw right through it the first time. You hate them. You'd never willingly let them take a position of power when you could have done something to stop them. And that's why I know that you're going to become the new governor. Because you're going to be the good leader who looks out for her people. Yusoro's hands tightened in fury. With half of the local nobility and rich in what was effectively rebellion, there were a lot less authorities on the planet with decision-making authority, with her being one of them. The last thing she needed was the last of the nobles and rich kissing up to the coalition and using their favor to exploit the colony and line their pockets. She would never say it out loud, but Hill was right, she was cornered. Hill chuckled. What the hell were you even planning on doing? If I couldn't get you to be governor, then what? The people who you hate get to be in charge, like you didn't want? Or would you be happy with it being in the hands of an idiot? She snorted in laughter. Oh God, this is rich. That whole little ploy. There wasn't any intelligent thought in that, was there? That was just pure spite. She let out a content sigh. Try not to let your emotions get the better of you while you rule. You'll know what I'll do. Yusoro's hands began to shake as she reached into her desk and hastily drew out a pack of cigarettes. She fidgeted as she tried to open the pack, resulting in her hand jerking up at just the wrong moment, which scattered the butts all over her desk, a few rolling off and onto the ground. Oh, is the show still going? Hill asked. Because it's very entertaining. The two soldiers standing guard sniggered. Yusoro seethed with hatred as she grabbed one of the cigarettes, forcibly shoving one in her mouth before taking out her own lighting. As it sparked to life, General Hill's good eye widened as she stared at the naked flame. Yusoro took a long deep draft after she lit the cigarette, before exhaling. What? She asked bitterly. Never seen fire before? You think that'd be the first thing you came up with when you were coming up with fun new ways to kill people? Hill stared at the flame until Yusoro flicked her lighter shut, whereupon she gave her head a quick shake. Even with you in a governor's position, I'll be wanting a garrison on this planet. Don't want you getting any bright ideas when I have my back turned. Oh, why is that a problem? Yusoro said angrily, rising to her feet. She took a quick drag before leaning forward, her head stopping a single foot away from Hill's. It's not like your back looks so very tantalizing that when I see it I lose all self-control and just can't help myself and have to stab it. Watch yourself, Hill said. You and I are both in a delicate situation. But if it comes to a battle, I'll win. It'll hurt me, but it'll hurt you more. Luckily for you, I have no intention of spilling the blood of my men unless it's absolutely necessary. If that means your people go unharmed, I can live with that. But you need to play nice in order for that to happen. Hill held her hands out to either side. I'll never claim to have any love for you or your species. However, despite what many people think, I don't despise you all. Yusuro forced back a snort. She had a very hard time believing that with everything that she had heard about Hill. Your government, however, that I loathe. Her grin slid back across her face. I would happily watch the hegemony come crashing down. Tell me, are you really that different? Yusuro paused for a moment. She had never had any love for the hegemony, that was true. Balak and the Chancellor had always been a nightmare for her. When she stopped and thought about it, the very nature of the hegemony had very nearly caused this planet to fall to the coalition without a fight. Selfish people in power looked out for themselves while the rest of the Batarian people suffered. She ground her teeth. I do hate the hegemony, Yusuro said through gritted teeth, but I haven't decided if I hate you more yet. Well, I suggest you figure out which one you have more disdain for fast, Hill said. Because I'm going to be leaving 5,000 soldiers on this planet, as well as a couple of warships. Your men. None of the mercenaries or the Krogan you brought with you, Yusuro said bluntly. Hill raised an eyebrow. She looked amused. Are you really in the type of position where you feel safe making demands? You must be fond of danger. And recklessness. This is for your own good as much as it is mine, Yusuro said grimly. The army will have a third of their men be ex-military if we're both lucky. The Blood Pack don't even have that much. You want this planet to be docile and well-behaved while we're gone. So ask yourself a question. Who do you want watching over it? The trained soldiers that don't do anything unless you tell them to? Or the people who are loyal to the highest bidder and the strongest fighter? You'll have riots in a month if you trap a sheltered population on the same planet as them. Hill chuckled. Looks like I know how to pick them. You're a natural. Yusuro felt all of the fight go out of her. She felt tired. Right now she wanted to do nothing more than just bury her face in a pillow and try to forget the situation that she was in. Is there anything else? She asked stiffly. Status of the battle? Hill asked. Slowly going our way. Everything should be wrapped up in a couple of hours, Yusuro said icily. Pardon me. I've had a long day swapping out one dictator for another. She stepped around Hill and walked to the door. If you need anything, hesitate to wake me. Sometimes the idea of swallowing her gun felt a little more appealing than it should. We're not done here, Hill said, and the guards stepped to their side, blocking the door from Yusuro. Don't worry, I think you might like this question. What's your plan on changing the hierarchy of this planet? Yusuro turned around. What do you mean? She asked, feeling honestly confused. I mean, from what I understand, the basic concept of Batarian culture is that the rich and nobility are the upper class, the military and their families are the middle class, and everyone else is the lower class. And a lot of that lower class is made up of slaves. It's pretty much a staple of Batarian society. She locked eyes with Yusuro. You plan on leaving that in? Through all of the anger and weariness Yusuro was feeling, a small spark of excitement sprung to life. I'll have that kind of power? I thought you wanted a puppet leader. Hill made a dismissive gesture with her hand. Puppet leaders are too obvious. Eventually people realize what's going on and reject their rule. I'd prefer a leader with autonomy that just happens to be in my sphere of influence if you will. You probably think that I'm getting the most out of this situation, but this is a good chance for you to make this Batarian colony less, well, Batarian. Unless you think owning slaves is a God-given right or something, then by all means keep it in. She leaned forward. Just remember that while I won't lose sleep over enslaved Four Eyes, any enslaving of humans or human allies will end with bloodshed. Yusuro felt another twinge of annoyance. She just wanted to get away from this woman. I'll think about it. The nobility that refused to surrender won't like it if I free their slaves, and if I go ahead and do it they'll probably find a way to continue abusing them. Like trapping them in debt when they can't afford a place to live and then sticking them back in their old barracks. Hill nodded. Bit of a history of that happening. You could always just kill them and take over their operations personally. Yusuro lingered a little too long on that thought for her to be comfortable with. Could she get away with it? Could she do it without making a power vacuum? Did she have enough supporters? Did they have enough enemies? She shook her head. Acting fast and without planning will destroy the stability that you want so badly. I do want to do something about that, but now's not the time to make my move. I don't know when it will be. She suddenly felt the urge to yawn, one that she barely repressed. Now if you'll pardon me, your governor is tired and I doubt she'll be able to make effective decisions without some proper sleep. I had been up for a long time when you got here, and I haven't slept at all since. Let her pass, Hill said to the guards. Make sure there are guards posted at her bedroom. Not in it, outside it. A little token of respect. I'm blushing, Yusuro said bitterly. But as she left the room, the words Governor Yusuro kept floating in her head, buffeted on all sides by thoughts such as no, High Governor Yusuro sounds better, or maybe Supreme Governor Yusuro. She wondered if she would actually be able to get any sleep. XXXXX. Cornelia thrust her fist into the air. IRB declare the hegemony has fucked off. She said cheerfully. All around the table she was sitting at, tankers raised their glasses filled with amber liquid in a cheer before sipping from them. Certainly an interesting way to put it, Adam said from where he sat next to her, a half-empty bottle of Nuka-Cola in his hands. The battle for control of the planet had officially been declared over an hour ago. Night had fallen on the city, and Philo had practically dragged all of them back to the bar that they had been at when the fighting had started. Philo was in a radiantly bright mood, ordering rounds for all of her tankers as well as her coalition tag-alongs. Boss. One of the tankers said. I thought you said that you were feeling kind of tipsy before we got in the tank. Should you really be drinking more right now? Listen, Philo said at the head of the table, taking a large gulp from her glass. I just lead a strike force to attack a heavily fortified stronghold and I did it while legally intoxicated. Pretty sure that's what he just said, Cornelia said, smiling playfully. I'm starting to think the alcohol buildup is affecting your mental capabilities. Maria, who was sitting right next to Cornelia, let out a small giggle. Point is, I just did something that is by all rights bullshit. In fact, I myself consider it bullshit. So the hell with it I say. I did something really impressive and stupid and a bunch of other things that just let me drink my booze. Her voice was surprisingly loud, but Cornelia couldn't help but find herself reflexively grinning and fighting back the urge to laugh. It might have had something to do with the fact that Philo had tried to point at Cornelia with her glass hand, which had ended with half of the contents of her glass on the floor. This is why I wouldn't drink even if I didn't have holy vows binding me, Adam said, glancing at Cornelia. Though I mean no offense to anyone present. None taken, prude, Cornelia said jokingly, taking a gulp of her own glass of some sort of expensive brandy. Philo hadn't really looked at what she was buying, rather she had focused on getting the ones with the biggest price tags. The bartender didn't seem to mind. Then again he hadn't been paying much attention, spending most of his time grumbling about the ceiling. Cornelia looked to her side and saw that the escape pod she had come down in still sitting in the middle of the bar, a wide open hole still in the ceiling. As she looked, she heard Philo giggle rather loudly. Cornelia rubbed the back of her neck in embarrassment. She promised to herself that afterwards she would talk to someone about getting the damages paid for. Maria was sitting next to her, lightly sipping from her glass. She had become rather quiet again, not looking at anyone else, focusing entirely on her glass. Hey, Cornelia said, gently patting her on the back. Chin up. We did really well today. You did really well today. Hell, I think she's a massive bitch, but I'm going straight to General Hill and telling her you kicked ass today. Blowing up a Batarian tank convoy is a surefire way to get you off probation. Maria fidgeted, her glass shaking in her hand. Cornelia? We're friends, right? Well, we're kind of acquaintance right now, we don't really know each other, Cornelia said, grinning widely, but I'd like to be friends with you. Wanna hang out tomorrow? But would you say you trust me? Maria said. Cornelia grinned and nodded. Is there any chance before we go back to the ship we can talk in private? There's something I want to tell you but it's personal. I don't want anyone to overhear it. Well, hopefully. I'll have to talk with my captain about. Cornelia broke off. Speak of the devil. She jumped to her feet. Captain. Over here. Jane Shepherd slowly walked through the front door of the bar. The bar was fairly packed with Batarian soldiers celebrating, but only a few even bothered to glance at Shepherd. Those who did only gave her a confused look for a second before shrugging and going back to their drinks. She approached the table Cornelia and the others were sitting at, giving a weak smile as she did. I was a little worried. Ever since you took out the hegemony flagship I haven't seen 2 of my crewmen and 1 of my guests. Adam bowed his head. I apologize, Captain. I do believe we were given permission to stay after the battle, given leave by General Hill. Were we mistaken? If so, I apologize again. No. It's just that I was nervous after you were forced to land on the planet. I wanted to check up on you personally. She swallowed. Cornelia wasn't sure if it was a trick of the light, but it looked like Shepherd was shaking slightly. Friend of yours? Philo said, her voice now very heavily slurred. Well then someone go get another bottle for her. Tell, I can't remember his name. The guy with the booze, tell him I'll pay. Shepherd looked taken aback. That's quite all right, I'm not much of a drinker, she said nervously. Well, someone go get another bottle anyway. The night is still young and I can still remember my name. This is a horrible problem that must be dealt with at once, Philo said. One of the tankers let out a bark of laughter before getting up, heading for the bar. Cornelia felt like something was squeezing her in the pit of her stomach. It wasn't a painful experience, but it was a very uncomfortable one. Rising from her seat, she approached Shepherd. Captain, is everything all right? She whispered into the other woman's ear. I don't know, Shepard admitted, just as quietly. I feel like I don't really know what's going on anymore. It's like I'm watching someone else live my life for me. The galaxy is barely recognizable. Yet, Cornelia said lamely, her mind viciously searching for the right words to say, anything to comfort her. But we're making it better, aren't we? Because of what we did, we managed to drive the hegemony off of this planet with minimal casualties. Took out one of their dreadnoughts too, and the hegemony can count the number of those they have on their hands. We hurt them, and we're gonna be making sure they don't hurt anyone else. Shepard gave a smile, but it was a very hollow smile that didn't reach her eyes, which looked distant and foggy. I know, she said. But right now I just want to keep all of you safe. You've done so much for the coalition, the very least you've earned is someone who watches your back. Consider our backs watched, Captain, Cornelia said cheerfully. There was a flicker behind Jane's eyes. Mind if I join you even if I don't drink? She asked. Do you really need to ask? Cornelia said cheerfully, pulling up another chair. As she did, the door opened again. A group of Morian shock troops walked in, still in their combat gear, but with their helmets off. They looked around silently, taking in the many Batarians sitting around. Unlike Shepard, they earned much more attention, in addition to a couple of whispers. Hey! Falo shouted loudly, pointing at the Morians. All the tables are full, but I got some spare drink for you. Grabbing a bottle to her left, she pulled the cork out and emptied what was left of it into an empty glass. The Morians approached the table as Falo looked down at it and gave it a good swirl. I got someone on another run, she said, handing it to the soldier in the front. So your friends will have something to drink when they get back. Until then, enjoy. The soldier took the drink without saying a word. He gave it a firm sniff and then lifted it up to his lips. Taking a small sip, he swallowed before letting out a small ah. Good stuff? Falo asked. Good stuff, the soldier replied. All right. Well, there's more where that came from, just wait a minute, Falo said. Cornelia grinned. Then, without warning, everything changed. In a blur, the lead soldier had darted forward, his arm a blur as it swung at Falo's face. Cornelia gaped in horror as she heard shattering glass and saw Falo knocked off of her chair and onto the ground, dozens of shards of glass sticking out of her face. Without thinking, she threw herself out of her chair, tackling the lead soldier in the back with her shoulder. Cut off guard, he was knocked to the ground, landing face down. Cornelia was on him as he tried to get back up, delivering a solid kick to the face, earning herself a loud crunching noise as he did. A sharp pain broke across the back of her head as something hard impacted it. She wheeled around to see one of the Morians swinging his helmet up for another go, the other two advancing behind her. The one who had swung her helmet began to bring the headgear down for another swing when she was rugby-talked by Shepard. The captain was still in her power armor and wrapped her hands around the Morian in a vice grip, pinning her arms to her sides. One of the two left grabbed a bottle from the table and was advancing on Jane when he was interrupted by a sharp right cross to the face from Adam. Spinning around, the man swung his bottle and Cornelia recoiled in shock as it found its mark. It shattered, quite a few pieces staying stuck in place as blood ran down his face. The Morian jabbed forward with the broken bottle, aiming at Adam's face again. This time, however, the priest crossed his arms in front of his face, the plating on his armor causing the bottle to harmlessly bounce off. As the soldier pulled back to stab a second time, Adam lunged forward and grabbed the man by the wrist. As he did, he viciously twisted both, earning a loud popping noise and causing the soldier to cry out in pain as he dropped the bottle. As the makeshift weapon fell to the ground, Adam spun the man around before kicking up in the back of the knee, causing him to collapse. Fucking traitors! The man gasped out. The fucking four eyes! How can you? Before he could get anything more out, several Batarian soldiers had jumped on him, pinning him to the ground. Cornelia looked up just in time to see the one remaining soldier get one punch in at a Batarian's face before she was dogpiled by the soldiers who were now swarming from every table in the bar, pinning the attacking Morians. Time seemed to slow down for Cornelia as she looked around. She felt dazed. She had been expecting a fun night on the town, not a vicious fight for her life. Then, through the fog of confusion that was enveloping her, one word burst to the forefront of her mind. FALO. As she frantically looked around, she saw the Batarian woman lying on the ground, drawing short raspy breaths. Maria was kneeling beside her, desperately applying gel to the many gashes on her face. Keep her mouth closed, Cornelia said, crouching down beside Maria and gently pushing Falo's jaw shut. If any of the shards splinter, she could swallow one. And don't let her move her head around too much. Maria nodded silently, her face pale as she did. Despite this, her hands were steady as she gently applied them gel around the glass shards. Hey! Cornelia shouted at the tankers, who had been part of the group who had swarmed the Morians. Get a doctor in here. Tell them we've got someone with glass shards in their face. Two of the tankers nodded hastily, nothing opening their omni-tools, typing viciously into them. Cornelia looked back at Philo. Her upper right eye had burst open, a sickly yellow fluid leaking out, but the other three stared directly at Cornelia. Philo let out a small whimper as she continued to draw short uneven breaths. Keep breathing, Cornelia whispered in a small encouraging voice, Maria still applying Medigel. Help is on the way. Just stay with me and keep breathing. A horrible feeling filled Cornelia. Her own people had done this to the Batarians that they were supposed to be working with. There was an enemy in front of them and allies were killing each other. Cornelia swallowed. There would be fallout from this, whether Philo lived or died. She shuddered to think how many more would suffer like this. She looked Philo in the eyes, desperately praying that the doctor would get here soon. She had only known Philo for a day, but that had been enough to tell Cornelia that she didn't deserve to bleed out on the floor as the result of a bar brawl. Keep breathing, she whispered. Keep breathing. Chapter 101. Riots. Author's note, I think balancing out crossed blades and from the ashes is going pretty well. I wrote that before my procrastination and short attention span kicked back in. Pardon me while I cry in the corner out of shame. XXXXX. Cornelia felt like she was in a daze. Her brain seemed to be half a second behind her senses. She didn't process right away that the door had burst open and that people were shouting just behind her. The one thing that she could focus on was Philo, lying in the bed in front of her. Her face was covered with bandages, only one of her 4 eyes were bare. Tubes feeling her nutritional fluids slid into her arm, and a mask was placed over her mouth and nose, helping her breathe. Her chest was rising and falling sharply, her breaths coming in short ragged bursts, even as she slept and even with the help of the mask. The voices behind her were louder now. Whether that was because the people talking had raised their voices or were just closer, Cornelia didn't know. She looked away from Philo. General Hill was shouting at a Batarian woman, who was returning the favor. It hasn't even been a full day yet and one of your thugs already nearly murdered a Batarian citizen. Oh, but it wasn't enough to do it to just any Batarian, you had to do it to a war hero. Are you trying to maximize the fallout from this situation? The Batarian shouted. Oh, unprovoked attacks are a bad thing now, are they? Where was that compassion for the last people of years? Hill replied, shouting just as loudly. There are thousands dead back on Moria, who knows how many of them civilians, but a single soldier gets wounded, non-fatally I might add, and all of a sudden I'm the bad guy. Hill ground her teeth. Don't act like 4 eyes are in a hurry to snuggle up with us because of how misunderstood they are. How long would it have taken for one of yours to gut a human in a back alley? Hey. Well, we'll find out soon, won't we? The Batarian replied. You keep up with the news? There are riots in the northern district. Hundreds of civilians are looking for a fight, and to make things even better, a couple dozen of your soldiers are egging them on. Provoking them. Your officers can't control them. My men are the only ones keeping that mess from descending into a massacre. Oh, is that what they're telling you? Hill asked, sounding as if she was about to start laughing. Because I've got reports that a few of my operatives found a Batarian soldier trying to smuggle guns into that riot, hoping that one of them would start something with the confidence a weapon brings. Seems like the poor innocent hard-working Batarians want a bloodbath just as much as the cruel evil humans do. Oh, so now the Batarian woman began, but at that moment, something inside of Cornelia snapped. This is a hospital. She roared. All of her senses seemed to catch up to her as she glared at both women, who had stopped talking to look at her. The Batarian woman looked rather guilty. Hill, on the other hand, looked mildly annoyed. General Yusuro, the Batarian said softly, how is she? The doctor says she should live, Cornelia said. But it's going to be a long recovery. There was a knot in her stomach as she spoke. She's not exactly young either, so it's going to be harder on her. Well, she'll live. That's the important part, Yusuro said. Soldier, you fought alongside the Hammer and you were there when she was attacked. We're going to need you to testify. If I think Lepidus needs to be part of the process during the tribunal, I'll be the one to make that decision, Hill said coldly. Tribunal. Yusuro let out an almost hysterical laugh. You think you're going to be the one judging the little shit that nearly committed murder? Oh no 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 no. My planet. My people. My court system. Hill's eye narrowed. I thought we had been over this already. You're not in any position to be making demands. Then ask yourself something, do you really think taking him back to be tried by his own people is a good idea? Yusuro asked scathingly. You want peace on this planet, you want it to not be a concern as you march forward to take care of the rest of the hegemony. In order to do that, you need the local population pacified and not trying to stab you in the back or running back to the Chancellor. If you don't make this man answer to the people that he hurt, that's exactly what's going to happen. And having him be judged by 4 eyes is going to make this situation better. How? Hill demanded. All this bad blood goes away if you have him locked up in a Batarian prison instead of a human one. Locked up? Who said anything about imprisonment? Yusuro asked. The temperature in the room felt like it had dropped to below freezing. Cornelia felt a shiver trickle down her spine. She had to have misheard what Yusuro had said. No words came to her mouth, she couldn't think of anything to say. She had no love for the coward that had nearly killed Philo, but Yusuro was simply going too far. Hill stared at Yusuro for a good long while before replying. "Fuck you," she said, barely contained rage in her voice. "You have a lot of nerve. What, were you planning on lynching him or stoning him to death?" "Bullet to the back of the head," Yusuro said. "It's satisfying to watch, and satisfying is what the people of this planet need right now. It's painless though. You wouldn't mind giving me a first-hand demonstration then, would you?" Hill hissed. "General, I want justice for what happened to Philo too," Cornelia said, finding her voice. "But a public execution is absolutely insane. You need to think about this, you need the Batarians and Morians both to be satisfied. If you go ahead and kill that man in front of the entire planet, it's going to inflame all of the Morians who think he had a point and they'll hit twice as hard. This might sound satisfying to you, but that's all it is, there's no practical benefit to it. You see," Hill said, pointing at Cornelia. It took her 15 seconds to connect all the dots and figure out why this wouldn't work. "Any reason it's taking you so long? I thought smoking damaged your lungs, not your brain." Yusuro's eyes narrowed. "So both of you are telling me that your people would defend an attempted murderer on the sole basis that he's one of them? Well, that says a lot about the coalition. Tell me, is this something that exists among Deathclaws, meta-humans, and necro-humans too? Or is it just standard humans? Be reasonable," Cornelia said in frustration. "One attempted murder was enough to stir up riots. You really think a bullet to the head of another person is going to calm all that down? Even in the slightest? I'm not a politician, but even I'm smart enough to know that executions tend to make things more tense rather than less tense. These riots are part of a much bigger problem," Yusuro said. "The hatred the rioters feel isn't going to go away when they go back to their lives. It's going to stay rooted in them, fester and grow until it all comes out. Unless we stop it from growing before it even has time to take root." "In the Batarians," Hill said coldly. "Who cares about the Morians, am I right? Not like they would have a reason to hate Batarians, what with the way you launch raids on our planet at least once a year, kill countless civilians and drag our people off to be sold as slaves. No, that can't compare to a single person being wounded." "What?" Cornelia felt herself jump as she heard the weak, hoarse voice. Philo was awake. Weakly, she pushed herself up enough so that her back was pressed against the wall of pillows behind her. "Attacking Moria. Killing civilians. We did that." Through her banagis, she stared dumbfounded at Yusuro. "We can't have. It doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't they have attacked us before now if we did?" "Wow. She's the one who just got glass shards pulled out of her skull and she's got more deductive reasoning than you do, General," Hill said coldly, before replying to Philo. "Yes, all of that did happen. I've got entire graveyards back on Moria dedicated to soldiers who died fighting off hegemony-backed raids. As for why we didn't counterattack, trust me. I wanted to. I've wanted to for a long time, to eliminate a potential threat and keep the bodies from piling up. But I was limited to anti-pirate operations in Terminus systems because the brass didn't want to risk giving the Council cause to declare war on us." She gave a grunt of pure disgust. "I get the feeling your Chancellor knew that and was hiding behind it." Philo blinked. "This whole time we've been launching raids on you? General." Both Yusuro and Hill nodded, Hill instantly while Yusuro did so reluctantly. I didn't know," Philo whispered. "I know that the hegemony was feeding us propaganda disguised as the truth, but I never knew it was this bad." Her hands tried to tighten into fists around her blankets, but Cornelia noticed that their grip was rather loose. "That's why that soldier snapped, isn't it? I don't think he did it because he thought it was how Batarians said hello," Hill said bitterly. "So yeah, the fact that his homeworld has undergone years of assault from the hegemony might have had a bit of an impact." Cornelia could practically feel the weight of the sarcasm in Hill's words. "Damn it," Philo said, looking down at her hands. "What now?" "Well, your brilliant leader here thinks that getting more people killed would stop people being pissed at each other," Hill said. "I'm trying to explain the basic concept behind why that's the exact opposite of how you get people to stop killing each other." "Fine, I'll drop the execution angle," Yusuro said bitterly. "But he still gets tried by the justice system of this planet. He committed the attack in our territory and he did it to one of our people." Hill's good eye narrowed. "That's an improvement, but how can I expect you to be fair with him? You've got to show me why you won't just inflict the harshest punishment you can think of just to spite me. I didn't want to take this entire colony by force of arms, but I'll do it if I have to. So don't think you can just get away with stringing my soldier up as a scapegoat." Is there any reason you think I'd try and provoke you into massacring everyone on this planet? Yusuro asked angrily. Last time I checked, even with our garrison still armed, you have a massive advantage over us. It doesn't help that the majority of the causalities taken when we were clearing out the loyalists were from the garrison. Yusuro ground her teeth as she spoke. Thanks for that, by the way. I'll give you a hand, since you seem incapable of helping yourself, Hill said. Give me a reason to trust you. How does the Batarian judicial system operate? The judge determines guilt and passes the verdict, Yusuro said. His decision is supreme. Hill nodded. There's a lot of history of that in human history. I won't debate which system is better, but right now we use the jury system. Peers chosen at random to decide the guilt of the defendant while the judge passes the sentence if a guilty verdict is reached. I suggest a compromise. We have this trial with a jury system, half of the jurors Batarian, the other half Morian. I'll even be gracious and let you yourself preside as judge. I'll stand as a juror. Cornelia said, scrambling to her feet. She felt excited. This was a chance to make things right. A Batarian declaring Philo's attacker guilty would be one thing, but humans and Batarians both would keep outrage to a minimum. She knew the truth, she could give an honest verdict. Hill looked at Cornelia, a grim expression on her face. Cornelia felt her excitement die. She knew what Hill was going to say. She had just realized it herself, have spoken out of excitement without thinking. Sadly, that'd be a conflict of interest, Hill said. You were there with Philo when she was attacked. You fought alongside her beforehand. You might say he was guilty out of spite. It'd be like if I let one of the people who went in there with him sit on the jury. No, we need an impartial jury, one with no bias. Good luck finding one of those, Yusuro said. Everyone's going to want a certain outcome from the very start, Batarian and Morian. It doesn't help that while there's a civilian population of Batarians, all Morians answer directly to you. There was a note of accusation in her voice, one that didn't go unnoticed. You worry about finding neutral Batarians, let me worry about finding neutral soldiers, Hill said coldly. So, where do I work into all of this? Philo asked weakly. Frankly, I feel like I'd have a hard time standing up straight. You'll testify and identify your attacker, of course, Yusuro said. It'll take some time for the trail to be set up, so hopefully you'll be feeling better by then. Bearing that, we can always have you testify via hologram. Philo grimaced. You just know the little shit is going to try and demand that he has a right to see me in person. Cornelia noticed that Hill twitched at Philo's comment. Cornelia fought back the urge to swallow as she considered the possibility that Hill might try and defend her soldier, despite his guilt. He's on trial for assault and attempted murder, Yusuro said. Hopefully he's smart enough to realize his situation. If he doesn't, I'll remind him. Save some of him for me, Philo said. I'm a very different woman when I'm not drunk. I'll be more than happy to give the little shit a rematch when I'm sober and back at full health. I offered him a drink and this is how he repays me. She lurched forward. He and his punks are lucky no one else got hurt, because if they did I'd track them down, grab their fragile little necks, and she stopped mid-sentence as a scream of agony escaped her lips. Her hand flew to her face as she collapsed back into her bed, her body shuddering. My face, she croaked. It feels like it's on fire. All three of the women around her bed made moves to approach her, but before they could get far, a smooth computerized voice announced high levels of pain detected. Increasing painkiller dosage. A doctor has been notified, please stand by. True enough, mere second later a Batarian in white burst through the door, a pair of nurses behind him. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to ask you to leave, one of the nurses said, glancing momentarily at his coworkers. The doctor was leaning over Philo's bed, examining her face as her bandages slowly darkened. She may have accidentally reopened her wounds. There was another scream of pain from Philo as her three visitors slowly filed out of the room. Cornelia looked behind herself as she left, seeing the doctor gently remove the bandages and exposing Philo's horribly disfigured face before the door was closed behind her. XXXXX. All right. Go. Samantha Gall watched as two figures in armor rocketed into the air, bright orange tongues of fire signifying the rockets that were moving them forward. Her eyes watched intently as the two flew past each other, a loud clang being the only indicator that they had swung their weapons. They rounded in midair and charged again, this time colliding directly head-on, causing both of them to start to fall to the ground. Mid-fall, one of the figures grabbed the other by the back and forced the other one down, beneath itself. Sam went CE as both of them impacted into the ground, the one on top forcing the one on the bottom deep into the ground. Sorry Cadence, Alfred beat you again. Sam said, walking forward to where the two figures lay. The one on the bottom let out a groan of annoyance, sliding her helmet off. Any chance you can let me win just once? No, Alfred said simply, pulling his own helmet off. There was barely a ghost of a smile on his lips, but no sooner had Sam spotted it than disappeared, replaced by a calm collected mask of professionalism. A victory that I give to you will be an empty victory. You need to earn your victory from me if you want to feel any satisfaction. It isn't a matter of winning or losing, it's a matter of you constantly smashing me into the floor, walls, and ceiling and me never getting a chance to, Cadence said grumpily, getting to her feet. Sam let out a snort of laughter before she could stop herself. You're both doing really well, she said, trying to defuse the one-sided tension. You've only had your new armor for a little while. It's amazing that you both can fly so well in it. It took me forever to master it. Yeah, well, I suppose you never had a place where you could fly without being noticed, Cadence said, sliding her super sledge onto her back. Can't say I did, always had to get experience in combat, Sam replied. You're a lot luckier than I am. The three of them were currently on board the Goliath, the flagship of the Enclave fleet en route to assist the coalition. Just before they had left, Enclave scientists had successfully recreated a dozen models of Sam's flying power armor, now officially dubbed Hermes Power Armor, and placed them on the fleet. All of the Hermes suits had been given to Enclave Special Forces Squad, with Sigma Squad being the first squad to receive them. Shame they couldn't work out the 5-minute power limit, Cadence said, looking down at the body of the armor. That's going to be a bit of a nasty workaround. You can't exactly swap power cells in enemy territory. It'll be risky to go deep into enemy territory if we can't make the return trip. Hopefully when we hit our target we'll be hitting hard and fast enough for that to not be a problem, Sam said. The longer we take to take our objective the more torn up we'll get. There's not just the damage it'll do to our military force, but if we take too many losses it may harm support for the war effort, Albert said. Woods had to keep the forces we were sending to a minimum to keep the public from backlashing against it. She's trying to improve her public opinion regarding the war. To the Enclave people and to the galaxy at large, Sam said. Cadence blinked in confusion. When did this happen? Ah, right, Sam said, activating her Omni tool and punching in a few commands. I forgot. It just got sent out. With one more button press, a holographic screen appeared directly in front of Sam. Clearly curious, Cadence and Albert moved forward to get a better look. A video began to play, one that showed President Woods standing directly behind a podium. The American flag was directly behind her, as was the flag of the Enclave, an E encircled by stars. To all humans, standard, meta, or necro, death claws, and synthetics of the coalition, as well as those who stand alongside them, I speak directly to you. I will not deny that in this conflict, we of the Enclave are incredibly fortunate. Our soils will be untouched by the horrors to war, and to our people this conflict will be a distant thought. How is this fair? I asked myself. There was only one answer. It isn't. She pressed the palms of her hands on the podium, leaning forward a few inches. Which is why I am making the following announcement. The Enclave shall open its borders to all refugees of war, as well as those who simply fear for their safety. We have recently begun the colonization or nearby star systems, and we have more roofs than we do people to put under them. You will not be forced into camps where you will meet substandard conditions. You will be given comfortable shelters. War is a time where we must give those in need all that we can, not simply the bare essentials. I have already contracted shipping corporations and independent traders throughout the galaxy, arranging payments for them to bring all who wish to come to Enclave space. They have already been compensated, you may board their ships without pay. Her eyes narrowed. And I will not tolerate any captain who attempts to take advantage of the desperate. There was a hardness in her voice that faded away as she continued to speak. Independent traders who take up this cause and wish to remain in Enclave space will receive proper trading licenses, as well as the Presidential Medal of Freedom. They will also be allowed to join the Merchant Marines, though I will respect their decision if they chose to remain independent. Those who take asylum in Enclave space may remain as long as they wish. While I will happily arrange transportation for all of those who wish to return home after this horrible war has ended, I will also happily make arrangements for them to stay with us. She gave a smile. It looked genuine. Our door is open to all of those in need. She was about to continue when Sam shut the projection off. Well then, Cadence said. I can see that doing a lot of good. Not just for the PR regarding the war, for the PR regarding the Enclave and the rest of the galaxy. She frowned. Although there might be some concerns about taking in that many refugees. Especially since she opened the door to the coalition's allies too. Taking in massive amounts of refugees is a sensitive issue to begin with, it's even harder to do when they're from a radically different culture. And you don't get much more radically different than when it's two different species. I think that's why Woods is having them sent to the newly founded colonies, Sam said. Albert nodded. It makes sense. The Enclave citizens that left the home system to live on new worlds would be more adventurous and open-minded than those who remained behind. There will most likely also be less tension than we would have received if we had placed them in a densely populated area. Hopefully, Sam said. But I get the feeling Woods is playing both angles here. I mean, let's think about it. She pretty much said she would take in aliens, but the question is, will she have to? I mean, let's think about our allies in the war. She held up her hand and began to stick out her fingers as she listed off names. The Quarians. They're like us in that they're too far away to have their main society affected by the war. The Geth. Second verse same as the first. The Krogan. Pretty much used to living brutal conditions and most likely too stubborn to leave their planet in massive numbers. The Turians under Admiral Vitas. All soldiers. They. Exulans. Their population is negligible. Most of the refugees will be from the coalition. Asari, Solarians, and Batarians most likely won't be welcome. Remember, it was a coalition and their allies only deal. Ah. So she says she'll take all aliens, but she barely has to take any, Cadence said grimly. Kind of like saying you'll feed everyone on a planet when there's only 3 people there. Not as impressive as it sounds. Yeah, and call me crazy, but I think there's something else, Sam said. She flat out said that she has more roofs on those colonies than people. I think she may want the refugees to stay out there, work the land, bolster the economy of the enclave. A good number of merchant ships staying would do a lot to help the new frontier flourish too. She wouldn't force anyone to stay, but if the war gets particularly violent, she won't have to. So, PR and an influx of potential colonists, Cadence said. Our dear president. On the side of justice and still trying to benefit herself. Well, I'll give her some credit. We all try to cut out a little bit for ourselves, Sam said. Usually it's not to this degree though. Ugh, I hate politics, Cadence said, groaning as she did. So many ulterior motives and double meanings. It makes everything 10 times more complicated than they need to be. I'll say this about Woods though, she's a cut above the rest. At least in the enclave. Sam thought with a mixture of frustration and anger at the political disaster that had been the enclave government before Woods had been elected. Hardly got clean hands, but she's still a massive improvement. You rarely have the luxury of fighting for those who have never ordered horrendous acts, Albert said in a steady monotone. The galaxy simply doesn't work that way. I know, but I don't have to like it, Sam said. She's done some crappy stuff. You never stopped fighting for her, she promoted you to colonel to show her thanks, and even then I think you can admit that. He gave a single nod. I can. I won't be leaving her side anytime soon because as far as I'm concerned, all of the other leaders of the galaxy are worse. Sam was considering telling him that was a bit of an oversimplification when the door to the cargo bay slid open. General. A National Guardsman sprinted into the room, coming to a halt as he clutched his side. Down the hall, to the right, he panted. I tried to break it up but I couldn't. Colonel, your brother, he. Before the guardsman could finish his sentence, Albert's eyes narrowed. Albert was very good at keeping his feelings hidden, but even Sam could tell that those eyes were a sign of anger slowly boiling inside of him. We'll handle it. Without another word, Albert had broken into a full outrun, his speed augmented by his power armor. He was out of the cargo bay before Cadence and Sam had even looked at each other. Without time for anything else, they followed suit. Before long, they had come across a row of both Enclave soldiers and Quarians in the hallway. They were pressed up against each other, fists flying and cries of pain echoing through the ship as the two mobs collided against each other. A couple of them were on the ground, still throwing punches at each other as they struggled to get back on their feet. An all-out brawl shit, Sam swore, doubling her pace towards the fighting, but Albert was already there. Raising his hand, a barrel of one of his internal weapons fired off 3 times. Those in the crowd all turned their heads to face the gunshots, their fight temporarily forgotten. What the hell am I looking at? Albert said, his voice a growl. Sam blinked in surprise. The only other time she had heard Albert truly angry was during the Enclave Civil War when Colonel White had turned on him. No one in the crowd answered. Our enemy are the Turians, Solarians, and Batarians, he said, still growling. Unless my eyes need to be checked, none of you seem to be any of them. So what was going on? A lot of the people here lost family in the Enclave's initial attack on us. Now that the crowd was no longer a surging angry mass, Sam could see through it to the other end. Kal Rieger was on the other side, flanked by a pair of migrant marines. They didn't look particularly bruised but they looked just as angry as Albert did. But one of the Enclave soldiers responded by saying he had a friend who got killed trying to take one of the admirals and tempers flared. Thank you very much, Sam said coldly, glaring icily at all of the Enclave soldiers present, even those who were gingerly getting to feet. She felt like she was dealing with children that just didn't know how to control themselves. You've all disgraced the flag you fight for. You're soldiers, men and women given the task of protecting the Enclave. You aren't petty thugs fighting over street corners. We're fighting for survival here, and how are we supposed to do that when you're picking fights that are nothing more than a waste of time and energy? You're all confined to quarters for the rest of the voyage. I'll consider letting you out when we reach our destination, provided you prove that you can exercise basic self-control. That goes for you as well, Kal said to the Quarians. We're in a delicate situation. I was there when we were attacked. I was there on Cor Mali. I know what happened to us. But we have bigger concerns out there now. Bigger threats to fight. We don't have time to pick fights that are more personal than practical. At this point, security teams, Enclave and Quarian alike, were both arriving, weapons drawn. A few orders were issued to the security personnel, and those who had just been in the fight were lead away under guard. The teams made sure to lead them off in opposite directions, as to avoid the fight flaring up again. Sam groaned. She felt like she was going to puke. She had enough to deal with marching to war, allies fighting allies was the last thing she needed right now. I suppose I should just count my lucky stars that no one got killed, she said, rubbing the side of her head in exasperation. Things are that bad, hey? Not long ago, we launched a raid on the Quarian migrant fleet, killing and capturing thousands of their people, Albert said. His voice was calm and level again, all of the anger he had shown mere seconds ago was gone. And they retaliated by playing a hand in a massive invasion of our home world. It's common sense that the rank and file would hold a healthy level of disdain towards each other. And we don't really have the hatred towards the Batarians, Turians, and Solarians that we do towards each other, Cadence said bitterly. No, we don't, Sam said with a sigh. It was very sadly true. Most of the people in their fragile alliance had never even seen the aliens that they were about to go to war with. They had, however, seen the other people in their alliance. And very few had nice things to say about what they had seen. Her train of thought was interrupted as her comm unit crackled. Hey, boss. She could easily recognize the voice of Warren Black, and he sounded angry. The bucketheads in charge are getting pissy. They're talking with General Moore and Admiral Gallows. You should get up here before I crack their faceplates. Lieutenant, keep your hands at your sides, I'm on my way, Sam said. They were still several days away from their target in Solarian territory. At this point she was just praying no one died before they got there. Everyone? Bridge. Now. XXXXX. Admiral Marcus frowned as he looked at the report in front of him. It was a list, not a particularly long one but still one much longer than he would have liked, of battles that had been waged by the coalition against its now many enemies. Most of them had been minor skirmishes, ships on patrol encountering one another and exchanging a handful of shots, but there had been some more extreme incidents. A sizable coalition mining outpost had been overrun by the Solarian Union and completely destroyed, all military personnel lost. There had been a series of small raids by the Turian hierarchy against outer coalition colonies as well, and while thankfully civilian causalities were at a minimum, the Turians were quite effectively targeting any and all military situations they could reach. Finally, a flotilla of 7 ships had gone missing, and he had a sneaking suspicion that he had Saren to thank for that one. The worst part of all of this was that he knew that in the grand scheme of things, these were minor incidents. With the exception of the Batarian attack on Moria and the coalition's counterattack and occupations of Adek, there hadn't been any large-scale battles in this war yet. The Batarians attacking before the deadline for the demands issued against the coalition had expired had thrown everyone off. Marcus knew that much of the support for the war against the coalition had been based on the public image of the coalition being a threat, but the Batarians had stained that image. With them launching an unprovoked attack, the support for forces against the coalition had stalled. Reports from just yesterday said that the Hanner had been on the brink of joining the war against the coalition but had pulled their support. He had also seen a few Asari politicians who had been staying silent on the matter, socially decrying the Union and the hierarchy for siding with the hegemony while claiming the coalition were the ones in the wrong. He was still worried in spite of this. While the hegemony's surprise attack had indeed made the enemies of the coalition more hesitant to launch larger attacks out of fear of losing support, he knew that it wouldn't last. Eventually people would remember about the Rachni and the Krogan, eventually they would remember that the coalition and the council had never been friends. He had to act while he still had a window of opportunity. A direct attack on the hierarchy. Marcus looked away at the report. He was standing on the bridge of his flagship, the Everest, with General Vitas standing directly in front of him. With all due respect, Admiral, I know the hierarchy. Every citizen is trained to defend themselves, our civilians will act as an extension of the military and fight you every step of the way. Even if that wasn't a problem, you shouldn't be attacking the most powerful military force in the galaxy head-on. I might have taken 50 ships away from them but they can still bleed out in a prolonged conflict. Marcus nodded. He had thought long and hard about this before he had spoken to Vitas on the matter, and even now he still harbored some doubts. He couldn't afford to let them get the better of him now, he had to steel his resolve. I know, but one way or another we'll have to engage the hierarchy in all-out combat, we can't count on these skirmish battles making up the entirety of the war. Sooner or later one of us are going to launch a large-scale incursion, and I'd rather be the attacker and not the defender. He looked out of the bridge and at the surface of Tuchanka, noticing the other countless ships orbiting it out of the corner of his eyes. Shuttles were flying to and from the surface, carrying supplies and building materials for the newly united tribes. The Krogan people are in a fragile position right now. Even with the genophage cured and their people united, their population and infrastructure need time to recover. Vitis clicked his mandibles. Marcus would never admit it, but he had a hard time reading the emotions of Turians. Supposedly there were differences in the many ways they could click their mandibles, but he had never been able to tell the difference. The hierarchy would be at a disadvantage on Tuchanka. The local wildlife would cause just as many casualties as our forces would. If we position our ships to force them to land their ground forces in certain areas, we might even be able to set a thresher maw on them with the help of the locals. We should goad them into invading first and have them sustain heavy casualties on the surface. After that, invading Turian planets would become much more manageable. Marcus paused. Vitis had a very good point. Turians rarely set foot on the Krogan homeworld, and data from the rebellions would be radically out of date. However, there were still concerns he had. The Krogan population is in a dangerous place. Up until we cured them, they had to hide away the few fertile females that they had because their numbers were so few. If too many of them are killed, the Krogan may not be able to recover for decades, even with their birth rate. They're that few in number. Another click from Vitis. We can take precautions to avoid that from happening, he said. You said the Krogan have hidden away the fertile females, but they also hid their young with them as well. We can do that again. We'll know where we want the hierarchy to land well in advance, we can make sure non-combatants are nowhere near it. Besides, I know Fedorian. He doesn't want this war to escalate. He might bring the genophage back, but he won't massacre civilians. I have little doubts of that, but intent and reality don't always line up, Marcus said. Civilians have been caught in the crossfire in the majority of the galaxy's conflicts. The few exceptions are ones where they were nowhere to be seen. Even if Primarch Fedorian personally gave explicit orders to every soldier that no non-combatants will be harmed, in the chaos of a battlefield it happens without anyone realizing it. Especially in modern combat where hundreds of lives can be ended with the press of a button. And the genophage is exactly what I'm afraid of. If he manages to reinfect the Krogan with a new strain, the Krogan will be permanently taken out of this war. But we destroyed the Spire. Vitis said. I had my men plant charges all over it. The hierarchy could reinfect the Krogan in other ways, but all of them would be much slower and less reliable. Slower and less reliable but still possible, especially if they force our fleet to retreat, Marcus said. If they force us to retreat from an assault, we can still fall back and regroup without losing Tuchanka. What's more, if we wait here, I'm concerned that they might catch us in a pincer attack. He looked down at his data pad and pressed a few buttons, bringing up a map of the current and nearby star systems. The Krogan DMZ is close enough to hierarchy space that there are a handful of colonies of theirs that can be reached without the use of a mass relay. They wouldn't have any heavier fleets than picket ones, but if they combine their forces and attack from one side while the main hierarchy fleet attacks us from the other, it could be devastating. I thought that you sent out hunter-killer squadrons to take care of those picket fleets, Vitis said. And you have 15 ships guarding the mass relay. Another reason to stay, we can turn it into a kill zone if the Turians. I did send those squadrons, Marcus said, but I doubt the hierarchy is stupid. Those ships won't be hanging out in the open waiting for me to destroy them. They know we're here. At the very least they would have concentrated in one area to increase their chance of survival. At worst they might have even gone into hiding in the void between star systems. My squadrons will take out refueling outposts so that those ships will be running on borrowed time, but I doubt we'll be able to force them to fight us. Marcus sighed. That's the complicated nature of space combat. Unless both sides agree to fight or one side is forced to, it can easily be avoided. He looked down at his data pad again. And we can't afford to put that many ships around the mass relay. There's a wide area in which incoming ships can arrive in. If we cluster too many ships, there's a chance that they might get hit or just get outflanked if the force was smaller and more maneuverable than we were expecting. It's safer to just put in a smaller group that can maneuver most swiftly. They can take out as many ships as possible before retreating. That way the enemy has a bloody nose and we're relatively unscathed. But one way or another the main enemy force will make it through. Even if we had a heavy group fighting a group that couldn't outflank us, that many ships fighting at that close range is a massacre for either side. Yet another click of Vitis' mandibles. Let us assume for a moment that I agree with your decision to launch an assault on hierarchy space. How many ships would you take? What role would my men play? Personally, I'd like to leave your fleet behind to guard Tuchanka, Marcus said. I know that many of your soldiers would have morale qualms about attacking their homes. It's hard enough to ask them to fight their former comrades, I won't ask them to do any more than that. Vitis gave a slight nod. You have my thanks for that. I'd most likely keep the blood pack here too, mainly due to their lack of formal military discipline, but I might be able to use a couple for harassment attacks, Marcus continued. I would take at least half of my ships, maybe more, for the attack. The plan is to caught them off guard and then overwhelm them from all sides. I need a significantly sized fleet to do that. Yes, but Vitis was cut off as a loud klaxon started roaring through the ship. A loud blaring noise that made everyone on the deck jump in surprise. What in the he began, but Marcus was one stop ahead of him, his eyes darting down to his day top hat. What he saw next confused him just as much as it terrified him. Turian ships had entered the area. What confused him was the fact that there were only 20 of them. His eye narrowed as he studied their location. They were on the far side of the star system, well away from the mass relay. Spirits, Vitas said in a mixture of shock and fear. You were right to assume their local colonies would consolidate their forces. He was right. The fleet was a mixture of frigates and cruisers, not a dreadnought to be seen anywhere. Their formation looked a little crooked though, a sure sign that it had been made out of ships that had never expected that they would ever see each other, let alone fight together. Still, their formation looked strong. But this method of attack makes no sense, Marcus said. It would have been for the best if they had attacked while their main fleet pushed through the mass relay, forcing us to divide our forces. Why are they attacking on their own? With a force that's small and light, at best they can only hope to inflict minimal causalities before they suffer total annihilation. If I were to have a guess, I'd say they plan on hit-and-run maneuvers, Vitas said. The hierarchy isn't the type to throw away their ships unless they have good reason. It makes sense, Marcus said. I'll call back the hunter-killer squadrons, they're not needed out there. I have a plan. If those ships really are planning on using guerrilla tactics, they'll want to keep a safe distance from us. They won't want to maneuver unnecessarily, they have to rely on long-distance maneuvers and they can't afford to burn their fuel unnecessarily. Marcus saw a small light in Vitas' eye. He fought back the urge to grin. The Turian general already knew what he was thinking. You plan on having the hunter-killers come out of FTL directly on top of them. Exactly, Marcus said. I'll relay my orders to them now. I want them back here as soon as possible before we waste too many resources trying to keep those things contained. Marcus trailed off. His eyes were drawn back to the data pad. The ships were moving at an alarming rate. They activated their FTL drives, he said. He scanned his brain, trying to think of what maneuvers they could be trying to pull off. The ships made a few adjustments mid-jump and altered their course. Marcus realized what they were doing. They're heading for the relay. He shouted. The hierarchy ships were crossing the star system in the blink of an eye, closing on the relay. Orders started to flow into his mind, but before he could even reach to touch his comm unit, whether to order the guarding comes to turn to face the Turians or to have his own ships launched to help, he didn't have time to decide which. The hierarchy ships had already arrived. Marcus watched in horror as the IFFs of the ships he had sent to guard the relay blinked out one by one. The battlecruisers, the coalition's unique long-range ships equipped with Tesla cannons, had been the outermost ships and were destroyed first. Most likely it had only taken a single slug from a frigate to eliminate them. They had never had strong shields and had needed other ships to guard them. The destroyers, on the other hand, had been the innermost ships, waiting to fire their heavy payload of missiles at any ship to come out of the relay, panicked as they turned and tried to fight, one opening fire at the hierarchy ships. The missiles had been fired from too far away however, and a solid wave of Guardian lasers ripped through the swarm of missiles. The few that got through managed to weaken the shields of the ships they hit, but the damage they caused was meaningless in the grand scheme of things. The hierarchy cruisers targeted them next, and with a few well-placed slugs they had all been reduced to lifeless hulks. With them gone, the picket force Marcus had set had been cut in half, with only cruisers and frigates left, and some of them were still coming to bear on the hierarchy ships. The few that had managed to reposition themselves returned fire desperately, but they only got off a handful of shots before a volley of slugs crashed down onto them. All of this had happened in 30 seconds. Every coalition ship had been either destroyed or disabled. Hierarchy had only lost 3 ships. The surviving hierarchy ships sped forward, heading directly at the mass relay. As they did, additional IFFs began to appear around it. Dozens of them swarmed through, faster than Marcus' eyes could follow. Most of them were Turian, but a handful were Valis. Just as soon as the flow of ships had started, they stopped coming out of the relay. 150 hostile ships had just entered the system. Marcus felt dazed as he looked at the hierarchy fleet reorganizing itself into a proper formation. Everything had happened so fast that he was still having a hard time processing it all. He looked around the bridge. Judging by the glassy eyes of everyone else on the bridge, including Vitas, the same had happened to him. He forced himself out of his stupor and glanced at his own forces on the day-top pad. Even with his picket forces gone and his hunter-killer squadron still out, he had 200 ships. He had a numerical advantage. Not a very large one though. All ships, tighten up formation. He shouted into his comm unit. Assume defensive positions. His voice brought life back to the bridge. Officers barked orders into comm units and punched commands into terminals as Marcus looked back at his day-top pad. The small flotilla that had jumped into the system had continued onto the mass relay and used it to jump out of the system. Marcus suspected that they had been ordered to retreat due to their officers having a lack of experience in large-scale combat. The main hierarchy fleet, meanwhile, had executed an FTL jump. Marcus braced himself, prepared for all-out combat, but he was surprised. They did not stop directly in front of his fleet, as he had expected, but rather they had stopped behind the fifth planet in the system, the gas giant Ruum. They're forming defensive positions, Vitas said. They're putting their backs to Ruum, Vitas said grimly. If we wanted to attack them we'd have to go around the planet and limit the angles we can hit them from. Marcus nodded. Such an attack would require complicated maneuvers and leave Tuchanka undefended. Their commander doesn't seem to want to engage us in a frontal fight. Must also be why he pulled that little maneuver to get rid of my sentries. He let out a grim chuckle. We have a very unorthodox commander. He seems to be settling in for a long drawn-out fight. The question is what he expects us to do. What does he want us to do? Vitas asked. Does he want us to lose patience and attack him? Does he want us to stay bottled up here? Marcus didn't know the answer to that question, but he knew he better find it fast. If Tuchanka were to fall, the hierarchy navy would have a wide open door to coalition territory. He had to hold them here. One way or another. Chapter 102. Hidden Tears. Author's note, let's get right to it. XXXXX. Admiral Marcus' eyes were locked on the display in front of him. Ever since the Turian fleet had arrived in the Aralax system, neither of the two armadas had made any major movements. An occasional scouting ship had been sent out every hour or so, testing reach and seeing if enemy forces could be lured out, but nothing had happened as a result. For the past few hours, they had been in a standoff with no end in sight. Any ideas what they're planning? He asked. General Vitas had returned to his flagship the second he had been able to, and a holographic display of him was now positioned directly next to the map Marcus was watching intently. If I were to make a guess, I'd say they're following the classic doctrine of the hierarchy, Vitas said. Our military is taught clever tactics, to be willing to make whatever sacrifices necessary, and to show no hesitation, but we can also be rather inflexible. Anything that is considered unorthodox by our teachings is frowned upon and shunned. As such, I imagine they're doing little more than holding a tactical defensive position and waiting for an opening. That may be, but I have a theory that I've been thinking about. Perhaps it is not their intention to fight us at all, Marcus said. With that armada holding its position like that, we won't be able to get any ships in or out of the system without directly confronting it, which would lead to heavy casualties. This way, they're effectively landlocking everyone on Tuchanka, specifically, the majority of the Krogan. Vitas' mandibles twitched. I see. That makes sense. Simple siege warfare. The Krogan have already begun breeding unhampered by the genophage. A Krogan woman can produce 1,000 fertilized eggs in a year. If this siege drags on for too long, the Krogan people may starve. We'd be forced to either directly confront the hierarchy fleet or surrender. Thankfully we have time, Marcus said. Before they arrived, the coalition had been moving a large amount of supplies onto the planet. Farming equipment, seeds, terraforming equipment, and rations. Our personnel has already been making some progress in rebuilding Krogan agriculture. He grimaced. But it'll be a long and slow process. We managed to plant some genetically enhanced food that grows at an accelerated rate, but it'll be years before the Krogan are able to reliably grow crops on their own. At this rate, they'll run out of food in 3 weeks unless we can get more in. We need to end the siege a few days before then, Vitas said. It'll take time to move food in amounts that large. Marcus nodded, activating his Omni tool and viciously typing into it. I'll send out some messages. To Fleet Admiral Anderson to update them on the situation, to the rest of Coalition Command letting them know we could use any assistance possible, and to the followers of the Apocalypse, letting them know their help will be needed. Very well. I'd offer some rations from my fleet. We packed extra for what we thought would be a prolonged mission, but they're all dextro, Vitas said. The Krogan people would just choke to death on them. If only we were defending Rannoch, Marcus said grimly. In more ways than you know. The hierarchy feels less hesitant than most races about using bioweapons, due to the low rate of them backfiring, Vitas said. If we were defending the Quarians and the main goal of the hierarchy was to stop them, we wouldn't have to worry about that. Speaking of which, our tactics don't allow for much flexibility, but there is no moral line we won't cross if it can be justified with the safety of our species. True, but the hierarchy seems to be hesitant with crossing those lines this time around. Marcus said. If they wanted to permanently take the Krogan out of the fight, all their fleet would have to do is fire a salvo at Tuchanka. We would have, at most, a couple of days while the slugs sped through space at sublight speeds, us unable to do anything to divert their course. Their actions in the rest of this war reflect that. They're trying to stick to military targets only. He pressed a button to the side, which brought up a long letter with the name of a Commodore at the bottom. I received a report just 15 minutes ago. That ragtag little fleet that took out my sentries didn't head back to hierarchy space like we thought. They went deeper into coalition territory and launched a raid on nearby colonies. They didn't lay a finger on any civilian installations, they just launched a strafing run at military shipyards and refueling stations. A couple of civilians were killed, but they were well inside those military areas. The hierarchy couldn't have known they were there. Vita's mandibles twitched and Marcus found himself wishing that he had taken the time to teach himself how to read Turian faces. This isn't like us, Vita said. This isn't how we fight a war. We don't differentiate between military and civilian, because to a Turian a civilian is a former soldier that isn't on active duty anymore. Not active, but still armed and dangerous. Primarch Fedorian is keeping the military in check. He has to be calling in favors all over the hierarchy in order to make this work. Avoiding massacres in one of the most major fronts of the war is one thing, but those raids are him taking this to the extreme and distilling it throughout the entire Turian military. This is going beyond simply preventing the war from escalating. Marcus paused, leaning back in his chair. This was hardly something to complain about, the last thing that he needed was cities and transports being shelled. He would sleep easier at night knowing that they weren't being targeted. He couldn't just let Y slide however. He needed to understand the motivations behind this course of action. If circumstances changed, the tactics of their enemies could quickly follow. Then it occurred to him. Saren. Vitas let out a small sigh. Of course. When you look at it from that angle it becomes rather obvious. This isn't a move of morality or strategy, it's public relations. Regardless of whatever evidence he has brought to the table to justify his war against the coalition, he's still a war criminal. Fervor against the coalition and whatever dangers they've unleashed across the galaxy has made the populace forget this, but only while our enemies have justice on their side. Marcus nodded. Dead civilians wouldn't be very good for Saren's image as a hero, nor for the image of his allies. The second they stop appearing righteous and people remember who the person really is, support for the war against the coalition will drop. Vitas hesitated before speaking. There's still something that I don't understand. My people call it murder when someone like Saren kill the way he does, but when it's war being waged between two armies, civilians are still considered part of the war machine. It's fair to kill then, as both sides are fighting on equal terms, as opposed to the unexpected knife in the back Saren used. The Solarian Union is even dirtier than us. Brutal surprise attacks like the one Saren pulled off at Eden Prime is considered acceptable by their government. And the Batarian hegemony. Vitas scowled. Well, let's just say I don't have the highest opinion of them. Still, all of this begs the question. Their militaries are no strangers to brutal, morally questionable acts by the standards of the galactic community. Why now are they concerned about public image? I know Fedorian is familiar enough with other cultures that he's come to appreciate the value of non-combatant lives, but what about everyone else? I can answer a third of that question, Marcus said. Why is the hegemony concerned about image? It isn't. Reports from the attack on Moria indicate that slavers were hired as mercenaries to attack civilian population centers. He felt a faint taste of bile in his mouth as he thought about it. All those years ago the Batarians had sent those slavers to attack Elysium and they were still doing it today. As much as he didn't want to admit it, they had been fighting a war with the hegemony for a long time. A proxy war with mercenaries and pirates playing the part of the hegemony, but a war nonetheless. They were always viewed as a seedy government, with good reason in my opinion, Vitas said. But if I might ask, why haven't you used this to your advantage? Surely recordings from your soldiers and local cameras would give you plenty of evidence of atrocities to utterly crush any illusions of moral superiority that Saren has. The only bit of news that's been circulating about Moria is that the hegemony attacked before the hierarchy and the Union officially declared war, and that alone has seriously hurt the image of your enemies. Marcus let out a grim chuckle. He had thought about it, he had even consulted with Fleet Admiral Anderson about letting the information about the atrocities out. They had been shot down, and not without reason. Once that happens, the hegemony will pull out an ace in the hole I have no doubt they've been holding onto for years. General Hill. Vitas tilted his head. The woman that was present at the meeting we had with the council? The commander of the Batarian front of the war? Why? Marcus briefly wondered if he was even allowed to tell Vitas about Hill's doings before throwing caution to the winds. It was only a secret in that it was something the upper command of the coalition had silently agreed to not talk about. In many ways, Hill is just as bad as the hegemony, he said bluntly. She has been known to engage in kidnapping, torture, executions and quite a few other things that would get most commanders put on trial for war crimes. Vitas blinked. And your government has allowed this? Marcus nodded. Moria is where the hopes and dreams of the coalition being morally pure go to die. There's been some talk of her second-in-command trying to move away from her brutal tactics, but he's made minimal progress. It's only ever talked about behind closed doors and in hushed whispers, but Hill is seen as someone who is keeping a bad situation under control. Moria is unique in how bad it is. No other government has unleashed such naked aggression against us the way the hegemony has while still maintaining a facade of peace. Hill gives us a way to respond to that situation without it escalating to full-scale war. Now that it has, Hill has most likely already stooped down to the same level of wartime brutality as the Batarians. Vitis shifted uncomfortably where he stood. And with her, Saren might be able to shift public opinion into viewing the Batarians as someone who fought fire with fire. Possibly. It's a risk the coalition has proven itself unwilling to take, Marcus said. Whatever happens in this war, the Morian/Batarian front will reflect the darkest parts of it. A little pocket of atrocities and war crimes. Both sides will look right past it, pretending that it doesn't exist. If they don't, they'll have to respond to it. Most likely that'll result in the conflict escalating to new extremes. So we'll look the other way for General Hill, and the hierarchy and Union will look the other way for the hegemony. General Vitis had a look of pure disgust on his face. Marcus couldn't blame him. As for why the hierarchy and the Union are more concerned about their image than usual, I think that's not for their citizens. Vitis caught on quickly. The Hanner and Elcor still haven't pledged themselves towards either side. The Valis are fighting for the Turians, there's at least 24 Valis ships in that armada out there, but that's only because they're a client species. His eyes widened. I'd wager on the life of my firstborn that what's keeping them up at night is the Asari republics. Marcus nodded. I've no idea why they didn't initially join them in declaring war, but it's put their former allies in a precarious situation. Going behind the council and striking out on their own has already hurt their appearance. The Asari republics likes to play up how it's a bastion of reasonability and diplomacy. You can imagine how it looks for them to not be waging war against the coalition while the Turians and Solarians do. Asari have the smallest armies out of the 3 council races, but on an individual level they're the most deadly, Vitis said. But the real deciding factor would be the sheer size of their economy. It dwarfs the hierarchy and the Union put together, and I wouldn't be surprised if you could squeeze in the hegemony too. And they're already losing some of their faith in the Turians and Solarians. That early Batarian attack didn't earn any friends and changed a couple of minds. If they make too many mistakes while we still look sympathetic, the republics might be persuaded to join the war on our side. The public outcry would outweigh whatever their leaders think, Marcus said. As he spoke, he imagined the armies of the republics marching to battle alongside his forces. He saw Asari biotics ripping apart soldiers before they even had the chance to fight back. The small forces were augmented by massive amounts of mercenaries, not the dime a dozen mercenaries of the Terminus systems, but professional private contractors. No matter how long and bloody the war became then, our victory would be certain, he said. Which is why the hierarchy and Union will make sure that it will never happen, Vitis said. Marcus nodded. He was about to speak again when his display gave a loud sharp beep. Enemy movement! He shouted, recognizing the tone of the noise in an instant. Crew members who had been starting to lean back into their chairs suddenly stiffened all over the bridge of the Everest. Marcus watched the movements of the enemy fleet. They had repositioned themselves around the gas giant they had been hiding behind. They still had their backs to it, but now they were on the other side, directly facing Marcus and Vitis' combined fleets. Marcus looked back at his fleet. Most of them were military forces from either the coalition or Vitis' fleet, but around 40 ships of his fleet of 200 were made up of mercenaries, both blood pack and army. They were half and half, the blood pack ships making up the majority of the navy survivors from when the Krogan had fought under Erd-Not Reeve. The army ships represented a good portion of the mercenary group that the coalition had hired. From what he had heard, the army had been splintered all over the coalition war effort. Many were on garrison duty and patrols, quite a few ships had been sent to the Morian front, and even Cerberus had borrowed a few warships for reasons even someone with Marcus' rank wasn't allowed to know. He hoped these mercenaries were worth all of the money that they were being paid. His attention went back to the other fleet. The majority of the ships were maintaining their defensive position around the gas giant, but around 50 ships, a third of their forces, had separated. They performed a short FTL jump, traveling not towards Tuchanka, but to the side of the gas giant. They came to a stop in the middle of the star system before repositioning themselves so that their fronts were facing Tuchanka again the way they were now positioned. They faced Marcus' fleet from an angle, while the main fleet was looking them directly in the eye. Any ideas what they're planning? Marcus asked Vitis. It looked like they were setting up a rather standard attack. Hit the enemy from the side while the main fleet keeps them facing forward. It was too simple. It would be too easy to position his fleet to take out the flankers while the main fleet clearly wasn't making any movements to attack. There was a hidden plan here. Just a moment, Vitis said. Vitis lowered his head, studying the map. He studied it for a solid minute before his eyes widened. The ships around the gas giant are moving, he said. But they're doing it slowly and subtly. They're trying to do it without us noticing. The detachment fleet was just a decoy. They're trying to tighten up into an attack formation while making it look like they're maintaining a defensive position. The other fleet will most likely launch a feint to get us to face the wrong direction before we're obliterated. Marcus' eyes swiveled from the detachment fleet to the main one. Vitis was right. You could blink and miss it, but subtle repositions were being made within the fleet. They were still spread out defensively, but they were slowly tightening up their formation. They'll make their move soon. Suggestions. If that fleet is a feint, then most likely it doesn't have any orders to engage directly, Vitas said. It might charge in for real if we completely turn our backs to it though. A line of defense pointing in its direction will keep it back. In the meantime we need the majority of our forces targeting their main fleet. But at the same time we can't let them realize we're onto them. We should let them think we're falling for their feint, Marcus said, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Reposition the majority of the fleet to face them with only a token guard aiming at the main fleet. We have everyone ready to turn about and fire at a moment's notice. The second the main fleet starts its FTL jump we come about and stop their charge in its tracks. With a dozen or so ships keeping out flank secure. It might be in our interest to wait a second or two before we start to turn, Vitas said. If we move too quickly, they might realize what we're planning. Marcus nodded. Very well. 2 seconds after they start their charge, no later. He leaned forward and pressed a button on his command panel, opening a channel to all of his captains as he relayed the orders. As one, the majority of the fleet turned. Within seconds, they were all facing the feint fleet, making it appear that they were focusing on that. All ships, stand by to shift, Marcus said. Time slowly ticked by as the armadas silently floated in space, facing each other. Marcus felt his breath catch in his throat. Then, the smaller fleet roared to life, activating its FTL drives and speeding towards the armada. Marcus turned his attention to the larger fleet. For half a second, he thought that they might end up staying still before they themselves made an FTL jump. Both fleets were now heading directly towards him. He waited the 2 seconds. Shift now. He ordered. The majority of his armada spun on the spot, turning to face the larger fleet. A dozen ships stayed aimed at the feint, while the rest shifted. Fire as soon as they're in effective weapons range, Marcus ordered. The Turian fleet was bearing directly down on them. 10 seconds away. 5 seconds away. And then they stopped. Marcus blinked. They were now hovering well outside of weapons range, spreading out into a defensive position. His mind reeled as he tried to understand what was going on. He was brought back to reality by a loud alarm. The smaller fleet had smashed into their side as they dropped out of FTL. The ships that had been guarding his flank were obliterated, only getting a few shots off before they were overwhelmed. The Turian fleet tore through the side and in no time at all they were in the rear center of Marcus' armada. Realization struck him. The feint was the real attack from the start. The bridge crewmen were barking reports to one another, too many for Marcus to clearly make out. Holographic alerts began to pop up in front of him. 17 of his ships were already gone, 8 more had been badly damaged, and the Turians were still pushing hard. Shit! They're going for the Everest. Everyone, turn about and stop them. A captain roared over the comm line. Marcus felt a pang of panic as he heard this. Belay that order! He shouted, pressing the button to open the line to all of his ships. The other fleet is still out there. All forward ships, you are not to turn your back to them. He was right. The rest of the Turian armada had slid out of their attack formation, but they were still there. If the front line of his fleet turned to deal with the flankers, they would be able to charge forward and wipe them all out with one fell swoop. A shockwave tore through the bridge of the Everest, causing Marcus to grab his control panel in order to stay upright. Direct hit from a mass accelerator, he heard one of the bridge officers report. Shields holding at 74%. He grit his teeth as he checked the location of his ships and the Turian ones. The Turians were coming directly at him, tearing through the rear lines and any and all ships that were in their way. Most of the coalition ships were still facing the wrong direction. A desperate, half-baked plan formed in his mind. All ships in my immediate area, adjust your position and open fire on our attackers, Marcus ordered. No sooner than he had ordered it than 20 ships near his position spun to face their attacks, along with the Everest. A volley of slugs erupted from the front of their ships and destroyed 9 of the Turian ships. The Turian formation held, however, and they continued to advance, firing another volley in the center of his armada. Ships currently in my immediate area, fall back with me, full reverse, but keep firing. All damaged ships, make a FTL jump in a random direction. No pattern, no rhyme or reason, just make it look like our formation is starting to fall apart. Just make a jump and stay out of range of the main fleet. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dozen of his own ships obeyed. They shot out of the formation at light speed, some heading directly up, others directly down, while others sped off in the direction of the system's star. All rear-line ships not currently part of my formation, allow the Turians to advance until I give the signal. We will let them think they have us on the run before we fire on them from all sides. His ships obeyed, the ones in his personal formation pulling back as the Turians advanced on them, the rest of them doing nothing. More, he whispered to himself. The ships around the Everest started to blink out of existence and another shockwave rocked the ship itself. They still weren't deep enough inside their formation yet. A little further, he said as a few more friendly ships stopped responding and they continued to drift backwards. Now! He roared. All ships, turn about and attack. Weapons free. Dozens of warships on each side of the Turian forces brought their main guns to bear. Before they could realize what was going on, they were surrounded on three ends. Marcus felt a ping of satisfaction as the Turian warships began to rapidly disappear, the overwhelming firepower from multiple directions decimating their fleet. After a full minute of bombardment, only a handful of Turian ships weren't destroyed or disabled. Said ships clustered together before facing directly upward and activating their FTL drives. Marcus noted that only 11 Turian warships out of the 50 that had attacked escaped. Let them go, he said over the comm lines. We can't afford to risk exposing ourselves by sending forces to hunt them down. He gave a weary sigh as the retreating ships angled downward, heading back towards the main Turian fleet. Now that his attention was no longer diverted, Marcus noticed that the main fleet had turned around and fallen back to the same gas giant they had just advanced from. They and the survivors from the flanking attack were falling back into the same formation, their backs to the gas giant again. Damage report, he said. A horrible empty feeling was in the pit of his stomach. He had managed to fight off the enemy assault, but they had been in the heart of his forces for a few good minutes, their weapons firing the entire time. 46 starships destroyed or damaged beyond repair, an officer at a nearby workstation reported. 17 more are heavily damaged and are reporting heavy casualties but look salvageable. The officer paused. Most of them were our ships, sir. Though a handful were General Vitas and 1 or 2 were mercenary. The empty feeling in his stomach was gone now, replaced by one of pure nausea. Almost a third of his fleet gone or out of the fight. He was certain that the main goal of that offensive had been to destroy the Everest with General Vitas' flagship as a secondary target. They had been pushing directly towards the flagship and he had little doubt they had been trying to take out the leadership of his fleet. He had taken that victory from them. But I didn't exactly take a victory of my own. He said to himself, looking sadly at the wreckages of his ships. He allowed himself a moment of self-pity before he steeled himself. These soldiers were still counting on him to lead them. Dispatch rescue ships to all damaged ships. Check all destroyed ships for survivors as well, he ordered. Begin emergency repairs on all ships that are still combat capable. He felt his mind go a little fuzzy as he heard the buzzing of relaying orders from around him and over the comm line. The first major clash of this battle had been a bloodbath. Both sides had taken heavy losses and neither could claim to be any closer to their objective. Marcus couldn't help but wonder if the rest of the battle would be like this. A slaughter that would go down to the last ship. As those thoughts crossed his mind, his thoughts shifted to the entire war. No one had made any projections as to how long this conflict would last. Would it be possible that battles like this would occur for years to come? Wars of attrition in which both sides bled each other out before victory finally went to the side they could afford to sacrifice more? His line of thought was broken by yet another beep. A simple text-only message had appeared on his display. An excellent counterattack. I applaud your quick thinking. I am ordering all disabled craft to surrender to you. Please treat my men well. They were only following my orders. I promise to extend the same courtesy to you. Marcus blinked, then realized that it was most likely from the commander of the enemy fleet. He reread it, making sure that he hadn't missed anything important, before typing out a simple reply. I will. He pressed send, not sure how to feel about this surprisingly warm communication from the enemy. It could be genuine, but on the other hand it could just as easily be a trap to lure him into a false sense of security. Either way, he intended to keep his word. He wasn't General Hill. Sir, nearby crippled Turian vessels are broadcasting their surrender to us, another officer announced. What should we do? Take them into custody, hand them over to General Vitas, Marcus replied. He's the only one with the resources to feed them. Besides, I think they'll appreciate being watched over by their own kind as opposed to an alien race that they've most likely grown to hate. The officer gave a nod of confirmation before barking orders over the comm line. Marcus watched the stationary Turian fleet with apprehension, occasionally sparing a glance at the status of the relief ships that were responding to the devastated warships. There wasn't any movement, the hierarchy seemed to be giving them time to lick their wounds. Marcus wondered how long this period of calm would last. Whatever the answer was, it would doubtless be too short. XXXXX. General Yusuro took a deep breath from behind the podium that she was standing behind, located just outside of the city limits. She had been giving the people of ADEK a speech for the last half hour and she was ready to scream. She had no idea what she wanted to scream, a long string of swears, a declaration of hatred towards General Hill, or just a blood-curdling shriek. All she knew was that she was done with this speech. It was supposed to be a proud moment for ADEK, but truth be told she was just delivering the message that the one-eyed human had told her to. Everything up until this point had just been meaningless words to pad out the speech. But I ask you people of ADEK, you have lived on this planet for your entire life. She said in a deep powerful voice. It almost felt like someone else was talking. That voice wasn't hers. It sounded like hers, her mouth was moving to match the words, but she almost on autopilot, just barely guiding the speech. You've had to endure pestilence that rack your bodies, you've had to build this city from the ground up. There was nothing here before you came here. You made a life for yourselves out here on the frontier. She paused for a second as she looked out at the crowd in front of her. A large crowd had gathered in front of her, a double-layered line of soldiers separating them. The majority of them were a ragged and sorry state, wearing worn and tattered work clothes, many with noses that looked like they had been broken and a couple moving with limps. Men and women both stood before her, with the occasional child scampering around their feet. Slaves, or former slaves as they were now, had made up 80% of the population of this planet. The rest could be divided up between the military forces of the planet, the engineers that maintained the infrastructure, and the ruling elite and their personal staff. One of the first things that had happened since the coalition invasion was that she, on Hill's orders, had ordering the freeing of all slaves. The few nobles and businessmen that had not fought back had been outraged, but had quickly grown silent. Yusuro fought the urge to grind her teeth. This was problematic considering what she was about to announce. Slaves in the hegemony were often cheap labor, and on Adek it had been no exception. They rarely had any education to speak of, to the point where she wondered if even half of the crowd in front of her was literate. They were good at raw physical labor and little else. And what has the hegemony ever done for you? She said. Nothing. They don't care how hard you've had to toil. They don't care how many lives disease claimed when this planet was first colonized. To you, this is your life. To them it's just another investment. A business venture. A way to make more money. It was true. While it had a basic enough self-contained economy, Adek was mostly based around exports. Ore of various kinds, lumber that was processed into luxury goods, a few minor industries based on plants unique to the planet, all of which was piled onto cargo ships heading for inner hegemony territory. They have viewed this planet, your home, as simply a source of natural resources to be sucked dry. She leaned forward, smacking her hands down onto the podium. She imagined it looked impressive and imposing judging by the way the crowd seemed to take a step back. Honestly, the movement felt awkward to her. Well, I say enough, she said. A government is supposed to provide for its people, and the Batarian hegemony has failed in that regard. They were more than willing to attack the coalition in an unprovoked attack and let us be cannon fodder while they ran and hide. Our enemy is not the coalition, and the coalition does not see us as their enemy, regardless of what the hegemony's lies would have you believe. She prayed that that was true. Surely the rest of the coalition couldn't be as cutthroat as General Hill and the Moriines. She hadn't heard any other stories of admirals or generals butchering surrendering soldiers. Then again, she hadn't heard any stories of them trying to stop General Hill or remove her from power. If the hegemony refuses to treat you the way a government is supposed to treat its citizens, then we're better off without them, she continued, more absorbed in her thoughts than what she was actually saying. I, with the backing and support of the coalition, make the following claim. For the people of this planet to hear, but also for the hegemony and the entire galaxy as well. This planet is no longer part of the Batarian hegemony, and it shall never return. It is now an independent nation. The sovereign dominion of Adek. She punched her fist into the sky as she roared, the crowd suddenly becoming alive with cheers and screams of approval as they mimicked her. She could swear she could hear her name being chanted. Hill had been right, though Yusuro had never really doubted her. Many of the populace weren't fond of the coalition, but they seemed to hate the hegemony more. The attack on the person they had seen as a hero had soured the people's view of the coalition, but the hegemony had had years of already existing atrocities built up. The freed slaves in particular had spent the majority of their lives toiling in the name of the hegemony, a miserable wretched existence with a poor life expectancy. She imagined this was why so many of the lower class of the colony were willing to accept the idea of independence. It might even help a few of them forget to be mad at the coalition for a little bit. She fought back the urge to let out a laugh. It was good that they were so enthusiastic about the idea. It kept them from realizing how utterly moronic and impractical it was. They had no armada, the only ships that they had were a trio of frigates and a destroyer that had been undergoing repairs when Balak had given the order to abandon the planet. They had a decent-sized land army, but that was the only aspect of a true independent nation that they had. They had no economic strength with their ties to the hegemony now severed, they had no political clout to speak of, their infrastructure was based around their now useless economy and they had no way to expand it, a population of untrained, uneducated workers and worst of all the wraith of the Batarian hegemony. They would have to depend on the coalition for everything. She wanted to scream all of this at the cheering crowd in front of her, who were too stupid to understand the problem staring them all in the face. She couldn't. With that, I shall leave you now. Go and enjoy your new freedom. She turned away, allowing the snarl she had been holding back to finally tumble out. A parked shuttle had been waiting behind her for the entire speech, its hatch open. She gruffly stepped by the guards that had been standing at attention and climbed in, slumping into a seat. Little overdramatic, but otherwise perfect, said General Hill, smiling in her seat directly opposite her. Her lighter was in her hand, and she was flicking it open and shut again. An image of Hill's face being blown off with a shotgun slid into Yusuro's mind. Piss off, she said. I'm not in the mood. I've been up since the crack of dawn doing damage control from the riots. They're still going on in some places, even though they're starting to calm down. She glanced out of a window for a second. That had been 12 hours ago, yet the sun was still high in the sky. Days on this planet were a very lengthy 58 hours, and even though she had barely gotten through half of the daylight, she was already starting to feel fatigue catching up to her. Despite that, she wasn't sure if she could spare to try and get some sleep now. I hate this planet, she said to no one in particular. Few too many marshlands for my liking either, Hill said, her smile becoming very smug. I prefer rocky terrain. At least the city is dry. But you've got to stick with it now, since you're a leader or a fledgling nation. I had to spend that entire speech saying nothing but bullshit and I've had enough of it, Yusuro snapped. The masses on this planet are stupid enough to buy this crap about the Dominion of Adek. The Sovereign Dominion of Adek, Hill corrected. We agreed that it sounded more impressive that way. It put emphasis on independence. It doesn't matter. Yusuro said angrily. The way Hill sat there with a self-satisfied smile on her face made Yusuro want to attack her, to wrap her hands around her throat and choke the life out of her. She took a deep breath. Much as she might hate General Hill, she needed her. For reasons she was apparently going to have to explain. We have nothing. No way to build up anything that could give us a sustainable nation, she said bitterly. We'll have to rely for you on everything, unless we want the hegemony to retake the planet and execute everyone who had a hand in this. She felt her hands start to shake with rage and reached for her cigarettes, pulling them out of her pocket. We'll be a puppet state of the coalition. You've as good as annexed us. Well, there's no getting around the fact that you are going to have to maintain ties to the coalition for a good long time, Hill said. We'll have to set up industry so your people can make a living for themselves without the hegemony, and schools so that they can use that industry. Along with the ways to expand yourself beyond one city. But annexing? Hill snorted. What makes you think I'm interested in annexing a planet filled with Batarians? Or has my reputation not made it this far out? Oh no, I know the story of the Butcher of Torfan quite well, Yusuro said through grit teeth. Sliding a cigarette out, she slid it into her mouth and lit it before taking a swift drag. She could have sworn that she saw Hill's one eye widen as she did, but ignored it. And when you get down to it, assuming political authority over someone is conquering them. You've done it in a more subtle way, but it's still conquering. People like to have power over their enemies, over the people they hate. Yusuro spoke from experience as another violent fantasy regarding General Hill and an iron pipe flitted through her skull. Probably, but I prefer a different kind of power, Hill said. Whether you believe me or not. I don't, Yusuro said. Regardless, Hill continued. Whether you believe me or not, I have little interest in owning a Batarian planet. It's true that I'm not doing this out of the goodness of my heart, the overall well-being of the Batarian people is not my concern, but there's a way this can hurt the hegemony. And the hegemony being hurt very much is in my interest. Well, Yusuro thought to herself. It certainly sounds like something she would do. It's still smart to assume that whatever gift she gives to us has a catch. How so? She asked hesitantly, taking another puff. There's more ways to defeat your opponent than with military force, Hill said. What I've done just now is take a planet away from the hegemony. I've taken a chunk out of them. So I had a little thought. She shifted in her seat, leaning forward. What if eventually the SDA grew? What if planets that the coalition took as it advanced could be convinced to join it? What if eventually enough planets joined it that others eventually joined of their own free will? What if the hegemony collapsed from within? Yusuro let out a bark of laughter. You've got one colony of 6 million people. You're already fast-forwarding to the part where it's a galactic superpower. I heard many things about you, but no one mentioned that you were delusional. Hill's grin widened. Over 3,000 years ago on Earth a single city called Rome began to expand outwards. Over the centuries it would go from a single city as it conquered all of those around it, becoming the Roman Empire. One of the strongest empires in human history. And we have a saying about Rome. Rome wasn't built in a day. Right, Yusuro said dryly. So what's the plan to create this Rome of yours? Take a few more planets by force and have them fall in line the way you did with Adek? Then hope other planets are blind enough to think we have a good deal. You do have a good deal, Hill said. She was still smiling, but there was a dangerous edge to it now. I plan on allowing quite a bit of political autonomy for the SDA. Anything you think is for the best, feel free to do it. Re-enslave everyone if you think it'll make things more stable, be my guest. Though just remember I am the one making this all possible for you. There was a glint in her eye and Yusuro felt a chill slide down her spine. So play nice, Hill said softly. So, just to make sure we're on the same page, you plan on expanding outward, upping our number, and using all of the benefits and freedom from the hegemony as an incentive to join the SDA. Yusuro said cautiously, her temper dying down. She didn't have to guess as to what Hill had meant by that last comment. More or less, she said. The hegemony is so rigid and limiting. People will jump at the chance for liberty, even if they don't know what to do with it. I thought you said that you couldn't afford to move forward, Yusuro said. People were too unruly after the incident with Philo. You couldn't afford ADEK to defect back to the hegemony. Well, things should be easier now. I can trust you to keep the order now that you've made your declaration of independence, Hill said, the smugness sliding back into her voice. I mean, I did have someone record that little speech of yours and send it out on a galactic level. There's a news embargo on the general populace of the hegemony, but I imagine it'll find its way to the higher-ups one way or another. Yusuro's hands began to shake again. Of course she would do something like that. Force Yusuro to act just the way she wanted to. Though you're right, I would prefer to leave this planet fully stable. The trial is tomorrow. You better be prepared for it, Hill said. One of my men is involved. Yusuro leaned back in her chair, taking a long drag on the cigarette, which was little more than a stub now. This woman just kept sinking her claws deeper and deeper into her. XXXXX. Cornelia let out a bitter sigh. She was sitting in the lobby of the hospital that Philo had been admitted to. Word had come in that she was stabilized but that the doctors had been forced to sedate her. She would be out for quite a few hours, and even then the doctors insisted that no one see her until she had had a few hours to rest. Cornelia idly looked around. Every surface she looked at seemed to have the same white sterile texture, shining brightly in the well-lit hospital. It was an almost comical contrast to the people that were being rushed in on stretchers, clutching bloody limbs, faces and just about every other body part. From what she had overheard, these people had been injured in the riots that had broken out in the northern part of the city when word of the attack on Philo had gotten out. They were mostly Batarian, although here and there a coalition soldier was being let in. Whether they had started the fight that had led to them being injured, whether they had deserved it, or whether or not they had actually taken place in the riot, Cornelia had no way of knowing. It could have easily have been to her divided attention, but they all seemed to blur together, becoming a never-ending stream of bloody bodies. She shook her head before leaning back in her chair, sighing again. She didn't have any official duties at the moment, nor did she have anyone scheduled in the near future. She had told Shepard where she was and her comm unit was still online should anyone need to find her. She didn't feel much like heading back to the Normandy or a coalition-controlled base. She just couldn't bring herself to do that. She had been in the hospital for hours now, staring at whatever fell into her field of vision. So what's the plan, Cornelia? She said to no one in particular. Just wait until Philo wakes up and then have a talk with her? Well, that's not a bad idea, but you're going to be here a long time. You can do that if you want, but you can't just sit with your ass planted in this chair the whole time. She got to her feet, shaking her head to try and clear away the fuzz that seemed to be gripping her mind. She couldn't remember the last time that she had eaten. As an android, she didn't technically need to eat, but it was a very pleasurable experience for her. She had a feeling that would help her. Thankfully, someone else seemed to have thought of the same thing. Oh good, you're still there. She blinked as she turned around. Adam was approaching her, holding a tray of food in both hands. Thought you could use a pick-me-up, he said. But we're finally out of wine from the Hawk incident, so you're going to have to make do with food. Cornelia let out a roar of laughter. Somehow, it cleared the fog from her mind, and for the first time since the attack on Philo, her head felt clear. Thanks, she said, giving a large smile as Adam placed the tray on the side table next to her chair, before sitting down on one that was on the other side. It's Batarian food, he said. I had a little bit of it myself while I was still in the cafeteria. It's got an odd taste to it. The type where you think this tastes funny while eating it but you still don't mind taking a second bite. The thing Adam had brought here was an odd lumpy thing, something that looked both like it was somewhere between meat and an overcooked potato. Apparently you aren't supposed to use silverware, you just use your hands, Adam said. Nodding, Cornelia picked up the strange morsel and took a large bite out of it. It had an odd tangy taste to it and seemed to fall apart the moment her teeth made contact with it, practically sliding down her throat on its own. She looked down at it, seeing that it was indeed meat from the juices that were slowly trickling out, before polishing it off in a few minutes. Thanks, she said, licking off a few drops of juice that had slid onto her fingers. I needed that. Hello. Maria was right behind Adam, her hands in front of her, shaking as they held her helmet. I'm not interrupting, am I? If you are, it's probably something that deserves to be interrupted, Cornelia said. You holding up? You were in the middle of that brawl. You might have taken a few blows like Adam did. The priest nodded. He had bandages over the upper right half of his face, covering the area that the glass had torn. I was lucky. Didn't pierce anything important. Still hurt like hell though. Maria swallowed. No. I'm fine. But remember what I said before? About wanting to have a word with you? She trailed off mid-sentence, looking at the ground. I need to talk to someone. What about Louis? Cornelia said. Isn't he your boyfriend? I haven't known you that long, not to be rude. He'd probably know you better than I would. Maria's eyes widened for a second. Cornelia blinked. She could have sworn that she had just seen fear in her eyes. Not him. I need to talk to someone else. Her eyes darted back and forth taking in the crowed hospital and the moaning injured. But not here. Please. You don't need to beg me, I was just making sure that I was right for the job, Cornelia said, bouncing to her feet. I found a side door when I was looking for the food court, Adam said, pointing to a doorway in the corner, one that was easily overlooked in the chaos that filled the auditorium. The side street was completely empty the last time I checked. Will that do? Maria nodded silently. All right then, follow me. He led Cornelia and Maria through the crowd of doctors, assistants, and wounded and out through the door. They all took a couple of elbows to the back, but once they made it through the door the going proved to be easy. A few turns and twists and they found themselves at a heavy metal door with a blue sign over it in a language Cornelia couldn't read. With a shove, Adam pushed it open. They stepped outside, the streets as empty as Adam had promised they would be. The sounds of sirens and screaming were coming from the main street as more people were being rushed to the front of the hospital, but none of it making their way towards them. So what is it you wanted to talk about? Cornelia said. Why couldn't you talk to your boyfriend? He isn't my fucking boyfriend. Cornelia jumped back in shock. Fury was etched across Maria's face, both of her hands and the helmet they were holding were shaking violently. He's a smug little know-it-all who has to have everything handed to him on a silver platter. He wouldn't know how to handle himself in a real fight and has to either stab people in the back or get his little toadies to do it for him. And he pretends to be a perfect little gentleman and everyone swallows his story and doesn't see who he really is. Raising her helmet over her head, she threw it. It smacked against the wall, the right eye shattering as it did, before tumbling to the ground. A heavy silence filled the air between the three of them, the sirens and shouts from the main street feeling so far away from Cornelia. She had no idea what to say. She had no idea where Maria's outburst had come from. Louis hadn't exactly seemed perfect to her, but there hadn't been much about him that had seemed that off about him. She took a nervous step forward, reaching out to Maria's back. She wanted to offer comfort, but wasn't sure if the situation called for it. It was then that Maria turned to look at her, and Cornelia's understanding of the situation was reduced to zero for a second time. Tears were streaming down Maria's face. I see can't go back to the Normandy, she said, choking out the words through her sobs. I can't stand to be in the same room as him for another second. Still confused but feeling clarity on how to react, Cornelia reached out and put both hands on Maria's shoulders. Wait, slow down and go back. What's going on? Maria inhaled deeply, tears still flowing from her eyes. Did you hear about the mission that almost got me kicked out of the military? Cornelia thought back. She vaguely remembered overhearing Ashley mentioning something about this. You detonated some charges prematurely, didn't you? No, I didn't. Maria shrieked. I triple-checked them before I planted them. I didn't make a mistake, I never make mistakes when it comes to charges. Cornelia once again felt the urge to flinch, but managed to fight back the urge. Maria took a shallow, shaking breath. There was nothing wrong with those charges. It should have sent a slaver convoy up in smoke. Instead it alerted it to our position and they fired on us. They massacred nearly all of us. I'm sorry, Cornelia said sincerely. But what does this have to do with Louis? She was honestly confused as to how he could be connected to the explosives, or what Maria was so distraught over. The pieces, however, were starting to slowly float towards each other. There was a sour sickly feeling in her stomach about the way this road seemed to be heading. He knew. He reacted way too fast to get the few that didn't die out. He had to have known. And the only way that he could have known was if he was the one who set them up to go off early, Maria hissed. Her voice was beginning to crack. And he came to me when the mission was done. My father's dead, my mother can barely work and my sister is only 8, the checks I sent back to them are the only thing keeping them going. He knew that, and his word was enough to keep my military career going. He said that I'd be thrown out in a heartbeat if I didn't. She trailed off, pressing her hands into her face as she began to cry. Cornelia felt her jaw drop open. Maria had been taken to rescue a group of miners that had been trapped in a cave-in. Considering that she had still been part of the 57th for the attack on the hegemony, she must have done something right. General Hill had even said that she had wanted Maria on the front lines after what she had done back on Moria. Maria was redeeming herself in the eyes of General Hill, in fact she would probably been in the General's good books after helping to take out a Batarian dreadnought. That was why Louis didn't want her going on any more missions. If she ended up looking too good, she wouldn't need his word anymore. LT. Stone. Adam said hastily. I know he probably has ways of keeping you from talking to her, but I can get in contact with her right now if you want me to. I'll let her know that. She knows. Maria screeched, her throat sounding like it was tearing. Raising her head up, she looked at Adam with fury etched on her face, although not fury that seemed to be directed at him. She's known from the very start. She doesn't care. She's been covering up for him. Because apparently XO was raping her, demolitions expert would look bad on her permanent record. Oh, not enough for her to actually do something about it. No, just enough for her to sweep it under the rug so that the bitch can keep climbing the officer ladder. She's got plans, so what if some people need to get stepped on? Cornelia, without thinking, turned and began to walk away. Cornelia. She heard Adam said behind her, where are you going? I'm going to kill him, Cornelia said. Her voice surprised her. Red-hot anger was boiling inside her, but her voice was calm and level. She thought it would have been shaking, along with the rest of her body, but everything about her seemed steady. Even her thoughts seemed strangely clear, with a single clear goal in front of her. I find out what bunk he's sleeping in, have EDI disable the cameras, paralyze him with a stasis field, then I slit his throat with my sword. Then I stuff his body into an escape pod and shoot it into the sun. I'll get EDI to erase everything and disable all of the alarms. As far as everyone will know, he went missing in action. Adam visibly swallowed, and his voice shook as he spoke. I understand how you feel. I don't want to let him get away with this either. But you can't just kill him. There are 1,000 things that could go wrong. EDI showed on COR Molly that she hates people like Admiral Crawford and wants them punished, but that doesn't mean she'll help you get away with murder. What's more, he always seems to have friends with him. Are you going to make half a dozen people disappear? People are going to notice. So what, just let him get away with it? Cornelia said bitterly. No, Adam said coldly. We're going to drag his name through the mud. We're going to make sure everyone in the 57th, on the Normandy, every last citizen of Moria, know what he is. A rapist and a despicable waste of life. He ground his teeth. It is my duty to ask for his forgiveness, to pray that he will redeem himself and find a better path. And I will do so, but if he does not find redemption, I will not shed a tear for him. Cornelia nodded, the anger flowing through her lessening. All right. I'll make do with that. She glanced at Maria. This is about her, she scolded herself. This isn't about making yourself feel better, feel satisfied, feel powerful. It's to give her life back. She racked her brain. So what's the approach? LT. Stone is a no-go, and I doubt General Hill would give us the time of day. She still doesn't really trust our commanding officer, which means we can't go to Shepard either. Hartley is under Hill's command, not Shepard's. We need evidence, Adam said. Hard, concessive evidence. After that we can take it to the captain and she can relay it to Hill. She won't be able to ignore it then. He turned to face Maria. Any ideas? Maria wiped her tears away. Anger and sorrow were still heavy behind her eyes, but there was a small spark there too. You remember the incident in your mess hall where he was hitting on that Alaskan sniper of yours? Cornelia felt her temper flare again. Now that she knew Louis Hartley much better, she had a new perspective on him hitting on Cheryl. Namely, she suspected that he had been trying to ensnare her the same way he had done to Maria. They had to stop him, before he could ruin any more lives. He's usually pretty good about keeping his mouth shut, we've been, like this for years. Cornelia dearly wanted to step forward and embrace the woman, but although she had stuttered she was still pressing on. Cornelia didn't want to interrupt her. He tends to avoid booze, he's a bit of a lightweight and it makes his mouth loose. He sometimes drinks this light stuff but that's about it. Unless he gets really upset, in which case he loses control. She sounded both scared and excited as she continued. If we can trick him into getting drunk when I'm alone with him and if I wear a wiretap, he'll say something he shouldn't. Cornelia was already flicking through various ideas to get Hartley drunk in her mind. We could always go with the old sleight of hand. Swap out his drink with something more potent. We need something that tastes the same though so he doesn't notice. It's some Solarian swill, Maria said. They brew light. There isn't much taste to them so it shouldn't be too hard. We could probably find something local. We'd just need to swap the label with the one on one of his bottles. She swallowed and began to tremble. I'll do it, she stuttered. I've had enough of him. But I'm scared. The way he's been looking at me in the last few days I feel like he wants to kill me. Tears began to leak out of her eyes again. Please don't go far from me. Stay close. No longer able to control herself, Cornelia stepped forward and wrapped her in a tight hug. You don't need to worry about it, Cornelia said. If he tries anything, he's going to get a couple dozen bullets in his gut. Maria silently sobbed as she wrapped her arms around Cornelia, burying her head in her shoulder. Chapter 103. Masks removed. So Adam, what charity did Nuka-Cola donate to again? Remember, for that commercial you shot. Cornelia said. The two of them were sitting in the Normandy's mess hall, a light meal of soup in front of them, Adam sipping on one of his sodas. They actually didn't do it until recently, thankfully, Adam said. It's going towards the followers of the apocalypse now. They've got their hands full, they've got hundreds of operatives on Moria right now, helping people recovering from the attacks. He sighed. They're going to have a lot more on their hands soon. Cornelia was barely paying any attention to the conversation. Her comm unit was active, as was Adam's, and the two of them were listening intently to the other end. 3 days ago, they had spent all day hunting through the Batarian markets, forking over 20 credits for a spoonful of Batarian ale for every brew they could find. Now that Cornelia was several hundred credits poorer, she found one that tasted just like the one that Louis Hartley drank, comparing it to a sample that Maria had brought her. Another 500 credits later, they had the ale, which had been uncorked and poured into Louis' bottle after Maria had emptied it of the weaker drink. After that, they had set up Maria's Omni tool to record and transmit whatever noise it picked up. With that, they had been forced to give her the bottle and part ways with her. She had been away from her unit for a couple of days now, she couldn't afford to stay away for any longer without being dismissed on the spot. Cornelia felt a pang of anger as she remembered overhearing Lt. Stone giving her the riot act, screaming about how if she kept up like this, Maria had no right to wear her uniform. What would you know about deserving to wear our uniforms, she thought bitterly. She had wanted to storm into the lieutenant's quarters right then and pummel her within an inch of her life. She knew that she couldn't do that, so she had forced the urge down. Lt. Stone's verbal abuse of Maria sadly all fell well into military protocol of a superior disciplining a disobedient subordinate, it had given them nothing to act on. While they had not seen Maria directly in the last few days, they had never been far from her if they could help it. An image came to the forefront of Cornelia's mind as she remembered the last time she and Maria had spoken face to face. She had been crying, shaking where she stood, and had been begging her to stay nearby. I think he might do something to me. And if he finds out what I'm doing, please, just always be close enough to help. I think he might try and kill me. Cornelia and Adam promised that they would do just that, and they had followed through on their word. Even now, while they were eating, they were on the same deck as her. Patiently waiting. She was in the same room as Hartley, in his private quarters. She had heard him taking sips, so it sounded like he was drinking. This was the third time something like this was happening, but Maria still hadn't slipped him the drink. She hadn't found an opening. All she and Adam could do was sit and wait, they could only interfere if they were concerned about her getting hurt. So where the hell were you after the mission on the Dreadnought? You were gone for days. Days. Do you have any idea what that did to Lt. Stone and me? Do you ever think things through? Hartley said, his voice crackling over the comm unit. Cornelia frowned and immediately forced a spoonful of soup into her mouth to hide it from anyone that might have glanced over. The next noise that flowed into her ears was a sloppy sipping one. Hartley was drinking, but Cornelia had no way of telling if it was his regular choice or the one they had prepared for him. I got sucked up in all of the confusion, Maria said, her voice wavering and timid. Cornelia hoped that she was faking it but had a horrible feeling that she wasn't. She couldn't blame her. Stuck alone in a room with someone like Hartley, someone who had leverage over you, Cornelia couldn't think of anyone who wouldn't be afraid. Maybe Nora, but Nora would have just killed Hartley on the spot, regardless of the consequences. They couldn't afford that kind of reckless action here. Sucked up in all of the confusion? Really, Hartley said in a sneer. I suppose that's why your comm line was off too. Why do you keep doing this to me? I've been good to you. I've been good to you these last few years, and you keep repaying me by spitting in my face. I got early estimates and they're more optimistic than we were expecting, Adam said. There are more wounded than there were dead, and they were able to treat them in time. So that's good. Cornelia focused her vision on Adam's face. He was smiling, but the smile couldn't be any more forced. It almost looked like his face was being forcibly pulled back. His eyes kept darting towards the exit of the mess hall. The exit and the way to the crew quarters. He hated sitting here just as much as she did. There was more slurping over the comm line before Hartley continued speaking. His voice was slightly slurred now. Look, I don't care how many Batarians you let fuck you down there, but we're going to get one thing clear right now. It never happens again. You've been running off, jeopardizing everything we've been putting together, me and Lt. Stone. I'm tired of you feeling sorry for yourself and making life harder for the two of us. I've done everything for you. No, you haven't, Maria said. Cornelia stiffened, and from what she could see, Adam had done the very same thing. She had never talked back to him like this in the previous conversations they had listened in on. Her voice had been soft and quiet, but it had been surprisingly steady. I beg your pardon. Hartley said, his voice cold. No you haven't. She said, shouting this time. Me? You don't care about me. It's always been about you. You, and you. What's best for Lewis Hartley? What'll make things more convenient for Lewis Hartley? Lewis Hartley is too lazy to use his right hand, he better get someone else for THA. She was cut off mid-sentence by the unmistakable sound of someone being slapped. Cornelia growled. It was soft, soft enough so that only Adam could hear it, but it was a growl all the same. Reaching down, she gently stroked the hilt of her sword. They couldn't act now. They had to keep waiting. They didn't have anything firm enough yet. Hartley would regret every last thing that he had even done when they did though. Keep your mouth shut. He hissed. I could have you packing your bags by tomorrow. Do you want that? Oh please, Maria said. Her confidence seemed to be wavering. Her voice was shaking and Cornelia felt like she could hear the faint prelude to tears. Despite this, she kept going. General Hill doesn't think that I'm a living mistake anymore. I saved those people who were trapped in the mines, I set the charge that killed an enemy dreadnought. What did you do? You got drunk in the mess hall. What was that by the way? You think I was too tough of a mark so you had to go after someone who was 5 feet tall? Remind me to kiss that tribal's boyfriend by the way, I love what he did with your face. There was a loud thump, and Cornelia just knew that Maria had been punched this time. That bitch and her gorilla of a boy toy will get what's coming to them, he snarled. But we're focusing on you right now. You're on dangerously thin ice here. You're gonna have to do a lot to make up for all the screw-ups you've made in the past few days. I am done. Maria said, a stutter working its way into her words. Cornelia's hand tightened like a vice grip around her sword. The second Hartley let something slip, the very second he let something slip, they were ending this. Adam looked like he was in agony, his arms as rigid as stone as he tried to pick up his Nuka-Cola, missed it and then quickly gave up on it. His eyes were sharp however, and Cornelia knew he was listening just as hard as she was. I've proven myself to General Hill. I don't need your approval anymore. Lewis let out a cruel laugh. Oh please, I thought you would know me by now. I'm very good at being persuasive. Just a few words with LT Stone and my testimony, and it turns out you barely did anything and everyone else was doing all of the heavy lifting. Why you can't keep doing this, Maria said. She sounded like she was going to break down crying, the occasional sob working its way into her voice. You're lying. You're always been lying. People are going to notice. Cornelia actually forgot where she was for a second. She was in the same room as the two of them as far as she was concerned. She could see the cruel smile on Hartley's face as he stood over Maria. Tears were streaming down her face and she was shaking like a leaf, even as she tried to stand tall. I'm very good at covering my tracks, he said. When I rigged those explosives that you were blamed for, when I said that you were salvageable, I had everything covered for the longest time. Oh sure I had to convince Stone to sweep it all under the rug. I will always have all of my bases covered. There was another fleshy impact. Got it. Cornelia had stopped listening however. She vaguely heard a smash as she pushed herself out, her chair flying to the ground behind her. She didn't remember pushing it that hard but on the other hand she didn't care. She was moving as fast as her legs would carry. She made a sharp turn out of the mess hall and found herself sprinting down the hallway, crew quarters on either side of her and Adam right behind her. She had heard enough. Within seconds, she found herself in front of the quarters that she had been looking for. The door slid open as she punched the command panel next to it. Maria had purposefully left it unlocked, revealing the interior. Maria was a mess. Her face was badly bruised to the point where half of it was bright purple and her right cheek was swollen, to the point where it was easy to miss the tears that were streaming freely from her eyes. What the hell are you doing here? Hartley said. He was a few feet away from Maria, several empty bottles lying around his feet and on a nearby stand. His armor lay discarded on the floor around him leaving him in just a tank top and a standard-issue combat vest. He took a step forward, staggering slightly, glaring at both Cornelia and Adam. These are my private quarters. I've had enough of the bullshit I've had to put up with you people, so just. We heard everything, Cornelia said. With the torrent of emotions raging inside of her, the urge to comfort Maria, the burning hatred that she felt towards Hartley and above all the want for all of this to just be over, Cornelia was astounded that her voice was level and neutral. Every last word. Got it all recorded. She tried to smile but her lips didn't seem to be able to make the muscle contractions needed. Instead, she continued speaking. You just signed your own death warrant. Hartley's words died on his lips. He gaped at the two of them, his jaw flapping wordlessly like a fish on dry land. Have some dignity, Adam said. Turn yourself in. Don't make us drag you in front of your judge. Show responsibility and accept your punishment. There was a twitch in Adam's jaw. His voice was calm, but Cornelia could tell that Adam was furious at Hartley, and that it was taking every ounce of self-control to keep his temper reined in. For once in your life, act like the soldier you've been pretending to be. Cornelia couldn't remember Adam ever insulting someone before, much less to this degree. Of course, if you don't, things won't change at all, Cornelia said. One way or another it's the end of the road for you. So just do everyone a favor. Walk up to General Hill and say, I'm a rapist, a murderer, and a liar. She let out a laugh that was dripping with bitterness. That's right, isn't it? I was so preoccupied with the rapist angle that I forgot that you killed your own people in order to set this little game of yours up. She shook her head. She wanted to laugh on top of all of the other emotions that she was feeling. This whole situation would be comical if it wasn't so very real. You know, I was raised to believe that every last person was capable of redemption, Adam said, his voice still barely staying level. And I still believe that. But there's an important factor that I learned. A person can only be redeemed if they want to be redeemed. They need to feel remorse, genuine remorse, and they need to want to right the wrongs that they caused. He raised his hand, pointing directly at Hartley. The way that you're looking at me right now? That look of terror? You don't feel sorry for a single thing that you've done. You're just upset that you got caught. Adam lowered his hand, looking at Hartley with utter contempt. I've only met a handful of people like you. Oh, I've met countless people who have done horrible things. Whether they thought they were really doing the right thing, were scared, had let their emotions get the better of them, were mindlessly following a corrupt dogma, or were just trying to survive. People like you, who knowingly and willingly causes someone else pain because it brings you some perverse pleasure, are a surprisingly rare breed. So please, leave. Now. Spare us any more of your depravity. Hartley gaped at Adam and Cornelia. His mouth was moving but no noise was coming out. Cornelia kept her gaze locked on him as his jaw flapped, waiting. Her senses felt like they had all been heightened, and she could take in every last detail in the room. From the tiny sniffles that were still coming from Maria, to the smallest of blemishes on Hartley's face, even a tiny scar on his right cheek. She waited, watching his nose expand and contract as he breathed. Slowly, his face began to harden. You did this to me? He hissed, glaring at Maria. Wiping her tears away with the back of her arm, Maria met Hartley's gaze head on. Something hardened in her eyes. Yes. Yes, I did. She shouted. You always said how everything I did hurt you. Well, who was I to prove you wrong? You, he screamed, bending his knees to lunge at her. The next thing Cornelia knew, she was in between them, her back to Maria, and her sword had been drawn. It was the easiest thing that she had ever done. Time seemed to slow down as she swung it forward. The tip came within millimeters of his throat before she pulled it back, sliding it back into her sheath. It would have been easy to kill him on the spot, but Adam was right. They weren't going to kill him. Death would be too quick for him. He deserved worse. Far, far worse. He deserved to have the rest of his life be a miserable shell, the burden of what he had done here following him no matter where he went. Compared to that, a slashed throat would have been a mercy. As the hilt of Cornelia's sword clanged against her sheath, Hartley seemed to realize what had just happened. He clutched at his throat, his eyes wide with fear, before holding his hands up before his eyes. Upon realizing there wasn't any blood on them, he grabbed his throat again before finally realizing exactly what had just happened. The fuck? He whispered. Another inch forward and I would have hit the jugular. You would have been on the ground, choking on your own blood, Cornelia said, her voice still emotionless. You've hurt her enough. Now are you going to go to General Hill and face this with some dignity? Or do we need to drag you there like a spoiled child? She rested her hand on the hilt of her sword again, feeling some small measure of comfort as she gripped it. Then, heartily moved. Grabbing one of the bottles, he flung it at Adam. Adam was caught off guard and raised his arms to protect his face, the bottle smashing against his forearms and sending him toppling to the ground. Hartley leapt over him and bolted through the door, quickly disappearing from sight. I see his game, Cornelia said, still feeling oddly detached from everything that was happening around her. He's out in the open now. If we go after him, he can claim we assaulted him. Maybe bog things down. And while he does that, he's also running for LT Stone, Adam said, bitterness in his voice. We need to see General Hill. Now. Cornelia nodded, but before she did anything else she whirled around to face Maria. Are you okay? She asked. It felt like everything had been passing by at half speed and only now were things starting to return to normal. Almost like she had been numb and feeling was just now trickling back into her body. Maria looked like she was having great difficulty standing, but gave a weak nod. She paused, it'll all be easier now. You should be proud of yourself for what you did, she said, giving her a brief hug. She vaguely felt joy and pride mixed into the swirling cocktail of emotions that she was barely feeling, but all of it was overridden by a single thought. They had what they needed to make the kill, they had to do it now. The captain, the general, we need to see both of them, Cornelia said. Pressing her finger to her comm unit, she practically barked out, "EDI, where are Captain Shepard and General Hill?" The AI sounded rather taken aback by Cornelia's blunt tone, but nonetheless replied, "They are both in the captain's quarters on deck 1. General Hill is hosting a meeting with Shepard and has demanded not to be disturbed until." Cornelia talked over her. She didn't care whatever it was General Hill was trying to do right now. In a way, this was her mess she and Adam were cleaning up. "EDI, it's an emergency, we need to talk to the both of them right now. We're coming up to deck 1 right now, give them a heads up." "I doubt that the general will very much appreciate being interrupted, but if it's an emergency, I will do what I can," EDI said. Concern was leaking its way into her voice. "What is the matter, if I may ask?" "EDI, I really hate saying this, but I don't have time to explain, I need to bring the matter to those two right now," Cornelia said, making her way out of Hartley's quarters, Adam and Maria right behind her. "You can listen in if you want, I won't complain." Lowering her finger, she looked to her left. A ladder was on the far wall, leading both up through the ceiling and down through the ground, connecting deck to deck. Emergency routes for when the elevator was out. Since she had a bad feeling that Hartley would be scrambling for the elevator the second that he had gotten LT Stone and she didn't want Maria's fate to be decided by a race, she pointed towards it. "That way will be faster," she said. She reached the ladder within seconds, grabbing onto it and pulling herself up and beginning to climb through the hole in the ceiling. The thought of Hartley beating them to Hill and possibly denying them the chance to even present their evidence to her pushed her on. Rung after rung was grabbed by her hands before quickly disappearing underneath her. After what felt like far too long, she had reached deck 1. Hoisting herself out of the shaft she had just climbed through, she spotted the door to the captain's quarters. Pressing the button to the side of it, just as Adam reached the top of the shaft himself, the door opened. Both Jane and Hill were on the other side of the door, facing the entrance, sitting in comfortable-looking armchairs on other sides of a small table. Hill's chair had its back to Shepard, and Cornelia could tell that Hill had turned it to face the door when she had learned that they were coming. Shepard looked confused yet rather neutral and lifeless, while Hill looked nothing short of absolutely livid. "I have an independent nation to build," she snarled, her voice trembling. "The trial for the fight in the bar is happening tomorrow, refugee ships from other Batarian planets are starting to arrive in orbit, the CEO of Nizo Transportation is due to arrive any day now to help give this planet some industry. What could be so important, that you barge in here uninvited?" Cornelia decided that beating around the bush was the last thing that she needed to do right now. "Sergeant Lewis Hartley is a rapist," she said bluntly. "Specialist Maria Benson was sabotaged on that mission that put her on probation and he's been using it as blackmail material ever since." Life surged back into Jane's face for the briefest of moments as a look of pure horror shot across it. General Hill on the other hand, looked as if she was ready to murder someone. "That's enough!" she roared, getting to her feet. "I don't have time for baseless accusations, especially utterly laughable ones like this. Get out of my sight and maybe I'll forget this ever happened. Otherwise I just might." "Gee, General." Maria had climbed out of the shaft, positioning herself between Adam and Cornelia. Her bruised face shone a sickly dark purple in the bright light. "She's not lying. It's true. All of it." "The spineless coward essentially confessed to everything," Cornelia said, holding up her Omni tool. "While beating the shit out of her." Typing into it, she brought up the recording that they had just made and played it. Jane's cabin was filled with the sound of Hartley's unintended confession, as well as Maria's defiance against him and the blows he had rained down upon her. As the recording finished, a hand closed around Cornelia's neck. General Hill was inches away from her. When she had gotten that close Cornelia couldn't say. The grip was tight, but not so tight that she was choking Cornelia. "If I find out that you forged this," she whispered, "I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Death will be a mercy when I'm done with you." Despite the woman's grip around her neck, Cornelia realized something. Face to face with her, she had a perfect view of the general's only eye. There was a look of doubt in it, of panic. She wasn't entirely convinced of Hartley's innocence. There was a part of her that was afraid that the recording that she had just heard wasn't a fake. Grinding her teeth, Cornelia hissed, "And if it's genuine? If one of your precious shock troops turns out to be little more than a thug abusing his power? What happens then?" Hill blinked. She was looking at Cornelia with pure hatred in her eye. She said nothing. XXXXX. Primarch Fedorian's mandibles clicked as he reread the report from Tuchanka for the third time. He wasn't sure why he was doing it. Maybe he was just hoping that he would find a paragraph that he had missed, one that would give him a little more closure. He didn't find it, and no matter how many times he looked through the report, his mind kept coming back to the same word. Stalemate. He eventually gave up on the report and placed it on the ground, leaning back into the chair that he was sitting in. He was in his private quarters, a comfortable but Spartan affair. The chair was well cushioned, the room was brightly lit, a large window allowed a beautiful view onto the urban sprawl below him, a large comfortable bed was in the corner and a small cabinet of drinks hugged the far wall. Apart from that, all the room had were basic accommodations, a sink, a mirror, and a toilet. Sighing, he looked out of the window. Despite the war, life on Palavan was proceeding normally, and in the capital city of Cipritin it was no different. Countless air cars sped past far below, carrying the citizens of the planet to and from their destinations. The towering silver skyscrapers shone brightly in the afternoon sun. All of it was unmarked by battle. Despite what the other races in the galaxy might think, Turians tried to avoid war when possible. True, they were heavily militarized, but on average his kind preferred to solve problems with negotiations, compromises and alliances rather than force of arms. What they did believe in was that when it came to war, any and all necessary steps should be taken to secure victory. It was why he wanted this war to be over quickly, why he had given the coalition a chance to peacefully meet the demands he and his allies had made. His mandibles clicked, hard enough to press his teeth into his gums. The Batarians had ruined that plan with their attack on Moria. Now he would have to ensure galactic stability via armed conflict. The siege of Tuchanka wasn't a very good omen of the course this war could be very well taking. Him and his allies too powerful for the coalition to defeat, but not strong enough to defeat them in return. His thoughts drifted to dark places. Both the Rachni War and the Krogan Rebellion had lasted centuries, consuming billions of lives each. Struggles for individual planets lasting decades, young recruits sent to take them back walking away either as corpses or old men and women, eternally scared. Brutal person-to-person fighting in the bombed-out shells of cities that had lost all value, but were still fought over. Countless lives thrown away over a city that the Krogan had taken, only to move on to the next one that they were only truly interested in because the Krogan or Rachni held it. What if this conflict with the coalition turned into a slaughter on the scale of either of those wars? Not every planet would be a minor colony like Adek, abandoned without much of a fight. Sooner or later they would be exposed to a long drawn-out ground battle for the control of a strategically vital planet. Potentially dozens of them would be required in order to force an end to the war, unless one side surrendered. That was something Fedorian thought unlikely to happen. The sad thing about this affair was that even as he thought about all of the potential deaths, Fedorian couldn't say that he would have done differently if given a chance to do it all over again. He regretted having to make this decision, mourned having to make it, but he stood by it. While the Rachni Wars and Krogan Rebellion had been tragedies, they had been fought for good reasons. To protect the existence of the Council and the races who lived under their guard from massive threats. Now a galactic power had unleashed both of the horrors that had once threatened all intelligent life in the galaxy back into it. It had even placed one under its protection. His hand had been forced. He rubbed his temple. Maybe 1,000 years down the line this would be ancient history, something only the very oldest of Asari and Krogan would remember. The species of the galaxy would be united in peace and conflicts like this wouldn't happen again. The thought of an all-out war between the species of the galaxy would be laughable. He let out a small snort. The Primarch who had reigned during the Krogan rebellions all those centuries ago had probably thought the same thing. A small beep took him out of his thoughts. He knew what that beep signified, another meeting with his allies of circumstance. Fighting back the urge to groan, he activated his Omni tool and pressed a handful of buttons. A metal wall came down, blocking the window and plunging the room into darkness. It might seem paranoid to keep a window on a building this high up blocked, but with matters this important, Fedorian was of the opinion that you could never be too careful. Fedorian pressed one last button and lowered his arm. All too familiar holograms were flickering to life in front of him. Dalatras Linran, High Chancellor Regnam, Balak, High Admiral Danux, and Saren. A sixth figure had joined the crowd, a Solarian in eclipse armor, sans the helmet. He was standing with the Batarians, making it so that their group was making up more of the meeting than the rest of it put together. It would have been adorable if the ploy wasn't so naked. Trying to look imposing while meeting with the heads of two of the most powerful governments in the galaxy. It made him want to laugh. "May I ask who our new guest is?" he said, making sure to keep his tone level and polite. "This is Sayan, the new head of Eclipse," Regnam said, gesturing to the Solarian. "The old head is still in coalition custody, and considering the magnitude of the charges against her, she may be one of the few unlucky enough in the coalition to receive the death penalty." She gave a smirk that was so insufferable that it made Fedorian's head throb. "We have a common enemy in the coalition, even more so considering the Blood Pack and the army have thrown in their lot with them." Fedorian already knew that they had stooped low by allying themselves with Saren. Regnam didn't have to rub it in by bringing Eclipse into the fold. "Let me make something clear," he said, glaring at Sayan. "I am familiar with how your men threatened to bomb civilian populations with mass drivers. The fact that you didn't carry the threat out is irrelevant. I do not blame the coalition for the vicious counterattacks they carried out on you, I would have done the same. No, in fact I would have been even more brutal. We are not. Primarch, you misunderstand me. Saiyan said, holding his hands up defensively. I utterly agree with you that our threats to the coalition were a mistake. Joan Sateris was mentally unstable and a barely contained ball of violence. The rest of us only followed her orders because those who didn't had a tendency to end up floating in the vacuum of space. He gave a nervous laugh. In a way, the coalition's counterattack on us was the best thing to ever happen to Eclipse. With me in charge, we will only be engaging in professional, respectable work. Fedorian had a very hard time believing him. I'll be holding you to that, he said. I take it that you'll be assisting the Batarians on their front. He had little doubt that the coalition saw the Batarian and Moria in front the same way he did. A paradise of war crimes, not acknowledged by either side. The Eclipse mercenaries were about to become a part of it. In some manner, Saiyan said. Forgive me, but I am under contract. The nature of our upcoming operations are very delicate and could be undone by information leaks. Well, if you keep things up the way you are now, you might as well cancel your operation, Linren said. STG isn't even trying very hard and information is flowing like a river towards us. Refugee ships abandoning the hegemony, 3 of them military, talks among some nobles of defection, and what is this? She gave a loud snort. Something about a sovereign dominion of Adek. Something flashed across Regnam's face. Fedorian felt pure dread as he realized what it was. Rage. Pure bitter hatred towards the SDA. She was taking this personally. The last thing that you wanted to do in a war, and she was falling into the habit of doing it. The look was gone the second after it had appeared. A weak political ploy, she said, her voice confident. Fedorian wondered how much of her posturing was a lie. How much of it was hiding away petty hatreds and spiteful short tempers. The coalition is trying to make a small colony into a nation. To make themselves look stronger. This SDA will be gone within 3 months. She smiled widely. Maybe not even that long. Balak has an excellent plan for its destruction. Yes, Balak said softly. But like Saiyan said, it is of the utmost secrecy. He looked confident, and when mention of the SDA had come up he had only looked mildly amused. Fedorian had a good feeling that he was just as vicious as Regnam, just less impulsive. He wondered which one was more dangerous. Enough, Saren said impatiently. The status of the war. As I just said, we have plans to take back Adek, Regnam said. The coalition's advance on us has stalled. They've sent small battle groups to destroy our patrols and outposts, and while they've been having more success than I'd like to admit, another look of rage flashed across her face for half a second, these are minor losses that mean nothing in the overall war. There is something that does mean something, Saren said viciously. The ship that I gave to you, the one that was supposed to help you beat the coalition. It was destroyed. It was not a frigate that could simply be replaced. That ship can never be replaced. Regnam sneered. A lone frigate was all that was needed to damage it beyond repair. A ship destroyed that easily barely has any tactical worth. On Tuchanka, a ship of the same class devastated an entire army. Saren roared. You have not presented any records of this ship's destruction, I refuse to believe that it was destroyed so easily. He pointed at the High Chancellor with an accusatory talon. In fact, I'm starting to doubt whether it was actually destroyed. It would be just like you to hoard it to reverse engineer its technology. If you had some proof to back up that claim, this would be a less pointless conversation, Linren said dryly. The status of the war, Fedorian said sternly. The topic that we were focusing on. The Solarian Navy is preparing for a large-scale incursion into coalition territory, Linren said. However, I would feel more confident in attacking more hardened targets if Saren were to support me directly. Saren made an odd noise. I will consider it, he said. My resources have already been wasted once, I'd rather not repeat it. I suppose you'd just rather hole up wherever you are for the majority of the war, Linren said scathingly. I do have to agree with the Dalatras, Fedorian said. You were the one who came to us with the coalition's crimes, Saren. Despite this, you have contributed the least to the war effort. Saren had completely disappeared after the war had been declared. Fedorian had no idea where he was, and that terrified him above everything else. With the state of his allies, he was in no shortage of matters to be terrified over either. Oh? I have. Saren said. And what have you been doing that is so important? That stalemate of yours is nothing to brag about. Just as many coalition ships were destroyed as yours. Fedorian felt a pang of hatred towards Saren, but forced himself to stay level-headed. There is more to war than killing as many enemies as possible. Any Turian who has lived to be 20 should know that, but it seems you need to be re-educated on the fundamentals. The goal of war is to outmaneuver your opponents, to force them into a position where you hold dominance over them and they are incapable of countering your moves. He took a deep breath. The hierarchy and Valis fleet is still sieging Tuchanka. The majority of the Krogan's forces, minus the blood pack mercenaries who were outside the system, are landlocked. They could be rampaging through countless helpless colonies right now, slaughtering civilians. But they aren't. Because with one swift move, the hierarchy pinned both them, and a significant portion of the coalition's navy. If the coalition doesn't break the siege, then the Krogan people will be starved out, and if recent events prove anything, they are incapable of breaking our lines. What's more, he continued, the hierarchy is the only one with ships inside coalition borders, launching hit-and-run attacks on every military installation that they can reach. So tell me, Saren. After the hierarchy has done so much to consolidate the threats you yourself were so worried about, when do you plan to contribute? There was a violent twitch from Saren's mandibles. Well, I will see what I can spare, he said venomously. Good, Linren said. One last item. Production of handheld energy weapons is ahead of schedule. Our scientists have already produced hundreds, if not thousands, of working field models. They've been working around the clock to do so. We've already been equipping STG operatives with them. Soon we should have enough to start distributing to hegemony and hierarchy soldiers. Linren was cut off by a loud beep. Looking at something Fedorian couldn't see, Linren's eyes widened. Saren, she said, a tone of urgency to her voice. Whatever ships you can spare, we need them now. A massive fleet just entered Union space. The ships that were a part of the defensive perimeter were annihilated without a fight. If the reports they managed to send back are anything to go by, this fleet was several hundred ships strong. Enclave, Quarian, and Geth. So, they finally enter the fray, Fedorian said. The Quarian alliance with the coalition was something that, in hindsight, could have been prevented. They would never be so close if they were not indebted to the coalition for returning their home world to them, as well as curing their immune system. As Fedorian realized this, something else occurred to them. The Council was supposed to be a uniting factor of the galaxy, bringing all known races under one banner. So how was it that the coalition, which had done much to endanger all life in the galaxy, appeared to be a more appealing ally than the Council? The Quarians had once been a part of the Council and were now fighting alongside the people who had cured the Krogans, but it went further than that. The Hanner and the Elcor were both staying neutral in this war, their connection to the Council not strong enough to make them stand against the coalition. Presuming that they didn't just find the coalition too sympathetic to attack. He pressed his hand to his head. The coalition still needed to be stopped, they were being far too reckless, but they were forcing him to realize a horrible truth. The Council was an institution that had failed to fulfill some of its basic goals. Ensuring galactic stability, safety, and unity. Dalatras, I should be able to spare a few dozen ships to help fortify your defenses. I will see what ships I can spare myself, Saren said. Most of them will be Geth. I will see if I can spare a few of my more advanced ships. Where in Solarian space are they heading? I'm not certain, it appears to be towards the core territories, Linren said. There's a high possibility that they are attempting to launch a lightning raid of Surkesh. She again looked at something that Fedorian couldn't see. I need to arrange defenses here. This advance needs to be halted. This meeting needs to be cut short. Her hologram flickered out without another word. I suppose I should help her as well, Saren said with annoyance, his hologram following suit. Fedorian was left alone with the hegemony representatives. Is there anything that the hegemony needs? He asked stiffly. Not at the moment, I feel that our front of the war is well under control, Regnam said smugly. Fedorian honestly wondered if he had ever considered someone else to be as much of a liar as he did Regnam. Remember, we are all fighting in this war together, he said. Everything that you do reflects us. As he spoke, High Admiral Danux shot a nervous look at Balak and Regnam. Fedorian blinked in confusion. Had the others noticed? Remember that. Regnam gave a small bow. Of course. With that, she was gone. With a groan, he approached his chair and fell back into it. There wasn't much he could do at the moment. The hierarchy could get away with small raids into coalition territory, but sending in any more forces while the siege of Tuchanka was still underway could very well spread their forces too thin. It would leave vital shipyards open to attack, especially now that the rest of the coalition's allies had reached council space. A lower-ranking general had suggested to him the other day that they start recommissioning older starships to bolster the overall size of the Turian fleet, especially considering that they could not rely on the Asari for economic support. That would be an option he would have to consider, even if the older starships would be more likely to be killed in battle. He couldn't bring himself to care about that at the moment. His mind was only focused on one thing. The Council. The Council and all of its failings. His thoughts stewed, turning over every example that he could think of one by one. After a minute, he reached for his arm. Bringing up a blank document on his Omni tool, he slowly began to type. Number 1. Push to have the Valis be granted a seat on the Council. They deserved to be honored for the sacrifices they were making. Number 2. Close the rifts between the Quarians and the Council. This was a problem that had been ignored for long enough. Number 3. Restore the disgraced authority of the council. Number 4. Expand authority into the terminus systems and crush the slave trade there. Number 5. Rewrite the laws on artificial intelligences. Not to make A.I.S always legal, but to allow them in some cases and to reduce penalties around if. The coalition had lived with A.I.S for a long time and now the Quarians were as well. This stance of zero tolerance simply wasn't practical anymore. Number 6. Do everything possible to block the Batarians from gaining a council seat. Them joining the war was motivated by pure opportunism, nothing else. A council seat called for more. Number 7. Push to have the new strain of the genophage be more mild, enough to allow Krogans to reproduce on the same level as other species. He looked at the small list, thinking of more things to add for it. He was causing the galaxy nothing but suffering with this war. The least he could do was make it a better place to live in when the fighting was over. There certainly wasn't a shortage of wrongs to right. He had a feeling that this list would end up being very long. XXXXX. Cheryl sat in her quarters, in front of a desk. A block of wood was in her left hand and her knife in the other, a small pile of wood shavings in front of her. She had a vague image in her mind of a dog, of what breed she couldn't say, and was slowly chipping away at the wood to try and bring it about. She frowned as she pressed down and ended up shaving off a piece that was much larger than she had anticipated. She was getting better with her cybernetic arm, she at the very least had a 1 in 2 chance of hitting what she was aiming at, but she still had a bit to go before she was fully adjusted. Roger was optimistic, saying that in another week, 2 tops, then she would have the worst of it behind her. There would probably still be a hiccup every once in a while, but she would be able to mostly function without trouble. Stopping for a second, she leaned back in her chair. She was out of her uniform, wearing nothing but a simple long-sleeved white shirt, a pair of cargo pants and a standard-issue pair of boots. Even her bandages weren't currently wrapped around her face. She had to admit that sometimes she preferred to still wear them in public, even if it was just for the familiarity. However, she was starting to feel confident enough to start going out into public without them. She looked down at her right arm. The sleeve of her shirt had been cut off, fully exposing the cold metallic arm. She had gone through with Roger's suggestion and spray painted it snow white. Much clearer and sharper than the color of her skin. Placing the block down and shifting her knife to her other hand, she lifted the cybernetic limb in front of her face. She turned it over, giving her finger and wrist joints experimental movements. A soft smile crossed her face. She missed her old arm, sometimes a great deal. However, this new one was starting to grow on her, and the white paint job here had given it a bit of an identity, something more than a mass-produced implant. Something to make it hers. She was just about to think about what else she could do to give the arm its own touch when the door slid open behind her. Yet? She asked, looking over her shoulder. She wasn't sure who she had been expecting. Roger and Nora had been the first to come to mind, with Ashley and Shepard soon after. It wasn't any of them. It was Lewis Hartley. He was panting, doubled over, and with a disheveled look to him. Cheryl scowled. "Get out," she said. "You've already made an ass of yourself once, isn't that enough?" She turned back to her desk, hand reaching out for her block again. "The last time your CO seemed furious with you. And repeat offenses always escalate things, so just something pressed into the back of her skull. Something cold and hard." Cheryl's words died on her lips and her heart jumped into her throat. It was a gun. Her heart was hammering so hard she honestly thought it would give out under the strain. She didn't have any of her weapons with her. Her shotgun, her pistol, her rifle, even her crossbow, all of them were stored away in the ship's armory. Her eyes darted down. Her knife was still in her left hand, Hartley didn't seem to have noticed it. Slowly, she pressed it against her chest, trying to hide it from her sight. "Shut up," he hissed. There was a slur to his voice. He had been drinking again, but there was something else there. Desperation. Pure and utter desperation. "Get up. You're taking me to a shuttle. I'm not a member of this ship, I need you to give me authorization. We're leaving." She tightened her grip on the knife. What was going on? What in the world was happening? Confusion and fear tore through her mind, but one thing managed to break through all of it. She wasn't getting in a shuttle with this man. "I'm not going anywhere with you," she hissed. "Oh, don't give me the tough act," Hartley said. His other hand shot forward and grabbed her chest, gripping one of her breasts tightly. Dread filled her. "You're not wearing a combat vest under this and you're not a biotic. If I pull this trigger there's not going to be any barriers between the bullet and your skull. So get up." Not again, she thought to herself. Please, something other than this. Her eyes darted to her desk. Her comm unit was there. She had taken it out when she was relaxing. She had to think, what tools did she have to use? Her comm unit was on the desk in front of her, but there was no way that she could grab it without Hartley realizing it. Her knife was in her hand, and if she could just get good angle he could stab him. The only other thing that could possibly give her an edge was her cybernetic arm. It was stronger than her old arm and much harder too. How could she use all of these to get out of this situation? Have you put any thought into this? She asked, trying her best to make her voice sound bitter and annoyed when in reality she was terrified for her life. Just take me to a shuttle, hope no one in a ship full of soldiers stops you, and then fly off to wherever. It was true. Hartley's plan didn't make any sense at all. She had a very good feeling that it wasn't fueled by logic, but by desperation. He had done something, he needed to get off of this ship now, and he was willing to take any possible escape routes. No matter how unlikely they were to be successful. The gun shifted, 1 second it had been pressed against the back of her head and the next it had been placed against her temple. She shifted her knife, hiding it under a baggy section of her shirt, and just in time. He was at her side now, visible just out of the corner of her eyes. She didn't dare move her head, not with the pistol pressed against it. I thought this would be enough to get you to move, he snarled, a bit of spit flying out of his mouth. Just like Cheryl had thought, there was a bit of mad desperation in his eyes, but most of it was covered up under anger. I've got 5 men outside that door. 5 men that I would trust my life with. And they have orders that if anything is to happen to me, a nasty grin appeared on his face. Well. They have orders to make it so the one that broke my nose suffers an unfortunate accident. For a moment, Cheryl forgot that she was scared. She forgot that she was being held at gunpoint by someone who had molested her twice. This man was threatening Nora, and right now she didn't want to do anything more than throw herself at him. To bring her knife to his throat and to slice it open, to keep stabbing him until his face was nothing more than a bloody red mass. I've done something like this before with less people backing me up, he said. So let's just skip all of the bravado. He lifted up the pistol again, positioning it so that it was directly between Cheryl's eyes. Cheryl had a feeling that he was going to do it as one last display to power, to press the gun directly against her forehead. To make her lose hope. She didn't think, she acted. Still furious at the threat against Nora, her cybernetic hand darted forward, clamping down over the barrel. Hartley blinked in shock and Cheryl saw his finger twitch. There was a loud bang as the gun went off. Cheryl felt her cybernetic hand shudder as the bullet buried itself in her palm, the feeling traveling through her whole arm. There was no pain however. Hartley looked down, his face blank as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. Cheryl didn't hesitate. Reaching under her shirt, she drew out her knife and drove it down into Hartley's arm. He let out a roar of agony as he tried to pull the gun back, his grip slackening, while Cheryl gripped it as tightly as she could, pulling back. There was a loud crunch and Cheryl's eyes widened as the barrel of the gun crumpled under the grip of her cybernetic limb. Thoroughly crushed, the display on the side of the gun flashed red, the word error clearly visible. It wouldn't fire again. Letting go of the pistol, Cheryl closed her hand into a fist and slammed it into the side of Hartley's head. He collapsed, clutching where he had been hit, her knife being pulled down with him. She had a split second to react. Hartley had said that there were men outside of the door, she couldn't get past them like this. Her comm unit was right there. Lurching forward, she threw herself across the desk and grasped it. Roger! She shouted. Nora! I need a hand grabbed her ankle and tugged hard before she could get another word out. The comm unit slipped out of her hand as she was pulled back across and eventually off of the desk. She landed on her stomach, pain coursing through her, before she felt the back of her shirt being pulled on, followed by a loud rip. She felt the cold air of the ship press against her now bare back before strong hands flipped her over. Hartley was on top of her now, his eyes gleaming with something Cheryl couldn't begin to describe. A stream of half-formed swear words was pouring from his mouth as he clawed at Cheryl, the neckline of her shirt being badly torn before his hands closed around her throat. Panicking as her airflow was cut off, Cheryl's eyes darted to where she had stabbed Hartley. The knife was no longer embedded in his arm, it must have fallen out somewhere. But the wound was still wide open, and even now Hartley was hissing in pain. Not bothering to try and pull his hands off, Cheryl jammed her index and middle finger into the open wound, pressing down with extreme force. Hartley howled in pain as he wrenched his arm back, grabbing Cheryl's torn collar and ripping it even further as she did. One hand was still closed around her throat, although slivers of air were making it through now. Grabbing Hartley's unwounded arm with her organic hand, she gripped it tight, holding it in place. Raising her cybernetic arm up over her head, she formed a fist and brought it crashing down. There was a sicking crunch as it smashed into his wrist and Hartley howled even harder. Cheryl realized with slight satisfaction that 2 bones, the radius and the ulna, were both poking out of Hartley's arm, just before the wrist. Hartley recoiled in pain, Cheryl releasing her grip on his now broken arm. As Hartley looked at both of his arms in anguish, Cheryl saw an opening. Locking both of her feet together, she kicked out. Both of her boots found their mark in Hartley's groin. Moaning so softly Cheryl couldn't help but find it pathetic, he rolled off of her to the side. That was when she spotted it. Her knife, still wet with Hartley's blood, had landed on the far side of the room. Scrambling to her feet, she half crawled half ran to where it was lying, scooping it up. She turned around to face Hartley and felt her stomach drop. Despite the fact that his face was twisted in pain, he had grabbed her chair with both hands and was winding up to swing it. Cheryl wasn't fast enough to dodge. Blinding pain erupted in the side of her head as the chair hit her. Staggering, she threw out her arm and pressed it against the wall to keep herself upright, but no sooner had she done this than another blow struck her in the face. She was forced into the wall, the warm wet taste of blood in her mouth, as well as something small and hard. She opened her mouth involuntarily, and saw a tooth, one of her premolars, fall to the ground. At that point, everything just became too much. The fear of what Hartley wanted with her, what he was going to do with her, what he was going to do to Nora and Roger, how vulnerable she felt right now. She couldn't stand it anymore. There was a blood-curdling shriek that Cheryl took a few seconds to realize was coming out of her own mouth as she charged Hartley. He apparently hadn't been expecting that and hesitated, allowing Cheryl to slam her shoulder directly into his chest, sending him toppling to the ground. The chair fell to the side and Cheryl threw herself on top of him. Seething with rage, fear, humiliation, and hatred, Cheryl brought her knife down. An agonized scream erupted from Hartley as the blade pierced his eye, which burst open. Blood seeping down over her hand, Cheryl pressed her knife directly against Hartley's throat. "Give me a reason," she hissed. "Give me a reason why I shouldn't let you choke on your own blood. Will you people get in here already?" Hartley screeched, sounding terrified. "Didn't you hear any of that?" "No." Cheryl gaped at him. She wanted to cry. After all of that, after being battered around by him, felt up by him, she was no closer to getting out of this situation. He still had 5 men outside of the door. Fighting through the emotional maelstrom raging inside of her, she tried to think of a plan. If these people cared about Hartley, there was always a chance she could hold him hostage. She tried to think about how she would get them to back off when the door slid open. "I'll kill," she began, whipping to look at the door, but she choked on the sentence. It was Roger. In armor, rifle in hand, and with terror and fury on his face. "Cheryl," he whispered, crossing the room. "You." Hartley said in horror, "What happened to my?" But he was silenced as Roger pressed the barrel of his assault rifle against Hartley's head. "One more word. One more fucking word and I will do it," Roger hissed. "I don't give a rat's ass about the consequences. After everything you've done you've lost the right to speak." Looking away from him, he faced Cheryl. "Nora and I heard your message. She's outside, we thought." "Oh Cheryl." Horror spread across his face as he looked at her. Confused, she looked down and realized what had prompted his reaction. There was barely anything left to her shirt, a few tattered straps were left. The meager remains did little to protect her modesty, leaving a standard-issue white bra as the only thing that kept her from being exposed. "God," she whispered. The adrenaline rush was slowly wearing off. The anger that had kept her going during her fight with Hartley was ebbing away. Her head was throbbing, the gums where her tooth had been torn out was in agony, and a wave of nausea washed over her. She was shaking as she got to her feet. She just wanted to get away from all of this. To curl up in a corner and cry. "I was so scared," she whispered. "You had every right to be," Roger said, comfortingly, giving her a small hug. She gratefully returned in. "Come on," he said, breaking away. "Let's get you out of here." Nora's quarters. He looked down at Hartley. "And you," he said with disgust. Reaching down, he grabbed him by the throat and forcibly pulled him to his feet. "Left your spine back on Moria, hey? The great and brave Sergeant Lewis Hartley of the Morian shock troops, who doesn't feel comfortable attacking a woman in her room unless she's outnumbered 6-1, unarmed, and undergoing physical therapy." Reaching out, Roger positioned the index finger of his cybernetic hand threateningly in front of Hartley's eyes. "Count yourself lucky I'm not finishing what Cheryl started. Because believe me, I would love nothing more than to make those eyes of yours symmetrical right now." He shoved Hartley in front of him, pressing his assault rifle against Hartley's back. "Outside. Now." Slowly, wincing in pain, Hartley left the room, Roger right behind him. Cheryl slowly followed, pressing herself up against Roger's back. There was a standoff going outside. 6 Morian shock troops all had their weapons drawn and were aiming them at Nora, who had her pistols trained on them in return. Her arm no longer in bandages, Nora was able to grip both of her pistols tightly. Cheryl couldn't help but notice that several of the Morians were nursing broken noses or legs, and that they were quite a distance from the door. Glancing over her shoulder, Nora's eyes widened at the state that she was in. "What did I say?" she said, her voice deathly quiet as they fixed on Hartley. "I warned you. I warned you. I said if you went anywhere near here, that I wouldn't stop until something breaks. And the second your little wannabe gang is dealt with," she gave a twisted grin. "Well. Connect the dots. Roger, cover me. Roger nodded as he raised his rifle, aiming it at his fellow shock troopers, while Nora lowered her pistols. Here, she said, her voice suddenly soft. She holstered both of her weapons and slid off her coat, draping it over Cheryl as she did, covering her up. It's over now. We're here for you. Thank you, Cheryl choked out. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw that Hartley was limping towards the shock troops, all of whom looked nervous, unwilling to fire the first shot. Your rifle. Can I? Of course, Nora said, sliding her semi-automatic off of her back and gently pressing it into Cheryl's hands. Cheryl nodded. She wanted this to be over, but it wasn't just yet. She didn't care how much she was hurting right now, she wasn't showing any more weakness in front of Hartley. There would be time to let it out. She wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. As she aimed the rifle at the group and Nora drew her pistols again, Cheryl blinked. Hartley had said that there were 5 men outside her door. However, there were 6. I'm telling you for the last time. One of the Marines said, lay down your arms. Or have you turned traitor? Cheryl recognized that voice from her first encounter with Hartley. Lieutenant Stone. She must have joined the group after Roger and Nora had arrived. You're kidding me, right? Roger said. Your XO breaks into Cheryl's room, tries to rape her, his lackeys are standing guard for him, and you're calling us traitors for stopping it? Are you actually serious with this crap? He pointed at Cheryl. Look at her. Blood was dripping out of Cheryl's mouth, and even as she stood there she could feel a few drops oozing from where she had been hit in the head. Considering the state Mr. Hartley is in, Lieutenant Stone said coldly, it seems much more likely that she assaulted him and that any injuries she bears are the result of self-defense. Oh right, silly me, Nora said, her voice bursting with sarcasm. He was defending himself. One of those instances of self-defense where he goes into someone else's quarters and rips their clothes off. I remember when I forcibly stripped a guy in self-defense, it was right after the time I anally penetrated another man. You know. In self-defense. Question. Do you honestly expect us to buy this, or are you just that soft in the head? You're outgunned 2-1, Ms. Hawkins, Lieutenant Stone said. Do the smart thing and let us escort you to a holding cell. Then you can present your case, however flimsy it might be, too. Not happening, Nora said. Not fucking happening. Hate to say it, but you don't seem to inspire confidence in your men, Roger said. Half of them look like they pissed themselves. Then again, if Eden Prime taught me anything, it's that I seem to be the only Marine shock troop who isn't a complete and utter fucking coward. Cheryl tightened her grip on the borrowed rifle. Hartley had said something about doing this before. If they all were put in the brig, she had little doubt he would forge evidence of some kind. She wasn't letting herself be at his mercy again. Last warning. Stone said. Stand down or... So you're really willing to order your men to die to protect that sack of shit, Nora said. I wonder what the letter to their parents are going to look like. Dear Mr. and Ms. Who Cares? Your son's XO was a sex offender and died defending him. But don't worry, your son was helping him in the first place, so he probably deserved to die. Something like that. Very well, Lieutenant Stone said cruelly. Open. Enough. Everyone's heads turned. A small group was making its way down the corridor, heading towards the backs of LT. Stone and her men. General Hill and Cornelia took up the lead, with Maria and Jane right behind her. Cheryl wasn't sure what to feel. She felt safer with Cornelia and Jane but wasn't sure how to react to the Marine general. Thank goodness, General, Lieutenant Stone said. I could use some help controlling the situation. Captain Shepard's men are out of... She never finished her sentence. Hill's fist had collided with her face, forcing her to stagger backward. Cheryl's mind went blank. She had thought of 1,000 different ways General Hill would react to what was happening. This wasn't one of them. Stone stuttered out, losing her stoic demeanor for the first time. I know, she hissed. I know everything. What you and Hartley have been doing. But, Stone blustered. Whatever lies Shepard's crew have been telling you. Lies. Hill said. The recording of Hartley talking about what he and you have been doing behind my back? Specialist Benson's face, did she just trip and smash it against the well about 10 times? Well. Cheryl realized that Maria's face was horrifically bruised, and she herself was looking at the badly hurt Hartley with pure disgust. Realization dawned on her. You weren't content with just me, were you? She said harshly, glaring at Hartley. It seems he wasn't, Hill said. All of you, she said, waving her hand at the gathered shock troops. Consider yourselves dishonorably discharged, effective immediately. I can't do that on the spot. Don't care. Get out of those uniforms. You're all confined to quarters until I can figure out just what to do with you. If you're spotted outside of your rooms with any of your gear, Captain Shepard's crew has permission to shoot to kill. Now get out of my sight. Now. The gathered soldiers scattered, clearly terrified of Hill. Stone herself slowly backed away, looking as if she was terrified that Hill would draw her shotgun, before she turned and ran. Hartley slowly began to limp after them, before Hill's hand closed tightly around his shoulder. Oh no. It's not that easy, she said. Specialist Benson, is there anything you want to say to your boyfriend? Also, I hate to say it, but I can't really see that well, only one eye. You're in my blind spot. Also, could you tell me what his injuries were? I must be getting old, I can't seem to remember them in vivid detail. Maria stared at Hill, confusion blasted on her face. Hill gave a small nod. Swallowing, Maria took a step forward, stopping directly in front of Hartley. Please, he whimpered. He was a mess. His broken arm was hanging limply at his side and both his arm and his eye were still bleeding. Maria's face hardened. He lost both eyes. He's completely blind. There was a flash of steel as Maria drew a knife, and the next thing Cheryl knew Hartley was on the ground, clutching his face. He was sobbing in agony. Tragic, Hill said coldly. Thank you for jogging my memory. On your feet, soldier, she said, pulling Hartley to his feet. She looked him directly in his bleeding sockets, even though he could no longer see her back. I'm not a very popular figure, because I allow things that most people consider morally abhorrent. I'm not going to debate how justified I am, but I will say that everything I allowed had a purpose. Securing Moria and the coalition. People say that I let my men do whatever they feel like, but every time I allowed them to commit some horrible act, it was for the purpose of protecting people. She leaned in. How did you satisfying your depraved sexual urges protect Moria, Sergeant? Your platoon? Your people? The coalition? He didn't say anything. That's what I thought. She said. She looked at Maria. When she spoke slowly, as if she was having a hard time reaching for the words. You've done your part, more than your part. If you wish, I can have you placed on indefinite shore leave, with pay. I can arrange transport back to Moria. Maria nodded meekly. Please, she said. I've had enough. Hill nodded stiffly, looking very uncomfortable. I'll arrange that. Get some rest. Shepard, let me know if you need anything else to clean up this mess. With that, she left, dragging Hartley with her. He weakly stumbled after her. Cheryl felt her legs get out on her. She was halfway towards the ground when Nora caught her, gently cradling her in her arms. You okay? She whispered. No, Cheryl mumbled. She could still feel his hands on her. Oh Christ, Cornelia said, pressing her hand against her mouth in anxiety. Fuck me. This is all my fault. She slowly approached Cheryl, looking horrifically guilty. I'm so sorry, Cheryl, she said weakly. Adam and I were trying to catch him. We let him go, we were focused on getting General Hill. Oh God, Cheryl, I'm so sorry. Cheryl, still being supporting by Nora, looked past Cornelia, at the woman who had cut out Hartley's remaining eye. Her face was bloated and bruised, and red puffy eyes suggested she had been crying recently. I didn't mean for it to end this way, Cornelia was cut off. Cheryl's hand had darted out and smacked her firmly on the cheek. Don't you dare apologize to me after what you just did, Cheryl said softly. Don't you dare apologize to anyone after what you just did. She inhaled sharply. It's not your fault. This mess shouldn't have even been here in the first place. Officers are supposed to watch out for and report this kind of stuff. Not cover it up. Cornelia gently rubbed her cheek. You're right, she said sadly. But sometimes it's in their best interest to look the other way. It looks better on their record to have outstanding soldiers under their command, and not one guilty of felonies. She ground her teeth in frustration. What Adam and I did was a desperate last move. What does it say about the support network for crap like this when the desperate, unorthodox shit we pulled was the only option we really had? She rubbed her head in exasperation before looking at Cheryl. She opened her mouth, trying to say something. She couldn't seem to find the words. Cheryl forced a weak smile. She needs you right now, she said, weakly gesturing to Maria. Cornelia nodded, still looking like she wanted to say something to Cheryl but unable to. We're always here if you need us for anything, Adam said kindly. Cheryl barely registered them leaving. She was tried, frustrated, scared, and in pain. She wanted to just get away from it all. Do you need to see Shakwas? Roger asked. Not now, she said. Later. I just. Roger put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Somehow, that was enough to push her over the edge. With what strength she had left, she wrapped her arms around Nora, buried her face in her chest and let the tears she had been holding back flow. Cheryl couldn't remember ever crying this hard. Her lungs felt like they were going to tear as she blubbered into Nora's chest, the torrent of emotions she had been feeling pouring out of her all at once. Through the tears, she saw someone else approach her. Jane had been silent through the entire ordeal. A look of sheer horror was on her face. "I'm going to make this right," she said, so quietly Cheryl could barely hear her over her wet sobs. "I'm going to make this right. I'm going to make this right. I'm going to make this right." Chapter 104. Deals. XXXXX. Ashley impatiently paced in Philo's hospital room, a room that was not particularly big and made it so that she could only walk for a handful of seconds before she hit a wall and was forced to turn around. She was angry, so angry that she had trouble finding a way to focus it. She had heard what had happened on the Normandy, and to say that she was livid was an understatement. She had heard from Shepard that she and Hill were going to be meeting with Philo and that Hill wanted her to be there. She had no idea why, but frankly she didn't care at this point. She was glad that she was being given an excuse to be in the same room as General Hill after what had happened. She had no idea what she was going to do, in fact part of her knew that she couldn't really do anything. She had to do something though, no matter how small. Even if it was just looking her in the eye and asking why. "Could you not?" Philo asked in annoyance. "My head is still throbbing from all of the glass shards that got pulled out of it." "You're not making it any better." The tanker was still lying in her bed, bandages wrapped around her mangled face. She looked particularly miserable, even the smallest of movement would cause her face to scrunch up in pain. "Sorry," Ashley said without really thinking about it. She had a hard time focusing on anything right now. Spotting a chair through the haze clouding her mind, she forced herself to sit down. "How much longer?" "Should be any minute now," Philo said grumpily. "They're certainly taking their sweet time." "Oh. Perfect timing." The door to the room slid open and 4 people walked in. Jane, still in her power armor, General Hill, General Yusuro, and a woman in a business suit that Ashley found vaguely familiar. "It's a freaking party in my room. What do I owe the pleasure?" "The General has a few things she wants to propose to us," Yusuro said through grit teeth, crossing the room in a stiff walk and sitting down in a chair directly next to where Philo was resting. "And she wants you to be a part of it." "Question?" Ashley asked, taking a great effort to keep her voice neutral. "Why am I here?" "Let's get the minor ones out of the way first," Hill said. "Congratulations Chief Williams. Or should I say, Lieutenant Williams. As of now you're the acting XO of the Normandy." Ashley blinked. She was still a rank below what John had been, but it would be more than enough to assume the position of an XO with him gone. Gone. It was a word that she honestly had trouble accepting. Ever since she had heard about John's death she hadn't reacted the way she had thought that she would. In fact she hadn't reacted to it at all. It all felt so unreal that she kept expecting to turn the corner and see him there, smiling that great big dumb smile of his. After all, he had been in her life ever since they were kids like that. How could he just be gone? "I fully admit that this is a rather drastic change, faster than anyone would ever allow in peacetime, and truth be told even on most fronts in this war this wouldn't be allowed," Hill said. "But the Normandy is a bit of a special case. You've been serving on it for years and we don't have the time to get a proper officer on board and up to date with all of the unique systems that it has. The plasma cannon, the stealth system, and unless I'm mistaken, that Exulan teleporter that was installed after Eden Prime. Thankfully, due to the nature of the conflict Moria has been having with the hegemony, the brass has always given me a bit of leeway. Besides, I don't think anyone would complain about the daughter of the famous General Williams getting an officer's commission. Granted some might think it's just for show, but let them think that." Ashley's brain stirred. She felt a pang of frustration at being compared to her grandfather. An old wound that hadn't been felt in a long while that was aching again. She wasn't entirely sure that she trusted Hill, there was a nagging feeling that this really was just for show. She felt this way despite the nature of the Normandy. Even though the Normandy had made more than enough missions for their enemies to know that it existed, the coalition was tight-lipped with information regarding the experimental ship. It wouldn't be hard to announce that she had been promoted while not mentioning where she had been stationed. Now that the Normandy has a freshly established chain of command, you're now in a position where you need to be aware of what's happening behind the scenes. Which brings me to item number 2 on the list, Hill said. Stepping across the room, she stopped directly in front of Philo's bed. "You are aware that the trial for the man who did this to you is starting tomorrow, correct?" Philo nodded, the movement stiff and minor to keep the pain under control. "I want you to do me a favor." Ashley already didn't like the way that this was going. Everything that she had heard about the trial for the shock trooper that had assaulted Philo had indicated that it would be a fair, unbiased trial. That was coming apart at the seams right now. Philo seemed to agree with her. "Why do I get the feeling that I'm going to want to punch you in a minute?" she asked, her voice icy. "Because you will," Yusuro said venomously. She already had a cigarette in her mouth, holding up her lighter to it. Hill's good eye shivered to focus on her, glaring fiercely. It stayed fixed on her until the smoke was lit and the tiny speck of fire had disappeared into the metal case. At that point she turned her attention back to Philo. "I'll be blunt. His career is over. He'll be dishonorably charged from the military and serve 5 years in prison in exchange for pleading guilty. A coalition prison. In coalition society, we call this a plea bargain. I want you to make a public appearance and support this. Falo's brow furrowed furiously. General, she said, her voice still cold. If a Batarian had done this, smashing a glass into a soldier's face, what would be the punishment? Death, Yusuro said, her voice just as cold as Falo's. Public execution most likely. Pistol to the head. It seems to be a much more fitting punishment if you ask me. I agree with her, Falo said. After what he did, he could have just as easily have done the same thing to any of my men. And 5 years later he'll be out and about, free to do it to anyone he wants again? So why the hell should we agree to this? You might want him to get off with 5 years, but you're going to need approval from our courts. Considering the position your general friend is in, all I need is her approval to legally do this, Hill said. But I need your approval to smooth this over. I take it that you've heard of the founding of the SDA? An independent planet, free from the political influence of the hegemony. Falo nodded again, wincing in pain for the second time. Well, I have interest in seeing it thrive. Thousands of refugees have already made the run from hegemony space to here. Some of them brought military ships, so with that and the damaged ships that were being repaired when the hegemony, you have your own little navy too. But we need to take the next step. In order to do that I need the cooperation of the people. Your appearance in approving of a lesser sentence for my soldier, a sign of you forgiving him and of cooperation between our two nations, will do much to smooth out the strained relations we have. I thought the founding of the SDA was supposed to do that, Falo said, eyeing Hill suspiciously. And I don't forgive him. Oh, I know you don't, and I wouldn't expect you to, Hill said. But it's in both of your interests if you put on a pretty face and tell the public what they want to hear. They're very happy right now, as you said, the founding of the SDA did a lot to improve relations between us and the general public. But we need to make sure that it stays that way. You're popular enough that an attack on you nearly tore apart everything that we have here. I want you to help us lay bricks on this foundation. To ensure that the SDA has your approval. Falo ground her teeth, and Ashley knew without a doubt that she would have thrown herself at Hill, clawing at her throat, if she had been in any condition to do it. You said that you wanted to see this planet thrive, Falo growled. It's easy enough to just say that. Why don't you actually do something to back it up? I'm very glad that you said that, Hill said, a smug smirk on her face. Because it just so happens that my guest here was invited to this planet for just that reason. Ms. Camera. The woman in the business suit jumped as she was mentioned. Swallowing, she took a step forward and respectfully said, How do you do? I'm Afreen Camera, CEO of Nizo Transportation. My corporation has had successful contracts with the coalition before, and I am here on their behalf. She shuffled nervously on the spot. Ashley felt rather sorry for her. Whatever she was doing here, it was clearly making her uncomfortable. Are you familiar with the Andrew Hawkins scandal? Vaguely, Yusuro answered. I've seen his name on a couple of transaction papers, one of the thousands that go through my office, and I know they very suddenly stopped. She took a long drag on her cigarette. And I heard the coalition had something to do with that. They did. He and his wife were both arrested for human trafficking. His company was dissolved and the assets sold off, Afreen said, her head noticeably lowered. My company was on good terms with the coalition and they offered me a large portion of his former assets at a low price, on the condition that I do them a favor. Help revitalize this planet's economy. I'm going to ask you a question and I want you to be honest with me, Falo said. When you say they, you mean specifically this woman, don't you? You didn't talk to anyone else about this, did you? Afreen glanced at Hill, who gave a lazy noncommittal shrug. I have the approval of the coalition parliament and their military command, but General Hill is the only one that I have spoken to on this matter, she admitted. There was a small look of satisfaction in Falo's eyes. Ashley couldn't tell if she was happy that Afreen was being truthful with her, or if it was a look of smug knowingness. She only had limited experience reading Batarian facial expressions. But to get back on topic, we have acquired several construction shipyards at an extremely low price. They were only just finished so we can easily tow them from one planet to another. General Hill here has expressed interest in bringing them to this planet. There's quite a bit of mining on this planet, and the resources from it could be put towards shipbuilding. We would be more than willing to take on Batarian employees and even allow Batarians to buy our stock. As much as I hate to admit it, we could use the industry, Falo said. Ship construction is a very profitable business. It could bring this planet some badly needed income. She grumbled. There's a few holes in the plan though. First of all, while ADEK does produce a good amount of ore, we're missing several vital materials to produce starships, including the big one. Element 0. Second of all, I deeply appreciate the offer to take on Batarian employees, but the problem is that with the exception of menial, low-paying jobs, you'll be hard-pressed to find anyone on this planet who can do what you're looking for. There are ways around that, Afreen said hastily. I can make arrangements for extended internships. Special occasions. Batarians can start off with low-entry positions that don't require much skill, and learn from other employees. Hell, I can even hire a few people to act as tutors and... Not to be rude, but I hope you realize that this sounds incredibly desperate, Yusuro said snidely. Afreen swallowed again, but she stood her ground. And not to be rude in return, but you don't have much of anything to offer your people in terms of occupation. What I have isn't as ideal as things should be, I admit, but it's better than nothing. And I will take steps to make sure that your people can learn important skills on the job, even if it's not related to what they're doing. It will take time, a long time, I won't lie. For Allah's sake, I'll probably have to take steps to set up a proper education program, but you will get trained workers out of this. It'll take years, but you need to think in the long term when you're building a nation. And you're doing all of this out of the kindness of your heart, Falo said skeptically. You're not just exploiting our planet for resources. As I said before, I am more than willing to sell stock in the company, Falo said. General Hill assured me that your planet would have more than enough capital to get your foot in the door. Yusuro grunted reluctantly. I may have seized more than a few personal cash stashes from the nobles and businessmen who didn't surrender to the coalition. We've probably got more than enough to buy in. Excellent, Afreen said. I'd be more than willing to sell to you and any other on this planet who can afford it. Your portion of the profits can be spent however you see fit. Considering your concern, I imagine that you would want to build more than a few schools. She gave a nervous smile. As a token of goodwill, I could arrange to have a couple built. I doubt I could do anything for higher education-based schooling, but general education would be well within my range of capability. It's a start, Yusuro said. Like everything else you're offering. It's a start. Not a solution, but it might lead to one someday. She took another puff. Well, I'll give you credit. Your offer is slowly becoming enticing. What's more, I can sell you transport ships at a below-average price so that your economy could start trading on its own, Afreen said. It would be a good way to. We get it, Yusuro said. You give a crap about us, unlike Hill. You've made your point, I'm interested. I wish I wasn't, but I am. Afreen's mouth slid shut, an embarrassed look on her face. So, she continued, looking at Hill. You want us to let the man who did this to Falo off with a light punishment in exchange for the tools that allow us to truly act like an independent nation. I thought you said we would be having autonomy. You do, Hill said. She was smiling, but Ashley couldn't help but feel disgusted by it. There was a level of perverse pleasure in it. You can say no. I can't force you to say yes. Yusuro snorted. You could say the same thing about giving rotten meat to a starving man. He could always choose to not eat it, but he'll starve to death if he doesn't. The choice is a hollow one, an illusion. And right now, we're that starving man. He glanced at Falo. I know what I would do, but Falo was the one wronged here. If she doesn't want to let him go, that's her right. Falo let out a bitter laugh. Oh, perfect. I live my entire life under the hegemony, everything I do being the product of lies and deceit. We finally break free of that, and not even a month goes by before we fall back into old habits. She sat up in her bed, face twisting with pain as she did, glaring furiously at Hill. You shouldn't. Afreen cried out. Your wounds will, but Falo cut her off. Let me make sure I understand you, Falo said, fury etched into every word. You want me to lie to everyone on this planet, the people who were just freed from a lifetime of tyranny and slavery. To let a man get away with attempted murder with nothing more than a lenient punishment. And in return we get scraps. Low-paying jobs, an industry that will profit off of our labor and resources, and faint promises that we might, be able to stand on our own 2 feet decades down the line. Falo, please, Afreen said desperately. The last thing I want to be is a war profiteer. I'm foregoing my CEO bonus during this development and I'm funneling as much of the profits that I can into developmental projects, and I will ensure that Batarian shareholders get a fair. Ms. Karma, I feel sorry for you, Falo said. You're trying so hard to make this as beneficial for us as possible. You've honestly earned my respect. The problem isn't what you're doing. The problem is the scenario that you're working in. She extended her arm, pointing at Hill. She's rigged this whole situation from the very start. She forced us into a situation where she has all the power and we have nothing to use as a bargaining chip. Hill tilted her head. She looked mildly amused. So is that a yes or a no? Her Omni tool beeped and she looked down at it in a flash. Just for the record, a freighter just entered the system, carrying several hundred liberated slaves. Its captain, one Franklin Hurst, is requesting asylum for them. It'd be nice if they were heading for a planet that had a future. Silence filled the room as Falo glared at Hill, who didn't seem fazed by it in the slightest. Finally, Flo let out another hate-filled laugh. I'm no stranger to selling out my dignity and self-respect, she said. I suppose this is the best price I've ever gotten for it. Fine. I'll dance your dance. She leaned back into her bed. Now get out. A smug satisfied smile played across Hill's face. Pleasure doing business with you, she said, giving a mocking bow before exiting the room. You'll be expected to make a public appearance about this in a few days. In the meantime I'll be talking with Mr. Hurst. He's done the coalition a favor or two in the past, and I'd like to know the full details about how he got these slaves, she called over her shoulder as she stepped over the threshold. Afreen shot an apologetic look at both Flo and Yusuro before following the general. Ashley looked at Jane. The captain had not said a word the entire time. Slowly, her hands closed into fists. I'm going to make this right, she said. Ashley blinked. She wasn't sure if Jane was talking to her, the Batarians or herself. She wasn't alone. Pardon? Flo asked, the anger in her voice replaced with confusion. This is my fault. This is all my fault, Jane said. Something flashed across her face. Anger, mixed with determination. I'm going to make this right. Without another word, she pushed the door open and left. Flo and Yusuro looked at Ashley, both of them utterly lost. What was that all about? Flo asked. She's not the one who came up with this SDA crap. Hell, she doesn't even really have any power over situations like this. Ashley hesitated. She wasn't entirely sure what Jane had meant herself. I'm not certain, she said honestly. Captain Shepard has been under a lot of stress recently. Oh, Yusuro said, understanding dawning on her face. She's the one that released the Rachni and cured the genophage. That makes sense now. I'd be surprised if there wasn't an officer in the hegemony that didn't know her name. She's got quite the bounty on her. She took another drag on her cigarette. You probably don't appreciate how big of a deal that is. The hegemony has a massive stranglehold on the media, barely any news from the outside gets in. If every lieutenant knows who she is, I can only imagine how many people know her everywhere else. Ashley frowned. So what makes sense now? She said. I mean, there's no real connection as to why she's like this. I mean, she's been quiet ever since the war and then it hit her. She stood there for a moment, the full implication of what she had just realized sinking in. No, she said. She can't think this entire war is her fault. The concept should have been laughable. Hill had accused Jane of being the cause of the war, but Ashley had found the claim to be absurd. She had had Admiral Marcus' approval when curing the genophage, and Matriarch Benazia Anguirus had had just as much of a hand in releasing the Rachni as she did. She couldn't take all of the blame. Yusuro let out a low, weak sigh. Is it all her fault? No. But that doesn't mean she won't think that way. After all, this whole is going to be hard on her in particular. Some people say the war is because of the Rachni, others the Krogan, and some just because the coalition has too much freedom. But it all comes back to one name. Jane Shepard. Everywhere you look, Jane Shepard is the face of this war. Ashley grit her teeth. This was asinine. I need to go talk to her, she said. Flo, get well. Without another word, she spun on her heel and ran after Jane. The hospital hallway stretched on in both directions. Ashley gave each one a quick glance, wondering which one Jane would have gone down. Spotting the exit to her right, she began to sprint down the hallway, idly glancing at turns to make sure that she hadn't gone down any of them. What the hell is she thinking, blaming this all on herself? She asked. John wouldn't have. John wouldn't. Her voice died as she slowly came to a halt. She could see his face in her mind more clearly than she could have when he was alive. Smiling that wide, goofy smile of his. Not now, Ashley said. It was getting hard to breathe, her breaths were becoming shorter and shorter. He had always been there. A part of her life. Please, she whispered, begging with herself. I can't. She had known him since they were kids. Their families had fought together in the First Contact War. They had always been close. Please, she said again. Her throat was extremely tight. Now he was gone. She would never see him again. She snapped as the tears began to flow. Unwanted, unwelcome, hot as they streamed down her face. John, she whispered as she subconsciously backed up against the wall, sliding down into a sitting position and burying her face in her hands. The world around her seemed to disappear as she buried her face in her hands. All she could think about was him. XXXXXX. Samantha Gall exhaled. She was standing on the bridge of the Goliath, along with Admiral Gallows, Nita at his side, General Moore, and all of Sigma Squad. She and Sigma Squad were clad from head to toe in their power armor, helmets on and weapons at their side. All eyes were focused on the holographic display at the very front of the bridge. All 300 ships of the Allies' Enclave Gethquarian fleet were amassed in the middle of a Solarian star system. The wreckage of a dozen Solarian defensive ships were scattered around one of the inhabited planets. They had been overwhelmed by the sheer size of the invading fleet and had been destroyed before they had been able to get more than a handful of shots off. A couple of ships had managed to get away though, and they had jumped through the massive structure that Allied fleet was now floating in front of. A mass relay. This mass relay in particular led directly to the Solarian homeworld of Surkesh in the Pranas system. The capital of the Solarian Union, the home to the bulwark of the Solarian Navy, and where the Solarian Dalatras was. Their mission was simple in concept but would no doubt be complicated in execution. Cause as much damage as possible to the Solarian war machine in the heart of the Union, capture the head of the Solarian government, and get out before enemy reinforcements swarmed and overwhelmed them. Sam's eyes drifted towards the rear center of the fleet. The majority of the Quarian ships were there, a direct result of them being significantly lighter than Enclave and Geth ships. The Quarians didn't even have any dreadnoughts, although all three of their former live ships had been converted into makeshift ones. Dreadnought-class mass drivers had been mounted on their spines, and Enclave and Quarian engineers had collaborated with the Geth in order to install shields of a similar quality. Those were the only dreadnought qualities that the live ships had though. Their hulls were much thinner, and while dreadnoughts had never been particularly maneuverable, the live ships were somehow even less so. To complicate matters, they were much bigger than dreadnoughts despite not being more powerful, making them much bigger targets. Despite this, there was one benefit to the live ships that had proved to be incredibly useful. The dextroamino acid crops were still being grown on the ships, despite crops being grown on Rannoch for the first time in centuries. It didn't stop there, they were also growing levo-amino acids for the Enclave soldiers to eat. The end result of this was that the fleet had never-ending supply of food, removing the concern of running out and soldiers starving. To make things better, parts of the live ships had been converted from producing food, as the mouths they had to feed were now well below 17 million, into munitions for the rest of the fleet. Not enough to resupply the entire fleet, but enough so that they had a steady flow of slugs for the mass drivers. This amassed fleet would soon be attacking Surkesh, but there was a problem with that. The few ships that had been fast enough to survive their initial assault had escaped through the mass relay, heading towards the same destination as them. Surkesh knew for certain that they were coming now, and they had most likely known that they had been coming ever since they had entered Solarian space. They would no doubt have dug in front of the mass relay, waiting for targets to exit. "This is insane," Nita whispered to no one in particular. "Admiral, we're all going to die if we go through with this. We have the Geth with us, can't we take advantage of that? If they die their programs just get recovered." "It's not that simple," Gallows said. "If we sent the Geth swarming in we'd simply lose too many ships. We wouldn't have enough to follow up for the assault on the planet's surface. We need the Geth for that too. We need the Goliath to spearhead this charge. No other ship has the sheer firepower that this one does." "I understand that, but the Goliath needs to survive," Nita protested. "This ship is a one-of-a-kind. The only super dreadnought in existence, it's the tip of our spear. Thousands of people will die if it's destroyed and we'll lose our most valuable military asset. It's either that or sending Geth, Quarian or lighter Enclave ships into an assault they won't survive," Gallows said. This approach will work, Nita. The Goliath is tougher than any ship the Enclave has ever built. It'll survive." "I hope so," Nita said. Everyone was stiff. General Moore, chewing nervously on the toothpick in her mouth, reached forward and gently took her daughter's hand in her own. Cadence craned her neck around and whispered something to her mother, but Sam couldn't make it out. Sam herself had a small knot in her stomach. This could work, but it could just as easily blow up in their faces. She had accepted long ago that she could die when she was fighting as a rebel, but she had always imagined that it would be in a firefight. Not because she was on a ship when it was destroyed, something she had no way to personally prevent. "If anyone else has any objections or alternative plans, I'm all ears," Gallows said. He looked around, swallowing as he did. He had the look of a man who desperately wanted someone to speak up, to tell him what a moron he was and to tear his plan apart. No one did. "Well then," he said, straightening his back and giving his collar a tug. "Take us into the relay." The crew of the bridge silently nodded as they turned to the terminals in front of them, punching in commands. "Load the torpedo bays, charge the main cannon and guardian lasers, full power to shields," Gallows said. From what little experience Sam had with Navy combat and preparing for it, she was certain this was an unnecessary command. It would be suicidal to not go into a combat situation without weapons at the ready and shields at full strength. It was just comforting to hear, to be reminded to the arsenal of the ship. Right now it was working. She remembered the dozen disruptor torpedo launch tubes that this ship had, along with half a dozen banks of guardian lasers. She hoped that it would be enough. And now," Gallows said. Sam honestly thought that her heart had stopped for a second. That something had gone wrong and that he was no longer beating blood through her arteries. 1 second they were surrounded by friendly ships, 299 friendly signals appearing on the display in front of them. The next, they were gone, and the Goliath was on the other side of the relay. 150 Solarian ships were waiting for them, spread out in a net-like formation in front of them. Thin and wide, a formation designed for someone defending against a large amount of invaders coming through the relay. Good. Gallows shouted. The formation I wanted them to take. Everyone, tighten up. Sam found her breath again and her heart began to beat. Hammering in her chest, threatening to burst out. Trying to take her mind off of the countless enemy ships who were no doubt locking onto them at this very second, she forced her gaze onto the friendly ships. Only 30 ships had gone through the relay, all of them enclave. They were all frigates and cruisers, with the exception of the Goliath. As Gallows had ordered, they were in an extremely tight formation, many of the smaller ships positioning themselves directly behind the Goliath. Forward, maximum speed. Gallows ordered. All other ships, match speed with the Goliath. No matter what happens, don't break formation. If you do, you'll be an easy target. His finger jammed forward, pressing against one of the ships in the Solarian fleet. Here. The 30 assembled ships roared forward, heading in the direction of the ship that Gallows had selected. Slugs from the Solarian fleet came crashing down upon them, impacting on the Goliath and those that were not behind it, but only a handful. The Solarian fleet had been spread out for a massive onslaught of ships, not the small and tightly knit strike force that had come out of the relay. As a result, many of them were not properly positioned to fire on the strike force. They were taking steps to fix that though. Sam could see the ships that were positioned above angling down, and the ones below them angling up. She had no idea how long it would take for them to get a beat on the enclave ships. Another volley of slugs erupted from the ships that could hit them came. The first time they had merely weakened the kinetic barriers of the ships that they had hit. This time they did more. Damage reports coming in. Nita reported, looking at a nearby terminal. Frigate Lexington destroyed. Frigate Charlestown disabled, no life signs. Cruiser Massachusetts critically damaged, power failing. Frigate Columbia suffered a fatal core breach, all hands lost. Sam watched in agony as the ships being called out either fell out of the back of the formation or simply disappeared. The Massachusetts was launching escape pods, but only a handful, and Sam wasn't sure if the Solarians were above shooting them. Another slug sped forward, slamming into the front of another cruiser, one just behind and to the side of Goliath. This cruiser's shields had been at full strength, but that made no difference. It crumpled under the force. The main is, it's gone. Half a second after she had said this, another slug impacted on the Goliath's barriers. The floor beneath Sam shuddered, and all of the crew staggered as they attempted to maintain balance, a few grabbing their consoles as they did. Shields at 52%. Sam's eyes swiveled back to where Gallows had pointed earlier. She saw the cause of their sudden drop in shields and the main's destruction. A pair of dreadnoughts, positioned at the very center of the Solarian net, no doubt so that they could fire directly into where they thought the majority of the enemy capital ships would be. Are we within effective weapons range? Gallows asked. There was a hasty nod from one of the navigators in front of him. Very well. All ships open fire. Punch a hole in their lines. Target the Goliath's main cannon on that dreadnought. Sam's eyes widened. Even though she was seeing it on a miniature holographic display, the ball of plasma that the Goliath fired was large enough to match a frigate in size. Said ball of superheated matter was hurtling towards the Solarian fleet, directly at one of the dreadnoughts. Plasma did not actually pass through kinetic barriers, that was a common misconception, even among those in the Navy. Sam had to be reminded this by Admiral Gallows yesterday. Kinetic barriers blocked matter, and while it was the least stable form of matter, plasma was still matter. However, due to the heat and radiation that plasma emitted, things that were not matter and not blocked by kinetic barriers, this technicality ended up making very little difference in the end. And with the sheer size and power of the Goliath's cannon, the heat and radiation produced by it was nothing short of gargantuan, as the unfortunate dreadnought before them soon found out. Sam watched in awe as the dreadnought crumpled under the strain. She had no idea if the kinetic barriers were strong enough to stand up to the force of the plasma, but either way it didn't matter. The hull of the ship was sagging, and she realized with a jolt that it was melting. The ship was slowly crumpling into a shapeless mass, but before it could progress any further, an internal explosion rocked the ship. Critical core failure on enemy dreadnought. Nita reported. Fuck, Sam whispered. A single blast from the Goliath's main cannon had single-handedly destroyed one of the largest ships that the Solarian Union was capable of fielding. She was shaken out of her thoughts as the slugs from the other enclave ships found their mark. The ships that had been hiding behind the Goliath had spread out in order to fire, but even then they were tightly knit. With the directly forward nature of mass drivers, this limited their field of fire. The volley of slugs that they had fired tore through 5 Solarian frigates and a trio of their cruisers, in many cases with twice as many slugs as were needed. A handful of ships had managed to target the dreadnought, but all of their shots had impacted harmlessly on its shields, which were still holding. The Solarian dreadnought returned fire, along with a handful of ships around it that were still intact. Another Enclave cruiser was smashed to pieces, along with 2 more frigates, and even more slugs found their way to the Goliath. The one fired by the enemy dreadnought included. Shields at 27%. Nita reported. The main cannon isn't charged again yet. We need 5 more seconds. All disruptor torpedoes and laser banks on that dreadnought. Gallows order. We need it dead. All ships, refocus fire. Everything else is second priority. A dozen torpedoes launched from the Goliath, accompanied by a flare of lasers that instantaneously found their mark, passing right through the dreadnought's shields and burning into the hull. The torpedoes were stopped by the shields, which flickered heavily under the strain. By that point, the rest of the Enclave ships had fired yet another volley of slugs, around 10 of them finding the Solarian dreadnought. The ship's kinetic barriers had fought long and hard to remain operational, but they had simply been pushed beyond their breaking point. They managed to stay up for the first half of the slugs before they finally collapsed, leaving the ship vulnerable to the rest of the sublight-speed projectiles. Sam fought back the urge to wince as the hull was torn apart, the damage from the Guardian lasers having softened it up, and explosions rocked the alien vessel. Mere seconds later, it had subsided. The majority of the ship was still there, but it was now a lifeless husk. There were no power signatures, and barely any life signs. The handful of Solarian ships left in front of them didn't stand a chance with their heavy support gone. 3 of them managed to fire one last desperate salvo, but they were too few and too light, only claiming the life of a single frigate before the Enclave ships that had not targeted the dreadnought focused their fire on them. They never stood a chance, and were torn to pieces under the strain of Enclave fire. Sam was shaken by the battle playing out before her. It felt so impersonal, so fast, and thousands upon thousands of lives were being blinked out of existence right before her very eyes. Just as she was processing this, a few Enclave ships behind them disappeared. Cruiser Nevada destroyed. Cruiser North Dakota destroyed. Frigate Yorktown destroyed. Frigate Concord destroyed. Admiral. Nita reported. Admiral. The ships above and below us are firing on us. It was true. It had taken time, but the ships below and above had tilted upward and downward respectively. Not all of them had managed to reposition as of yet, but there were enough to pose a threat. The 4 ships that had just been destroyed were proof of that. Get through the opening that we made. Now. Gallows ordered. The surviving Enclave ships sped forward, a handful of shots smashing into their shields, many of which were dangerously low, and managed to push through the hole that had been punched in the enemy lines. They were now on the far side of the Solarian formation, the majority of enemy ships had their backs to them. Turn about and fire at will. Eliminate as many ships as you can. Gallows commanded. Out of the 30 ships that had made up the original strike force, 18 were left. Those 18 ships whirled around and opened fire, adding the disruptor torpedoes that they had been saving to their storm of slugs. Only a few of the Solarian ships were destroyed, those who had not turned. The gigantic Goliath was much slower than the smaller ships around them and was still turning, unable to bring its main weapons to bear. It had managed to cripple a frigate though, a hail of laser fire tearing through its hull and leaving its engines dead. A couple of Solarian ships had managed to completely reposition, their backs to the relay, and returned fire, claiming the lives of 2 more frigates and a cruiser. At that point though, the moment that everyone on the bridge had been waiting for came. Dozens of ships began to appear at the entrance of the relay pouring out into the system. All of them were Geth ships, the entire Geth portion of the Allied fleet. They had come out around the same point that the Enclave strike force had. The point that was now facing a large hole in the Solarian formation. With well over 100 Geth ships, they were not able to form up in the same way that the Enclave had. They were much more spread out, so that their ships would not hit each other when firing, but their heavier ships clearly were clustered at the center of the formation, while their lighter ships made up the fringes. Slugs flew from the majority of the Solarian fleet, shredding the lighter ships and destroying dozens of them, but barely any found their way towards the center of the formation. The point of the Solarian net formation was so that all possible positions could be hit when enemy ships were exiting the relay. The purpose of the Enclave strike force had been to sabotage that advantage. With the hole in the net, the Solarians had been unable to focus their fire on the heaviest portion of the Geth fleet, where it had been needed the most. What was more, the Geth fleet had been spared fire from more than just the destroyed ships. More than a few Solarian ships were focusing instead on the Enclave ships, and some hadn't even fully repositioned, leaving them in a state where they could not fire on either the Geth or the Enclave. The fleet not in the immediate area of the Enclave ships had kept their weapons trained on the mass relay. The Solarians were too well trained to let a strike force break their entire formation, but Gallows had forced their hands. At least 24 warships had had no choice but to focus on the Enclave ships that had broken through their lines. If they had not, Gallows simply would have destroyed them from behind and made the hole bigger themselves. And now the Geth had made it through with the majority of their heavy ships unharmed. The battle became a mess as the Geth ships made minor adjustments, completely unfazed by the destruction of so many allied ships, and sent a storm of slugs towards the Solarian fleet. Meanwhile, the Goliath had finally been brought to bear and its main cannon was fired again. It roared forward, swallowing up a Solarian cruiser and clipping a nearby frigate, vaporizing the front half of it. Unlike dreadnoughts, the shields of frigates and cruisers simply couldn't stand up to the sheer force of the Goliath's main cannon. At that point the battle became too chaotic for Sam to follow. Shot after shot was traded, disruptor torpedoes and guardian lasers joining the fray. Her eyes darted from one end of the holographic battlefield to the other, trying to keep track of all of the ships that were disappearing from the display. Then, as soon as it had begun, it was over. Without any warning and in well-practiced unison, the Solarian fleet scattered. All of those that were still fighting, minus a few that were badly damaged, activated their FTL drives. They shot across the star system, some of them heading well past the relay, some off to the side, and some back towards the center of the system. A collective sigh was breathed by everyone on the ship. Sam looked sadly at the strike force. The majority of it had been destroyed. It had accomplished its mission, but at a high price. A good 60% of the Solarian fleet, give or take, had been either destroyed or disabled. A similar ratio was present among the Geth fleet, though much more slanted towards lighter ships. The rest of the fleet was now entering through the relay, the Quarian ships and the Enclave ships that had not been part of the strike force. GG good, Gallows said, taking it all in. We lost more than I wanted to, but we still accomplished our mission. We're in the system. Hunter-killer groups, do everything you can to keep the Solarian fleet from forming up again. Remember, your objective is to keep them separated, not eliminate them. Destroy enemy ships when possible but don't overextend yourselves. 5 groups, each at around a dozen ships, departed from the main fleet, chasing after the retreating Solarian ships. 2 were Geth, 2 were Enclave and 1 was Quarian. All other ships, render assistance in rescuing adrift crew members and Solarian survivors. They may be our enemy but we're not going to leave them to die on the VVVVV vacuum of space. Get that done as soon as possible. In half an hour I want to make an advance on Surkesh, get CCCCC close enough to destroy any orbital defenses from a safe distance, and then start our landing. There was a tap on her shoulder, and Sam turned to see General Moore looking her in the eye. That's our cue, she said. We need to get ready. She gave a small nod. It felt otherworldly to see the space battle decided so quickly. And now they were already marching off to another battle, when the bodies from this one were still warm. Feeling detached, she reached down and gripped one of the hilts of her swords, gripping it tightly. Some feeling flew back into her. These people were one of the powers that wanted humanity to be obedient little servants. They were here to show them that wasn't going to happen. Save it for them, Moore said, but a small smile was playing across her face. Pivoting on the spot, she began to head for the exit to the bridge. Sam followed, and judging by the heavy thunks behind her, so was Sigma Squad. XXXXX. Hurst allowed himself a grin as he stood in Sarah's cargo bay. Normally it would be filled with scattered relics, odd findings, and other mementos of his journeys through the galaxy, but they had all been cleared away. Several hundred people, mostly Batarians but with an occasional Turian, Krogan, more than a few Asari and an assortment of humans, Standard, Necro, and even one Meta, were spread out through the cargo bay. It had been turned into a makeshift mass sleeping area, but very few were doing that now. Most of them were gathering up what little belongings that they had. They would be docking over a DEK soon and, with any luck, they would all be in a safe haven after that. Well, better get the others up, he said. Approaching the wall at the far end of the cargo bay, he punched a code into a panel next to a door. In addition to the main cargo bay, he had several side cargo bays that were significantly smaller, but out of the way. He had stored most of the cargo he had in these bays in order to free up living space, but there was one that he had left free. The one that housed the mysterious stranger's small ship. Hey, we're gonna be arriving in a few minutes. He called as the door slid open. He walked through, expecting a reply from either the stranger or Marauder shields, but there was no response. In fact, there was no sound coming from inside the side cargo bay at all. It took Hurst a few seconds to realize, but the cargo bay was completely empty. The stranger's ship was gone. What the hell? Hurst whispered. He had a hard time believing what he was seeing. He knew the mysterious stranger had a reputation for disappearing in the blink of an eye, but managing to take off in a starship with no one noticing was a whole other thing. Especially considering it had been stored inside of a cargo vessel. Hurst, why are you standing there with your jaw slack? Rig approached him from behind, hovering into the cargo bay. Oh, that's why, he said dryly. Our guests flew the coop. They paid in advance, right? Hurst nodded silently. Well, that's a first. Usually our passengers ditch before paying. And they usually leave a note implying that you greatly enjoy performing oral sex. Rig floated forward, into the center of the cargo bay. Though these two might have still done that, there's a data pad over here. Walking forward without thinking, Hurst took the data pad that Rig had picked up. A long line of text was glowing in a soft orange light on it. Slowly, Hurst began to read aloud. Dear Hurst. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. Your actions may have very easily have saved millions of lives, perhaps more. There's no telling what Saren would have done if he had gained full access to the Shadow Broker's database. What's more, I've been sending the data that we've been gathering, no matter how scarce, to the Coalition. Because of you, they're more informed than they would have been if you had done nothing. Sadly, this is where we part ways though. You've done much, but at this point what needs to be done can't be done with a transport ship, even one like Sarah. Despite the mass driver we installed on her, the areas I'm heading towards would rip her apart in a matter of seconds. I need to go in silent, my ship is better for that. We'll probably be seeing a lot of man-to-man combat too, and that's more than I can ask of you. But honestly I think it's for the best that we're going our separate ways. That trick you pulled with the slavers was an act of pure genius, you don't need my help to make the galaxy a better place. I'll do it in the only way I can, and you can do it in the only way you can. The mission I'm embarking on is incredibly high risk, you certainly wouldn't survive it and my chances are dicey at best. Still, I plan on meeting you again someday, even if for a little. I'm trusting you to stay alive because I am. Enclosed in this data pad are the legal documents you need to keep from being arrested for that mass driver. As far as the Coalition is concerned, you are legally a privateer, given approval from the Coalition to arm your ship in this time of war. However, I can't promise you'll be able to keep it when the war ends. So while the time lasts, get out there and do whatever you think needs to be done. I've left you some money to widen your options. P.S. I forwarded some more credits to Zaid's account. If you think you need his services, he's all yours. If not, tell him he just got a very big bonus. Sincerely, M.S. Money? Rig asked. How much money are we talking? Hurst pressed a couple of buttons on the data pad, causing a number to pop up in front of it. A jolt of shock tore through him as he realized how many zeros there were. Well? Rig asked impatiently. Hurst lowered the data pad so that Rig could read it. Oh haha. Very funny, Hurst. Show me the real amount and stop trying to mess with me. Rig let out a small snort of disgust as he looked at the pad. Then he blinked. Wait a minute, he said. No. No fucking way. He gave us that much. Well, you have no right to complain about a lack of money for a long time, Hurst said, finding his voice and letting out a deep booming laugh. Trust me, that's a problem I wish I had more often, Rig said, sounding rather cheerful. So, seeing as how we gave both Saren and the Batarian hegemony the middle finger, what's the next step? His cheer slightly ebbed away, and Hurst knew that Rig would be frowning if he had a mouth. I'd rather not also get on the bad side of the Turian hierarchy. Don't worry, Hurst said reassuringly. Considering how many ships they're mobilizing, we wouldn't be able to get anywhere near hierarchy space. And those guys play for keeps, I'm not going anywhere near a Turian patrol ship if I can help it. Good, because I was worried you've forgotten what happened the last time we were in hierarchy space, Rig said. Hey, we were cleared of all charges. Hurst said defensively. Rig always had to bring up the past at every single chance. And it was always the bad he remembered, never the good. He really needed to find a way to lighten Rig up. The court found out about how the prosecutor had been using fake contraband as evidence. Yet, only because you hid the real contraband in the ship's exhaust port, Rig said. She would have found it otherwise, and we would have been in a Turian prison colony right now. Not now, our sentence would have been up by now, Hurst said defensively. We only would have gotten 10 years maximum. Rig was such a drama queen, always blowing things out of proportion. That's not the forget it, Rig grumbled. The important thing is that we agree that we're staying away from Turian space. So what's next? We try and rip off another slaver like we just did. Hurst grinned widely as he remembered the successful ploy that he, Rig and Zaid had executed just a few days ago. A Batarian freighter had been delivering slaves from the core of the hegemony to the outer colonies for sale among wealthy investors. On the way there, it had made a detour out of Batarian space and into the parts of the terminus systems that were considered no man's land, specifically to head for Omega. While there, they had picked up their non-Batarian cargo to give their sale in the colonies a more exotic selection. They had all been on Omega at the time, refueling and rearming, and the opportunity proved to be too perfect. Zaid pulled a few strings to learn where the ship was heading and when, and once they had, they laid their trap. They left the station well before the slaver and intercepted him halfway between Omega and his destination, offering to buy his entire inventory for double the price. Not thinking it through at all, the captain of the ship authorized the transaction and sold all of the slaves to Hurst. Unfortunately for him, Zaid had also found a rather interesting program on Omega, one that was a virus that was able to disguise itself as a bank transaction. Instead of the 500,000 credits the slaver had been expecting, his shields were disabled the second the last slave had been transferred, leaving his ship vulnerable to a blast from Sarah's mass driver. Hearst couldn't help but giggle at the thought of a man who had sold people as commodities, smiling at the fortune he thought he had, only for it to turn out to be a Trojan horse. The one downside was that the virus burnt itself out immediately after. Zaid had explained to him that the seller did this to ensure repeat business. Hearst had been rather annoyed by that. The software had hardly been cheap, but inside it had proven to be well worth the 5,000 credits that he had paid for it. Maybe something like that, but we're gonna have to come up with something new, Hearst said. We might be able to pull off the same trick twice in a row, maybe even 3 times in a row, but if we get too predictable it's going to backfire on us. No argument from me, Riggs said. The Solarian that sold us that virus had a real shifty look for him anyway. Probably would let a Krogan slice off his mother's head for a credit. I wouldn't put it past him to pocket our money and report us to the hegemony if we keep using his product to take out slavers. Well, we got plenty of time to think about that later, Hearst said. We're clear to dock soon and I want to make sure that all of this goes cleanly. I got authorization, but you know how things can snag at times. All too well, Riggs said grumpily. Both of them turned and exited the side cargo bay, heading back into the main one. Zaid was outside, leaning against the wall with a combat knife in his hand, idly balancing it by the point in his finger. Oh, for fuck's sake, we get it, you're a badass, Riggs said. Zaid ignored him. So the goddamn noir film star and the walking tin can flew the coop, hey? He said idly. Annoying, but their money's good. I double-checked after what I picked up on Omega. Wouldn't have put it past them to pull the same trick on me. I would have done the same when I was younger. Yeah, they're gone, Hearst said. So, what do you say? Still up for sticking around? Hearst wasn't going to admit to particularly liking Zaid, but there was no getting around the fact that he was the type of man you wanted on your side. Experienced, hardened, and probably most importantly, connected. You already know the answer to that, Zaid said. Tossing his knife up into the air, he lazily watched as it rose up. Flipping over and over again, he let it fall before his hand darted out and grabbed it firmly by the hilt. Rig rolled all 3 of his eyes. I got paid to do a job and I don't back out on jobs. All I've got to do really. Vidau's dead, so I don't have murdering him to look forward to. Retirement is something that's only appealing until I remember I can't find a planet that I can stand living on for the rest of my life, and the Blue Suns are in such a mess right now that any half-assed dreams I had of taking them back feel laughable. And that's assuming this war doesn't end with them all getting killed in the crossfire. So yeah. You tell me what to shoot and I'll shoot it. Or not to shoot. Don't really care either way. I think we can find something for you to do around here, Hearst said. Not today though, consider today a day off. Zaid gave a small grunt. As he did, he shifted slightly and Hearst noticed the rifle on his back. It was a much older model than he had ever seen Zaid used. Is that one of mine? Hearst asked. I know I got an old pile of rifles around here someone. Zaid's eyes narrowed. No, it bloody isn't, he said, a hint of anger in my voice. This is Jessie. Old girl's been with me for years. Been sleeping for a real long time. Used all the money that Pratt in the trench coat gave me to hunt down old parts that fit her. She's ready for a good scrap. She sure as shit ain't one of the hunks of scrap you've got lying around. My apologies, Hearst said sincerely. Removing his hat, he gave a deep bow. I wasn't aware that I was in the presence of a lady. It's a pleasure to meet you. There was a gagging noise behind him. It was unmistakably Rig. Hearst stood straight back up again, smiling widely. Zaid was staring at him, not with anger but cautious uncertainty. It quickly faded away when he let out a soft snort of laughter, and a ghost of a smile slid across his face. Just do whatever you need to do, you goddamn crazy bastard, he said. You know where to find me. Goddamn crazy bastard, well that certainly comes close to describing you, Rig said. Let me ask you something, Rig, Hearst asked, stepping away from Zaid. If I'm a goddamn crazy bastard, what does that make you? Considering that you know that, but still stick around with me. Someone who doesn't know when to quit a stupid best and only friend, Rig said grudgingly, a slight hint of playfulness in his voice. Hearst grinned. I'll take that. As he spoke, a loud clanging noise filled the ship. Turning his head, he saw that the airlock at the center of the wall beginning to turn as it slowly began to open. Perfect, Hearst said. Ladies and gentlemen. He shouted, his voice booming throughout the cargo hold. It is my great pleasure to declare you all free and under the protection of the SDA and the Coalition. Please mind your step as you disembark, and a hearty fuck you to the hegemony. There were a handful of scattered laughs from around the cargo bay, but most of them were already scuttling towards the airlock, just as it slid open. Several soldiers, most of them Batarian but a handful more EN shock troops, stepped out and formed a line on either side of the airlock. An elderly, exhausted-looking Batarian with a day top had clutched in his hands, was the last to step out. "Please form a line," he said with a soft wheeze that Hurst could barely hear. "There are a few questions I need to ask you. For your own protection, to help you find shelter, and so that we know how many of you are on board so that we know if someone goes missing." The crowd that was massing around the airlock didn't seem to have heard the old man, as it took the soldiers repeating his instructions several times before they finally formed a single file line. It was painfully dull. The old man asked basic questions: "Who are you? What do you have with you? Do you know anyone on the planet? Do you plan to stay?" before making a note and letting the person through. The problem was that he seemed to be hard of hearing and the refugees had to repeat themselves more than once, and he wrote so slowly that only one person was passing through the airlock door every few minutes. Hurst could feel his eyes glazing over out of sheer boredom after what felt like an hour of watching this monotony. Thankfully, something happened to break it up. A Batarian man, tattered and covered in dirt, burst through the airlock. Not from Sarah and into the space station she was docked with, but the other way around. The old Batarian was buffeted to the side as the younger man raced in, looking around frantically. "She's got to be here," he whispered desperately. We promised that we would both escape." "Kalnan." A blonde standard human darted out of the line, heading towards the Batarian. His eyes lighting up, the two met in a tight embrace. "I thought I would never see you again," she said breathlessly. "I was on one of the first ships to escape Ida," the Batarian said breathlessly. "I thought that they were onto you, that's why they sold you." "That man saved us," Ida said, pointing at Hurst. "It's all because of him that I'm here." Hurst felt a warm feeling spreading throughout him. The two of them looked like they had been through hell and back. Both of them were covered in dirt, were badly bruised, and were wearing tattered and stained clothing that looked like they hadn't been taken off in months. If he had to take a guess, they had been forced labor for farms. The Batarian had a sickle at his side. They had been slaves, mere property, under the hegemony, but now they had a second chance. XXXXX. Author's note, to the Anon reviewer Chuck. Yes, I am well aware that I royally messed up the ranks in more ways than one. I'm tempted to go back and fix it, but frankly the damage is done. I am also aware that Nora would most likely be charged with a far bit of war crimes. I have no real good defense or explanation for that. Sorry. As for Cheryl and Roger, well, you kinda got your wish. I hope my screw-ups don't get in the way of your enjoyments of the story too much. On a side note, I'm not sure how big of a jump it is from Ashley's rank of Gunnery Chief to Lieutenant is, considering that Gunnery Chief doesn't seem to be a rank that actually exists. Still, I'm assuming it's a general step up but not too far up. Ashley is supposed to be a Lieutenant Commander in ME3, but that's because there was a 2-year time skip. So Lieutenant seems to be a good enough of a position to ensure her position of an XO while not giving her too much authority. It's tricky working with ranks in Mass Effect, which to be frank was always kind of fast and loose with it. They seem to kinda slap Marines and Navy together, considering Ashley was very much a Marine but she got promoted to Lieutenant Commander, which is very much a Navy rank, or Coast Guard, but I seriously doubt that was the intention. Now you might be asking, is the scene with Hurst really necessary? Yes. It is. You'll find out why next chapter. And on another note, if there's one thing I regret doing in this story, it's focusing on the mysterious stranger and Marauder shield so much. Not having them in the story, but bringing them to the forefront when I should have been leaving them in the shadows, mysterious and unknown. So back to the shadows they go. Chapter 105. Fracture. XXXXX. How's it looking? Sam asked. She was standing in the hangar bay of the Goliath. The rest of Sigma Squad and General Moore were nearby, General Moore with her Omni tool out. It was filled with soldiers that were filing onto shuttles, Marine and heavy trooper alike. There were more than just them though, squads bearing the symbol of a man holding a rifle. The National Guard. Former rebels integrated into the armed forces, much like Sam. They were easily outnumbered 10 to 1 compared to the other Enclave forces. We've taken out every military station and satellite that they had in orbit, along with a few more that we deemed were uninhabited. There were a few minor military installations on the other planets in the system. We glassed them the second that we got the chance. After that we turned our attention on the surface of Surkesh. We've been dropping rocks for the past 3 hours, she continued. Not at full power, a full power shot from a cruiser's mass driver could level a city. No. A mere fraction of what they're capable of. Enough to eliminate a base or a fortified position. We've been taking out every last one that we spot outside of city limits, blasting a few spots where we're not sure of, and now we're finishing it up by moving on to the capital city of Talat. We've been more surgical there, trying to keep civilian casualties to a minimal. Still, we've been obliterating bases, AA defenses, and anything else that looks like military hardware. Can someone tell me why we pulling out punches here? Warren asked. I mean, I'm not saying we should be deliberately targeting civilians, we're not trying to wipe them out, but they started this war. It's a simple matter of not wanting to escalate the war, Albert said stoically. No one else has been targeting civilian populations, and we are not going to be the ones who take the first step. Didn't I just say I wasn't talking about targeting civilian populations? Warren said in exasperation. Off the high horse, big bro, talk on the same level as us less than clean mortals. There's more to it than just not deliberately shooting at civilian centers, Sam said. The Turians are launching raids in coalition territory, but they haven't done anything to put civilians in unnecessary harm. We can't do that. Combat in urban areas are going to lead to civilian losses no matter what, we need to do what we can to minimize them. Warren let out a bark of laughter. You fucking serious? You of all people are the one criticizing me of risking the lives of civilians? Or are you saying it's okay to do it to your own people and not aliens? His voice was smarmy, but as he spoke he glared at Sam. His hands tightened into fists, and she saw pure hatred behind his eyes. Sam felt like she had just walked into a solid wall of tension. She could see everyone else stiffen slightly at Warren's words. A few soldiers, Marine and National Guard both, came to a halt, looking at the conversation with interest and confusion. I beg your pardon. She said coldly. Warren, shut up, Albert said sternly. She's a general. A lieutenant general but still a general. Respect your superiors. I respect what you are trying to do, Colonel, but from my experience your brother is a disrespectful little shit who's going to say what he wants, regardless of my rank, Sam said coldly. So I say we drop ranks for the rest of this conversation. Don't want to let it build up into resentment on the mission. Well, you were right about one thing, Warren said. I was going to say whatever the hell I wanted, but that's because you aren't a real general. You're a rebel and a traitor who got stuffed into a uniform as part of a political ploy when Woods was forced to surrender at gunpoint. You're one of the people that made the Enclave bleed for years, made it so that we never had a moment of peace, and now you're preaching to me how we can't have any civilian deaths? I haven't forgotten the airstrike in New Boston, lady. I saw the bodies. Because of the attack you led. The thin facade of smarminess that Warren had been keeping up crumbled like a house of cards. Anger was etched into every corner of his face. Sam blinked. She had never seen Warren like this before, he had always been a fortress of smugness. How long had he been holding this anger back? Her eyes narrowed as she replied. She forced herself to keep her voice level. Even though she had dropped the ranks, it didn't feel right to lose her temper and start shouting at him. Especially with others around. I forgot the part where I was the one who called the airstrike down, she said coolly. I could have sworn that was your people, Admiral Crawford in particular. A massive pang of hatred towards Warren coursed through her body as she spoke. What the hell did he know? The self-centered little brat. Acting like everything that had gone wrong in the rebellion had been because of her. What would he have wanted? For them to sit down and be good little slaves to the Enclave. What am I talking about? Of course that's what he wanted, Sam thought bitterly. It'd make it easier for him to step all over us. Oh, so that makes it all okay, Warren said sarcastically. Ignoring the fact that civilians were still dying. After all, we were fighting in the middle of an urban area. No matter what happens there are civilian casualties in urban areas, that's what you said, right out of the horse's mouth. And you tried to assassinate General Moore right in the middle of an urban area. So what? Did you just not happen to care about the civilians then? Do we only worry about them when we're focusing on our image? Help me out here, I'm trying to understand your messed up logic. What I said was that we need to minimize civilian casualties, not prevent them altogether, Sam said coldly. She could feel the anger building up inside of him. Part of her wanted so badly to punch Warren in the face as hard as she could. Maybe knocking a few of his teeth out with the help of her power armor. She couldn't do that though. She had to stay in control. Well, looky here, it understands the bare basics of warfare, Warren said sneeringly. I guess even a terrorist can learn the basics of warfare. I just hope you're up for fighting a proper war. You can't turn around after 5 minutes and hide in a cave with your pack of cowards. Sam was about to reply when someone else beat her to the punch. Who's the coward? An angry voice said. Oh yeah, we were the cowards. Not you, the big brave Special Forces squad who massacred under-equipped and untrained resistance fighters. When you're not calling in air, armor, or orbital support, that is. What cowards we were, not having access to all of the toys that you had. We should have been slapping on our power armor and marching in line with tanks. You're forget yourself, man of iron, a second voice said. The line between cowardice and recklessness is a thin one. You passed it many paces ago. Sam canned her neck and saw that 2 of the guardsmen had stepped forward. She could clearly see their faces through their see-through helmets and recognized them both. The first one was a welcome old face, Michael. The second one, on the other hand, was someone she had hoped she would not meet again. Sam fought back the urge to swear. She had not enjoyed the limited time that she had spent with the prince. Oh great! More terrorists! Warren shouted, throwing his arms up in the air. Our beloved general's sex aide and the escaped mental patient. Sam couldn't help but quietly agree with the latter. Why stop there? Where's the psychotic biotic? Oh right, she's a teacher now. Because when I think of someone who led a gang of murderers and rapists, I think that that person needs to be put in charge of children. I don't know about that, put her in a room with the Kane sisters and I'd have a hard time telling them apart, Michael retorted. And weren't you the ones who helped capture Quarians and handed them over to Dr. Goeth? Yeah, I seem to recall hearing about a couple of them picking a fight with some Marines, and I wish I could have been there. There's a good chance one of them lost someone they cared about to you. You personally? Oh no. Warren screamed in faux hysteria. Won't someone please think of the bucketheads? Even the council can't stand them, and say what you will about aliens, at least most of them are good for something. Kind of impressive, I didn't know it was possible for an entire species of beggars to exist. Plus there was that bit where they wanted a giant army of synthetics. A reasonable person might question what a species with bad relations with every government out there might do with that much power, but I bet you were just waiting for your chance to lie face down with your ass raised to them. Oh right, that giant army of synthetics that you wanted too, Michael said viciously. Sounds to me like you're more upset that we're trying to take your toys away. What the hell do you even know? Warren asked. You're just a he trailed off as his eyes turned downwards, focusing on Michael's shoulder, before shifting to the same spot on the prince's shoulder. Both of them had a vertical bar, Michael's was silver while the prince's was gold. Oh fuck me, he said. Lieutenant? Both of you? I've served for years and the faux Prince Charming is officially only one grade below me now? And the blow-up sex doll is on par with me. Not a huge surprise, Michael retorted. Considering you, the bar must be set pretty damn low. Apparently anyone can become an officer. Oh, Warren said. A dangerous grin flitted across his face. Is that a challenge? As he spoke, one of his blades extended from his forearm. There was a flurry of movement as he took a step forward. Sam felt a surge of panic as she went for one of her swords. She knew that Warren could skewer Michael with ease. She knew that if she used her own weapons on him things could escalate quickly, but frankly she didn't care anymore. If Warren was going to threaten one of her friends, he was going to have to accept the consequences. This turned out to be unnecessary. Her chainsaw sword was halfway drawn when a power armor-clad fist closed around Warren's wrist. If you keep this up you're off the mission. We can't afford unstable elements at the best of times, Albert said harshly, glaring at his brother. Do you understand? Warren glared back, murder in his eyes. So you're just swallowing every last bit of this? Officer commissions being given out like candy. Given to people who not only haven't earned them, but should be facing a firing squad. Mind telling me what the hell you're smoking? Because I could use a pound of it right about now. I'm not. Warren. This is not a debate. I gave you an order. Either follow it or hang up your uniform, Albert said. And either way, if you pull out these blades on someone who is not an enemy, I will personally rip them out. Do we have an understanding? The two stared at each other, Warren furious, Albert resolute. Slowly, Warren slid his blades back into his arms. Those are weapons meant for the enemies of the Enclave, not the soldiers of it, Albert said. All right, everyone back to your stations, Moore called out. In the heat of the moment, Sam had forgotten all about the crowd that had been gathering around them. Slowly, they began to disperse, giving lingering looks as they did. It was hard to keep track of all of the individual looks on their faces, Marine and Guardsmen alike. Some looked scared, others angry, while a handful were not looking at Warren, but at each other. Suspicion was on their faces as Marines and Guardsmen looked at each other. Can I talk to you? In private. Sam had no time to react before General Moore had grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her forward. Out of sheer instinct she followed along, barely comprehending what was happening until she had been led into one of the shuttles. What the hell were you thinking? Moore hissed. Letting him off the leash like that? In public? Do you know why officers don't let their subordinates give them lip? Because we have to maintain our authority, to make sure that soldiers respect us and our orders. If the chain of command is jeopardized by anything, such as a mouthy soldier making a scene in public, then that authority is harmed. And right before a pivotal invasion? Do you have the slightest clue what you're doing? Sam couldn't help but wince. She herself couldn't help but agree that what had just happened with Warren was nothing short of an utter disaster. Still, she wasn't going to sit down like a scolded child and take all of the blame. He pulled a blade on one of my men, she said defensively. If letting him off the leash was enough to do that, then it's because he's a rabid dog. A few mean words shouldn't be enough to drive someone to murder. In case you didn't notice, when we were forming a way to defend ourselves, we didn't get the luxury of picking the best of the best. We took what we could get, Moore retorted. I don't like it any more than you do. The Enclave Special Forces was given to us by Dr. Goeth. An evil and despicable man who deserved to die, but we still use the Enclave Special Forces. Why? Because when you get down to it, we are the smallest galactic power there is. Even with the recent colonization, we still have less territory than the non-council species, which is why we need every last asset we can get. It's dirty work, something I realized a long time ago and that had me looking for comfort at the bottom of a bottle. She let out a frustrated sigh. Look, you probably never wanted to be a part of this, I get that, she continued. I never wanted to be a part of it either. It made my life miserable and destroyed my marriage. But I kept pressing on because someone had to do it. Well, I'm that someone now. To be perfectly blunt, you'd serve your purpose perfectly well by sitting on your ass making a speech every once in a while about how peachy things are. Give me the word and I'll do all the leading here. Sam scoffed. Moore was certainly right on one part, she had never wanted this position. She had always been more comfortable leading a small personal force, much like the Eagles. However, now that she was in this position, she wasn't about to give it up. If we were talking about just the regular armed forces, I'd be tempted. But my people, former rebels, are taking part in this mission. I'm not just leaving them to you. Moore scowled. There's only a few hundred guardsmen on this mission. The majority of them were left back on Cor Mali because they don't have enough combat experience. I hope there's more behind this decision than tribalism. It was true. Only around 500 guardsmen had been selected to take part in the invasion of Surkesh, the majority of them having volunteered. In a way, though, that was exactly the reason why Sam couldn't back down now. It's about looking out for them, she said firmly. They're looking to me. Without me they're stranded in the middle of an ocean of people who hate and resent them. Christ, countless people who are part of this invasion probably supported Crawford. There's no way we were able to ID everyone who threw in their lot with him, and there's no way I'm abandoning my men. A grim smile played on Moore's face. Well, you give a damn about your soldiers. That doesn't make you a leader, but it's a step. If you're going to stay, there's something you should learn fast. The Enclave is tainted. Woods wants to change it for the better, that's why Crawford is dead and Gallows is leading the fleet, but it is tainted. Scars from the constant rebellions, scars from Crawford's failed coup d'état, the humiliation of having to surrender to the coalition, and now the hate that's bound to be boiling in the people who see aliens as threatening humanity's future. Maybe we'll get better in a few decades, but until then this is what we have to work with. Soldiers like Warren Black. You've got to learn to expect that and work with it. With that, she turned and left. Hell of a first mission, General. Fighting back the urge to snap, Sam turned and saw that Cadence had followed her into the dropship. She looked rather tried, her face seemed to be drooping and her eyes seemed to be struggling to stay open. That's Warren for you. He says what he wants, darn the consequences. The brass just loves him. And I'm guessing you think he has a few good points? Sam asked, more venom in the question that she had meant. Look, I know we're not enemies anymore, Cadence said. But that doesn't change what happened. You tried to kill my mother. You tried to kill my friends. Her hands gripped tightly on her power sledge. And now you're half a dozen ranks above me. She gave a bitter laugh. Looking at you now, part of me really wishes that I had been able to finish the job back in New Boston. You think you're the only one? You think you never killed anyone I knew, Sam said. I lost a lot of friends fighting for freedom. And I'd bet my arm that some of their blood is on your hands. Granted, I don't wish that I had killed you because right now that feeling is being reserved for the squad mate that comes off like he's compensating for something. Besides, she added, I've been quiet about all of this because I just want to get things done. So how about we both bottle up our resentment until a more convenient time? If the last 5 minutes have taught me anything, letting them all out isn't the best of moves. I saved your life, Cadence said bluntly. Remember? Rose Kane was about to fry you with her flamethrowers. I stopped her. After you nearly murdered my mother. So asking me to bury the hatchet sounds like a whole lot of take from you and a whole lot of give from me. When am I going to get something out of this relationship? Sam tried to reply, but her words died on her mouth. Cadence wasn't exactly wrong, and she felt a little guilty. That guilt was met in equal measure with frustration. She wanted to quietly apologize to Cadence just as much as she wanted to throw herself across the shuttle and punch her in the face. Instead, a neutral reply came out. I'm with you on this mission. I'll be sticking with Sigma Squad all the way through. How about I promise to get you back to your mother? I make sure that the both of you leave this planet alive. Cadence let out a snort. It sounded like she had tried to suppress it, but it had managed to slip out anyway. We'll see, she said darkly. Until then, like I said. Save it until after the mission, Sam said. We're going to have to be making our drop soon. Cadence didn't say anything, she merely turned and left the shuttle. The second before she passed through the threshold, her fist shot out and smashed into the wall. A deep dent was left as a result of her outburst. Dark thoughts flowed into Sam's mind. Minutes ago, she hadn't wished that she had killed Cadence back on Cor Molly. After that conversation however, she couldn't help but imagine her chainsaw sword slicing at Cadence's neck. Parting flesh from flesh, severing her head from her body, a look of horror on her face as the life faded from her eyes. What the fuck is wrong with me? She muttered. Not for the first and most certainly not for the last time, she wished she had never accepted Wood's offer. XXXXX. They're coming online. Marcus nodded stiffly. He was standing in his quarters on the Everest, a place that he seemed to be spending less time than he probably should have been. A holographic display of General Vitas was on the far side of the room, making direct eye contact with him. Slowly, the room began to fill with more holographic displays. General Hill, Fleet Admiral Hackett, Admiral Anderson, recently promoted Colonel Jackson, the council members, the leaders of the army, President Woods, Admiral Shailaron, and Erdnot Rex. Not as many people as the first time this alliance of theirs had met, but all of the major factions that made it up had a representative. An awkward silence filled the room as they all exchanged glances. I think we should start with the basics, Hackett said, breaking the silence. Marcus, this channel is secure, correct? Marcus nodded. He had spent all of the day as well as a good part of the last one ensuring that the hierarchy would not be able to eavesdrop on their communications. A handful of eyes lingered on them, doubt plainly obvious, but no one said anything. Very well. I've been gathering what ships we can spare, putting together a task force to try and break the siege. It's going to take some time though, we're pulling ships off of garrison duty from all over the coalition to do so. How much longer can you hold out? We managed to get a couple of food processors going, Marcus said. Older mothball models that the team's helping to reseed the planet had lying around. It's processing local flora even the Krogan couldn't eat, and some of the Krogan are leading hunting parties in Tomkas to kill as much local fauna as they can. Apparently one particularly well-armed one downed a thresher maw. Rex let out a groan of disappointment. There's a thresher maw hunt and no one invited me? I killed one when half of the inhabitants of the planet's quads hadn't dropped yet. Marcus blinked. He wasn't sure if Rex was being serious. He decided that it didn't matter, he had to finish his report. Between all that, I think we can last for another week. Between that and the food we've already gone through, we should last another 3 weeks, 4 if we strictly ration. Morale will most likely start to decline by the end though. I've had some of the paste that the processors churned out, it's nauseating. Don't worry, no matter what happens the Krogan people won't desert or surrender, Rex said. They've finally gotten a taste of freedom after nearly 2,000 years. They're not about to let it go because of a few growling stomachs. Nonetheless, I would prefer that the siege be ending as soon as possible, Marcus said. We've already taken more losses than I am comfortable with. How long will it take to assemble the relief forces? 2 weeks, give or take, Hackett said. We're taking it slow, trying to make sure that the fleet movements aren't being spotted. Now that Udina is gone and the Enclave is on our side for the moment, the chances of spies in the coalition is at an all-time low. But it's still greater than zero, and handling information during a siege like this must be done with the utmost delicacy. One wrong move and the sieging fleet will simply wipe out the relief forces as they come through the mass relay. Not only would nothing have improved, things would have gotten a lot worse, Anderson said grimly. A good portion of our naval power would have been wiped out. The hierarchy has only been launching small raids into our territory with those ships that slipped through the relay. We've had a few skirmishes with them, nothing decisive, but losses have been minimal on both sides. They're playing it safe until they deal with your fleet, Marcus, but if we were to lose too many ships at once, they might see core coalition worlds as targets of opportunity. Understood, Marcus said. He felt a little hollow. He had lost so many men in the short time the siege had been dragging on. How many more of them would be dead in another 2 weeks? We'll hold out, he said. No one else could hear that, they could not afford to give in to despair now. They had to endure. We're holding our position on ADEK, General Hill announced, an irritatingly smug grin on her face. We've started to repair a few ships that the hegemony couldn't take with them. From the looks of it, they were damaged from the attack on Moria and were being fixed in dry dock. Ours now. Between that and the handful of ships deserted from the hegemony, the SDA is forming a quaint little navy to call its own. I've been meaning to ask about that, Sparatus said, looking as if he had just seen something particularly revolting. What are your plans for this new government? The sovereign dominion of ADEK? Independent colonies are nothing new, there have been countless examples of those in the galaxy, Ilium comes to mind. But you seem to be doing something very different. What is that, may I ask? A bastion, Hill said. There was something wrong with her voice. There was a glee in it. Too much glee. Not the type of glee one had when they were championing a truly just cause. The type of glee one had when they had a knife to the throat of their sworn enemy. The hegemony is a dictatorship, there's no sugar-coating that, counselor. There's a reason so many refugees have been hoping the border to seek asylum in the SDA. The Batarian people need a real government, a real society to live their lives in. ADEK is where that society will start. I see, Spiratus said. He did not sound convinced. As Marcus glanced around, he couldn't help but notice that it seemed to be a commonly held view. A few of the representatives were making pointed efforts to not make eye contact with General Hill. Those that did gazed at her with suspicion or concern. We're a little tied up in the terminus systems at the moment, the general said. What's left of Eclipse has gotten rather aggressive all of a sudden. If I were to make an assumption, this is their death thralls. They seem to have made an alliance of convenience with the Blue Suns, or at the very least they have a non-aggression pact. I have to say, we're not getting along swimmingly with the Blood Pack ourselves. We're technically on the same side, but there's a lot of bad blood between us. More than a few scuffles and a couple of people dead on both sides. Hill scowled. At this rate the Batarian front will have more mercenaries on our side than soldiers, she said. How do we even know that the hegemony hasn't hired them in the past? The major let out a growl that sounded like it should have been coming from a feral animal. The general put his hand on the major's shoulder and the major pulled back, still glaring. That is not a concern you need to be worried about, he said. The army has never accepted any contracts from the Batarian hegemony. They've never even offered us one. Considering that we are comprised entirely of mutants, it is likely that they saw us as part of the coalition, and therefore their enemy. Hill folded her arms, looking unconvinced. There's still the matter of you accepting payment for all of this. Your loyalty is to your wallet, everything else comes second. Weapons, ships, and salaries do not pay for themselves, the general said dryly. And we do not have a populace to tax. What the general is trying to say is that it's necessary, the colonel said hastily. We maintain a large operation throughout the terminus systems, and we've taken noticeable losses in personnel and resource. The fall of Eclipse created quite a power vacuum, and we've been clashing with all of the rest of the Big Four ever since. Hill raised the eyebrow over her good eye. You mentioned this a few minutes ago. Blood Pack and the army don't get along very well. I'm concerned about that. The major snarled. You should be. They pick a fight with me, I'm ripping those crests of theirs off and using it to slit their throats. With these things? Rex asked, giving the crest on the top of his head a few raps. They're tough but they're as dull as they come. They're for butting stupid people in the head, not impaling them. Marcus couldn't help but notice that Rex seemed to have a smile on his face. He had ever since the meeting had started. It was like he wasn't in the middle of a war meeting, it was as if he was relaxing at a bar with a group of friends. This man was the new ruler of the planet he was defending with life and limb? I'll make it work, the major hissed. Now stop looking at me. Major, enough, the general said. Yes, there have been several instances of my men having violent clashes with Blood Pack mercenaries. I won't attempt to place blame, both sides started more than a few of them without just cause. Just angry mercenaries looking for a fight. It might be for the best if you kept a buffer between us, minimize contact. We clashed quite a bit, especially on Omega. And with both sides living so long, I doubt any of us will soon forget. Probably for the best if I put my boys between you two, Hill said grumpily. If they go after my men, I'll return every pain they inflict 10 times over. She glanced at Rex. Same goes for Blood Pack. Hey, if a merc kills a coalition trooper that didn't have it coming I'd kill him myself, Rex said. I wouldn't even call it an execution. More like assisted suicide. Considering any merc that picks a fight with a major power who is backing their species seems to be trying to get himself killed. A sly smirk inched onto Hill's face. I hope you're not just saying that and that we're on the same page, she said. There's one more thing about that front of the war, Hill, Anderson said suddenly. Cerberus is operating in the nearby area. They've been keeping a low profile but they're due to make contact with you soon. The exact nature of their current mission is classified due to the sensitive nature of it, but they'll fill you in when they arrive. Marcus frowned. What in the world could Cerberus be doing close to the Batarian front? He sincerely hoped that whatever it was justified. They already had General Hill doing who knew what to whatever Batarian prisoners unfortunate enough to fall into her grasp. They didn't need Cerberus adding to the problem. I've received word from Admiral Gallows, the invasion of Surkesh is underway, Woods said crisply. They've broken through the Solarian home fleet. Moderate casualties have been suffered but overall our forces are remaining strong, and a significant portion of the Solarian fleet was destroyed. We're about to start dropping soldiers on the planet. Han Garel has reported no problems with the Quarian fleet, nor any major problems with cohesion between our allied forces, Ron said, shooting a quick look at Woods. It was impossible to see what kind of look it was. Despite the development of a cure for the Quarian immune system, they still wore their helmets at nearly all times. There have been some brawls between migrant marines and enclave marines, but nothing too major. So is this going to be another problem? Hill asked dryly. We're supposed to be fighting Saren and his entourage of DIP's hits. Not each other. The migrant marines will only be taking a limited role in the ground invasion, Ron said. We simply don't have the manpower. It is something President Woods and I have discussed at length. Woods nodded. My boys and girls are better equipped anyway. The migrant fleet has very little in the way of support vehicles, such as armor or aircraft. When you've been living a starship-based life for 3 centuries, you stop needing tanks and APCs. They're taking a support role in the fleet as well. Ron bowed her head slightly. We'll contribute in any way we can, but the matter of the fact is that our species has an incredibly low population. We have less resources to draw on. In fact, both of us are heavily relying on the Geth in this fight. Woods let out an annoyed grunt. Yeah, the Enclave has a big military for its size, but it doesn't change the fact that we're pretty small compared to other galactic powers. The Geth don't really have that problem. So yeah, that's where we stand. I've been in contacts with the Asari republics, Tavos said briskly, with the air of someone speaking lines that had been carefully combed through, but I'm not making much headway. They refused to tell me why they declared neutrality. We should be grateful that they did, General Vitas said. Asari huntresses are some of the deadliest soldiers in the galaxy. The only major flaw that they have is that there isn't that many of them. We'd most likely be able to defeat the republics, but with heavy losses. And that's without the economic booms they'd be able to provide to their allies. Agreed, Tavos said. Still I'm concerned. They're hiding something that's influencing them. Depending on what it is, we may still see them join the war at some point. We need to know which side they're going to pick if they do. I'm going through my old contacts to find answers, but there's nothing so far. I'm going to keep digging. We've also been having some trouble with the Citadel Defense Fleet, Sparatus said grimly. The majority of it has stayed, a side effect of the majority of it being Turians, and my kind's propensity for obeying orders. Despite that, ships have been deserting here and there, heading back to their home territories. Nothing too major so far, but it could escalate easily. Let me guess, Anderson said. Ordering them to fight in the way could cause it to fracture. Dozens of ships defecting to their other side? If they don't just seek asylum in Asari space. It's a very real concern, Sparatus said. All we've done so far is ask them to maintain their posts and do nothing. Asking them to take part in a battle is a gamble. With the Council giving the order and the precedent set by General Vitas, it's possible that they may stand and fight. It's just as likely that they will refuse to kill soldiers of the government that they swore oaths to. If that happens, they will turn on us, without a doubt. We also have to consider that the Citadel Defense Fleet has the Destiny Ascension, the largest warship ever built in living memory. Tavos was cut off as Woods let out a snort. Yes. Tavos said, sounding annoyed. Second largest warship, she said. The title of the largest warship currently goes to one of my ships. You read the information I sent you on the forces I was sparing, didn't I? The Goliath is currently in orbit over Surkesh. 3 kilometers long. The first ever super dreadnought. A very self-satisfied smile spread across Wood's face. But my apologizes, she said, forcing herself to adopt a more neutral expression. Just correcting you on a minor mistake. Please continue. Tavos shot a glare at Woods, but said nothing. Marcus couldn't help but suppose that this was inevitable, although he did so with irritation. The Enclave was joining this war for the sake of the Coalition and the humans, most likely just standard humans, who lived in it. They had always been concerned about alien spheres of influence growing out of control. As such, it wasn't surprising that she was rubbing it in that her tiny nation had managed to outdo the massively wealthy Asari republics in some way or another. As I was saying, Tavos said slowly, still glaring at Woods before breaking eye contact. The Destiny Ascension is a symbol of the Council. The largest and most powerful dreadnought that the Council has ever built. Something like that could be a great asset, but it could just as easily used against us. It would be devastating to us, and a rallying point to our enemies. Wait, the Colonel said, looking confused. I thought that the republics were neutral. Are they just playing pretend here? The Asari crews might not care about that, Tavos said sadly. If they think we're unjust, they might just throw their lot in with the hierarchy and the Union. It's a situation that must be handled with delicacy. Especially considering that I suspect there's at least one STG agent in the Solarian portion, Vitas added. Maybe more. I wouldn't put it past the Dolatras to position some there without telling me. They would work hard to undermine us if we were to move the fleet. There are well over 100 ships defending the Citadel. It might be in our best interest to keep them out of the fighting, as that turns them into 100 ships none of you will ever have to fight. That might be wise, Marcus said, thinking it through. The Turians are devoting a large amount of their forces to this siege. The ships in the Citadel Defense Fleet and the ones that defected with General Vitas amount to 100 ships that they've lost access to. That combined with the Solarian ships being kept away from the Union and the moderate losses they took at Surkesh. Not moderate, significant, Woods said, a smile playing around the edge of her mouth. 60% of their home fleet is either destroyed or crippled. Very well. My point is that with all of these factors combined, our enemies are stretching their forces thin. Even if the hierarchy is bolstering their forces with the Valis, a decisive victory with a counterattack on the fleet here will most likely put them on the defensive. Maybe even force them to surrender. It helps that the Batarians seem either unwillingly or unable to break through General Hill's lines, keeping them from pooling their forces. Both, I imagine, Hill said proudly. They're not bothering because they know it won't work. Marcus resisted the urge to grunt. He understood wanting to win a war, but there was a difference between being happy that your side was winning and taking pleasure in the defeat of your enemies. Hill wasn't even trying to hide that her happiness came from the latter. We will keep the Citadel's fleet out of the fighting then, Tavos said. You make a strong point. There aren't any other places the Turians can draw reserves from. The Hanner and the Elcor are continuing to remain neutral in this war. There's a strong chance that the Turians may take older models of ships out of mothball to stay in the fight, but even then they'll most likely be forced onto the defensive. Although we're forgetting someone. Saren, Anderson said, his voice a snarl. He hasn't contributed to the fight yet. Even if the heretic Geth only make up a small portion of the Geth as a whole, you'd think he'd be chomping at the bit to throw his ships at us. I was half expecting his opening salvo to be a suicide attack on Mars. Instead we haven't seen a sign of his ship movements. Hints of him assisting the hierarchy and the Union, but little beyond that. Him or those ancient starships he found. One of them was part of the fleet that raided Moria, Hill said darkly. Credit where credit is due, the Normandy ripped it a new one. Judging by the way they were sent scurrying back to their hidey holes when that happened, it was supposed to be the backbone of their assault. It was able to run, but if the damage was anything to go by, it'd take the better part of a year to repair. Assuming Saren told them how to. It was a powerhouse though, just like the one on Tuchanka. That's not all, it dropped the same things that we saw on Eden Prime. Those bizarre cyborg things, except there were even more variants. Batarian and Asari variants. I take it you all read my report. There were uneasy nods all around. They must be connected to those ancient ships that he found, Tavos said. It's a disturbing concept. Turning the bodies of the dead into fresh soldiers. Our losses become his strength. He could build entire armies from our fallen. Before he could stop himself, Marcus imagined a dead, barren world. Millions upon millions of twisted cybernetic corpses, marching behind Saren. So long as he's hiding somewhere, I think we should be cautious in our movements, Hackett said. If we overextend ourselves, it'd be easy for him to attack our flanks and devastate us. There was a scattered chorus of nods in response to this. Well then, that's everything covered. We should move on to. 1 second, we need to cover something, Rex said. I may be all the way over here on ADEK, but I've been in contact with Tuchanka. Eve and I have been working on something. Taping his Omni tool, Rex grinned as a holographic model was uploaded to the communications line, appearing in the middle of the group of holograms. So tell me, think it looks good? Marcus' jaw went slightly slack. The model that Rex had uploaded was a statue of John Shepard. He was standing with one foot on a rock, a fist punching the air in triumph, with his other hand gently holding a sleeping baby Krogan. Upon closer inspection, Marcus realized that John wasn't standing on a rock, but Saren, who was in a sorry state. His mandibles were drooping, his cybernetics looked like they were made out of plastic, and John's foot was firmly planted on the back of his neck. In the original draft he had Saren in a headlock, but I decided it got the point across much better if he had a baby, so I had to free up a hand, Rex said, his grin splitting his face from ear to ear. And Eve said the foot should be on the neck because it would be too distracting if it was up Saren's ass. She argued with me for a while on that one, but eventually I gave in. Marcus couldn't help it and left out a soft chuckle. There was a scattering of subdued laughter from all around, and even Spartacus seemed to lift his mandibles up into something resembling a smile. For the first time in a long time, he felt warm and relaxed. It was not to last. A warning siren blared brightly on the bridge of his ship. What is it? He asked, putting his finger to his comm unit. One of the Turian ships activated its FTL. The voice on the other end shouted, sounding terrified. It's only one frigate, but it's heading right for the planet. Orders, sir. Marcus' brain sped into overdrive. The mass effect fields that allowed a ship to move faster than light reduced the mass of the ship to zero. He had seen countless people claim that a ship moving at 90% of the speed of light would create an explosion equal to its weight in antimatter if it ever hit anything. He had spent countless debates pointing out that anything multiplied by zero was zero. So the Turians couldn't be planning to ram the planet. What were they planning? Was this ship a diversion or the main attack? Have all ships in the area of the frigate ready weapons. All other ships are to have weapons trained on the main fleet. This could be a feint to make an opening for them. Destroy that frigate the second you get the chance. The officer on the other side of the comm line shouted that he understood as Marcus lowered his hand. I need to go, he said. Without another word he deactivated the holograms and stormed out of the room. His mind raced as he tried to think of the purpose behind this movement. Had the frigate been loaded with nuclear ordnance? Did it have orders to self-destruct and kill as many ships as possible? Within seconds he was back on the bridge, crewmen viciously typing orders into their consoles. He stopped in front of the holographic display of the fleet. Sure enough, a Turian frigate was speeding forwards them. Half a dozen of his own ships had repositioned to intercept, while the rest of the fleet was holding its defensive position. If the hierarchy was going to make an all-out assault, they would be ready for it. His eyes focused on the lone attacker, waiting to see what it would do. To his surprise, it sped right through his fleet formation, moving on until it was in low orbit of Tuchanka, where it stopped. Marcus' fingers flew across the control panel in front of him, opening up a channel to the 6 ships that had been tasked with destroying it. Turn about and take it out before it can do what it's planning, he ordered. Something was wrong. That ship had been awfully stiff in its approach, approaching the planet in a straight line. When guided by living hands, it was common to see warships at FTL make minor adjustments, to throw enemies off balance. This ship had not done it. His ships responded at once, coming about to face the frigate, but it was already acting. Marcus didn't know what he had been expecting it to do, but it wasn't what happened. All of the ship's escape pods were fired. They lurched out of the side of the ship, where they were immediately caught in the planet's gravity well. They fell towards the surface like rocks, being too low in the planet's atmosphere to be affected by re-entry. As they fell, the frigate remained perfectly still, not moving at all. His mind slowly pieced together what had just happened. Admiral. General Vita's hologram had flared to life next to the display of the fleets. That ship. Unless I'm mistaken, it just sacrificed itself to drop soldiers on Tuchanka. That was the thought that had burst into the forefront of his mind. The frigate had most likely been set to autopilot, and if the crew had been completely replaced with soldiers, then several dozen Turian soldiers were on Tuchanka right now. If that few soldiers were being deployed to a planet under enemy control, they would most likely be commandos. Commandos on a suicide mission. New orders, he said to the 6 ships. That ship is most likely empty. Scan it for explosives or a reactor overload, and then board it. Take prisoners if there are any non-combatants on board and rip whatever you can out of their computers. They won't have left anything for you to find, Vitas said darkly. Whoever we're fighting is smarter than that. Marcus knew that, but he had to check anyway. Just on the off chance that something was missed. Not responding to Vitas, he pressed a few buttons that caused the ships to vanish from the display in front of him. The image of Tuchanka magnified, showing him the surface of the planet and where the escape pods had landed. His eyes widened as markers of the R began to pop up. They were less than half an hour away from the food processors. All forces, he said, changing the comm channel from orbit to the local forces. Turian commandos have landed in your area. They are targeting the food processors. Stop them at all costs. Admiral. Vitas said. I have carriers that are in position to help. We can provide air support. Do it. Marcus barked. He ground his teeth. If those food processors were destroyed, there was a good chance that they wouldn't be able to last long enough for the relief forces to arrive. They would have to attack the hierarchy fleet head-on. Exactly what the enemy commander wanted. Marcus grimaced as he thought of the unnamed foe that they were fighting. It was a little intimidating really. The battle of wits that he and Vitas was having with this enemy could easily decide the fate of this war. They had made their move and it was not lacking. He had to make his own move. He needed to beat this hierarchy commander, or the coalition would be exposed to an all-out invasion. XXXXX. Ashley did her best to smile, but she knew that it wasn't convincing. Nonetheless, Roger didn't mention it. She's sleeping now, he said, sounding exhausted. His face was flicking on Ashley's Omni tool. She was on the surface of ADEK, while he was in orbit, in the medical bay of the Normandy by the looks of it. Shockwave gave her a replacement tooth and asked her to spend the night in the med bay. She didn't complain, fell asleep almost right away. Don't blame her, after all the crap that she's been through. She's strong, she'll get through this, Ashley said comfortingly. John mentioned her years before you and I joined the Normandy. She took part in the Blitz and the Coalition's counterattack. I refuse to believe that little shit is tougher than those. A pang of fury coursed across Roger's face. Ashley didn't blame him. The name Lewis Hartley inspired little more than rage in her too. Rage and the uncontrollable urge to bury her sword in his neck. Where is he? Confined to his quarters, Roger said. Ashley felt shocked. After everything he had done, he wasn't in a cell? Without thinking, she felt a burning hatred towards General Hill. Was she pulling strings? Covering up for one of her soldiers? Sweeping an atrocity under the rug like she always did? Her outrage must have shown on her face, because Roger spoke up. It was Jane's idea. Shakwas patched him up and he'll refuse to let him get implants, so he's out of the med bay. Rana is still being held in the brig. After her experience with Saren, Jane didn't want her in the same room as a rapist. He's under lock and key, Adam and Cornelia are guarding him. They have permission to shoot to kill if he poses a threat. Ashley's anger evaporated. Oh, she said softly. She had completely forgotten that they were still holding Rana prisoner. The Batarian attack on Moria and the beginning of the war had pushed out of her thoughts. How's she holding up? Still clamped shut tighter than the blast doors of Big Mountain, Roger said sadly. She's not saying anything. Kelly's been trying to talk to her, but she only gets one of two responses. Shrieks about how horrible the coalition is, or hysterical sobbing. He shook his head sympathetically. She's a wreck. I don't think Nora and I helped matters much with our little interrogation. Heck, this state she's in might be all our fault. Oh screw you, Ashley said. You yelled at her and Nora punched her a couple of times. Cruel? Yes, but nothing about it is comparable to what Saren's done to her. The months that she's been stuck with him who knows where, exposed to emotional and physical abuse from him, are what made her like this. Nothing you and Nora could have done can compare to that. Roger paused for a second, a look of horror and hatred spreading across his face. Oh, I wish I could have killed that little prick back on Eden Prime, he said viciously. If I had just had the chance. I could have grabbed his head and snapped his neck like a twig. Things would have been so much better with that son of a bitch dead. He looked down sadly. Nillis wouldn't be dead. Jenkins wouldn't be dead. John wouldn't be dead. Andrews, if you keep blaming yourself for everything that happened, I swear to God I will come up there and kick your ass up and down the hangar bay, Ashley said sternly. Her heart throbbed as she thought about John. She had spent a good half hour crying her eyes out yesterday in the hospital, somehow not being discovered. It hurt to think about him, and deep down some dark part of her agreed with Roger. That he should have killed Saren and that it was his fault that John was dead. She was furious with herself for thinking that way. Roger was skilled, but in the end he was a rank-and-file soldier. What chance did he stand against someone like Saren? You know what they say, council specters are worth a platoon of ordinary soldiers, Ashley said. The fact that you were able to walk away from it alive is nothing short of a miracle. Roger didn't look convinced, but he didn't voice any objections. Ashley smiled. He looked like he could use some cheering up, and she herself wanted to lighten the mood. Besides, Cheryl and Nora wouldn't want you to throw your life away like that. Roger jumped, his rough face flushing. The fuck are you fucking talking about? He asked defensively. Ashley bit down the urge to giggle. She had expected a rise out of him, but she hadn't expected him to swear twice in the same sentence. She wondered what Nora and Cheryl would say if they knew she was making him regress back into his old speaking mannerisms. The way you look at them and the way they look at you and each other, she said simply. A smile was spreading across her face. It helped to take her mind off of John to focus on this. Something blossoming in front of her. It's the same look that Talai and Folker keep giving each other. Respect, admiration, and a "oh god I can't believe this is real" vibe. Her grin became slightly toothy. I have to say, this isn't what I was expecting. You and Cheryl got off to a rocky start and you were nearly trading blows with Nora. Yet. Roger said, rubbing the back of his neck uncertainly. Well, you know how it goes. Bonding with people who fight alongside you. Ashley's grin grew even wider. And Sam thought you and Nora had a thing. Way back on Cor Molly. Granted Nora was Norman back then, but I thought you could have pulled it off. Please, Roger said, the flush fading from his face and an edge of playfulness entering his voice. When she was Norman, Nora wished that I would have gone gay for her. Maybe if Norman was a pretty blonde boy then maybe. Okay, no joking around, Ashley said. Did you have any feelings for her when you thought she was a man? She wasn't quite sure why she wanted to keep going down this road. The only thing she knew for sure was that it was cheering Roger up, and his happiness was proving to be infectious. She felt lighter than she had ever felt in the past few days. Roger paused, giving his chin a scratch as he thought long and hard. Can't say that I did, he said. She had the whole holier-than-thou act going on there, acting like she was better than me and not doing much to keep her sadistic urges under control. I think it started on Cor Molly though, when we were stranded. Truth be told, I was pretty touched with the way that she opened up to Cheryl and I. She was showing us who she really was. I think the seeds for this relationship were planted in that cave. I think that little chat that you and Cheryl had after Novaria helped a bit, Ashley said. When Cheryl started opening up to you. Roger's smile slowly slid away. It's hard to think that this whole mess started only a few months ago. Half a year ago, the majority of the galaxy had no idea who Saren was, thought that the Geth would never be seen, and things would just keep turning that way. He let out a sigh. Time's flown by way too fast. Anyway, I hate to do this to you but I'm dead tired. Think I'm just going to crawl into one of his med bay beds and fall asleep? Nora's been sleeping but she's starting to stir, you can probably talk to her in a few minutes if you're bored. Roger barely suppressed a yawn. He did look rather tired. Upon closer inspection she saw that he had shadows under his good eye, which was beginning to droop. Take care of those two, she said. John shot into her mind as she spoke. She had wanted to say take care of them the way I couldn't take care of him, but couldn't bring herself to form the words. I will, Roger said, his sentence being interrupted by a yawn. With that, the video feed ended. Ashley gave her arms and legs a short stretch as she looked around. She was in the foyer of what was technically the City Hall of ADEK, a bland-looking prefab building that had a few gaudy-looking personal effects placed here and there. A jewel-studded chandelier was hanging from the ceiling, a few brightly colored tapestries were hanging to either side of the main door, and a life-sized marble statue of the Batarian Chancellor had been placed in the middle of the room. Instead of making the hall look better, it had backfired and made the dull metal walls look even more unremarkable by comparison. Thankfully they were all going to be moved, the statue of the Chancellor being due to be removed by a dozen eager Batarians with sledgehammers. It was a city hall in name only, for while it bore the name, in reality it had been more of a home for the networking and indulgence of the ruling class. Very little lawmaking and enforcement had taken place here. Steps were now being taken to fix that. Yusuro was due to move her office here and it was the same spot where Falo would give her speech about coalition/SDA cooperation. Said speech was actually due to start soon. The inside of the hall was currently off limits to civilians, currently being open to coalition and SDA personnel only. She could spot Yusuro, Falo, and Hill in the corner. The coalition general looked rather pleased with herself while the Batarians looked disgruntled. Falo was on her feet again, but bandages were still coating her face, wincing slightly every time she had to open her mouth particularly wide. Apart from them, a few dozen soldiers from both governments were running about, making minor, last-minute adjustments here and there. A few were only there for security however, and those were patiently waiting for the speech to begin. Though there was no sight of Shepard. Ashley frowned. She was certain that Hill would have wanted her to be here. Where was she? Karen and Fox were whispering nearby. Fox doubled over so that his head was on level with Karen's. Karen's helmet was tucked under his arm, a silent frown on his face as the meta-human continued to talk. No more than 10 feet away from them were Talai and Folker. Folker smiled as Talai kept disappearing and reappearing in front of him. I still can't believe that you can do that, he said. It seems practically otherworldly. It's simple really, Talai said. You see me when light bounces off of me and back into your eyes. This cloak bends the light around me so it doesn't bounce off. No light, you can't see me. Folker blinked. Wait a minute. You need light to bounce off into your eyes in order to see? Then how can you see anything with that cloak active? I can't with the naked eye, but this thing here helps me, she said, giving the front of her helmet a few taps. It switches to thermal vision. I can't see things based on light with my cloak activated, instead I see them based on heat. Folker blinked and Ashley could tell that he was trying to remember all of the terms Talai was throwing at him. At the end of the day, he was still a man displaced in time. Even though he wasn't nearly as lost as he used to be, in many ways the 27th century was still a mystery to him. He understood the fact that humans inhabited over 100 planets, recognized the various aliens and appreciated the various technological marvels that had been achieved. What he still did not understand was the finer mechanics of things such as technology, the various ways in which the various devices that had been invented worked. She wasn't even sure he knew the first thing about nuclear theory, considering he had been abducted just before the dawn of it. He understood the who, when, where and what, but still struggled in many ways on the why and how. Just then, Hill spoke, loud enough for everyone to hear her. It's time, she said. Smiling her self-satisfied smile, she handed Falo a daytop pad. Your speech, she said, overly sweetly. Falo glared at her, her two exposed eyes reflecting the low yellow glow from the daytop pad, before ripping it out of Hill's hand and looking it over. Just review it on the way out. Slowly, Falo proceeded to the door, not making eye contact with anyone except Yusuro, and pushed the doors wide open. A wall of cheers rose up to meet her. Several thousand Batarians were gathered in the plaza outside of the city hall, nearly all of them wearing the ragged clothing that gave them away as former slaves. A few more well-dressed Batarians were standing among the crowd, watching quietly, and a few humans were at the very front of the throng. These people were reporters, ones that Hill had pulled in, and all of them had a news drone floating nearby, broadcasting the speech live to the colony and the galactic community as a whole. Ashley idly wondered if this was considered a groundbreaking event or an idle curiosity by those not currently on the planet. Ashley joined the procession that was slowly trickling out of the hall, soldiers fanning out across the stage that had been set up in front of the hall. Ashley stuck to the back, along with Folker, Talai, Fox, and Karen. Slowly, Falo walked up to a podium that had been set up on the far end of the platform. The crowd surged forward, but found themselves blocked by a line of 100 soldiers, a mix of coalition and SDA. Eventually, and after a few minor shoves they were pushed back, many of the soldiers looking very annoyed and disgruntled. Flo turned her head, taking in the sight of the crowd in front of her. Her lip twitched. Ashley blinked, trying to figure out what was going on inside her head, when Flo held up both of her hands, asking for silence. She received it, the entire crowd falling quiet in seconds. She paused, looking at the speech in her hands, before tossing it to the side. Before it had even hit the ground, Ashley whipped around to look at Hill. She and Yusuro were standing in the doorway, watching Flo. Hill's smug grin had been replaced with an unamused frown, while Yusuro's lips were pursed in concern. "I won't lie to you," Flo said, her voice echoing out across the plaza in front of her. "I don't want to be here right now. My head is throbbing, I'm dizzy, and to be frank I just want a nice soft bed and some medicine to make myself feel numb. But I need to be here," she continued. She leaned forward, using one hand to support herself on the podium while the other softly managed her uncovered temple. "A few days ago I was glassed as the face by someone's whose name I never bothered to learn. I want to be mad." She let out a slow, depressed sigh. "But I can't afford to be mad. Because he isn't worth it." Several heads in the crowd turned and Ashley could just barely make out whispers from the front rows before Flo continued. "We have a bright new future on this planet. There has been bad blood between the hegemony and the coalition, specifically because of what the Chancellor and her attack dogs want. She wanted us to be mindless cattle that are spooked easily. Well, screw her. I'm not living under her thumb anymore, I'm not falling for her tricks anymore." A legitimately sorrowful look passed over her face. "I knew that she was lying to us this whole time, but there's a problem with that. You can know that someone is lying to you but you still don't know the truth. I had no idea what the hegemony had done. The time I've spent in the hospital changed that. I learned. Constant raids on coalition territory, civilians taken as slaves, and an unprovoked invasion on Moria. The coalition didn't strike the first blow in the war, we did." Shocked whispers filled the crowd. Ashley blinked. Had the Batarians really thought that they were the aggressors? "I understand why a little punk wants to take his anger out on me," Flo said. "He's a brat, but honestly I don't care. He's not worth remembering. Just punt him off back to coalition space and let us move on. For the first time, we have an opportunity the Chancellor and the hegemony would have fought tooth and nail to keep from us. A chance for us to see the galaxy for the very first time. To come out of our shell. For the first time, ADEK is truly part of the galactic community. Not just the Batarian." There was a loud crack. Flo stopped, took a few steps back, and then looked down. There was a gaping hole in her chest, fleet oozing out and staining her clothes. Her head rose as she looked around, scanning the crowd, looking for the shooter. Her reactions were sluggish, as if she had not fully realized what was happening. Everyone else was moving, soldiers drawing their weapons, Hill barking orders into her comm unit, and a nearby SDA trooper made a move as if to tackle Flo to the ground. Then there was a second bang. Blood exploded out from Flo's face as she fell backwards. She was not moving as she hit the ground. Ashley had taken a few steps forward, her hand on the handle of her rifle, but she stopped as she processed what had happened. There was a gaping, fist-sized hole in Flo's head, blood pooling in the bottom of it. It had burst the upper uncovered eyeball and knocked the lower one loose. Said eyeball was now dangling loosely out of the partially destroyed socket, looking as if the slightest movement would cause it to fall out. Blood slowly pooled around Flo's head, which was bent at an unnatural crooked angle, giving her the appearance of a broken doll. This was mirrored by her final expression, which was etched onto her face. Confusion and dawning realization. A third shot rang out. Ashley's eyes instinctively found the source of the noise. On the top of a nearby 3-story prefab building a figure was holding a sniper rifle. The rifle was propped up against the figure's shoulder, the third shot having been fired into the air. Ashley's blood went cold as she took the figure in. It was in black armor, a pure white skull painted on the helmet, around a pair of glowing red eyes. The unmistakable look of a Morian shock troop. No sooner had everyone's eyes flitted to the shock trooper, than it had vanished. A handful of SDA soldiers roared in rage, firing their rifles uselessly at where the assassin had been moments ago. Bullets riddled the edges of the roof harmlessly. Her brain was still reeling from the death of Flo, but her body acted on instance. "General Hill!" she bellowed. "We need a perimeter up." "Agreed." The general shouted. "Everyone! Teams of 5. 3 men secure the streets while the other 2 search nearby buildings. Every block for 3 miles out. Get going, oh no!" Her voice faltered. The crowd was slowly moving forward, mummers rising up. Their voices were growing louder. Angrier. Quickly, the Morian shock troops in the defensive line closed ranks, but the SDA troopers were slow to do so. "Get back!" One of shock troops shouted, firing a warning shot with her rifle into the air. This did not have the intended effect, the crowd seemed to be even further enraged. Murderers! One of them shouted. Were you that upset she didn't die the first time? The crowd was upon the line, kicking and punching as the Moreans shoved back. Ashley's jaw dropped as she watched. How could the situation be de-escalated? After a few precious seconds a plan started to form in her head. If she could get to the podium and assure them that the culprit would be caught and executed, they would have some breathing room. Before she could even take a single step though, a horribly familiar sound rang out. Another gunshot. All too soon, she saw where it had come from this time. One of the members of the crowd had been shot by one of the shock troopers holding the line. He was lying on the ground, a hole in his throat. He had a knife. She screamed, looking around wildly at her fellow soldiers. What the fuck? We free these people and this is how they, but her words died with a flurry of movement to her left. The SDA soldier standing next to her had leveled his shotgun at her head. Pure rage was etched on his face as the gun flared, claiming the life of the soldier. It all came apart. Enraged Moreans turned about, training their weapons on the SDA soldier that had killed one of their own. Before they could though, the crowd had surged forward as a single vicious tide. Dozens of hands grabbed at each one, several shock troops being dragged into the crowd and one having his weapon ripped out of their hands. Panicking, automatic rifles were aimed into the crowd and fired, prompting even more SDA troopers to fire on the Moreans. Enough! Ashley roared, firing her rifle in the air in an attempt to disrupt the riot, but it was inseparable from the storm of weapon fire that was engulfing the plaza. How had this happened? Flo dead and now this? There was a blur and Ashley realized with a start that Yusuro had crossed to the far end of the platform, stopping in front of the podium. Stop! She shouted into the microphone. A few heads turned in direction, but otherwise the chaos continued. I said stop. This time, she drew her pistol and began to fire indiscriminately into the crowd. Again and again her pistol flared, until eventually it overheated and blared loudly. That got everyone's attention, as the mob and soldiers both froze and looked around confusion. We are not barbaric savages. Don't you recognize an attempt by the hegemony to destabilize everything we've built? Ashley did not know Yusuro very well, but she had never seen her this angry before. She was trembling with fury, to the point where Ashley was surprised that her pistol didn't slip out of her hands. There was a mad look in all four of her eyes, a look that promised pain and suffering to all that had happened. Didn't any of you pay attention to Flo's final words? We can't afford to be mad. Now anyone who wants to keep killing each other, continue and I will end your miserable life myself. Spit flew from Yusuro's mouth and she barked the last of the words. Dozens of bodies were limp on the ground in front of the stage. SDA soldiers, Morean and civilian alike. Ashley realized, with a feeling of dread, that she had no idea who Yusuro had been aiming at and which of these kills had been hers. The crowd stirred uncomfortably, expressions of terror flitting across their faces. No one. Yusuro growled. Good. Now then, the murder will be caught as soon as what now? She viciously snapped, pressing her hand to her comm unit. I'm busy. She growled. Get back to me since when? Damn it. She brought her hand down in a fist, crashing it into the podium. The sound of splintering wood filled Ashley's ears. All soldiers, there are organized attacks from SDA forces that have turned traitor. They're claiming loyalty to the hegemony. Work with the Moreans to crush them. But the Moreans, one Batarian soldier began, but he was silenced as Yusuro's pistol was trained on his head. But they what? She hissed. The soldier lowered his head, locking his eyes on his feet in fear. Exactly, she said. Information will be sent to your Omni tools as well as orders. Move. The SDA soldiers scurried off in no particular direction. The Moreans remained rooted where they were, looking at Hill for guidance. Hill had been staring dumbly at Yusuro, her good eye not blinking. Upon realizing her men were waiting for orders, she stiffened herself and barked, assist the SDA in putting down the traitors. More slowly than the SDA forces, they moved off into the main city, looking back. A few stopped to look at the corpses of Batarians. Ashley spotted one kicking a corpse with a laugh, while another knelt down near a dead civilian. Unless she was mistaken, she heard a stifled, wet sob. You five. With me. General Hill was approaching her, her shotgun in her hand. Yusuro's right. This is probably a hegemony scheme to rip apart everything we have here. Let's move, we've got to stop this before this entire planet falls into chaos. With a single bound, she jumped off from the platform. Ashley gave one last look at Flo's lifeless corpse, barely recognizable with the way her face had been torn apart, before following. A horrible empty feeling in her stomach.